The middle-aged man before him was Song Yunxiang, humanity's last warrior. He possessed a spirit general. The spirit general was materialized after he chanted and summoned it. Spirit armor appeared, ready to battle against thousands upon thousands of enemies. They were a dense swarm, blanketing the sky. The people below were ecstatic. In their eyes, the spirit general was their savior. It was the only hope they had left in decades. Song Yunxiang single-handedly protected humanity, who were huddling pathetically in the fortress. In the Star Era 1390, the final battle that would decide humanity's fate began. "I've lost," Song Yunxiang thought, after facing countless enemies pouring out of the spatial rift. The difference in power was too great. There was absolutely no room for luck or perseverance to overcome the adversity. In the end, Song Yunxiang chose to perish together with them. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself still alive. His appearance had returned to his youth. He was wearing the uniform of the Mecha Combat Academy. What shocked him most was that he was in Tiandu National City, Yuanding's southern continent. This place was clearly destroyed during the invasion of the spatial aberrants. Could it be that I've returned to 16 years ago? Song Yunxiang wondered. According to his memories from his previous life, the southern continent Mecha Combat Academy would soon be destroyed during a beast tide. They arrived unexpectedly, in unimaginable numbers. His classmates, the instructors, so many people fought in that battle. They fought to the death to protect the Mecha Combat Academy. But Song Yunxiang back then was just a good chef, or nothing with an incomplete spirit vein. He could only watch helplessly as they fell one after another, wanting to help, but powerless. But this time, it was different. Fate had been reversed. Song Yunxiang had been reborn into the past, carrying the knowledge and experience he had accumulated over 16 years. The things he regretted, the people he missed, all of that would change. A male student stammered, pointing at the person in front of him and questioning his identity. "I am Song Yunxiang," the male student replied softly. He had returned, along with the rise of humanity, for a full counterattack. Star Era 1390, in the northern continent. This was Xuanwu City, humanity's last bastion of defense. Dust and smoke filled the air, along with countless cries of agony begging for rescue, and shouts urging people to flee echoed repeatedly. Those unlucky enough were seized by giant hands. Losing all signs of life, they instantly became food and drink for the monster. The monster with the dragon's mouth, with countless arms growing all over its body, constantly grabbed humans and threw them into its mouth. It was the fierce beast Teoti, a colossal monster from the rift. Relying on the spatial compression structure in its stomach pouch, it could swallow about 10 times its volume. With a squelch, the group of people in its hand was crushed in its massive mouth, splattering fresh blood. After finishing one batch, it continued to search for prey. Humans, before this kind of monster, had absolutely no ability to resist. They could only fearfully run for their lives. Such violent, fierce beasts weren't alone. The entire city was ruthlessly ravaged by them. The apocalyptic scene was no longer just an imagination, it was happening right now. While running away, a little boy tripped and fell. Seeing her son lagging behind, the mother immediately turned back, anxiously urging him to get up quickly. Before the two of them could run any further, the Teoti had already caught up from behind, making the mother's heart skip a beat. Even though it was quite a distance away across the buildings, the Teoti could reach them with a single stretch of its hand. Its massive claws slowly approached the two of them, filling them with immense fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Tears involuntarily welled up in the mother's eyes, carrying a look of panic as she muttered, hoping someone would come to their rescue. Just as the Teoti's hand was about to grab them, a golden light shot down from above, piercing through the Teoti's body, creating a violent explosion. Thanks to this, the mother and son were able to narrowly escape death. The mother held her son close, looking up in shock. The monsters in the city seemed to sense something, all halting for a moment. The next second, countless streaks of mystical gold light flashed, attacking their bodies at unimaginable speed. Against this, the monsters could only passively take the beating. After wiping them out, each beam of light plunged into the ground, revealing its true form as countless swords radiating brilliance. They all vibrated together, and then shot towards one direction. The Dao Yuan swords returned after the command. Hundreds of swords returning to the spirit avatar floating in the air. A scene that was incredibly beautiful. The little boy saw the spirit avatar and went from crying to smiling brightly, as if he were seeing a superhero. The mother was no exception. With tears in her eyes, she thanked the figure above. Gradually, the people stopped running and looked up at the spirit avatar. Everyone knew this savior. It must be said that this was their only hope and shield against the spatial beasts. At this moment, the spirit avatar had transformed into the Dongyuan Lord form, its entire body shining with eye-catching gold. Inside the soul armor, Song Yunxiang panted heavily, showing exhaustion. The soul armor urgently announced that soul power was insufficient, with only 5% remaining, less than a minute away from forced spirit release. Without hesitation, Song Yunxiang took out a soul power replenishment pill from his waist and put it in his mouth. He was the last warrior of humanity who could control the spirit avatar in these decades. He alone protected the last of humanity, huddled and barely clinging to life within the fortress. While Song Yunxiang was replenishing his soul power, the beasts had gradually gathered together, heading towards him. Suddenly, Song Yunxiang sensed something was wrong. One of the beasts suddenly opened its mouth, condensing stellar energy within. The humans below looked up in shock, losing all hope of survival, because if this attack were to hit, even running wouldn't save them. From above, the powerful beam of light plunged straight down, aiming to wipe out the surviving humans. At this moment, Song Yunxiang shot forward like a beam of light, blocking it, using countless swords to form a defensive formation in front of the people. Not stopping there, several other beasts also fired their attacks, increasing the power. The center transformed into aftershocks that spread around. After a moment, the area where Song Yunxiang was defending was filled with thick smoke and dust, covering a corner of the city. Underneath it, Song Yunxiang still stood firm, his body flashing with the remaining sparks of electricity. Behind him, the people had all collapsed to the ground, in disbelief that they were still alive after that attack. Although he had withstood the domineering attack, the spirit armor was severely damaged, and the overload of soul power made Song Yunxiang temporarily unable to move inside the armor. He gasped heavily, and a thought flashed through his mind. He wanted to lure the beasts to an uninhabited place. After thinking, Song Yunxiang waved his hand, dissolving the spirit armor construct, turning into starlight data and disappearing. The people below were so stunned they just stood there dumbfounded. Song Yunxiang activated the Star Lord system, mobilizing a replicated Star Spirit General, and as he finished speaking, space behind him began to warp. A reconstructed Star Spirit General was summoned from the void, 2 layers of Star Soul cores enveloping Song Yunxiang's entire body, closing in again. Brilliant light burst forth, gradually transforming into a dazzling human figure. The figure became clearer and clearer, emitting an intense aura. Each part of the Star Spirit General was condensed, from hands to feet. In the blink of an eye, Cao Ren's Star Spirit General was fully formed. Unlike its previous form, this armor resembled bone armor, pure white, and looked incredibly sturdy. But this wasn't the end. Once again, Song Yunxiang manipulated the Star Psyche, transforming the white armor, gradually shifting it to a golden hue. Seeing this scene, the kid in his mom's arms was totally awestruck. Before, he'd only seen recorded footage. This was the first time he'd witnessed it in person. At this moment, Cao Ren's Star Spirit General was, in its phoenix form, a Star Spirit General capable of high-speed flight and agility. The Star Soul parts morphed exquisitely, forming wings and sharp claws. The spiritual phoenix constantly flashed with lightning around its body. The shining wings looked as if they were made of flames. In an instant, the beast, Beaform Star Spirit General, blazed and flew off at extreme speed, launching a barrage of attacks on a group of ferocious beasts, leaving them no time to react. This was a pre-Sunlight Tier Star Spirit General's trick. Very quickly, the ferocious beasts began to retaliate, firing something dark and viscous from their mouths. the star soul system issued a warning. Subject being ambushed from behind at the 8 o'clock direction. Song Yunxiang's face turned grave, and he hurriedly dodged. The ferocious beasts simultaneously launched countless large hands from their mouths, trying to seize the Star Spirit General. Speaking of the Star Lord system, the mysterious power that Song Yunxiang discovered in an ancient civilization decades ago not only allowed him to inherit other people's Star Spirit General abilities, but also helped Song Yunxiang at crucial moments, helping him escape adversity. With the power of the Star Lord system and the ability to collect the experience of other Star Spirit Generals, Song Yunxiang had been able to escape death by a hair's breadth many times. After a flurry of dodges, Song Yunxiang was ensnared by the mass of black hands. In the moment of being restrained, he grunted. Without hesitation, he disassembled the Star Spirit General into the void, the Star Soul entity turning into streams of data, leaving the ferocious beasts confused and cautiously examining each other. Just as only the phoenix's tail remained, Song Yunxiang instantly merged with his Star Soul, transforming into Bai Chi's form, the Star Soul conjuring a sharp, long spear in his hand, launching a counterattack while changing the Star Psyche once more. Wherever the data streams swept, the Star Spirit General transformed. After a cloud of dust, the long spear transformed into a halberd head, changing from Bai Chi's Star Spirit General to Lu Bu's Star Spirit General, his whole body radiating with battle intent in a dominant red. This was the Star Spirit General with the most unparalleled combat power, surpassing all previous forms. After the fighting, Song Yunxiang's soul energy was running low. Undaunted, he took out a replenishing elixir. Its effect was almost instantaneous. As he replenished, the Star Psyche shifted and completed the transformation. The Star Spirit General's eyes flashed with a star-like light, brimming with battle intent. He gripped the spear tightly and charged straight at the horde of ferocious beasts wreaking havoc on the ground. When Song Yunxiang got the Star Master system, he also got some info about ancient civilizations. Humans, who once ruled this planet, created a super advanced technological civilization. They launched hundreds of millions of satellites around the planet, forming a gigantic star net. The star net provided them with a limitless source of energy. The ancients, through the star net, achieved energy, matter conversion in space. newanime technology. So moving mountains and filling seas was like super easy, a piece of cake. But the ancients weren't satisfied with just that. Their expansion and bottomless greed made them want to control time and space too, which ultimately brought about a disaster that destroyed the entire planet. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and the civilization of Dai has been forgotten by the world. The Gale Sea has divided this planet into 5 continents. Song Yunxiang is from Tiandu, a country in the east of the continent. Unlike the defensive bunkers of the people in the North Continent, the Star Soul Masters of the Eastern Continent can use Star Souls to fight against ferocious beasts. But the people of the Eastern Continent are in constant civil wars. The countries fought amongst themselves, only to be wiped out by the beasts in the end. Tiandu fell, and the Eastern Continent became a wasteland. Song Yunxiang was lucky to escape, and for the next few decades, he lived a precarious life, facing countless dangers. But the cracks are appearing more and more frequently, and with them, the beasts are getting more numerous and stronger. He's reached his limit. Song Yunxiang has been alone for a long time. At this moment, a ferocious beast launched a powerful attack from above, devastating an entire area. In that instant, Song Yunxiang dissolved his Star Soul, dodged, and simultaneously transformed into his Dragon Star Soul form, unleashing his soul power. It was quickly depleted. Reaching for his waist, Song Yunxiang was even more shocked. His supply of soul replenishing pills was gone, and right now, the beast was condensing a massive ball of light and hurled it straight down. The Star Soul form couldn't dodge. Song Yunxiang had no choice but to go all out. He spun the weapon in his hand and threw it. The weapon's rapid movement created a circle of light, colliding violently with the sphere. A terrifying explosion erupted in mid-air. The shockwave spread out from the dust cloud that hadn't even settled yet. Suddenly, a beast's tentacle shot out from mid-air and directly pierced the arm of the Star Soul form. A sharp pain shot through Song Yunxiang's entire body. He felt frozen and chilled to the bone. Song Yunxiang was being chased by a group of beasts, their tentacles piercing his star soul form, lifting him high up. Gathering his remaining strength, Song Yunxiang initiated star soul dissolution, assembling the abyss. Master condensation complete. Song Yunxiang unleashed a barrage of Dao Yuan swords, one attack to fight back all the beasts, landing on the ground from above. Song Yunxiang instantly changes his spiritual color. Suddenly, the Star-Lord system issued a serious warning, detecting anomalous spatial fluctuations approaching. It advised Song Yunxiang to leave the combat zone before the countdown ended, or certain death would follow. With only 5 seconds on the clock, Song Yunxiang's heart sank. 3 seconds left. Countless spatial tears ripped across the sky. From within, colossal claws emerged, tearing space asunder. Each crack disgorged a massive, savage beast. Growing stronger, lightning flashed across the heavens, illuminating the horde of monsters in mid-air. Their numbers were dense, covering every inch of the sky. Surviving citizens scrambled onto the spaceships, initiating evacuation. As soon as the ships were crammed, they demanded launch. Just then, the child who had tripped earlier made it onto a ship. He asked his mother, "With so many savage beasts in the sky, can the Star Souls win?" Contrary to his words, the sky was filled with enemies everywhere. Their sheer numbers alone were enough to crush the Star Souls. Witnessing the scene before him, Song Yunxiang struggled. He had missed the optimal evacuation window. Even the Star-Lord system was stumped by the sheer number of enemies. It was still analyzing the battlefield so the host could escape. Moments later, it reported, "The system has detected that several transport ships have attracted the enemy's attention." It suggested that Song Yunxiang lure the enemies toward the transport ships and use the opportunity to escape. Clearly, the Star-Lord system prioritized the host's survival above all else. On the nearest transport ship, Song Yunxiang saw the mother and child he'd saved earlier. A moment of hesitation flickered across his face. Song Yunxiang quickly arrived at his own answer: "Use them as bait and run off alone." Song Yunxiang chose to apologize to the Star-Lord system. A true man knows what he should and shouldn't do. This time, Song Yunxiang wouldn't listen to it. Plus, after fighting alone for so many years, Song Yunxiang was tired. As long as humanity kept the flame alive, it would rise again sooner or later. With his mind made up, Song Yunxiang was filled with fighting spirit once more. If he couldn't escape, he chose to do something for those still living. He burned his life force to unleash soul power, recalling his former comrades, those who had entrusted him with the future. Now he could only apologize for failing their expectations. The Star-Lord system incessantly issued life-threatening warnings. Ignoring them, Song Yunxiang chose to give up his life. At that moment, surging soul power shook the Star Soul armor. Inside, Song Yunxiang roared as he burned his remaining life force, only to see the Star Soul armor suddenly transform into a dazzling ball of light, simultaneously firing hundreds of attacks that engulfed the space. Before the savage beasts could comprehend, they were annihilated by the barrage of light. Each ray contained terrifying power that they couldn't resist. Song Yunxiang's life force blazed like a dying candle, illuminating the sky and turning it into a sea of fire that swept away countless space-borne beasts. When it was over, where the Star Soul armor had hovered became a massive crater filled with black smoke. The sky, once teeming with monsters, was suddenly clear. Drifting in the silent void, Song Yunxiang continuously heard his name called. He vaguely opened his eyes, seeing blurry figures urging him to wake up. "Who are you, Song?" Song Yunxiang wondered aloud. In a small room, a young man was fast asleep. He slowly opened his eyes, then jolted awake, his head exploding with questions. Where is this? What's going on? Wasn't he supposed to have perished along with the enemy? But why isn't he dead? Suddenly, the young man froze, looking ahead in shock. The mirror beside the bed reflected the image of the young man. He realized he was wearing the uniform of the Merc Warrior Academy, which made him break out in a sweat, because his appearance now was that of his 18-year-old self, and he was Song Yunxiang, who had just fought to the death with the ferocious beasts. Immediately, Song Yunxiang stood up and looked at the calendar hanging on the wall. The time now was star calendar year 1330. In this moment, time seemed to stop. Stepping outside, Song Yunxiang learned that this place was Tiandu country, in the eastern continent. He wondered, could he have returned to 16 years ago? Yuan Peak City was a medium-sized city located on the border of the southern region of Tiandu country. It was said to have been established 400 years ago by the first principal of the Merc Academy, the Southern Continent Merc Academy, one of the 3 best academies in Tiandu country, specialized in training star soul masters. At this moment, a battle between students was taking place in the Academy's arena. 2 star soul mechs engaged in a fierce close quarters combat, swords clashing with a resounding clang. On the side, countless students cheered enthusiastically. From what he heard, this was a match between Class 10 and Class 7. In a corner of the stands, a young man was watching intently with admiration. He recognized this as the distant Expedition Star Soul form. The blue color was the specialized combat armor of the Merc Academy. This was the first time he had seen it up close, and the more he watched, the more excited he became. It looked so cool. He was Lu Yan, 18 years old, a yellow-rank beginner star soul master, a passionate young man from the Lu family. On the stage, the 2 star soul mechs continued their intense battle. The dual swords swung down, forcing the red star soul mech to use its shield to block. Soon, it had to retreat to keep its distance from the blue mech. Seeing its opponent trying to escape, the blue mech became even more arrogant. As it retreated, the red mech activated its shoulder-mounted gun for a ranged attack. Seeing this, the audience booed and cursed it for playing dirty. Unfazed, the blue mech jumped high to dodge and simultaneously initiated the sword skill. Captivating dance of dual swords. 1 sword in front, 1 behind, it began to spin. The audience was full of anticipation, discussing how this was Class 7's ultimate move. They didn't believe Class 10 could withstand it. The flying, captivating dance stream. The wind slash gradually formed in mid-air. The blue mech transformed into a whirlwind formed by the dual swords, striking out. Unlike the others, Lu Yan shouted, believing that the red mech was luring the blue mech into using its ultimate move, and that the blue mech would probably lose. The people nearby heard him and rebuked him angrily, thinking he was talking nonsense. Seeing that Lu Yan wasn't wearing a student uniform, they guessed he might be a spy and became enraged. With a bang, an earth-shattering killing move exploded on the arena. Parts of a star soul mech fell and scattered. Only then did the students snap back to reality and turn their attention back to the fight. They lamented that Lu Yan had distracted them from seeing the crucial moment. Before their eyes, the mech finished the battle. It placed its sword at the neck of the blue mech, reversing the previous dire situation. The Class 7 audience members held their heads in confusion, quickly turning to Lu Yan to vent their previous anger, only to find that he had disappeared at some point. At the same time, Lu Yan had left the arena and headed to the back of the academy. If he stayed any longer, he would definitely become a target for their anger. Previously, he had asked the old gatekeeper for directions, but now he had absolutely no idea where he had ended up. Everywhere he looked were dead ends, and he couldn't see the big red gate anywhere. After walking a bit further, Lu Yan hit another dead end. He couldn't help but feel speechless, wondering who designed this place. Lu Yan's head was a mess, and he didn't know what to do. Out of options, he used his soul power to strengthen his body. Although it was a bit high, he figured he could probably jump over it. Lu Yan's whole body emitted a golden glow. With a thump, he jumped up dozens of meters, clearing the wall and reaching the other side. A perfect jump that made Lu Yan extremely satisfied. As soon as he looked up, Lu Yan's eyes fell upon a group of female students changing clothes. Lu Yan froze on the spot, staring blankly at them. Coincidentally, a girl in the room who was taking off her clothes also noticed Lu Yan. Speaking of this girl, she's He Yan, 18 years old, the class monitor of Class 10 of the Mecha Academy, a late-stage yellow-tier soul master. The steamy scene made Lu Yan's nose bleed. Facing He Yan, who was both embarrassed and angry, She immediately pulled in her girlfriends to hunt down Lu Yan. In their eyes, Lu Yan was just some perverted peeping Tom. While running, Lu Yan tried to explain, but it was useless. Just like that, he ran around in circles through alleys and back streets. Sure enough, after a few turns, Lu Yan ran headfirst into a dead end, making his eyes practically pop out. This wasn't the first time he found himself in this situation, probably like the 10th. Very quickly, He Yan and the others caught up, radiating killing intent as they closed in on Lu Yan. They didn't want to waste words. They just wanted to beat Lu Yan half to death and hand him over to the dean. All you could hear was pathetic screaming in the corner of the academy. The pained screams echoed throughout the academy. A little later, at the principal's office, in the admin department, Lu Yan was tied up. He was dragged there, his face swollen and bruised from the merciless beating. Here, he finally stated his name, Lu Yan, from the Lu family on the border of Nanzhao, a new student who had passed the entrance exam. Also, he didn't mean to peep. Facing him was Yu Ziting, the academy director, and Xiao Ye, her secretary. Shu Yu Ye read Lu Yan's file. Grade A, second-class aptitude, 97 points in martial arts, passed the exam. Mecha Academy. Father is a retired soldier with a peak yellow tier realm, awarded a third-class merit during his time in the army. With this talent, Yu Ziting considered him a pretty decent sprout. If nothing unexpected happens, he could break through to the profound realm before 20. A mischievous thought flashed in Yu Ziting's mind. She decided to send Lu Qiyan to class 10 with that group of troublemakers. After thinking it through, Yu Ziting told Zhao Yu to arrange his enrollment procedures and admit Lu Yan to the academy. Yu Ziting's look gave Lu Yan the shivers. He felt like something wasn't right. Next, Yu Ziting told them to untie Lu Yan, making He Yan freak out. She was clearly not happy with this super light punishment. Despite Lu Yan's explanation, He Yan had to hold back her dissatisfaction. She was fuming. Moments later, Yu Ziting put Lu Yan in He Yan's class, and, to top it off, put him in her care, leaving him speechless. Without letting Lu Yan interject, Yu Ziting told He Yan to give Lu Yan a tour, and then get his uniform. He Yan was trembling with anger, but she didn't dare to argue, reluctantly agreeing with the director. Once that was settled, Yu Ziting told Xiao Yue to give Lu Yan's file to He Yan. Xiao Yue took out the file and compressed it into a card with some mysterious technique. Then, she handed it to He Yan, telling her to keep it safe because it contained all of Lu Yan's information. Taking it, He Yan glanced at Lu Yan with a murderous look, as if she wanted to dismember him. She spoke in a chilling voice. "Follow me, classmate Lu Yan." Each word was heavy with intent. Faced with this attitude, Lu Yan could only sigh helplessly. He didn't say much more. He Yan bowed in farewell and left. Seeing this, Lu Yan imitated her. The director and secretary didn't say anything else, quietly watching them leave. A little later, Xiao Yue suddenly remembered something. According to the report, a student was missing. It was reported that it was student number 16 of class 10, Song Yunxiang, who had been absent from school for 3 days. Moreover, he couldn't be contacted. Hearing this, Yu Ziting was a bit puzzled. Xiao Yu had just suggested whether she should report it to the higher-ups when she was interrupted. Yu Ziting had an impression of this person. He was that good. For nothing from the Song family in Yunxiang City who only got in through connections. In response, Zhao Yue also confirmed. According to students who had met Song Yunxiang, he asked if today was April 9th, and then they heard him mutter that there were still 3 days left, and then he disappeared. While focusing, Xiao Yue choked because of cigarette smoke, turning to blame Yu Ziting again for smoking in the office. Yu Ziting smiled slightly, puffing another drag from his cigarette. He brazenly blew the smoke right in front of Xiao Yue, making her even more pissed. After bickering for a bit, they finally sorted out the Song Yunxiang situation. According to Yu Ziting, this guy's got a complicated family situation, so they gotta contact his folks first. Outside the academy, He Yan was showing Lu Yan around, pointing out each area. That building on the left is for alchemy and experiments, and the path on the right leads straight to the main teaching building. Tomorrow, Your spirit construct and matrix programming classes are both held there. Trailing behind, Lu Yan wondered where they were headed. Yan replied that she was taking him to the demonstration stage, since there was gonna be a spirit construct practice class this afternoon. Remembering that Lu Yan hadn't changed into his uniform yet, Yan told him not to forget. Since the 10th, call grade instructors hate students who dress however they want. Seeing that Lu Yan wasn't following, Yan turned back, annoyed, urging him to hurry up, only to find Lu Yan staring blankly at something. Lu Yan's eyes were wide open, looking up high. One look, and Yan knew exactly what Lu Yan was gaping at. Talking about the statue in front of them, she said, "That's the mech of a hero from 4,000 years ago, called the Evil Star Spirit Construct, Zahasi. The mech has become a huge statue after all this time. It's been here since the academy was founded. Legend has it, thousands of years ago in the eastern continent, giant ferocious beasts appeared, cold-bloodedly slaughtering humans, devouring all life, intelligence, and civilized artifacts. Humans were helpless against them, nearly facing extinction. At their lowest point, immortals descended from the heavens. Using stars as bones and spirit shells as armor, they summoned external spirit construct avatars, using divine powers to destroy the ferocious beasts. The immortals left behind the power of the spirit construct as Spirit Jade. The Spirit Jade would choose heroes to entrust with the power of the spirit construct, and also teach humans the secret art of spirit cultivation. Those with the talent to practice the secret art are called spirit masters. Gaining the power of spirit masters and spirit constructs, humanity gradually became stronger. Thousands of years ago, a wise man of mankind was able to simulate the magical methods of the immortals and created countless spirit constructs. From then on, countless spirit masters followed the path of becoming heroes, opening up a new continent in the territory ravaged by ferocious beasts. The first dean was chosen by the Evil Star Spirit Construct, Jiaxi. To be a hero, he controlled Jiaxi to capture the South Province for the Tiandu Empire, and established the Nanzhou Mecha Academy 400 years ago. His spirit construct has also turned into Spirit Jade, sealed in this statue to protect the academy, waiting for the next hero to appear. After hearing the story, Lu Yan's eyes lit up, feeling a surge of power within him. All fired up, Lu Yan had found his life's purpose. He swore he'd become a hero, just like the first dean, aiming to be like the Tiandu 8 generals, becoming the strongest spirit construct. As soon as he said that, the Ziha 6 spirit construct suddenly shook, creating a vibration, with the Spirit Jade inside emitting an intense anomaly. This freaked Lu Yan out, and next to him, Yan was just as stunned, staring blankly at Jiaxi. She realized it was a spirit force resonance, wondering if Jiaxi's Spirit Jade was acknowledging Lu Yan. After a while, Lu Yan snapped back to reality, exclaiming to Yan, "Did something just light up? What the heck is going on?" Before Yan could answer, Lu Yan ran over to Jiaxi, placing his hand on it. But the commotion from before was gone. Yan was completely dumbfounded. The first Dean spirit construct is resonating with a goofball like Yan? Could he be Zaha Sin's next host? As soon as she thought of this, Yan immediately dismissed the idea, thinking it was just her imagination. There's no way a spirit construct like Jiaxing would choose someone like Yan. In front, Yan was still contemplating, studying, trying to find the anomaly again. Using his finger, he smeared some spit on the spirit construct to test it. Just then, Yan stomped over, smacking Yan's head hard, scolding him for touching the Ziha Sin statue, and dragged him away to report to the instructor. Yan rubbed his head, not giving up his obsession. Clearly, Ziha had reacted just now. On the high floor, a young man had observed everything that just happened, somewhat surprised that even 16 years later people in the eastern continent still believed the legend of immortals descending. This person was none other than Yunxiang, who had been missing for 3 days. During this time, he had prepared more or less thoroughly. This time, he definitely wouldn't let them sacrifice in vain. The arena echoed with bursts of enthusiastic cheering. The atmosphere here was always like this. On the stage, 2 star soul mechs were battling fiercely, sparks flying from their weapons in dazzling bursts. After a while longer, the blue mech successfully suppressed the red mech, achieving victory. The spectators were all filled with admiration for those on stage. After watching the match, Cheng Yi, the assistant instructor of Class M, asked, "The blue mech was controlled pretty well. Does the instructor want to give it an extra point?" Beside him, Opei showed no approval. Instead, she criticized, "That battle was too chaotic. On a real battlefield, they'd just be dead meat." Hearing this, Cheng Yi didn't dare to refute, his expression turning awkward and strained. Just then, Heiyan led Lu Yan over to report. Wu Pei had heard some information about Lu Yan being a new student beforehand. She glanced over with a questioning look. Seeing this, Lu Yan immediately introduced himself clearly and loudly, looking extremely pressured by the instructor. This scene made Heiyan speechless, and even the instructor had to tell him to stop. To Lu Yan's questioning look, Opei directly expressed her coldness. She didn't like to listen to that kind of nonsense. She immediately changed the next match to Heiyan fighting Lu Yan. This made Lu Yan's jaw drop. He wanted to refuse, but Heiyan didn't want to. Her eyes were already eager to give Lu Yan a beating. Hearing this news, the male students all showed their excitement. They wanted instructor Heiyan to teach the newcomer, Lu Yan, a lesson. Some of them even laughed and reminded Lu Yan to be careful, that their class leader's strength was definitely not below the top 1 or 2 of the school. Cheng Yi couldn't help but feel reluctant about this battle, and asked Lu Yan if he was familiar with controlling a Star Soul mech. Lu Yan replied that he was somewhat familiar, having learned a bit when he was a reserve Star Soul Master. His father, who was in the military, had also taught him a lot. It's just that he hadn't received a Star Soul mech yet. Hearing this, Cheng Yi lent him the Soul Talisman of the Wei Yuan form, telling him to use it temporarily for today's lesson. Just by inputting soul power into the Soul Talisman, he could create a Star Soul mech. Taking it, Lu Yan was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "So this is the Wei Yuan form Star Soul mech created by the Mech Academy." The design, the patterns, Lu Yan felt they were all extraordinary, even more high-end than his father's jade pendant. Seeing this reaction, Cheng Yi was even more speechless. Stepping onto the stage, Heiyan took out her soul talisman and assembled her Star Soul mech. Opposite her, Lu Yan decisively followed suit. Streams of data flashed in mid-air, merging into a blue Star Soul mech and a red Star Soul mech inside. Heiyan couldn't help but smile with delight, confident that she would beat Lu Yan so badly that he'd forget all the images he had seen while peeping earlier. Not to be outdone, Lu Yan cheered Heiyan on, telling her to go all out. On the sidelines, the audience cheered enthusiastically for her, wanting Heiyan to slash Lu Yan's mech to pieces with one strike. It was getting late, and they didn't want to miss dinner. With the HMPH, Heiyan stomped her foot hard and leaped high, charging straight at Lu Yan. Having been on guard, Lu Yan retreated to dodge the sword strike, but immediately, Heiyan continued to pursue, her speed incredibly fast. The two exchanged a few blows, and Lu Yan continued to run away. Following behind, Heiyan taunted, "You were talking so big just now, where did your fighting spirit go?" Paying no attention to her words, Lu Yan kept dodging. Heiyan. It was obvious even to Heiyan was dominating. Even Cheng Yi was disappointed with this fighting style, a new student fighting for the first time but just dodging all over the place. Suddenly, Obei called out to him, "Don't underestimate Lu Kangyan. His footwork looks chaotic, but he always dodges Heiyan's attacks." These words surprised Cheng Yi. Could Lu Kang really be that strong? On the platform, Heiyan had already used her sword, attacking so fiercely that Lu Yan could only use his shield to defend. His steps suddenly faltered backward, clearly showing his disadvantage. The red mech trembled all over, and inside, Lu Yan was struggling with all his might. Sure enough, the suppression of soul power was strong. The gap of 2 realms between soul masters created a significant obstacle. From the audience, some people impatiently urged Lu Yan to fight back. You could say they already knew the battle's outcome. Lu Yan was just a yellow rank beginner. while Haitian was already a yellow rank advanced. He basically couldn't win. The difference of two realms meant the strength and intensity of the mechs differed by at least 4 levels. Knowing he couldn't fight head on, Lu Yan chose to create distance. Anticipating Lu Yan's intention, He Yan used her gun to attack from afar. While using his shield to block, Lu Yan commented, "It seems He Yan isn't good at controlling this long, air-range attack method. It has no threat at all." Feeling looked down upon, He Yan suddenly burst into flames. Since it doesn't hurt or tickle, then don't regret it. The rising anger made He Yan even more serious, unleashing her strongest move. In the audience, the students were also stirred up. They couldn't believe He Yan would use that move. This time, Lu Yan was definitely a goner. Even Cheng Yi stared in disbelief. Certain that Lu Yan couldn't withstand this attack, he saw He Yan leap high into the air, crossing her twin swords as she struck down, her soul power surging unprecedentedly. With the distance close enough, He Yan swung her twin swords, creating 2 streaks of light that intersected in the air. One streak slashed straight down at Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan's mech was smashed into pieces, squealing pathetically. The watching students couldn't help but wince, feeling the pain for Lu Yan. Being taken down by He Yan right after arriving, he was really unlucky. Only Ube remained expressionless, believing the newcomer had already won. These words made Cheng Yi disbelieve his ears. Observing intently, the student next to him couldn't help questioning, thinking Instructor O was joking. The newcomer is clearly beaten to a pulp. In response, Obei told them to look closely. Although the red mech is severely damaged, his sword is pointing directly at the green mech's weak point. According to the rules, Lu Yan wins. He Yan's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the result. Conversely, Lu Yan, though struggling, had a triumphant smile inside his mech. He Yan seemed to lose her mind, stammering and repeating the match result. The watching students were just as stunned. No one thought a newcomer 2 ranks lower could defeat class president He Yan, who was known for her excellence. The usually cold Ube actually cracked a faint smile. Then, she and Cheng Yi stepped down, assessing the battle between He Yan and Lu Yan as the best of the day, so she asked Lu Yan to share his fighting methods. Having waited for this, Lu Yan enthusiastically explained, even feeling it was quite miraculous. He Yan's attacks were too fierce, so he basically had no chance to fight back. He Yan's accuracy was better, and her mech's power and speed were superior. But when Lu Yan paid close attention to He Yan's movements, he noticed she rarely used soul power to increase her speed. Lu Yan guessed that He Yan's soul power might be insufficient, or that her combat habits leaned towards defense. Hearing this, Ubei's gaze towards Lu Yan changed even more. To be able to calmly assess during a battle against a stronger opponent, not bad at all. Lu Yan still didn't stop, continuing that he had created distance and discovered He Yan wasn't good at using soul power, along with noticing He Yan's rather hot-tempered personality, so he deliberately provoked He Yan to fall into his trap. Hearing this, He Yan felt both ashamed and angry, trying to restrain herself, but her whole body still trembled. Unable to listen anymore, He Yan turned and scolded Lu Yan, thinking he just got lucky. Lu Yan didn't care about that and suddenly panicked about something else. His mech was just smashed up, and he was afraid he would have to pay a lot of money. These words made He Yan even more speechless, explaining to Lu Yan that the soul armor summoned by the Soul Master can't actually be destroyed. Recalling, He Yan wasn't mistaken. Mech No. 16 belonged to Song Yunxiang. Thinking of that person, Cheng Yi wasn't very amiable. Song Yunxiang is a good-for-nothing young master. He skips class after 3 minutes. If we don't see him in 3 days, I'll report him as missing. Among the people here, only Lu Yan didn't know the 3 minutes nickname, wondering if it only referred to his performance in bed. Then, he was explained to by the other students. It's said that Song Yunxiang's celestial soul is defective. He can forget about ranking up in this lifetime. Simply put, he's a waste among wastes. The soul armor he summons only lasts 3 minutes. The only reason he got into the Merch Combat Academy is because of connections. Not hearing the gossip, Boy loudly dismissed the students to go eat. The next second, suddenly the sky above the academy went dark. Yan's body involuntarily shivered slightly, even though it was only early evening. What the heck is going on? Before anyone could figure it out, countless rifts suddenly appeared in the sky. From within, a series of gigantic, ferocious beasts began to crawl through. Alarms blared urgently throughout the city. This sound immediately made Boy and his assistant serious. Gradually, the cracks came into view of the students. One by one, the ferocious beasts began to fall from the sky, right above the academy. Some people were so scared that they collapsed to the ground, staring in horror at the scene before them. Chaos erupted everywhere. The ferocious beasts are here. Run! The beast outbreak has started. Ferocious beasts with enormous bodies landed one after another, wreaking havoc everywhere. Lightning scattered in all directions, striking like hungry wolves spotting prey, starting to hunt humans on the ground, throwing the whole city into chaos. Everywhere, relying on their abilities, the ferocious beasts opened their mouths wide, condensing balls of light. Those who were targeted felt like they were doomed, already accepting their death. Sure enough, wherever the balls of light swept, people vanished. Even the large buildings were no exception, being mercilessly destroyed. The beam of light fired from the ferocious beast was unstoppable, shooting straight towards the academy. Relying on his battle experience, Boy called out to Cheng Yi. Understanding the signal, he summoned his spirit armor, using his shield to block the beam of light, defusing the crisis for the academy. Just the shockwave alone blew away quite a few students. It took a while for the attack to stop. Just blocking this one attack, Cheng Yi's mecha was already 73, damaged, and his soul power was only at 20. This was a bit unexpected for Cheng Yi. These ferocious beasts are way too strong. Gradually, the remaining ferocious beasts landed as well. They belonged to the most voracious species. Their stomachs had a compressed space structure, allowing them to eat several times their body size without getting full. Boy began to assess the battlefield. There were about 20 heading directly towards Cheng Yi. He shouted to the students, "Find a place to hide. These enemies are not something you can fight against." At the same time, Cheng Yi was taking advantage of every second to replenish his soul power, rebuilding his damaged mecha. Being asked to leave the battlefield, but Yan and Yan offered to help. Before they could finish speaking, Boy sternly ordered them to carry out his orders. Before Cheng Yi could fully recover, a ferocious beast opened its jaws and lunged. At the critical moment, Boy dashed out at high speed. He summoned his mecha, saving Cheng Yi from danger, directly annihilating the ferocious beast in front of him with one strike. This combat power left both Yan and Yan speechless. Knowing that the Wei Yuan, Sanda-style Bai Si, was Instructor Oyu's specialized mecha, they never expected it to be so powerful. The ferocious beasts weren't brainless, even using flanking tactics from multiple directions. Thanks to Boy's strong combat prowess, she easily spotted and countered, making her wonder if the savage beast's movements had slowed down a bit. From behind, Cheng Yi suggested avoiding the fight, as more and more savage beasts appeared. Relying on just the two of them would probably be a dead end. Boy cut him off, telling Cheng Yi to shut up. They absolutely had to hold these savage beasts back until the reinforcements arrived. All they could see in front of Boy and Cheng Yi were waves of savage beasts surging forward, with the city engulfed in smoke and dust. Seeing this scene, Yan asked Yan in a panic, "What should we do now?" Out of options, Yan chose to listen to the instructor, urging Yan, "Hurry up and leave. With their strength, staying here would just be a burden." Even though he was reluctant, Yan could only obey, and immediately turned back towards the academy. On the way back, he noticed countless points of light in the sky. At the same time, Boy received a signal from command. Xiao Yu reported that reinforcements were arriving, and ordered Boy to form a company, with Boy as the commanding officer. The operational order was to defend the arena, and not let any savage beasts escape. With these words, Boy became even more determined to fight, and began to counterattack the savage beasts, as countless spirit generals descended from above. They weren't instructors, but students from the student council who had come to reinforce them. Already exhausted, Uboi still forced herself to take command, ordering all the mechs to form a formation. The 12 Tiger Wing mechs immediately coordinated with all the spirit generals to set up a defensive line in front of the savage beasts. Speaking of this formation, the main general was in charge of luring the enemy, while the flanks provided support and killed. It could utilize geographical advantages and was suitable for long-term defense. Even the dean had to praise it, saying Uboi was worthy of being called the White Fox on the battlefield. Below the command platform, Xiao Ye was responsible for reporting and monitoring the battlefield. The defensive line was established, and the reinforcements had arrived, so they were just waiting for the signal. Xiao Yue invited Jiyu Ziting to give the next instructions. After hearing this, Jiyu Ziting loudly and sternly shouted, ordering the academy mechs to protect their positions at all costs, trapping all the savage beasts within the encirclement, and to persevere until the savage beast wave ended. Upon receiving the order, Uboi and the students became even more determined to defend this battle. They didn't need to win, just hold the line. One after another, the savage beasts rushed up to attack the academy students, causing them to struggle to resist. The long sword in their hand was grabbed by a savage beast, relying on their multi-armed physique to attack. Claws flashing with lightning struck down, directly blasting away a spirit general that hadn't even fully formed. Another explosion spread out in the middle of the academy, with smoke and dust rising into the air along with dirt and rocks. After the smoke and dust cleared, a savage beast tens of meters tall revealed its body. In front of it, He Yan and Lu Yan were desperately running away. The appearance of the savage beast made things even more difficult for them, with rocks constantly falling behind them, threatening to crush them at any moment. At this speed, it would catch up very quickly. With no other choice, He Yan accepted that she would hold this savage beast back, telling Lu Yan to run towards entrance number 9 underground. Lu Yan's expression was drenched in sweat. He had no idea where it was. He Yan stopped, summoned her mech, and directed Lu Yan's path. Running towards the evil shrine statue, the entrance was right behind it. In an instant, He Yan had summoned a spirit general to block the savage beast, buying time for Lu Yan to run. As he ran, Lu Yan cursed his bad luck. Looking back, He Yan was being fiercely attacked by the savage beast, making him even more worried. He Yan was knocked down, but still shouted with all her might, "Lu Yan, run quickly!" All one could see was Lu Yan's lowered head, grinding his teeth, his fist clenched tightly, and ran forward with all his might. In his heart, Lu Yan was torturing himself. Why was he so useless? Why could he only run away? Why could he only watch others sacrifice for him? If only he had strength, had a spirit soul general. Just thinking about this, a current seemed to run through Lu Yan's head. He remembered the evil shrine statue. Maybe it could help him change the situation. If he was the one chosen by the evil shrine soul jade, he could gain the power of this powerful spirit soul general. The more he thought about it, the faster Lu Yan ran, secretly hoping that He Yan could hold on a little longer. After a while, the evil shrine statue was already in Lu Yan's sight. A faint smile lit up his face. Lu Yan ran and shouted, hoping the headmaster would lend him strength, hoping the spirit soul armor would accept him. But suddenly, Lu Yan stopped, looking ahead in surprise. There was a figure on the evil shrine statue. What the hell is going on? Moreover, this figure just destroyed the evil shrine statue and took out an object. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the soul jade of the evil shrine spirit soul general. The figure looked at Lu Yan, giving a mischievous smile. Lu Yan was so surprised that he couldn't speak, pointing at the figure and questioning his identity. He saw the young man on the evil shrine softly replying, "I am Song Yunxiang, I'm back." Streams of memories flooded Song Yunxiang's mind. He apologized to those he couldn't save, the instructors and students of the Mecha Academy, those who once looked down on him, the loving elders, the brothers in the Xuanjia guards, the important people, the unbeatable enemies, everyone Song Yunxiang had ever met, including the inner demons that had plagued him for decades. They were like invisible hands grabbing him tightly. After a cracking sound, Song Yunxiang's eyes widened, shining with bright light. From his room, a dazzling light radiated and then faded away. Song Yunxiang sat on the bed, his whole body emitting white smoke. He finally broke through the peak of the Huang realm. In just 3 days, he broke through 4 realms consecutively. The speed could be said to be astonishing. For a body with a still defective heavenly soul, it was extremely exaggerated. Unfortunately, his time was running out. Faced with 10,000 unbeatable enemies, Song Yunxiang chose to self-destruct, going down with them. But unexpectedly, he was reborn and returned to 16 years ago. And he, 16 years ago, because of the defective heavenly soul, was a useless trash abandoned by the family. His dad, to protect his son, sent him to this mecha academy. At that time, Song Yunxiang didn't understand his father's intention, relying on his identity as a young marquis, living a dissolute life. Later, the mecha academy was attacked by fierce beasts, the Song family was wiped out, and Tiandu country fell. Under the assistance of the Star-Lord system, Song Yunxiang escaped death countless times. The Star-Lord system was created by some wise man, which Song Yunxiang accidentally obtained in his previous life, not only possessing some incredible abilities, but also the ability to copy the spirit soul generals of others. Out of nowhere, it followed him to rebirth. As Song Yunxiang thought, he called out to the Star-Lord system to check the current situation. Ding! With a single chime, it finished scanning. Song Yunxiang was still in a state of deficient celestial soul, without a star soul avatar yet. Although he didn't know why the system had come along for the ride, it was perfect timing. All the previous accumulation Song Yunxiang had gained had vanished, and he had to start all over again. The day he was reborn was April 9th, and tonight, September 11th, the Combat Arts Academy would be attacked. During these 3 days, he relied on the alchemy techniques he had learned in his previous life in the southern continent, continuously breaking through from yellow rank initial stage to yellow rank peak. In his previous life, it took him until he was 50 to get a rebirth pill to heal his celestial soul. Although it was cured, it still left side effects in his body, not only trapping him at the saint rank, unable to break through, his combat only achieved 20% of its potential, and he had to rely on the soul-replenishing pill to replenish his strength. Now, if he could just concoct a rebirth pill, he could completely recover his celestial soul without any side effects. Afterwards, Song Yunxiang went to Yuanding City, the eastern center, and stopped at the southern Xiao pharmacy. Previously, he had pre-ordered heavenly dragon roots, and when he checked, the staff reported that they didn't have them yet. Now they had new stock, which caught him a little off guard, with no choice but to head back out. 16 years ago, not only were alchemists scarce, but alchemy techniques were also very underdeveloped. In the southern continent, heavenly dragon roots were worth their weight in gold, but here they were so easily obtainable. All he needed to find was the last medicinal ingredient, and he could heal his celestial soul. That way, even if he couldn't completely heal it, the Star Soul avatar used for the distant might stance could still push back the dire beasts. Tonight, there were still a few hours between now and when he would get the heavenly dragon roots. Song Yunxiang then went to the combat arena to set up a few formations to deal with the dire beasts, hoping to minimize casualties at the academy as much as possible. Based on his memories from his previous life, Song Yunxiang set up many formations along the way. All the knowledge he had learned in the northern continent, which was probably 100 years ahead of this eastern region. Unfortunately, his current cultivation was too low, and he could only create formations that would slow down the dire beasts' speed and movements. Just then, the sound of conversation below caught his attention. It turned out to be He Yan and Lu Yan. On their way to report, they were accidentally attracted by the Star Soul Avatar's calligraphy and stopped to watch. At that time, He Yan had recounted the legend of the immortals descending to Earth and the origin of the academy. Looking at the calligraphy, Song Yunxiang couldn't help but laugh at himself. Back then, in his previous life, he had also run up to the calligraphy like a stray dog, begging it for power, but received no response at all. This time was different though. He saw Song Yunxiang summon the Star-Lord system and scan the painting in front of him. Ding! With a chime, the system detected that the Star Soul Avatar's soul jade was unowned, and he could forcefully take it. That was when the abnormal phenomenon occurred, causing the calligraphy to glow, creating a misunderstanding for He Yan and Lu Yan. Above, Lu Yan asked the system if it could copy the Star Soul Avatar's Soul Jade. The system responded, "The Soul Jade is unowned, it cannot be copied, but it can be placed into the system space, and after finding an owner, copying can be performed." Hearing this, Song Yunxiang wasn't in a hurry. To avoid causing chaos, he chose to wait until the dire beasts attacked before taking the Soul Jade. Just then he received a message. The heavenly dragon roots had arrived. After arranging everything, he returned to the pharmacy to pick up the goods, needing to quickly concoct the rebirth pill to restore his celestial soul. This time, he wouldn't let anyone sacrifice themselves in vain again. On the way, Song Yunxiang unintentionally saw a familiar figure, was a little puzzled. But he immediately dismissed the thought, how could that person possibly be here? Even so, he still carefully asked the system to scan that person. A second later, his eyes changed. He could see the other person's soul power that was gathering in the dantian inside their chest. This showed that they practiced the kind of cultivation that only existed up north. Someone from Dilun country, huh? Song Yunxiang knew this country well. It's the neighboring country that borders the northern side of the Tiandu kingdom, and also one of the 3 countries that inherited the orthodox culture of the eastern continent. In his past life memories, about 3 years from now, the war-loving Dilun country broke the balance that existed before and launched an all-out war of invasion against the Tiandu kingdom. Gradually, other countries got dragged into the war. This eventually became the fuse that destroyed the eastern continent. Song Yunxiang wondered, why would someone from Dilun country show up here at this time? Could it be that there was something that he didn't know about? At the Nanzhao branch of the great medicine shop in Yuanding City, Song Yunxiang was greeted enthusiastically by a maid, who kept introducing him to products that only they had. In response, he told her that he came to pick up a pre-ordered item. Remembering this, the girl apologetically invited Song Yunxiang to wait in the VIP area. Going back inside, the maid quickly brought a price list for the materials, totaling 130,000 Tiandu coins, minus the 20 deposit that leaves. Not letting the girl finish, Yunxiang interrupted, rummaging through his pockets while telling her he didn't have enough cash. This made the girl awkward. Apologizing to Yunxiang, she said they only accepted cash. Not correcting her, Yunxiang pulled out a series of pills from his compression card, saying that he wanted to sell these to them. The maid still forced a smile, refusing, but a second later, her eyes widened at the pills in front of her. She exclaimed in shock, "Could this be a life-prolonging pill? A tier 3 pill? And there's also a spirit-gathering pill. The quality is even higher than what our shop's grandmaster makes." Picking them up, the girl couldn't help but sigh in amazement. There were some she couldn't even recognize. Not daring to decide on her own, the girl suggested bringing them to the head shopkeeper for his opinion. Very willing, Yunxiang agreed, and also asked the girl if he could borrow the alchemy room for a bit. About that, the girl confirmed they had one, but because the shop didn't have a resident alchemist, it had been abandoned for a long time. "No problem," Yunxiang said. "I just need a place where I can isolate soul power fluctuations." Just like that, Yunxiang followed the girl to a secret chamber. Just like the girl said, the pill furnace inside was covered in cobwebs. Yunxiang couldn't help but complain, "This thing looks like crap." It really is an antique from 60 years ago. Too bad it's broken, or I'd give it a try. Sighing, Yunxiang decided to use the methods from the future. Luckily, when he was in the southern continent, he followed the spirit race to learn void alchemy, which, when combined with fusion formations, meant he could make pills without a pill furnace. After setting it up, Yunxiang waved his hand to activate the formation, fusing the 4 directions. A series of overlapping light rings appeared. Following that, he took out some of the materials he had acquired from his compression card. Among them, the most important ingredient was the heavenly dragon marrow. Just like that, it was thrown into the center of the formation by Yunxiang. From the outside, it was impossible to see the strange phenomena inside. Occasionally, a few strong beams of light would shine out, but they didn't attract any attention. At the same time, the maid had gone to the head shopkeeper's room, recounting everything that had just happened. A customer wants to use pills as collateral for medicinal ingredients, and there's even one pill that I couldn't recognize. Holding the pill in his hand, the head shopkeeper wasn't too surprised, slowly checking the quantity until he recognized the natural fire pill. Then his expression became shocked, and he abruptly asked the girl, "Are you sure that customer wants to sell these pills?" Before the girl could finish speaking, he was already eager to find that guest. Recalling it, the girl suddenly remembered that the pill furnace was broken. She quickly salvaged the situation by judging that Yunxiang was so young that he couldn't possibly know how to refine pills. Perhaps he just wanted to find a soundproof place to talk. At this time, Yunxiang was still diligently operating the formation. After the command, he obtained a pill radiating a brilliant golden light. This was a tier 6 pill, a regeneration pill. Seeing that its quality was top grade, Yunxiang considered it barely acceptable. He then directly swallowed it and sat down to refine it. The effects of the tier 6 pill immediately took effect. Yunxiang's soul veins gradually recovered bit by bit. Outside, the head shopkeeper and the girl waited in silence. 2 hours passed without any movement. The shopkeeper anxiously asked again, "Are you sure that guest is inside?" The girl reluctantly confirmed, because there was some kind of formation inside that prevented the door from being opened from the outside. After a while longer, the door slowly opened. Yunxiang's expression was a bit tired, but he broke into a smile when he saw the people outside, certain in his heart that they had taken the bait. Seeing him, the head shopkeeper was extremely polite, cupping his hands in greeting, a living legend. He glanced at Yunxiang and began to assess him. Seeing Yunxiang's clothes, which seemed to be the attire of the Xuan Academy, and that he could take out so many precious pills, he implicitly judged that the person in front of him might be a young master of some family, or that he had a powerful alchemy master behind him. Opposite him, Yunxiang also cupped his hands in return and asked if the head shopkeeper was satisfied with the pills he provided. Obviously, the other party was not only satisfied but extremely satisfied. He then took out a red pill and asked if it was the legendary Tier 5 pill. Yunxiang, in a polite tone, praised the other party for his discerning eye, further increasing the rapport between them. Even so, the head shopkeeper was still incredulous, personally asking Yunxiang again if he really wanted to sell this pill to them. Confirming this, Yunxiang used the excuse that he was a little short on money and asked him to name a price. According to the head shopkeeper, the blood ignition pill could allow a star soul master below the earth rank to directly increase by one minor realm. If used during the perfection stage of a realm, it could directly break through the bottleneck of a major realm. If taken to auction, it would definitely fetch a more suitable price. Not caring about this, Yunxiang insisted that the other party name a price. Just waiting for this, the head shopkeeper didn't beat around the bush and started totaling the price of each pill. They agreed to pay 300,000 yuan for the blood ignition pill. The others couldn't compare, totaling 440,000 yuan. Finishing the calculation, the head shopkeeper chuckled, willing to round up the 440,000 yuan to 500,000 to befriend Yunxiang. Yunxiang's eyes saw through everything. He knew that this old man saw that he was young and wanted to make him think he was getting a good deal. He guessed that the next step would be to probe the source of these pills. Thinking this through, Yunxiang pretended to be deep in thought. Seeing this, the head shopkeeper added and expressed his difficulty. They could only sell these pills for 600,000 yuan, and paying 500,000 was already the limit he could authorize. If he wasn't satisfied, he could only offer some tens of thousands of yuan worth of medicinal herbs as a gift. Yunxiang let out a soft "oh," denying that he had meant that. He also mentioned that he was from Juan Prefecture. Finishing his words, he took out 2 more blood ignition pills and gave them to the other party, telling him to round it up to 1 million yuan. As expected, this shocked the head shopkeeper and the girl even more. They inadvertently assumed that Yunxiang had an unparalleled alchemy master behind him. Recalling Yunxiang's mention of Juxian Prefecture, the old head shopkeeper unconsciously remembered Marquis Jushan, one of the 8 generals of Tiandu. Could the person in front of him be a young master of a noble family in the southern continent? Seeing them so stunned, Yunxiang was secretly pleased. In his heart, he thought that this bait was probably enough to hook the big fish behind this medicine shop. This head shopkeeper, Hong Feng, was 90% likely a descendant of a branch family of the Hong Merchant Guild, the power behind the great medicine hall in the southern continent. In Yunxiang's memories of his previous life, the Hong Merchant Guild was one of the 3 major merchant guilds of the eastern continent. It controlled 70% of the market share in the medicinal herb and alchemy industry in Tiandu country. The complexity and intricacy of the Hong family behind it, in both political and commercial circles, accumulated over generations, was not only incredibly wealthy, but also had a terrifying network of connections and resources. In this life, in order to prevent the future beast tide, Yunxiang not only had to quickly increase his combat power, but also had to build his own power. Money, connections, and resources. All 3 were indispensable. The Hong Merchant Guild, this big fish, he would choose it to exploit. As expected, after taking out 2 more blood ignition pills, the shopkeeper's attitude changed even more, inviting Yunxiang to a private room for a chat. In the manager's room, Yunxiang received the payment of 1 million yuan and was even exempted from the cost of the Heavenly Dragon Spur. When Yunxiang asked about it, the shopkeeper adamantly refused, saying it wasn't anything valuable. He even said 30,000 was nothing, and he would personally cover it, giving it to Yunxiang for free. Well, since that's the case, Yunxiang wasn't going to be shy and accepted it. Then, the shopkeeper told a waiter to bring a gold card with the number 3 on it from under the counter. He addressed Yunxiang's confusion and mentioned their Southern Continent Grand Pharmacy. Turns out, it's a property under the Hong Merchant Guild. This card is a platinum-level Jade Amulet membership card. With it, you get platinum-level member benefits and discounts at any store under the Hong Merchant Guild. He said it was just a small token of his appreciation for Yunxiang. After chatting a bit more, Yunxiang said goodbye and headed back. Once he left, the female waiter piped up. Looking at how polite the shopkeeper was, he probably recognized that young man's background. He responded that he heard Yunxiang mention the 9 Serenity Marquis Manor, and that young master's last name was Song, and the 9 Serenity Marquis is one of the 8 generals of Heavenly Capital, also surnamed Song. If he wasn't mistaken, that was a young master from the Song family in Southern Continent. The 8 generals of Heavenly Capital, Saint Stage powerhouses, that's top-tier combat power in Heavenly Capital. But even though Saint Stage powerhouses are rare, they aren't as valuable as the Grade 5 alchemist behind this young master Song. Hearing that, the girl was still a bit skeptical, because Grade 5 alchemists are super rare across the continent. But Grade 5 pills can occasionally be found in ruins or ancient tombs. To clear things up, the shopkeeper said that he had just checked the extreme quality of the blood ignition pill, and it was definitely a newly refined pill. He then told the waiter to report to the 4th miss that they had a lead on the Grade 5 alchemist they were looking for. Meanwhile, Yunxiang was walking along, thinking about the card in his hand. He accidentally bumped into a girl and froze in his tracks. Countless memories flooded back like a rushing river. Without thinking, Yunxiang turned around and grabbed the girl's hand, yelling, "Hey, Tan!" The girl was caught off guard and turned around, only to see Yunxiang looking flustered, stuttering in disbelief. It really was her. At the same time, the system announced that it detected Yunxiang making contact with a Spirit Soul General holder and quickly completed the replication of the Spirit Soul General, Lu Bu. Speaking of Tan, she's a female assassin from the mysterious Taiyuan organization, and she possesses the Spirit Soul General, Lu Bu. In his previous life, Yunxiang and she wouldn't meet until 3 years later. Back then, she was already a quasi-Saint Stage powerhouse, following Taiyuan's ridiculous beliefs. With Lu Bu, she had unparalleled combat strength, and forcibly interfered in the wars between nations, preventing the human race from destroying itself. In his previous life, Yunxiang was a mess until he met Tan on the battlefield. After a few near-death experiences, they got together. Back when they were alive, Yunxiang asked her about her name, Tan. Wondering if it was her real name, or just a codename in Taiyuan. According to her, Taiyuan's grand prophecy elder predicted that wind and rain were coming, so Taiyuan named her Tan, predicting she was destined to be the one to shield them from the wind and rain. Back to the present, Yunxiang held Tan's hand tightly, accidentally copying the spirit soul general Lu Biyu. Looking at her, Yunxiang saw that Tan looked much more pure and innocent compared to the Tan he remembered from 3 years later. Yunxiang was completely captivated, unaware that a dagger had already appeared in Tan's hand. She yanked her hand away, demanding to know who he was and how he knew her. As she spoke, Tan swung her dagger, attacking, but Yunxiang easily blocked the attack, moved behind her, and quickly calmed her down, saying he wasn't a bad guy. This made Tan even more confused about how Yunxiang knew Taiyuan's assassination techniques. Ignoring that for now, Yunxiang realized Tan was being followed. Before he could finish speaking, Tan kneed him right in the groin. A sharp pain shot through him, and Yunxiang's eyes widened. He collapsed to the ground, trembling. The people following her caught up and quickly chased after Tan. Seeing that, Yunxiang stuck his foot out, sending one of them sprawling face first into the dirt. He sat up, pissed off, and started cursing out Yunxiang. The others, even though they were annoyed, still prioritized the main objective and urged him to hurry up. Just then, Yunxiang stood up and started making trouble with them. "You think you can just bump into your young master and walk away?" The group grumbled, saying that Yunxiang was the one who bumped into them first. Quickly, they figured Yunxiang and Tan were in cahoots. Stopping their comrades, the calmest one stepped up to Yunxiang and claimed to be a secret agent of Tiandu. He suspected Yunxiang was an accomplice of a wanted suspect, so they were going to detain him. Yunxiang's eyes subtly darted around, realizing they weren't really from the secret agency. Even so, Yunxiang calmly played along, pretending to bump into someone from the same organization by chance. He pulled out a name card from his pocket and recited the 5 words, Yao Sha Huang, second class. This made the group look at each other in confusion, wondering if this was some kind of secret code used by Tiandu's secret agents. Immediately changing his attitude, the leader cupped his fist in a respectful greeting towards Yunxiang. Yunxiang returned the gesture, identifying himself as a lower agent from the Manhwa secret agency, ID number 5418. While talking to the leader, he subtly gestured behind his back, telling his subordinate to go ahead while he dealt with the situation here. Even though he knew nothing about the secret agency, he still pretended to be super professional, recounting how they just saw Yunxiang making contact with the target. Hoping Yunxiang could explain, Yunxiang's eyes narrowed, and he retorted without a single slip-up, "No freaking way!" He asked if she was the female assassin from Taiyuan, and that the Manhwa secret agency had been following this target for a while, even blaming them for screwing things up. He arrested someone. This made the other party even more pensive. He didn't think Yunxiang knew the girl was from Taiyuan. Convinced that Yunxiang was from the Manhwa secret agency, he recalled the intelligence didn't mention the girl being followed by the secret agency. To avoid troubles, he decided to lure Yunxiang into the encirclement and deal with him together. After thinking that, he invited Yunxiang to take action together, exchanging information about the task while on the way. Very willingly, Yunxiang planned to notify his superiors, but he was immediately stopped by this guy, who gave the reason that there were suspected spies hiding within the secret agency, so this operation was unannounced, to avoid affecting their netting process. The word netting caught Yunxiang's attention, and he pressed to ask if they had set up a trap. As they moved, he recounted some events, that they were just pretending to chase the female thief to lure her into the trap. After listening, Yunxiang said a few words of admiration. He secretly cursed these stupid people who wanted to impersonate the secret agency in his heart. In front of him, they might as well be carrying coals to Newcastle. In his previous life, Yunxiang had been a commander of the Shuangxing Guard in Tiandu, and had no idea how many times he had talked to the secret agency. While moving, Yunxiang scanned the other party's body and discovered that the soul power was condensed in the Dantian, and these people really belonged to Dilun Nation, just like the black-clothed people who had been near the Jiwu Institute before. Yunxiang had not expected before that the people of Dilun Nation had infiltrated like this. Suddenly, Yunxiang's eyes widened as if he understood something. In his previous life, the Jiwu Institute of Nanzhao was destroyed in a beast tide, and the Soul Jade and Star Soul General were torn apart and disappeared. Could it be related to these spies of Dilun Nation? On the way, Yunxiang saw a stall selling candied hawthorns. It was Tan's favorite thing. Without hesitation, Yunxiang stopped and bought all the candies in the stall before continuing on the road, not forgetting to test if they were sour first. After walking for a while, the person from Dilun Nation asked Yunxiang's name, only to see Yunxiang slightly smirk and introduce himself as Cheng Yi, not knowing that in the academy, Ubei's secretary was sneezing constantly because of this. Outside the suburban forest, Tan had been caught up by the mysterious people. Here, she was blocked wherever she ran. After a while, they had formed a circle. Tan landed on the ground. Tan struggled to survey her surroundings. Stepping out in front of her was an old geezer with a sly grin. He'd been waiting here for ages. At his word, a whole formation system was activated, covering the whole area. Then, a bunch of dudes in black showed up in her line of sight. Plus, there were quite a few soul spirit generals slowly moving in, showing they'd planned this out real good. Tan was trapped in their circle. Almost no way out. They'd also gathered all the intel on Tan, including the fact that she has the soul spirit general, Lu Bu. The old guy was reading it all out loud, laughing like a maniac. Slowly, the dudes in black closed in, triumphantly telling Tan to just give up. This place was blocked off by a spatial formation. No escaping now. With Tan being so pretty, might as well let them have some fun first. As soon as he said that, a dagger went straight through that minion's head. Instant kill. Tan looked over and asked if he had fun. Stunned for a sec, the rest of the group got mad and charged forward, wanting revenge for their buddy. As for the old guy, he just stood there quietly, observing, not doing anything. A second later, Song Yunxiang and that Dilun Kingdom guy stepped into the formation too. Activating this thing meant their target was locked in. As he walked, Yunxiang was checking out the spatial formation. It was like a grade 5 barrier space, able to seal off sound and battle effects from the outside. Looking at those imposing soul spirit generals, he figured, these are Guardian Army mechs. Looks like these guys snuck in through some back channels in Jingtian capital and got their hands on soul spirit amulets. Just like that, the guy leading Yunxiang went up to the old man to report, calling him boss. Up ahead, the battle was super intense. The old man's minions were fiercely attacking Akari Tan, but still couldn't break through. During the fight, she saw Yunxiang standing on the enemy's side and frowned. Yunxiang barely finished waving before a dagger came flying straight at him. Slightly surprised, Yunxiang grabbed the guy next to him and used him as a shield. The unlucky guy's eyes nearly popped out. Yunxiang shouted loudly, Tan, you gotta say it's dangerous first. He's not with these guys. Tan ignored him, doubling down, wondering just who Yunxiang was. With clearly only Huang grade cultivation, yet he could dodge her attacks. On Yunxiang's side, he, his dad, and the old man just stared at each other. After a few breaths, the old man spoke in a cold voice. Who are you? Tell us your name. The subordinate near him whispered. Reporting in, this kid claims to be the dark operative from the Micha Tea of southern Nanzhao. Just hearing that, the old man thought of Yunxiang as small fry, a random unlucky one. Once they were done with that girl over there, they would take the chance and deal with him too. The battle dragged on. Countless of the old guy's minions were being wiped out by Tan, but the 4 soul spirit generals didn't make a move, quietly spectating. One of them lost patience, drew his sword, and charged in for a surprise attack. Tan's eyes flashed coldly as she glanced over. She bounced high and backwards, dodging the powerful slash. Mid-air, she summoned her spirit general, shouting, Gao Shuang. As she finished, the core's essence from the void manifested, enveloping Zan's body. Streams of glittering data then gradually took the shape of a spirit general. Each part became clearer and clearer. Before long, it solidified into a physical form. A majestic spirit general, wielding a war spear, just waiting for this. A gay Zan spun her weapon, gathering momentum, then unleashed a direct blow at the spirit general in front of her, directly obliterating the opponent. This scene horrified the remaining goons. Even so, they couldn't back down. A second later, another one charged towards A, Zan yelling, not flinching at all. Zan swung her spear horizontally, striking the opponent's waist. Right then, the remaining two also lunged, attempting a sneak attack. Receiving a warning, Zan abruptly switched directions backwards. The two attackers were caught off guard and hastily switched from offense to defense. It's just that the difference in combat power was too great. Even though they tried their best to block, Zan kicked them away like cannonballs. The force of the impact swept through the forest. Seeing the situation was dire, all the black, robed subordinates were mobilized. They eagerly charged forward, summoning mecha to surround Zan, far more numerous than before. Inside, Lu Biyu kept issuing danger warnings to Zan, because relying on herself, she almost couldn't win. While referencing Akasi, Zan accidentally noticed Yunxiang's direction, that old geezer. At the same time, Yunxiang spoke up. They're causing such a ruckus in the outskirts of Yuanding City. Aren't they afraid of being discovered by the city guard? The black-robed leader chuckled smugly. A level 5 spatial barrier formation has already been set up here. Even if the heavens and earth were to shatter, the outside wouldn't notice a thing. Hearing this, Yunxiang thought it made sense, which made him feel relieved. The black-robed man secretly took out a weapon compression card from his hand. Suddenly, he swung his sword and slashed at Yunxiang unexpectedly, implying he'd be sending Yunxiang to hell early. Having been alert from the beginning, Yunxiang easily dodged. Using his high speed to circle behind the black-robed man, he stabbed the skewer through his neck. Right in your head, you walnut brain. The black-robed man couldn't believe his end. His eyes widened in shock. Yunxiang continued, "You mean I can rest assured that I can eliminate them here?" Hearing this, the old man was shocked, stuttering, and ordering his subordinates to eliminate Yunxiang. Following his words, a group of black-robed men charged towards Yunxiang. Not even bothering to look, he calmly took out a weapon compression card to counterattack. With incredible skill, each sword stroke claimed a life, completely outclassing this group of people. Suddenly, Yunxiang's eyes flashed coldly as he thought of something. The black-clad goons, and there were a lot of them, were chasing Yunxiang again. He wasn't about to stand and fight. He just wanted to make some distance. He was booking it while spamming the system. Yo, Star-Lord system, can you hack this formation or what? And wouldn't ye know it, the system could. It was instantly diving in, analyzing the setup. 2-layer structure detected. Outer layer. Rank 5 spatial folding formation, like a freaking barrier. Inner layer. Rank 4 soul-locking star imprisonment formation. Hacking complete in T-125 seconds. Meanwhile, Tan was still kicking butt, taking down each enemy like it was nothing. But quantity was starting to beat quality, and the longer it went on, the more Tan's soul Proforce was getting drained. Girl was huffing and puffing hardcore. Down below, the old geezer straight up ignored Yunxiang and started obsessing over the Lu Biyu mecha. Seeing his chance, the old man ordered his peeps to activate the formation to nab Lu Biyu. And suddenly, there were all these patterns popping up around Tan. Before she could even figure out what was up, a whole bunch of chains blasted out of the patterns, totally binding the spirit. Car General, every part of her was locked down tight, no wiggle room whatsoever. She was wriggling like crazy, but it wasn't doing squat. Tan was cussing out the chains like there was no tomorrow. After giving it her all and still getting nowhere, Tan was like, fine, I'll just spirit release the mecha. But she was majorly freaked out because even that wasn't working. The old dude just cackled. This soul-locking star imprisonment formation is specifically designed to catch spirit generals. We got it from some ancient civilization ruins. Trying to escape by spirit releasing? Not gonna happen. Then he told his goons to start forcibly extracting Lu Bu's soul, Pristone data. Getting the signal, the mechs all pulled out these cylindrical gizmos, which opened up into needle, like points aimed at Tan's back and blasted out some weird light. It slowly enveloped Tan's mecha, making her struggle even harder. The mechs behind her were all smug, talking smack about how Tan offed so many of their buddies, and how she wasn't going to be doing anything this time around. Right then, the light converged, and the spirit, Cho General, showed up not too far away. The black-clad mechs didn't even know what was going on when a bolt of lightning came out nowhere, slicing through their mechs. A few unlucky chumps got toasted on the spot. At the same time, the chains holding Lu Bu shattered. The weapon extracting the soul jade got impaled by Lu Bu's spear. This all went down way too fast. Tan was all kinds of shocked and confused, just staring. Then she saw another Lu Bu spirit general standing right next to her, like, what? And inside that spirit general, none other than Yunxiang. He was all cheeky, telling Tan to hurry it up because he only had 3 minutes. Only Tan's Lu Bu spirit general was still standing there like a total deer in the headlights. Inside the mecha, Tan's expression was just pure shock, like she couldn't believe her eyes. No way this can be happening. How can there be another Lu Bu? Suddenly, Song Yunxiang's spirit general thrust his spear straight at Chobo Tan, making her scream in fright. Totally caught off guard, looking closer, Yunxiang's spear actually pierced through Tan's waist, aimed right for the sneak attacker behind her. This spear hit the mecha's weakest point, instantly wiping out the black-clothed dude inside. No escape, gently activating soul energy into the weapon. Yunxiang turned the enemy mech into raw data. Poof! Gone. Even the black-clothed guy inside just turned into a puddle of blood. Yikes. Even Yunxiang was surprised by this. Exploded into a bloody mist like that. Guess he needs to dial it down a bit next time. Tan summoned her war spear. Pointing it at Yunxiang, she questioned, "Just who the heck are you?" Followed by a barrage of questions about Spirit General's quote. What kind was Yunxiang using, and why was it so similar to hers? Yunxiang dodged the questions, reassuring Tan, "At least I'm not your enemy. I'll explain later. For now, let's team up and deal with these mechs." Looking at the situation, Tan just huffed, like, fine, whatever. Before she could even react, Yunxiang was already in the thick of it. Each spear strike super skilled and precise, slicing enemies in half. This made Tan even more stunned. This kid's moves are insane. Every single attack hit the enemy's weak spot. No mistakes whatsoever. With a slight twirl of his spear, Yunxiang destroyed the enemy's mech, the spearhead piercing the body inside. After a few tries, Yunxiang found just the right amount of force, so the black-clothed dudes weren't completely obliterated. Mission accomplished. Yunxiang casually flicked the corpse off his spear. Just then, one guy saw an opening and jumped up high, swinging down his weapon. Yunxiang didn't even hesitate. Yunxiang raised his spear high, stabbing the guy straight in the chest, sending another unlucky dude crashing into the forest. Tan's side wasn't going so smoothly. The fighting was intense. While one guy kept Tan pinned down, another attacked from behind. Seeing this, Tan burst out her power, spinning her war spear, and taking them both out in one go. The downside, this made Tan pant, totally exhausted. While taking a breather, she glanced over at Yunxiang, only to see him calmly stabbing each enemy right in the chest. For Tan, this wasn't something a Huang Ta-tier cultivator could pull off. Plus, Yunxiang was using the most basic move, stabbing the enemy's energy core with pinpoint accuracy, controlling his soul energy perfectly. Knowing the enemy spirit general's structure, and executing complex moves so fluidly and decisively, the more Tan looked, the more Yunxiang seemed like a veteran with decades of combat experience. Yunxiang, full of fighting spirit, said coldly, "One last one." As he spoke, he headed towards the mecha that had been spectating from the beginning. Seeing this, the opponent jumped in surprise. Inside was the old geezer who was the leader, his eyes wide with tenfold horror, never imagining there would be 2 Lu Bus, and monsters at that, ruining all his plans. As he walked, Yunxiang shouted for him to kneel and surrender. Pushed to the extreme, the old man lost his mind. Unable to believe the truth before him, he charged desperately, wanting to pierce through Yunxiang. Gripping his spear tightly, Yunxiang unleashed a devastating heavy punch, shattering the opponent's arms. Losing his balance, the old man somersaulted and crashed headfirst into the ground. Still cursing and scolding, Yunxiang was merely in front of him. Yunxiang already had his weapon pressed against his neck. Tu Lu Bu's, divine and unmatched, while he was like an ant, easily crushed. His prestige plummeted. Sparing his life, Yunxiang began to interrogate him, impersonating honeycomb people, sneaking into the heavenly capital, and even obtaining the sole general of the Guardian Army. What exactly is the goal of you, Dilun trash? Hearing that these people were from Dilun, Tan was taken by surprise. This left Yunxiang speechless. He didn't think Tan really believed these people were honeycomb from heavenly capital. So awkward, Tan snorted coldly and turned away. The exposed old man was even more furious, wanting to know how Yunxiang knew, but then gave up. He became agitated, shouting, "Long live the general!" and trying to self-destruct. Tan was startled and tried to run, but Yunxiang didn't even bat an eye. Trying to self-destruct on Song Yunxiang, not a chance. As he spoke, he waved his hand, releasing resonant soul force waves. Tan was seeing this technique for the first time and never expected it to suppress the opponent's self-destruction. While suppressing the enemy, Yunxiang clenched his fist. "Get the hell out of my face!" Yunxiang roared in anger, finishing his sentence with a heavy punch, forcefully blasting away the old man's mecha, causing it to disintegrate. The old man fell from high above, eyes wide, plunging headfirst into the ground. Having dealt with the mecha, Yunxiang was also exhausted. The old man who fell to the ground was motionless, lying in the pit, his life hanging by a thread. Yunxiang grabbed his head, squeezing his cheeks to force his mouth open. Based on his memories, he knew the old man hid poison behind his teeth to commit suicide when faced with adversity. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, the old man was a subordinate of Ye Wang. These words shocked the old man, and he questioned Yunxiang. How do you know about Ye Wang? The general beside Tan also exclaimed, "Ye Wang?" questioning, could it be the king of mercenaries? He commanded the 330,000 remnants of Su Ren's destroyed Taihei Sword City. Taihei, who possessed the Star Spirit General, Kanjiang, the Nightnet. Based on what Yunxiang knew from his previous life, the Nightnet led the remnants of Taihei, using the identity of mercenaries to join the Dilun army. In the following years, he was always on the front lines of the invasion of Tiandu country. In his previous life, Yunxiang, as a Xuanjia guard, had fought him several times on the battlefield, but in his previous life, his soul meridians were flawed, and he was no match for him. Recalling the sword scar left by the Nightnet on his left eye, Yunxiang's pain began to throb again. Hearing this, Zan was completely confused. Yunxiang clearly didn't have a scar on his face. Setting that aside, Yunxiang instructed Zan to take the old man back to Taiyuan for interrogation. Suddenly, Zan's eyes narrowed slightly. Full of vigilance, she pointed her knife straight at Yunxiang, questioning him. "Just who exactly are you? Not only can you see through the Dilun country schemes, but you also know about Taiyuan. What's the conspiracy behind this?" Yunxiang calmly grabbed Zan's hand and spoke about Taiyuan, a secret organization that taught peaceful methods, preventing civil wars among the human forces. He wasn't Zan's enemy, nor was he the enemy of Taiyuan. In a sense, Yunxiang's goal and Taiyuan's were the same: to unite all human forces to resist the enemy. Really? Hearing this, Zan became even more thoughtful. Yunxiang casually snatched away her weapon, then took out a candied hawthorn stick and held it out in front of her, while introducing himself as Song Yunxiang. Looking at the candied fruit, Zan blankly took it, her head filled with question marks. Leaving her there, Yunxiang apologized inwardly. There were some things he would tell her when the time was right. Holding the candied hawthorn stick in her hand, Zan was completely bewildered, not understanding how Yunxiang knew she liked to eat this. What a mysterious man. Walking over to the pile of corpses, Yunxiang began to rummage through them. Zan was curious but didn't ask. Suddenly, Yunxiang cursed loudly in frustration. "These guys are all paupers. There's nothing valuable in their storage rings. This shocked Zan. She pointed and scolded. So that's why Yunxiang was acting so upright just now, to get his hands on loot. All her admiration for him had vanished. She realized he was just using tricks to conveniently grab benefits. Seeing this reaction, Yunxiang turned around and asked, "You're not thinking something impolite, are you?" Caught red-handed, Zan awkwardly snorted, scolding Yunxiang for being greedy. Standing up and sighing, Yunxiang slowly replied, Zan is still young and doesn't understand the hardships of society. Then asked her if she knew the two most important words when traveling the world. Tan obviously didn't know. In response, Yunxiang grinned mischievously and said 2 words. Got money, Tan was even more confused. Then, Yunxiang slowly explained. First, you need money to be a wandering hero who helps others without expecting anything in return. Second, there's the saying, wealth, companions, methods, land. And wealth is money, which comes first. Without money, you can't cultivate. With money, there are 100 ways to quickly improve your cultivation. Tan's eyes lit up, like she'd had her horizons broadened. Yunxiang continued. Enough resources and benefits can create any trouble, and can also solve any trouble. You don't need unchanging enemies, just consistent benefits. Give enough benefits, and even former enemies can be turned into tools to use. Having said that, Yunxiang silently looked at Tan, who stood there like a statue. It took Tan a while to come to her senses and contemplate, feeling that what Yunxiang said made a lot of sense, even though she didn't fully understand it. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A strong gust of wind swept through, and the sky turned dark. This shocked Yunxiang on the spot. While Tan still didn't understand what was happening, a thought flashed in Yunxiang's mind. It's a rift, but how is that possible? The time of the beast tide is earlier than my previous life's memories. Tan hesitated for a moment, then wondered. A strange phenomenon caused by a rift. She immediately assumed it was caused by the black-robed people behind the scenes. Hearing this, Yunxiang also vaguely understood something. The old man leaning against the tree laughed with satisfaction. Guessing that his Team 1 colleagues had succeeded, Yunxiang ignored him and turned to ask Tan. Does Taiyuan know something? Tan's expression darkened. Unwilling to speak, Yunxiang couldn't help but beg her to tell him everything. Tan made up an excuse and told Yunxiang, according to Taiyuan's intelligence, the Dilun nation seems to have found an artificial rift technique during an exploration of a secret realm. They plan to apply this technique to military use. This time she came to Nan province to investigate this matter, but unexpectedly, they were ambushed. Yunxiang's expression turned grim, understanding everything. The Calamity of Destruction Academy and the Kovu were tricks caused by the Dilun nation. It was as if all his doubts had been cleared. The old man became even more excited, laughing even louder. So what if you two know now? You're all going to die here. With that, Yunxiang rushed over, grabbing the old man's head, lifting him high, activating his soul power to his arm. Start talking, the old man stammered, begging for mercy. Instantly, a stream of lightning violently ravaged his body. Intense pain struck. Tan reacted in time and hurriedly stopped Yunxiang. The old man's entire soul meridian had been crippled by Yunxiang. Keeping him alive would be more valuable. Having said that, Yunxiang tossed the old man in front of Tan, took out a medicinal pill and threw it into his mouth, reassuring Tan, this guy's not going to die. Besides, he slipped a compressed card containing elixirs to Tan, advising her to take it. It'll come in handy. Yunxiang suggested Tan return to Yuanding City, but she refused. Gotta head back to the Nan province branch now. It's not that I'm abandoning Yuanding City, but I've got a more important mission. Not letting her finish, Yunxiang cut her off, implying he got the gist. Then, Yunxiang used his mind to call on the Star-Lord system, asking if he could use Lubu's Red Flame Fire Dragon halberd. After a few seconds, the system confirmed it could be forcibly used, but in exchange, it would cost 3 times the spirit power consumption. Just waiting for that, Yunxiang swallowed 3 succession soul pills. This scene shocked A. Tan. Her eyes widened. Succession soul pills. One's worth 50,000 yuan. And Yunxiang just popped 3 at once. After absorbing the spirit power, Yunxiang began constructing. A dazzling phenomenon appeared. Piece by piece, the spirit soul general gradually took shape. Before long, it solidified into Lu Bu riding red hair. Again, Tan exclaimed in shock. It really is a mental red flame fire dragon halberd. That's something only celestial tier can unlock, even I can't use it. Racking her brains, Tan suddenly remembered the spirit soul general Shi Zi. According to Tai Yuan's intel, the legendary Zuo Si had the ability to transform into other spirit soul generals. Tan couldn't help but speculate. Could Yunxiang be the owner of Shi Zi? During the construction process, Yunxiang spurred his horse, letting out a loud whinny. Before he set off, Catan called out, reminding him, the Dilun Kingdom's goal involves Xie Zi, so be careful. Yunxiang thanked her, then spurred his horse forward, galloping at extreme speed, disappearing in a flash, leaving Tan with a solemn expression, unable to believe that Tiandu country had produced a mysterious powerhouse like Yunxiang. This information, she thought, I'll report to the organization and owner of the spirit soul general, Shi Zi. This could disrupt the balance of power between the 3 countries, becoming a catalyst for war. On Yunxiang's side, he was going full throttle back to the city, each stride of his horse covering hundreds of meters. Inside the soul armor, Yunxiang narrowed his eyes, pondering. The Dilun Kingdom creating rifts. Seems like it's to snatch Xianzi's soul jade. No wonder in my previous life's memories, the mecha armor was missing after the beast tied Xianzi's soul jade. What's catching my attention is that the beast tide appeared earlier than predicted. Could it be that the spirit power fluctuations from me touching Xianzi's soul jade this morning alerted them? Or is it because my interfering with Tan's ambush led them to act ahead of schedule? Either way, this means Yunxiang can change history and save those people. Breaking off his train of thought, Yunxiang sped up even faster. At Yuanding City, the place had turned into a sea of flames. Thick smoke spread from the west side of the city. Screams echoed incessantly, and numerous buildings were destroyed. Hordes of monsters poured in, attacking the mecha defense. Here, the city guard army was also spread out, blocking the fierce beasts. But the head instructor here was seriously injured and had to be helped up by his teammates. Inside the Golden Mecha was Guo Yuan, a teacher at the Mecha Martial Arts Institute. Just now, she had escaped with her life thanks to Captain Zhu. Accepting her thanks, Captain Zhuao thanked Guo Yuan in return for leading the students to provide support. This person was Zhao Tong, captain of the 5th Squad of the West City Patrol Team. Looking at the students who had fallen in battle, he couldn't help but feel grief. They were all holding the line and stopping the fierce beasts. Rising anger made Zhao Tong hate the enemy even more. Beside him, someone spoke urgently. Inside the mecha, reporting. 2 of them are approaching from the left flank. A second later, enemies popped up on the right flank too. And a whole lot of them at that. The dude stared at the screen, starting counting the baddies. Suddenly, his face went white as a ghost, and he stammered in horror. 40 on the right, holy carp, we're so screwed. They couldn't help but ask Zhao Tong to fall back. Too many monsters, and not enough of them left to fight. Without hesitation, Zhao Tong shut them down. Their mission was to hold the line and die here, stopping these beasties from spilling out past the perimeter. Can't let our fallen brothers die for nothing, Zhao Tong said, boosting morale. Tiandu soldiers never back down, not even from mountains of knives or seas of fire. All 3 mecha suits yelled the slogan in unison, victory or death. Behind them were Guo Yuan and her students, heavily wounded and unable to move, forming the last line of defense. At the edge of the rubble, surviving residents cautiously peeked out. Depending on the protection of the warriors, Zhao Tong called out to Guo Yuan, They would stall the monsters while she took the students and people to retreat first. After he finished speaking, the 3 mecha suits rushed forward at the same time, not giving Guo Yuan a chance to refuse. The 3 of them were facing death, and without any fear, shouted, "Kill!" Seeing this, the monsters also howled fiercely to greet them, roaring and flooding forward, using 4 hands to grab the mech's sword. But so what? Zhao Tong quickly pulled out a second sword and stabbed it in the gut. The students, Guo Yuan hesitantly asked, "Are they really gonna retreat?" In response, she sent a message to the HQ asking for reinforcements, reassuring the students, "Just hold on a little longer." Hearing this, the students' spirits rose, wanting to help Zhao Tong and the others. At the same time, one mecha was surrounded by monsters and was helplessly pinned down by one monster. Unable to move, the monster opened its mouth wide, biting down hard on the mecha's arm. Inside, Fatty screamed in agony. Seeing this, the other teammates were powerless to help. They were also being surrounded by monsters. After destroying the arm, the monster aimed for the entire mecha, its mouth wide open, revealing a dark hole. Just when it seemed like Fatty was about to be history, 2 of Guo Yuan's students ran up and kicked the monster away, saving Fatty's life in the nick of time. But over there, 4 Eyes had been knocked to the ground and was being dragged away. He screamed for help, distracting Zhao Tong, taking advantage of it. The monster's claws slashed across his neck. Luckily, the mecha wasn't totally wrecked. The 4 mechas were gradually getting surrounded by the savage beasts, and the other 4 got pinned to the ground by the baddies. Couldn't even get up. A bunch of savage beasts grabbed the mecha's arms and legs, tearing it apart. Things were looking seriously grim. Student Guo Yuan was desperately asking her, "Why hasn't backup arrived yet? Are we all gonna die here, or what?" Things weren't looking good for Guo Yuan either. She was badly injured, and then a savage beast landed a hit that sent her weapon flying. This made Zhao Tong shout out in alarm, but he was way too far away. At this moment, Guo Yuan was lying helplessly on the ground, and a savage beast was ready to bring the smack down. Seeing this, the student was totally freaked out, mentally breaking down. Guo Yuan, lost in despair, begged for a miracle. "Anyone, please just save us this time." Tears welled up in Guo Yuan's eyes. She gritted her teeth, refusing to give up. The surviving residents were also shocked, some clutching their heads in panic. Others clasped their hands, praying for a miracle. Zhao Tong collapsed, trying to get up with all his might, but no use. Is he really going to watch Instructor Guo die? The savage beast clenched its hands together, swinging them down hard. Instinctively, Guo Yuan raised her hands to shield her face, waiting for the end. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out, piercing straight through the monster's body. The power was insane. Everyone was stunned, staring wide-eyed. From the instructors to the surviving residents, a cloud of dust covered the area, slowly revealing a huge weapon. A heavy spear stabbed into the ground, glittering with starlight. A moment later, even the savage beasts were startled. Eyes wide, a huge blurry figure slowly approached through the dust. Hooves pounded the ground, sinking into the earth with each step. A mecha arm swung out, summoning the heavy spear back. Under everyone's gaze, the spear slowly materialized in the hand of a red mecha. Yunxiang spun it around on his central hub, like Yunxiang entering the fray, all heroic and badass. The fiery Chi-Tu added to the savage awesomeness. Seeing this, the monsters huddled together, growling fiercely. Suddenly, they all charged forward, like they'd met their match. No more playing around, facing them. Yunxiang also spurred his steed straight into the beasts. Gripping his weapon tightly, he unleashed a devastating blow into the middle of the pack, sending them flying. Freaking powerful. And he wasn't stopping there. Yunxiang kept swinging that spear, wiping out every enemy in his path. Each hit was like a freaking bomb, sending those mutated beasts flying like ragdolls. Chu Tong's eyes almost popped out jet of his head watching this. The civilians were just standing there with their mouths hanging open like WTF is even happening right now? They couldn't believe this dude was even human. All 4 mechs were frozen, eyes glued on the scene. They gave Guo Yuan a look like, "Is that the backup you called?" but Guo Yuan was just as clueless. Lying on the ground, Chu Tong strained his neck, wondering what kind of ridiculously OP spirit general this was. Before long, Yunxiang had wiped out nearly 100 mutated beasts. He casually steered his ride back toward the group, all nonchalant. When he got there, he gently landed the mech in front of them. He said he was just passing through, but that little battle had them sweating bullets. Walking over to a fallen warrior, Yunxiang planted the flag into the ground. "The flag of Tiandu must not lie on the ground. Tiandu will prevail," Yunxiang shouted, hyping everyone up, and they all joined in. The mechs roared their approval like crazy. The surviving civilians were the same, crying tears of joy because they had been saved. Watching the guy in front of her, Guo Yuan suddenly paused as she recognized the uniform he was wearing belonged to the Mecha Warrior Academy. How come there was such a strong person in the academy? At the same time, Song Yunxiang noticed a girl lying motionless nearby. After checking her out, Yunxiang saw she was still alive. Running into him was seriously lucky for her. Picking up her soul charm, Yunxiang figured it was the price for saving her life. Then, he stuffed a pill into her mouth and carried her back to the others. They bowed their heads and thanked Yunxiang in unison. Even Chu Tong humbled himself to introduce himself. Four Eyes thought this was out of line. Looking at the guy who looked like a Mecha Warrior Academy student, Chu Tong's eyes flickered, reminding Four Eyes to shut his mouth. He understood one thing. In learning there's no sequence. The strong are respected. Giving the girl to Guo Yuan, Yunxiang told them not to be so formal, and mentioned the girl's condition, saying she could still be saved. He'd already given her a rejuvenation pill. Now he was handing her over. After a moment of silence, Guo Yuan finally couldn't help but ask if Yunxiang was a student from the Mecha Warrior Academy. Yunxiang didn't answer. Instead, he tossed them a bottle of pills. He introduced himself as Song Yunxiang, saying he just happened to be passing by and was going to check out other places. Stellar Soul Construction activated. Yunxiang revved up his martial meaning, zooming toward the academy. Guo Yuan watched him go with a serious look. She sensed Yunxiang's aura was only at the peak of the yellow stage, but he was way too strong. She wondered if this was some kind of senior hiding his cultivation level. Remembering the bottle of pills from before, Guo Yuan turned to Chu Tong and asked him. He hadn't checked them out yet either. One look, and Chu Tong was completely floored, because the bottle was full of soul-sustaining pills. Fatty wondered what they were when he saw that reaction. Continuing, Four Eyes explained that Spirit Gathering Pill is a 3-star elixir, capable of replenishing soul power, and extremely rare. At auctions, one pill can fetch up to 50,000 yuan. As soon as he said that, the whole group was shocked. One bottle of those pills is worth a year's salary for them. They didn't expect this senior to be so generous. Guo Yuan didn't say anything, watching the direction Song Yunxiang left, wondering who he really was. The girl in Guo Yuan's arms faintly heard the name and mumbled it in her mouth. At the peak of Chengyuan, the sky swirled with smoke and dust, and the entire city was engulfed in a sea of fire. In a corner of the city, a series of slashes cut through the air. Song Yunxiang swung his battle spear, hacking at the savage beasts like he was paying off debts. When the spear retracted, the massive savage beast crashed to the ground, causing it to sink in. Trampling over the beast's corpse, Song Yunxiang resolutely advanced towards the Jiwu Academy. Not far away, a weathered figure leaped onto the back of a savage beast, silently observing, looking at Song Yunxiang's back and marveling with the words, "Interesting. To think he's only a royal stage peak kid." Inside Jiwu Academy, the war raged on relentlessly. All the students and residents had been evacuated. Inside the command center, Ji Ziting pondered, watching the fierce battles, his expression more grave than ever. Below, Xiao Yue reported, "The encirclement has been maintained for 34 minutes. Currently, at the 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 11 o'clock positions, the troops have been reduced by more than half and need reinforcements." After listening, Ji Ziting asked about the situation inside Jiwu Academy. According to the reports from the defense teams at the 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock positions, It's estimated that someone has set up a formation to slow down both the beasts inside Jiwu Academy. Although they've fallen into a hard fight, the two teams haven't suffered any casualties yet. In addition, there is a piece of news that Xiao Yue is paying more attention to. He Yuan's team at the 3 o'clock position sent a report that they received support from a mysterious Star Soul general, and the savage beasts at the 3 o'clock position have been completely dealt with. Ji Zitting exclaimed, repeating, "Mysterious Star Soul General." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yue received more information that the squads at the 4 and 5 o'clock positions also successively witnessed a mysterious Star Soul General riding a mount. An image was projected onto the large screen of the command center. Under Ji Zitting's gaze, a valiant Star Soul General riding red hair was galloping. Very quickly, Ji Zitting recognized the halberd of Skypiercer and exclaimed, his mouth agape, shouting, "Star Soul General Lu Bu." Seeing this, Xiao Yue asked in confusion. According to Ji Zitting, based on the records in the secret documents obtained from the Tiandu Kingdom's secret realm, Lu Bu was a fierce general with unparalleled martial prowess in the history of ancient civilization, and the halberd of Skypiercer was his symbolic weapon. For someone to be given this name, they must have corresponding terrifying combat power. After a moment of calculation, Xiao Yu found out that the destination of the Star Soul General Lu Bu was Jiwu Academy. Ji Zitting's head was filled with thoughts. Why did Lu Bu appear at this time? Moreover, he is heading here. I don't know if he is a friend or foe. Outside Jiwu Academy, smoke and fire filled the sky. At this time, Yunxiang was already there. Considering the battle inside, Yunxiang had to give props to Instructor O, cause the Tiger Wing formation was on point. Plus, no casualties inside. Dude, that means the formation he set up was actually working. Instructor O2 and the gang can hold out a little longer. With that thought, Yunxiang locked his sights on the Soul Jade left statue. With all this chaos, maybe nobody'll notice the weirdness going on over there. No sooner said than done. Yunxiang kicked those reins and made his horse neigh. Suddenly swerving, he zoomed full speed ahead, pulling off a mega jump, and cleared the city wall, straight back into the academy. Yunxiang, let's do this, Yunxiang hollered. Star, powered red hair, engage. At the same time, he launched himself sky high. He landed right in front of the left statue with a resounding thud, turning the ground into a hot mess. After scouting things out, he popped open his star power. The core of his star soul slowly emerged as Lu Yunxiang started to descend to the earth, then initiated the system. A quick scan of the statue, and the system locked onto the Soul Jade's location like a heat-seeking missile. Just like Yunxiang predicted, it was chillin' in the head. Perfect. Yunxiang channeled Lu Bu and bolted straight up to the statue's shoulder. He fired up the system again, telling it to yank that Soul Jade out by force. A glowing orb appeared in Yunxiang's hand, creating so much pressure that cracks started spiderwebbing across the statue. Light started peeking out from the inside. "Gimme that, baby!" Yunxiang roared. The cracks shattered, revealing a Soul Jade overflowing with energy waves. Just like that, Yunxiang used his powers to make it slowly float towards him. And guess who decided to peek in at exactly the wrong moment? Lu Yan. Dude was so shocked he froze. His brain was spinning a mile a minute. The heck is going on? The left statue, it's busted. Taking a closer look, Lu Yan's jaw dropped even further. The silhouette up there was holding the Soul Jade. Up top, Yunxiang clocked Lu Yan's arrival too. Back in their past life, this dude got lost and wandered into the girls' locker room and caught Yunxiang red-handed, creeping in the bushes. Caught off guard, Lu Yan shouted out, alerting the girls, which caused them to bolt away, resulting in the both of them getting a beat down, then taken to the teacher's office. After that, they both went to the left statue and had a conversation about it. In Yunxiang's eyes, it was some beat-up hunk of junk that was useless. After arriving at the sparring field, Instructor Oru ordered the two to fight. Obviously, a waste of space like Yunxiang lost to Lu Yan, the new student. Back in reality, Lu Yan pointed a finger, shouting in disbelief. "Yunxiang, who are you?" Looking down from there, Yunxiang simply replied, "I'm back." In Yunxiang's head, he smirked. Lu Yan's first words were exactly the same as last time. Hearing the name Yunxiang, Lu Yan sunk into thought. He always had a feeling he had heard that name before. Then it hit him. Song Yunxiang, that 3-minute wonder, had been MIA for 3 days. No sooner had he said it than he lost sight of where he was. While he was still dazed, Yunxiang's figure appeared behind Lu Yan and gently knocked him out cold. Bonk! Holding the soul jade fragment in his hand, Yunxiang quietly apologized. Based on his past life's memories, Lu Yan disappeared during the Stellar Arena battle and later became Test Subject 0 in the Dilun Empire's Artificial Host Project, appearing on the Tiantu invasion battlefield as the masked Number 0. Talk about a rough backstory. Although he was rescued later and became one of the good guys, he ultimately died a hero on the battlefield. What a ride. Looking at Lu Yan's position, Yunxiang couldn't help but feel speechless. Seriously, dude, that's a weird way to lay. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Based on previous deductions, if the Dilun Empire people really snatched the Soul Jade fragment, then Lu Yan's disappearance was probably because he was kidnapped by them. Come to think of it, Yunxiang felt that the Number 0 masked guy controlling the Stellar Spirit General Wu Jia and the inscribed fragments really did look a bit like him. So Yunxiang basically stole Lu Yan's destiny. Whoops, this timeline won't have a masked Number 0 now. Losing the chance to become a hero sucks, but at least he avoids the torture of being experimented on by the Dilun Empire. Yunxiang comforted him in his mind. Just be a normal student in this life, dude. It's chill. Back to the Soul Jade. Yunxiang didn't know what to do with it for a moment, so he asked the system, "Can you analyze the Soul Jade and replicate the Stellar Spirit General?" Ding! The system reported. Yunxiang's permissions are insufficient. It can be stored in the system first, and replicated after finding a suitable host. Without thinking further, Yunxiang followed the system's advice. Soul Jade fragment acquired. Yunxiang started thinking about rescuing the instructors and classmates who were struggling in battle. In Yunxiang's original plan, he never thought he would get Lu Biyu so early. Controlling Lu Biyu to appear before them seems a bit too extravagant, and doesn't fit his style. It's just too much. After thinking it over, Yunxiang disassembled Lu Biyu, choosing his original plan to use the Wei Yuan armor to deal with the feral beasts in the arena. That girl's soul talisman just happened to come at the right time, and an idea popped up. Yunxiang asked the system to replicate the Wei Yuan armor, but unfortunately it failed because it couldn't find the data in the stellar network. Bummer. After pondering, Yunxiang realized that the system can only replicate some real stuff created by ancient civilizations. It doesn't support so-called mass-produced goods, and doesn't even support its interpretation, telling Yunxiang to do it himself. So much for that shortcut. Helpless, Yunxiang put it on the back burner, activated the soul talisman, and the Wei Yuan armor began to materialize from data. This mecha couldn't help but remind Yunxiang of his past life. It has 33 light crossbows, a beast, head-round shield, and a longsword. Not a single thing caught Yunxiang's eye. So helpless, Yunxiang could only use it temporarily. As for Lu Yan, he was still lying face down in the dirt. Yunxiang thought it was good this way. He wouldn't cause any trouble for the time being. Activating soul power on his leg armor, Yunxiang jumped up high, quickly moving towards the battlefield. At the same time, a mecha was being attacked by a feral beast's claws. Inside, He Yan screamed in terror. The ferocious beast's claw suddenly slowed down, giving He Yan just enough time to raise a defense. Even so, this one blow still sent the mech flying, smashing into the wall, which absorbed some of the impact. He Yan had just noticed that the ferocious beast had been slowed down by some kind of force, which allowed her to hold on a little longer. The mech sat on the ground, in a state of exhaustion. Seeing that she wasn't dead yet, the ferocious beast roared and continued its relentless attack. Just when He Yan thought she was done for, countless beams of light struck the ferocious beast, drawing its attention. Landing on the ground, Song Yunxiang remotely disassembled his weapon. Just as he thought, the ranged weapons of this era were still too weak, like tickling the ferocious beast. Ignoring He Yan, the ferocious beast charged towards Song Yunxiang without hesitation. Song Yunxiang, lightly twisted his body to avoid its claw swipe, switching the weapon in his hand and slashing across the beast's abdomen. Even so, the ferocious beast was barely fazed. It quickly realized this and turned to counterattack, its claws slashing across, but Song Yunxiang ducked down to avoid it. Then, a series of sword strikes danced around the ferocious beast, creating a series of cuts. The ferocious beast could only cover its head and endure the blows. Pausing for a moment, Song Yunxiang exerted all his strength to leap high into the air, stabbing downwards, his two hands gripping the sword tightly into the beast's armor, jamming the beast's two legs deep into the ground, causing it to collapse. Purple blood flooding the area. He Yan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "That guy's too strong. His movements are even faster than Instructor Okwanu." Having dealt with the ferocious beast, Song Yunxiang re-evaluated the situation. The single sword of the Wei Yuan style wasn't ideal either, so many slashes, and it only felt like he was chopping wood. Then, he called out to the system, asking if it could create a custom halberd of the Sky Scorcher. As soon as he spoke, the weapon appeared in Song Yunxiang's hand, a scarlet halberd, several times more powerful than the longsword. This is more like it. Song Yunxiang found it much more comfortable. Looking at this, He Yan couldn't help but shout, "It's so big!" A not so subtle admiration burst forth. At the same time, the ferocious beast had recovered and continued its attack, with the longsword still stuck in its back. Immediately, Song Yunxiang also accelerated towards it, halberd and claws clashing. In a split second, the two separated, back to back. With Song Yunxiang's glance, the ferocious beast was split in two on the spot. Once again, He Yan was utterly astonished by Yunxiang's strength, being able to deal with the ferocious beasts in an instant. So OP? Walking towards He Yan, Yunxiang spoke to check on her. "You alright, class rep? Looking grateful." He Yan stammered. "Thanks, Yunxiang." He waved, indicating no need for thanks, and then zoomed off. Remembering she hadn't even asked his name, He Yan thought the voice sounded kind of familiar though. Suddenly He Yan realized something was off. That mysterious person just called her class rep. At the Guo Yuan Academy dormitory area, everyone had formed a new formation, the Tortoise Shell Formation, specializing in defense. Everyone was tense as the horde of ferocious beasts grew larger and larger. Suddenly, Shangguan abandoned her position and charged into the beasts, causing Guo Yuan to try and stop her urgently. As if she didn't hear it all, Shangguan used high speed to attack a series of ferocious beasts, looking like a total maniac, regardless of the opponent, wildly swinging her sword, laughing with pleasure as she fought. One of the students in the team explained to Guo Yuan, "Shangguan just goes into that berserk state as soon as she starts fighting. But gotta admit, in that state Shangguan becomes super strong, easily dodging the beast's attacks and hitting them like crazy. Compared to the mecha simulator, Shangguan inside is even more insane, like times a million." While busy fighting, a ferocious beast suddenly attacked from behind, and everyone who saw it yelled a warning. Instantly, Shangguan flew up high to avoid it, mocking the beasts. "You'll never hit me." Little did she know, another beast was waiting for her from above. Shangguan barely had time to react before it smashed her down to the ground. Shangguan's mecha coughed up a mouthful of blood. The anger only amplified her madness, her whole body trembling as she struggled to her feet. But bam! A beast jumped onto Shangguan, pinning her down hard. At the same time, the rest of the beasts gradually surrounded her. Seeing this scene, the students frantically asked the instructor what to do, saying if they just left Shangguan, she'd be toast for sure. The beast's huge mouth opened, ready to chomp down on Shangguan's mecha. At this moment, Shangguan finally knew fear when face to face with death. Suddenly, from the smoky haze, a mecha wielding a spear burst out, smashing the beast to bits and spinning the spear in a circle, sending a whole bunch of the others flying to Kingdom Come. This scene left Shangguan's mecha utterly speechless, gazing up in admiration, not blinking an eye. With one strike from this mysterious person, The entire crisis was resolved in an instant. Twirling the spear in his hand, Yunxiang nonchalantly tossed it over his shoulder, adding even more swagger. This unintentional action made Shangguan blush with adoration, feeling this newcomer was so freaking cool. Back at the formation, the others still couldn't believe their eyes, wondering if Senior Shangguan had really been saved. Recalling the scene just now, they all had the same feeling. This guy's strength must be 100 times stronger than their instructor, killing beasts like chopping veggies. Since when did the Mecha Academy have such a badass? Little did they know, Yunxiang was running low on soul energy, and his mech form was about to bail on him in 40 seconds flat. Inside, Yunxiang was already sweating bullets. Turns out, wielding the Fengtian Huaji Phoenix Sky Halberd, with the Weiyuan suit was seriously draining. Shangguan was trying her best to get up, but the pain was holding her back. The only reason she was pushing herself so hard was because she didn't want to lose face in front of her crush. Suddenly, Yunxiang steps in, helping Shangguan up, and asking if she's alright. Shangguan's totally caught off guard, and for a second she's speechless. Yunxiang asks if she can still fight. Even though she stutters a bit, Shangguan manages to squeak out a yes along with a thank you. Back at the formation, everyone's totally gobsmacked. Shangguan's voice just went all soft and gentle, like she's a different person or something. Right then, a loud shout cuts through the air. Guo Yuan yells without a hint of chill, "Yunxiang, get your butt over here and help. What are you waiting for, bro? This flirting ain't helping." Not giving a damn about the comment, Yunxiang books it. He throws himself right into the middle of the swarm of savage beasts. Inside, Yunxiang just scoffs and swings his spear hard, straight up demolishing a whole bunch of savage beasts. They were basically defenseless. Wherever Yunxiang's spear goes, savage beasts get wrecked. The savage beasts pounding on the formation are taken out. Just like that, Guo Yuan doesn't forget to shout a thank you before launching a counterattack. And just like that, the situation flips. Riding that momentum, all the students get the same idea, follow that dude with the badass weapon, and kick some butt. Led by Yunxiang, the Weiyuan squad unleashes a seriously powerful force, forming a eagle strike formation. One student counts and realizes there's one extra mech. Before he can even react, he gets left in the dust. His eyes widen in disbelief. I'm the leftover. Who am I? Where am I? Right then, Shangguan runs up behind him, making him shout. Shangguan, still blushing, tells him to stick with her and provide support from the rear if needed. As she says this, Shangguan books it, leaving the student totally bewildered, feeling like Shangguan is way more intimidating when she talks all gentle and soft. This ain't her normal mode. Over with Yunxiang, he launches into the air, unleashing a wide strike that sweeps across the battlefield. Any savage beast that touches the light show is sliced in half. Next to Yunxiang, the instructors and students are going wild too. Any savage beast that got left behind is swarmed and chopped to bits. With that kind of teamwork, the savage beasts have no choice but to get sliced and diced. Looking around, Yunxiang's a bit surprised. 5 Weiyuan suits, which are Xuan rank in terms of combat power, are only slightly better than one savage, Mongrade beast. As he ponders that, his mech warns him again. Soul energy critical. Mech form will be deactivated in 10-6 seconds. Inside, Yunxiang's starting to pant, but he cracks a smile. With his soul meridians somewhat restored, using just the Weiyuan suit, he should be able to keep it up for at least 10 minutes, theoretically. Lu Bu is strong, but for Yunxiang's current Huang rank, it still drains him too much. He'd need to keep chugging pills to replenish his soul energy, but using it on these random beasts feels like a bit of a waste. Thinking about the combo of the Weiyuan suit and the Fengtian Huaji, Yunxiang figures it reduces soul energy waste. At the end of the day, the weapons in this mech era are just too weak. A bold idea pops into his head. Yunxiang was planning to upgrade the UYV system after the beast tide, modifying flying swords Dong Yuan, the heavy firepower unit Ao Bing, and the mobility units Cao Ren and Bai Qi. The more Yunxiang thought about it, the more hyped he got. This dream was shattered by a warning alarm. His spirit energy could only last for 8 more seconds. Putting it aside, Yunxiang focused on dealing with the battle at hand. War cries echoed everywhere. The UYB system troops brimming with momentum, blocked the ferocious beasts. After the slaughter, only 3 remained. But everyone was still cautious. After finishing off another one, Yunxiang only had 6 seconds left. He was trying his best to make the most of every single moment. With the last 4 seconds ticking, he saw that only 1 ferocious beast remained. Yunxiang's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his spear, took aim, and launched it. 3 seconds left. Phoenix Sky Feng Tian hurtled through the air. It pierced right through the beast. Then, Yunxiang jumped up. He stomped down hard on Phoenix Sky, creating a powerful shockwave. All the while, only 1 second remained. Yunxiang, standing high above, caught everyone's attention. Everyone felt he was way stronger than usual. The depletion of his spirit energy also marked the UYV system's disintegration. Everyone stared intently at the person inside. They saw Yunxiang slowly descend from mid-air to the ground. Immediately, a student exclaimed in disbelief, "How could it be him?" Others, hearing this, asked, "Do you know him?" The student pointed directly at Yunxiang and explained, "That's Song Yunxiang, the famous trash student of the first year, the guy everyone calls 3-Minute Man." Hearing this, Guo Yuan looked at Song Yunxiang again. Shangguan, as before, continued to cover her face, completely infatuated. Physically exhausted, Yunxiang lowered his head, panting. Every scene of him was being projected on the screens inside the command center. Gu Ziting's whole body jolted. At the same time, Xiao Yue exclaimed 3 words, "Song Yunxiang." The president's expression was a mix of shock and bewilderment. To think the one who saved them was this student. After analyzing the situation, Xiao Yue reported, "All the ferocious beasts in the 8 o'clock direction have been eliminated. Song Yunxiang killed 23 and assisted in killing 9. This feat made even Gu Ziting marvel. He questioned, "Could it be Song Yunxiang isn't trash after all? He's been hiding his crippled spirit meridian really well. Moreover, this Phoenix Sky halberd once belonged to Lu Biyu. Could it be that Song Yunxiang is also Lu Biyu?" Suddenly, a thought sparked, making Gu Ziting even more contemplative. She recalled Zuo Si from the legends, who could freely transform his appearance, using illusions of different forms to bewilder people. Gu Ziting wondered, could Song Yunxiang have become a host of Zuoqi? Could Old Man Song have used his connections to arrange Song Yunxiang's entry into the academy, to secretly hope the jade soul of Zuoqian feels uneasy? A thought sparked in Gu Ziting. She told herself that after the beast tide ends, she will capture Song Yunxiang. After Dad asked and thought, the dean continued to ask Xiao Yu to confirm the battle situation elsewhere. On Guo Yuan's side, everyone speculated that Song Yunxiang was meditating to recover his soul power during the battle lull, suggesting they released their mecha forms to take a break. After hearing this, Guo Yuan agreed, and everyone began disengaging their mechas. Landing, everyone was exhausted, some collapsing on the spot. Looking at Yunxiang, Instructor Nan urged everyone to seize the moment to rest. No one knew when the next beast tide would appear. Yunxiang had already collected a pile of soul talismans in his hand. After a moment, he completed some kind of technique. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Yunxiang!" He glanced over and saw Instructor Nan respectfully cupping his fist. "Thank you, Yunxiang, for your support just now." At the same time, he asked about his details, not hiding anything. Yunxiang introduced his name and class. Hearing this, a group of students gaped. It's really Song Yunxiang. They had guessed, but they couldn't believe that a freshman was so strong. On Shangguan's side, she shyly thanked Yunxiang and introduced herself as Yingqin, studying in class 153. Hearing this name, Yunxiang's expression changed, and he jumped back. In his past life, Shangguan Yingqin was the host of the Soul General Long Shu. In the decisive battle between Tiandu and Yilun 5 years later, the Shangguan family, one of the 4 great families of Tiandu, betrayed Tiandu before the battle. This woman was Yunxiang's former enemy, putting him in danger several times. If not for luck, Yunxiang feared he would have died at her hands several times already. Suddenly, Yunxiang stood up abruptly and walked over to grab Yingqin's hand. The action was decisive and resolute. This scene made the group of students stare wide-eyed. not understanding what Yunxiang was trying to do. In his heart, Yunxiang was secretly pleased that the Soul General Longshu was obtained effortlessly. Yingqian, on the other hand, was dazed with love. The moment he touched Yingqian's hand, Yunxiang immediately asked the system to replicate. Once restored, he would take advantage of the fact that he would eliminate this woman so early that he could solve a strong enemy in the future. Yingqian's mind was a mess, thinking that Yunxiang was about to confess his love. Soon, she was thinking about letting Yunxiang come and live with her family, making it a done deal, and no one would object. Something unexpected happened. The system failed to replicate because the target had not yet obtained the Soul General. The notification sound made Yunxiang's expression change, and he was shocked. He repeatedly asked the system if it wasn't mistaken, that this woman was definitely the host of the Soul General Longshu. In his past life, Yunxiang had successfully replicated Longshu from her. The system analyzed again, but only gave a prediction. Possibility 1. In this stage, the previous host of the Soul General Longshu had not died yet. Possibility 2. In this stage, the Soul General Longshu had not yet manifested, and the Soul Jade was unowned. At the same time, Yunxiang remembered that the Shangguan family obtained the Longshu Soul Jade while searching the Xinba secret realm. According to the timeline of his previous life, there were still about 10 months before the Xinba secret realm would appear. The stream of thought was interrupted by Instructor Nan's cough. Looking back at the current scene, Yunxiang's eyes narrowed as if he understood their meaning. He quickly let go, laughed it off, and flusteredly apologized to Senior Shangguan. On the contrary, Shangguan blushed, didn't take it to heart at all, and asked, could it be that Yunxiang knew her before, which is why he was so excited? Shangguan's bashful appearance made the students sweat bullets. This was totally not the senior sister Shangguan they knew. Flustered, Yunxiang made up a story, saying he had heard about her before and was just too excited to finally meet her in person. The students were fuming after hearing that. They were sure Yunxiang had ulterior motives. More like he was being a thirsty simp. Yunxiang took out a bottle of elixirs from his robe. He popped one into his mouth and swallowed. Then, he asked Shangguan to hold out her hand. Shangguan's face flushed red as she obeyed, wondering, could it be that Yunxiang wants to hold hands next? She shyly reminded Yunxiang to be gentle, in case he hurt her. Yunxiang was speechless. He told Shangguan to turn her palm upward. Shangguan was full of question marks and didn't understand. Seeing that, Yunxiang grabbed her hand and poured the elixir out into it. Looking at the thing in her hand, Shangguan asked in confusion, Soul Revival Pill. The instructor from the south side saw it and gasped. Couldn't help but run over and shout, oh my god, it's really a Soul Revival Pill. One of these is worth almost 10 months of my salary. Seeing something like that, Shangguan confirmed if it was really for her. Yunxiang nodded, telling her to quickly recover her battle power. In his heart, Yunxiang pondered. According to the development of his previous life, he originally wouldn't have saved her. He guessed that Qingqian still had tricks or luck to protect herself and wouldn't die. But now that he messed with history by taking action, Yunxiang had to do everything he could to ensure that this girl didn't die before getting the Dragon Tome. Upon receiving the answer, Shangguan swallowed the elixir directly, making the South instructor feel nothing but regret. A second later, Shangguan felt like she was about to explode, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. The surging soul power was both rich and gentle, instantly replenishing her soul power and giving her great gains. It felt as if billions of galaxies were poured into Shangguan's body. Shangguan's expression was shocked. She gaped as she assessed it. The quality of this pill was better than anything she had ever used. There's simply no comparison. Even ultra-grade wouldn't be enough to describe it. Seeing that reaction, the South instructor couldn't help but run over to Yunxiang, begging to know if he could share some with everyone else. But Yunxiang embarrassedly refused, because he didn't have much left. Unexpectedly, the shameless South instructor didn't stop, asking Yunxiang to leave 2 pills for the instructor. If 2 pills weren't possible, then just 1. Out of options, Yunxiang reluctantly took out something else, Although he didn't have soul revival pills, he happened to have this. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Yunxiang tossed a series of soul talismans into the air, immediately turning them into a formation that attracted soul power in the space. Those who were cultivating immediately felt that the speed of their soul power recovery had increased multiple times, with the highest reaching 5 times the normal rate. Quickly, someone recognized that it was a rank 4 formation, the Spirit Gathering Formation. However, normal Spirit Gathering formations only increase the recovery rate by 2 or 3 times. Seeing 5 times was a first for them. After finishing up, Yunxiang told them to continue adjusting their breathing. He was going to check out the training field. Taking out a soul talisman, Yunxiang continued constructing the Wei Yuan stance, holding the Phoenix Sky Halberd in his hand. As he sprung into the air, he shouted, "See ya if we're fated." Seeing this, Shangguan called after him, wanting to go with him. Not giving Yunxiang a chance to reply, she chased after them, stomping her feet. The male instructor angrily scolded Shangguan, but she was already gone, ignoring the fact that the defense here still needed to continue. Saving Grace Martial Academy. Central area. Dust and smoke spread through every corner. A battle was raging at the training grounds. This was where the Ubei team was defending, and they were fighting against quite a few savage beasts. Under Ubei's command, everyone skillfully coordinated, scattering in all directions, quickly capturing a stray savage beast. As Ubei said, numbers 1, 2, 7, and 8 fell back to defend, while 3, 4, and 5, along with her, surrounded and killed the savage beast. As soon as she finished speaking, the positions simultaneously charged to attack the lone savage beast. Under the overwhelming offensive, the enemy received a series of slashes to its body. After a final strike from a student, Ubei jumped high up, struck down, delivering a powerful slash that completely finished off the savage beast. Despite being exhausted, Ubei still forced herself to praise the students, while also commanding the team to spread out on both sides. Immediately, everyone acted according to the change in formation. Just when they thought they had regained the upper hand, countless glittering lights suddenly shone down from above. With just a glance, Ubei recognized them as savage beasts firing cannons, and immediately ordered everyone to scatter. But the speed of the light cannons was too fast, raining down and shooting straight into the Uivianthuk formation. Thick smoke and dust covered the entire area. After a while, Ubei and everyone else struggled to get up, coughing violently. Looking around at the formation, Ubei asked concernedly, but no one responded. Not far from the training grounds, a group of monsters with smoke still coming out of their mouths. Obviously, they were the ones who had just fired the barrage of cannons. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. The entire group of monsters gradually scattered away from the outside of the academy. Seeing this scene, Ubei couldn't be happy. It seemed that the savage beasts had realized that close combat would be slowed down by the formation's power, so they switched to long-range attacks. Once again, the savage beasts condensed balls of light in their mouths. All the students gravely prepared to defend, but suddenly Ubei urgently yelled at them to scatter, because the Uivianthuk shield couldn't block cannons of this level. As soon as she finished speaking, a streak of lightning flashed across the sky, leaving Ubei stunned. The lightning streak shot through the air at high speed, piercing through the monster that was preparing to fire a cannon, and then gradually disintegrated and disappeared. The monsters sensed the danger, growling angrily. Not giving up, they continued to condense light cannons. On Ubei's side, everyone panicked, yelling and questioning who it was. Song Yunxiang's expression was inscrutable, happy that he had arrived just in time, condensing Feng Tian in his hand. At the same time, the group of savage beasts simultaneously fired purple light cannons with extremely powerful force. Seeing the firing direction, Ubei hurriedly warned the newcomer, "Get out of the way, quick!" Bright starlight radiated from Lu Bu's legs. He suddenly darted away, then deftly dodged all the flares, followed by a counterattack against the nearby ferocious beasts, each dispatched with a single spear thrust, turning the beasts' bodies into mush. This scene left Ubei dumbfounded. This newbie was releasing minimal soul force from his feet, using subtle footwork to escape the position while suspended. The more Ubei watched, the more unbelievable it became. Such high-level operational skills, and the large-scale spear combat, she'd never heard of Wei Yuan's suits having such equipment. All she saw was Yunxiang sliding across the ground, heading straight for the monster, decisively cleaving the ferocious beast in two with one slash. All the students were captivated by the battle, exclaiming that the mecha was like theirs, but the skills were on a completely different level. No one thought mechas could do that. Cheng Yi was no exception, utterly astonished, wondering who this unbelievably strong newcomer was. Looking at Cheng Yi, Obei inwardly estimated that this powerhouse's combat strength was equivalent to 30 Cheng Yis. The monsters, under constant pressure, continuously fired flares in pursuit of Yunxiang. Unfazed, he activated soul force in his legs, increasing his speed to dodge any unavoidable hits. The ferocious beasts then split the flares into clusters, firing them everywhere, yet Yunxiang's footwork was too fast, surpassing them all. Obei recognized it at first glance. The star. Stepping 7. A non-public technique of the Xuanjia Guard. In mid-air, Yunxiang swung the Phoenix Sky Halberd, creating a sweeping wave of energy. The monster, before it could even close its mouth, was hit head, bore on, and torn into pieces. Once again, Obei was shocked. That move was the Lunar Fall Slash, a secret technique of the great martial saint among the 3 generals. Yet, it could be learned and executed in the Academy's mecha. The more Obei thought, the more curious she became about the mysterious person's identity. At this moment, Yunxiang went on a rampage, leaving only 4 ferocious beasts remaining. 4 flares shot out, but none touched Yunxiang. He quickly closed in, nearly annihilating the 4th one, then the 3rd, and the 2nd, in less than 5 breaths. Instantly, Cheng Yi's admiration erupted, sighing endlessly. If I could be that strong, forget dealing with Instructor Wu, I might even get to the secretary of the dean. In a moment of impulse, Cheng Yi even wanted to take the mysterious person as his teacher. Only, the words he just spoke aloud made Obei furious, demanding he repeat them. Terrified, Cheng Yi quickly clarified that he was just saying that to cheer on the great god to kill more. The last ferocious beast fired a heavy cannon, the light flashing, aiming straight at Yunxiang in mid-air. Not letting it fire, he swung his spear in one strike, splitting it in 2 pieces. Having finished, Yunxiang's soul force was exhausted, forcibly deactivating the mecha. Even Obei stood there dumbfounded, acknowledging that the person before her was too strong. In a short few seconds, he'd killed over a dozen, probably not even 50. Cheng Yi's combined could be his match. Just as she finished speaking, another Wei Yuan suit frantically rushed over, yelling, "Song Yunxiang!" The person inside was none other than Shangguan. Only her call made Obei and Cheng Yi terrified, puzzled. Could that great god really be Song Yunxiang? Beside them, the students were also dumbfounded, timidly asking, "Who's Song Yunxiang? Is that the name of that unbelievably strong great god?" All of a sudden, Obei drew her sword, walking towards Yunxiang, not even letting him react. She pointed the tip of her sword and questioned, "Just who the hell are you?" Right as Song Yunxiang's soul energy bottomed out, his mech suit disintegrated in mid-air and a figure appeared, gently descending to the ground. The first thing everyone noticed was the uniform of the Mech Academy, proving that this badass was still a student. No one would have guessed a student could be this strong. Cheng Yi's jaw dropped, completely stunned. Holy moly, no way. It really was that kid who'd been MIA for 3 days. Obei was in the same boat, eyes wide with disbelief. On the ground, Yunxiang chuckled. "Hey Instructor O, I'm back." Silence descended upon the area, followed by a chorus of shouts. "Song Yunxiang. No frickin' way. Is that really him?" Everyone yelled in unison. Cheng Yi quickly straightened up, feeling a dangerous urge to kneel and worship Yunxiang. He stood before the 2 of them and greeted, "Long time no see." Cheng Yi pointed and questioned where Yunxiang had been these past few days, but that didn't really matter. He changed his question, wanting to know why Yunxiang was so strong all of a sudden. Yunxiang was supposed to have a busted soul meridian, barely able to fight for 3 minutes. In response, Yunxiang asked him, "Wasn't it obvious that the mech suit automatically disintegrated after the timer went off?" In his head he thought to himself, "The duration of maintaining the form increased by about 20% this time. It seems my body is gradually adapting to the recovery of the soul meridian." Across from him, Cheng Yi's eyes nearly popped out of his head, thinking Yunxiang was pulling his leg. It was clear as day that Yunxiang had been fighting for at least 5 minutes. Finished talking, he turned to Boy as if to confirm. Boy didn't respond, instead sternly asking Yunxiang, demanding an explanation. Cheng Yi immediately chimed in, adding pressure. Boy continued, questioning why Yunxiang had pretended to have damaged soul meridians and concealed his strength since enrolling. Cheng Yi's face was drenched in sweat, eagerly agreeing, but then something felt off. According to Boy, had Yunxiang been hiding his strength all along? Ignoring him, Boy kept grilling Yunxiang. "Who are you really? While we appreciate your help, we need an explanation." The barrage of questions left Yunxiang speechless. Before he could even speak, his gaze suddenly shifted to the side. Even Boy and Cheng Yi followed his gaze, puzzled. All they saw was a soul general soaring from the headquarters tower into the middle of the air, landing and creating a massive shockwave. The gust of wind made it impossible for Yunxiang to see clearly. After the smoke and dust cleared, the white armor soul general was revealed before disintegrating. The Dean, revealing himself from within, eased everyone's worries, also disintegrating soon after. Both Boy and Cheng Yi stepped forward and greeted him with clasped hands. In response, Jiyu Ziting coldly replied with an before walking to Yunxiang's side. Before this person, Yunxiang also slightly bowed to greet him. First off, Jiyu Ziting, representing the instructors and students of the Mecha Martial Academy, thanked Yunxiang for stepping in to help. But she also wanted an explanation for concealing his true strength. Yunxiang started mulling things over in his head. Although he hadn't hidden the system from people around him in his past life, this Dean Jiyu was probably from the Jiyu family. He didn't know if she was friend or foe. Thinking that, Yunxiang pretended to consider where to start. Jiyu Ziting's eyes narrowed slightly. Then she conjured up a light cage, enveloping the two of them inside. Yunxiang immediately couldn't hear any sounds from outside, guessing it was a soundproof formation. Based on his experience, Yunxiang quickly analyzed that the Dean, through coordination, used the Mecha Martial Academy's Great Mountain Protection Formation to build 2 layers of soul power membrane as thin as paper. Here, through 2 layers of air-separating membranes, the sound was blocked from escaping. Thinking it over, Yunxiang found it quite interesting. At this moment, Yunxiang's attitude suddenly changed, and he said firmly, "It's obvious that strength is private information. Are you sure the Mecha Martial Academy can ask about this?" Jiyu Ziting stared intently at the screen and retorted, "She doesn't have time to beat around the bush. Just say what's up." Private information of the Mecha Martial Academy naturally doesn't need to be asked. But if it relates to the Tazi, that's a different story. As she spoke, she stepped closer. Yunxiang immediately backed away awkwardly. Before he could answer, she continued to voice her suspicions. Yunxiang concealed his strength and pretended to have damaged soul meridians in order to get into the Mecha Martial Academy through family connections. In reality, the goal is the Tazi Soul Jade. Yunxiang looked away awkwardly, questioning, why would she say that? But inwardly sighing, so big, he couldn't help but gulp. This reaction only made Jiyu Ziting more certain. She pointed at Yunxiang and told him to stop pretending. She knew he had become a host of the Tazi, and the Lu Bu that appeared in the West City was the guise after Yunxiang used the Tazi's characteristic illusion ability to disguise himself. This made Yunxiang even more confused. This was also the first time he knew the Tazi had this ability. He had never replicated the Tazi in his past life. Outside, everyone waited quietly. The students couldn't help but be curious about the conversation inside. Some had other ideas, wanting to admire the dean's amazing figure up close. On Shangguan's side, she was trying hard to hack into the soundproof formation. Then, from the dean's words, she heard that Yunxiang was the host of the Tavanazi. Inside, Jiyu Ziting continued to present evidence. There are many recordings of Lu Bun's actions. According to the written records of the Tiandu Kingdom, The Tahazi can not only illusion into the forms of other soul spirit generals, but also imitate some similar abilities and moves. It's even rumored that the Tahazi can conceal the true strength of the soul spirit master. No one can continuously improve 3 minor realms in 3 short days. So the sign of Yunxiang faking his cultivation level is proof that he is the host of the Tabazi. Every word made Yunxiang break out in a cold sweat. The 2 instructors beside him heard but were not surprised. They only felt stupid for always thinking Yunxiang was trash. Yunxiang was completely speechless listening to their reasoning, and he even wanted to believe it himself. Although he didn't intend to hide the existence of the Star-Lord system from those around him, there were still many mysteries about something obtained in a weird secret realm like the system. After this beast-taming event ended, Yunxiang planned to continue exploring that weird secret realm. But now the Dean had misunderstood the replication ability of the Star-Lord system as the illusion of the Tazi. Yunxiang thought he might as well let the mistake be, and let the Tazi take the blame for the Star-Lord system. After thinking it over, Yunxiang pretended to be embarrassed, and admitted, "Didn't think I concealed it so well, but still got found out." Just like that, Yunxiang revealed his cards to Jiyu Ziting, admitting that he had taken the Tazi Soul Jade. After hearing this, Jiyu Ziting only felt that Yunxiang's admission was too easy. Also, she guessed that Yunxiang's father had discovered Yunxiang and the Tazi Soul Jade had a high compatibility a long time ago, so he started arranging for Yunxiang to enter the Mecha Martial Academy, then take the opportunity to take away the Soul Jade. But unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. During this sudden beast-taming event, Song Yunxiang inadvertently revealed his strength when he stepped in to save someone. Otherwise, no one would have discovered this until Yunxiang graduated 3 years later. By then, the Tazi Soul Spirit General would become the backing for the Song family's rise. Hearing this, Chang Yi suddenly felt touched, recognizing Yunxiang as a person of compassion and righteousness. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yunxiang laughed bitterly. "I even want to believe this forced reasoning myself," Jiyu Ziting continued. "The original species Soul Spirit General is different from other machines. Every corner of the inheritance Soul Jade containing the original species Soul Spirit General is recorded in the Starry Sky records. The Song family doing this is a serious violation of the management regulations of the Soul Spirit Generals. This matter can be big or small. It can be judged as a crime of treason." Yunxiang awkwardly scratched his head, glossing over the matter. "Anyway, my dad is a..." He hadn't finished speaking. Jiyu Ziting firmly interrupted. "Want to make a deal?" Yunxiang hadn't expected at all that Jiyu Ziting suspected that someone had deliberately lured the beast tide, and they'd already identified 3 key points, suspected to have sensors installed. The Eastern District had already called in a heaven-tier expert to suppress them, while she would personally lead elite troops to control the area near the Martial Academy. Hearing this, Yunxiang understood 7 or 8 parts of what was coming next, and pretended to lean down to ask about the Dean's huge weapon. Sure enough, Jiyu Ziting needed Yunxiang to go to the key point in the Northern District, not to completely suppress the rift, but just to rescue someone. Without even thinking, Yunxiang knew that the person to be rescued wouldn't be simple, and he was right. Jiyu Ziting confirmed that the person was a member of the royal family, the 2nd Prince of Tiandu Kingdom, Tianzehai. Yunxiang knew this guy. 2nd Prince Tianzehai represented the pro-war faction in the royal family. He'd heard that he was a war fanatic who often struck first and reported later. In the rumors from his past life, he died during this beast-tide event in Yuan Peak City. The official cause of death was said to be an assassination by Taiyuan's assassin, Asan. This also led to Asan being wanted by Tiandu Kingdom. Thinking it over, Asan wasn't rescued in his past life, so Yunxiang guessed she must have used some kind of trump card to escape. But no matter what, the person who assassinated the 2nd prince definitely wasn't Asan. Suddenly, Yunxiang thought of Dilun Kingdom. Seeing that Yunxiang didn't answer, Jiyu Ziting added, "If you accept, she'll represent the Martial Academy and ask the Star Observation Bureau to legally allow you to use the Evil Spirit General, Shi Zi." Yunxiang added, "The prince definitely has experts guarding him. So if he still fell into danger, I'm afraid rescuing him will come at a considerable price. Understanding his meaning, Jiyu Ziting interrupted. After it's done, she can, within the dean's authority, agree to one more condition for you. Hearing this, Yunxiang became even more suspicious, because the dean was compromising too easily. On the surface, Jiyu Ziting was supposedly on the crown prince's side, who favored stability, so asking him to go meant she didn't want to reveal her secret contact with the second prince's faction. What choice did he have? Yunxiang reluctantly agreed to the deal, but in his heart, he couldn't stop wondering. Could Jiyu Ziting actually be working for the second prince's faction? Or is she a double agent? Will I meet A-san at the core rift in the northern district? A series of questions exploded in Yunxiang's head. Whatever. He'd go join the fun first and figure it out later. Taking out some pills, Yunxiang quickly replenished his energy, while also telling the system to summon a Grade G Crimson Flame Fire Dragon orb. Dazzling light shone down on Yunxiang's body, pulling up the spirit core structure, solidifying the mighty Lu Bu on Red Hair's back, causing everyone who saw it to gasp in amazement, their eyes wide with admiration. It felt like Wu Wei Yuan was nothing compared to this, totally badass and awesome. Even Cheng Yi was no exception, sweating as he watched. But he suddenly realized that this spirit general wasn't like Shi Zi. Jiyu Ziting had a similar thought. It didn't look like the Shi Zi she knew at all. She wondered if it was a Shi Zi phantom. After checking the coordinates, she shouted out the location to Yunxiang. Yunxiang gave an OK sign. Shangguan rushed after him, wanting Yunxiang to take her with him. Determined to make Yunxiang her Shangguan family's son, Shanglaw. Without waiting for Yunxiang to answer, Shangguan directly jumped onto the horse's back and hugged Yunxiang tightly. This made him annoyed, and he tried to shoo her away, but it didn't work. Remembering, Yunxiang knew the Shangguan family supported the second prince. Bringing her along would prevent her from following the dean and dying right away. With that thought, Yunxiang stopped trying to get Shangguan off, and instead told her to hold on tight or she'd fall off. These words made Shangguan even more excited and happy. After giving his instructions, Yunxiang spurred the horse and leaped hundreds of meters into the air for the dean and the others, including Cheng Yi, to see. Seeing Shangguan's actions, she quickly said to Jiyu Ziting, "Aren't you going to do anything about that girl?" Jiyu Ziting replied, "No time. Tell Ubei and Cheng Yi to gather people immediately, in 15 minutes. Meet her at the core rift in the southern district and rendezvous with the city guard." Finishing her words, Ubei and Cheng Yi both executed the order, watching in the direction Yunxiang left. Jiyu Ziting wondered, could he really be a Shizi host? She hoped her words could help Yunxiang fool others, and she would personally uncover the real secret. Amidst the ruined city, a flash of icy blue fire sped past. This fire's coming right out of Chitu. Shangguan, riding that horse, just blasting away at the beasts on either side. Even if the damage ain't super high, it's enough to piss them off and make them charge down. And right when they get close, that's when Yunxiang whips out Phoenix Halberd. Swish sends them all straight to the afterlife. Haha. Shangguan's just yelling all hyped up while blasting. "Kill! Kill! Keep it coming!" Yunxiang's just clearing out the area like a boss. Ain't a single one of them getting past Phoenix Halberd's defense. After a bit, Yunxiang can't help but say, "Yo, Shangguan, can you maybe chill with attracting all the aggro? We're kinda in a hurry here. This ain't a normal situation." Shangguan, like a super obedient puppy, just grunts. Yunxiang keeps thinking, logically, even if nobody looked after her, she'd still be able to live in Jiwu. But if my rebirth changed history, then bringing her along is safer. Once I get the Dragon Tome copied, making sure there are no slip-ups, then I'll make my move and get rid of her. Thing is, right now I can use her as a human tool. With that thought, Yunxiang mentions that he wants to ask Shangguan for a favor. Without even listening to what it is, Shangguan agrees straight away, making it sound like Yunxiang can do whatever he wants to her. Facepalming, Yunxiang cuts her off, telling her, "Later, if we run into enemies with some real power, I'll teach you a couple of things of you. If we run into enemies above the celestial stage, I'll hold them off, and like this, like that." Shangguan just quietly goes, The position of the core crack in the North District is no exception. Already turned into a pile of rubble. A bunch of gold mecha are lined up protecting the mecha behind them, or rather the second prince. This type of gold mecha is the form of the royal guard. In the meric's hand, there are a man and a woman being received. In the man's hand is a man in critical condition. Tian Zihai loudly wanted Head Commander Liu to persevere, but he was already very weak, dying. "Sorry, Your Highness, for being careless." In his grief, Tian Zihai sadly cursed Di Lun Nation. This time it was because he was too naive. He had originally received information that the Di Lun people had sneaked into Nanzhou, and he wanted to fish them out, trying to find evidence, so their plot was easily used to persuade his father to start a war. Unexpectedly, the people of Di Lun Nation caused a beast tide. The more he said, the more Tian Zihai blamed himself for harming millions of residents of Yuanding City, and now he has also fallen into the Di Lun trap. If it wasn't for Head Commander Liu, he would have died. Hearing these words, Head Commander Liu quickly comforted Tian Zihai, saying that it was his duty to protect him, while speaking and spitting blood. Seeing this, Tian Zihai urged him to persevere, then turned to ask the girl, "Why hasn't the support arrived yet?" In response, she just received news from the Jiwu Dean that support is on the way. This girl is Xiao Mai, the prince's combat servant. After speaking, Tian Zihai ordered Xiao Mai to bring the last remaining rejuvenation pill. Just as she took it out, the servant persuaded that this should be saved for Tian Zihai, to prevent accidents. Even Head Commander Liu stopped it. His injuries were too severe. Using more rejuvenation pills would be useless. Regardless, Tian Zihai grabbed the bottle of pills and fed it to Head Commander Liu. At this moment, the guards exclaimed, "Another hung beast has arrived," Tian Zihai said in a low voice, ordering Xiao Mai to command the guards to stop the enemy. Receiving the order, Xiao Mai jumped onto the stairs. Golden light shone down. Before it could even solidify completely, Xiao Mai began to give orders. The 8 mecha formed the mysterious moon formation, is the head formation, to protect the people in the center. A loud roar resounded throughout the space. In the middle of the road, the beasts automatically split to both sides. From within the white smoke, a ferocious beast slowly emerges. Each step it takes is incredibly heavy. What's really something about this beast are its massive hands on either side, along with those huge, pearly white teeth. You can tell it's super diligent about brushing every day. This is a Chongqi class ferocious beast, with heavenly stage power. Compared to it, the royal guards are completely overwhelmed. Just as everyone's focusing, someone shouts out a warning, "Enemies on the flanks too!" adding insult to injury. God damn it! A figure wielding a giant halberd slowly appears in the smoke. The guards are speechless with fear. Like, what even is this monster? At the center of the South District, a giant rift tears across the sky, creating a vortex. Below, every building is reduced to ruins, lifeless like the end of days. At this moment, Jiyu Ziting stands commandingly atop a building in her mecha. She assesses the situation and barks out orders. Entire army, formation, the city guard take the front lines for defense. Instructors on both flanks for guerrilla tactics. Below her, a line of mecha is arranged, awaiting battle with metallic spirits. At the rear, students are responsible for long, sea-range attacks. From a distance, the East District mecha looked densely packed, like the ferocious beast army itself. No more of that isolated, weak look from before. Most of them are white Weiyuan-type mecha. The central rift continues to widen. From within the inky blackness, countless massive teeth are revealed. Before long, a Chongqi class beast bursts out of the spatial rift. They were prepared for the arrival, so Jiyu Ziting calmly orders the entire army to prepare. At her command, the Weiyuan mecha simultaneously lock onto the enemy, and with a shout, a rain of light arrows descends, covering the area. Even if each attack isn't powerful, many drops can make an ocean. Meanwhile, in the East District, quite a few Weiyuan mecha have gathered at the core rift, ready to greet another Chongqi Gong-class beast. This thing is several times larger than a mecha. The Wei Yuan are positioned around buildings, and in the center, a bald old man is deep in thought. Facing the ferocious beast, he shows absolutely no fear, remaining strangely calm. After a moment of silence, the beast suddenly roars, creating a storm like pressure, causing the Wei Yuan mecha to shield their faces. But the bald old man stands there like a statue, completely unaffected by the sound. He rummages in his pocket and pulls out a soul charm that's cracked at one corner, calling it his old friend and asking it to fight alongside him one last time. Those around him watch in confusion and disbelief. "Don't we need to go help Elder Zhu?" someone asks. The others immediately reject that idea. Elder Zhu is a heavenly stage powerhouse. He can tear ferocious beasts to shreds. This is a battle between grandmasters. We can only watch from afar. They see that Zhu Elder is surrounded by a blinding light. He is performing astral construction of his battlefield war spirit. The scene in the North District is no less desolate, with purple clouds swirling ominously in the sky. A ferocious beast's fist slams heavily into the ground. A horde of canines, like ferocious beasts, rush forward, like a pack of wolves. Their target, the corpses of the already dead ferocious beasts. These are small, skincha-sized, Huadu ferocious beasts. Rather than fighting, they prefer to eat and devour the corpses of other ferocious beasts. The royal guards are in chaos. Large ferocious beasts are attacking from both sides. These powerful enemies make them feel completely outmatched. Seeing the situation as dire, one of the guards turns back and tells Xiao Mei to escort the prince and princess out of the palace first, while they stay behind to hold off the enemy. Hearing this, Xiao Mei turned around, planning to ask Tian Zehai for his opinion, but was cut off by Liu Tongling's cough. He choked violently, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were super serious. Using every last bit of strength, he placed his hand on his chest and said to Tian Zehai, "Knowing I can't be saved, burning my soul force can still buy you about 20 seconds. Before he could finish, Tian Zehai interrupted, telling him not to rush. His eyes were full of expectation and consideration. He sensed that one side didn't have the aura of a savage beast. The newcomer might not be an enemy. Hearing this, Xiao Mai also suspiciously scanned the area, faintly remembering Jiyu citing support. On the side of the high-level savage beast, it transformed its solidified arm into a different shape, like a sharp, jagged fence. After transforming, it roared, creating a storm that swept forward, forcing the guards to struggle to resist. This domineering pressure, those behind Tian Zehai struggled even more. He used his body to shield Liu Tongling, ignoring the constant impact of rocks. Looking closely, the guards realized that the savage beast was roaring at a dark figure on the left, completely ignoring them. It seemed to think only the enemy there posed a threat. The large dark figure suddenly shouted, "Roar your ass!" At the same time, a burst of Xuan, mystic, light, shot out at lightning speed. Before the savage beasts could figure out what was happening, it slammed down right in front of them. Luckily, the Chongqi beast managed to retreat in time, avoiding the blow. But a few unlucky Huadao beasts weren't so lucky. Looking at the weapon that had just crashed down in front of them, even the Chongqi beast was spooked. On the other side, Hooves stepped forward leisurely. Yunxiang, riding red hair, passed through the smoke, appearing before the guards. At first glance, they recognized him as a spirit soul general. Confused, they wondered if this was support from Jiwu Academy. Tian Zehai also glanced over, considering he had never seen this spirit soul general before, and he even had a spirit beast mount entering the battlefield. Yunxiang called out, "Shangguan, get to work. While I'm suppressing this big guy, you hurry up and loot the corpses of those savage beasts whose heads just got smashed." Shangguan questioned him, making Yunxiang grimace. He clearly explained it just now on the way here. In the same stomach pouch, 50 centimeters to the left of the ribs, you can dig out a Rikong crystal. At the same time, the Chongqi beast was still confused by the earlier attack. In front of it, Feng Tian constantly emitted lightning. It surged in all directions, But just as the savage beast was about to advance, it was blocked by a screen of light. No matter what it did, it couldn't break through. Tian Zehai, observing the battle, judged. Could that be a formation? This statement immediately shocked Xiao Mai. She wouldn't dare to think it was possible, even in her wildest dreams. According to his theory, Tian Zehai believed that the weapon the Spirit Soul General had launched earlier was enhanced with some kind of formation barrier. At this point, the guards finally vaguely understood. No wonder the Chongqi beast hadn't reacted all this time. The whole army had fallen into confusion. They didn't know if they should take this opportunity to retreat or quietly observe the situation. Some people couldn't believe their eyes. Something as profound as a formation could be casually deployed. Suddenly, Tian Zehai became serious. He felt that something was wrong. Looking at the rate at which the soul force was dissipating, this formation couldn't be sustained for long. Reaching this conclusion, he turned to look at Yunxiang. It seemed this guy only wanted to buy some time temporarily, not capture the savage beast. Xiao Mai also quickly observed the situation on the other side. On the screen, Wei Wei was working hard to tear apart the savage beast's corpse. Then, from its stomach, she dug out a glowing crystal. Xiao Mai didn't understand the purpose of this at all. But Tian Zehai was different. He recognized it as a Yi Kong crystal. Xiao Mai had heard the name before, but this was the first time she had seen it with her own eyes. According to Tian Zehai, the Li Kong crystallization is also called Space Stone. It's said to grow inside the stomach sac of the ferocious beast Teoti, and it has space compression abilities. Teoti relies on this to devour things 10 times its own size. Hearing this, Xiao Mai remembered that it was a valuable material for crafting talisman artifacts. Who knew something like that would be in the belly of a disgusting beast? Even as a prince, Tian Zehai has to acknowledge its value. Talisman artifacts and spiritual soul fiancés all need this kind of material. Xiao Mai suddenly spaced out, realizing that Yunxiang was stalling for time to search for treasure. At the same time, the Fangtian stuck in the ground was constantly dissipating. Yunxiang was frantically replenishing it with soul power. His stamina was continuously decreasing, and he knew the soul prison formation wouldn't be able to contain this Chongqi for much longer. While using a soul continuation pill, he called Shangguan to ask about the progress. Urged on, she returned with 3 Li Kong crystallizations, her entire mech covered in the ferocious beast's blood. Just waiting for this, Yunxiang reached out and used soul power to bring the crystallizations over. 3 were barely enough, and this scene made Shangguan exclaim in surprise. She didn't expect Yunxiang to actually be able to use soul power to manipulate objects from a distance. Before the crystallizations even reached his hand, Yunxiang spurred his horse towards the ferocious beast. The guardians who watched instinctively stepped back to avoid him. Compared to them, the Spirit Soul General in front of them was too fierce and domineering. Tian Zehai was no exception. Watching intently, trying to clearly see the other party's appearance. Yunxiang inside also glanced at the screen. At close range, Tian Zehai could clearly see and recognize that this was the Spirit Soul General Lu Biyu, and his jaw dropped. It was just that he felt something wasn't quite right. Suddenly, Yunxiang shot upwards in spirit, resolve Qi. At the same time, he summoned Fengtian back into his hand. Just then, the ferocious beast broke free from the soul prison formation. Gaining its freedom, it opened its mouth and condensed a glowing purple ball, suddenly firing a huge cannon column straight at Yunxiang. He easily dodged out of the way of this thing. Seeing this, the Chongqi stomped hard and bounced high up, level with Yunxiang. At this moment, Yunxiang spun around, delivering a fierce, heavy blow. The two collided in mid-air, creating lightning like thunder. A shocking scene. Right at that moment, Yunxiang jammed a Li Kong crystallization into the ferocious beast's arm, but the price to pay was being knocked away by the ferocious beast. The arrow pierced through dozens of buildings. After watching for a while, Xiao Mai exclaimed and told Tian Zehai, "That cool-looking Spirit Soul General is no match for the Chongqi at all." After taking that hit, Yunxiang had to kneel down, not giving him time to relax. The Chongqi rushed over aggressively, as if wanting to devour him whole. Inside the mech, Yunxiang thought to himself that he was only at the peak of the yellow stage right now. Even controlling Lu Bu, it would be difficult to solo a heavenly stage Chongqi. Suddenly, Lu Bu's eyes flashed with a bright light. "Explode for me!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Lei Kong crystallization on the ferocious beast's arm emitted resonating waves, instantly creating a violent explosion that caused the ferocious beast to roar. Tian Zeihai totally didn't see that coming, and his expression went blank. After that explosion, one of the Chongqi's arms was completely blown off, and the injury wasn't light at all. Facing it, Yunxiang waved his hand provocatively with an apology. He's not a match for a heavenly stage dude right now, so he can only use some sneaky tricks. No honor among thieves, you know? Even so, Yunxiang got tons of cheers and praise. In the eyes of the guards, that move was awesome. Injecting soul force into the rifting crystal and creating a small-scale spatial collapse through an overload explosion. They'd never seen anything like it. Tian Zeihai didn't hold back on the compliments. He clapped, and the Martial Academy went up a few notches in his book. Talk about hidden talent. Hearing this analysis, Zhao Mai couldn't help but gasp and asked quickly, "Could it be that the guy just blew up a priceless rifting crystal?" Tian Zeihai's face was covered in cold sweat. Being able to heavily injure a heavenly stage ferocious beast with Huang stage cultivation, who cares if he wasted a few rifting crystals, he thought to himself. Rifting crystals being taken out to work with are also thousands of years old. At least, the data of Tiandu country has never recorded an explosion. This person is afraid of mastering some kind of special explosive method, if it can be applied in the military. This thought was interrupted by Zhao Mai's loud exclamation. She was even more shocked to hear that the guy was only at the Huang stage. In response, Tian Zeihai confirmed, "That's right. During the fight just now, the highest soul force radiating from him that I sensed was only at the peak Huang stage." Zhao Mai's expression twisted. She couldn't believe it. How could it be? A peak Huang stage cultivator was just like an ant in her eyes. And he could cross 3 major realms to heavily injure a powerful enemy? Even in her wildest dreams, she wouldn't have dared to imagine that. At this time, the Chongqi species retreated to a long distance, launching a series of painted, Kudog species to attack. They had nimble speed and sharp teeth, and thundered towards the opposite side. Yunxiang braced himself firmly with his 2 feet, firmly gripped the phoenix plumes spinning around to smash all the painted, sea dog species. Each one was cut across the body, dying on the spot. The remaining ones became even more frantic, attacking desperately. It's just that they didn't pose a threat to Yunxiang at all, were easily taken down. When there was enough distance inside the mecha, Yunxiang kept using soul recovery pills to replenish his soul force, panting tiredly. After evaluation, he felt that the Chongqi species had been frightened by the explosion just now, so they forced these dogs to try to exhaust him again. The Chongqi condensed a bright cannon of destruction in its mouth, firing it forward, aiming directly at Yunxiang. Instantly, he skillfully leaned to the side to dodge it. It was just that this movement made Tian Zeihai even more frightened. He realized that this was the body movement of the Xuanjia guards. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Yunxiang, the Chongqi roared in anger. Looking at it, Yunxiang snorted coldly and rushed past it. At the same time, he slashed directly. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix plume shattered into small pieces. This was also within Yunxiang's expectations. Sure enough, with his current realm, it was difficult to maintain its durability. He couldn't go head-to-head with a heavenly stage, but as long as he could create a small hole in the hard outer shell for the rifting crystal, that would be enough. Once again, the rifting crystal on the ferocious beast's body fluctuated. Yunxiang formed the creation hand seal, Qing Qi Qi, division of rebellious intent. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion was generated on the beast's body, creating a dazzling light. A second later, a part of the beast was blown away and formed into thick smoke that flew out. Like he'd totally lost it, the beast didn't give a crap about its injuries and charged like a bat out of hell. Yunxiang sensed the danger and backpedaled like crazy. He focused all his energy into his fist as the beast opened its jaws, creating a super strong suction. Right then, Yunxiang successfully countered with a hand strike. He jumped way up high to escape, but when he landed, Yunxiang was missing his right arm. Ouch! Without hesitating, Yunxiang forced himself to activate the creation technique, stirring up the Qing-Chi aura with rebellious intent. Suddenly, purple lightning crackled around the beast's entire body. "Explode for me!" Yunxiang yelled. The beast's body suddenly swelled up to the max, and a massive explosion rocked a corner of the city, unleashing a blinding light. Anyone in Yuanding could see it. Boom! When the smoke cleared, the beast was totally gone. Only a black scorch mark remained where it had been. Even the remnants of the star spirit general Liu Biyu disintegrated. Yunxiang landed on the ground and lightly brushed off the dust. He was bummed that the valuable core crystal had been blown to smithereens too. What a waste. The guards were totally shook and noticed that Yunxiang's clothes were the uniform of the Mecha Academy. Yunxiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Around him, the royal guards simultaneously knelt, forming a protective circle. Tianzihai, in his Heaven's Fall mech, lowered his hand to the ground. Setting aside his status as the Prince of Tiandu, he clasped his fist in the other hand in salute, and sincerely thanked Yunxiang for his help. Seeing this, Yunxiang returned the salute, telling him not to be so polite, and asked how they were doing. But Yunxiang's words made Tianzihai and his guards suddenly wary and alert. He immediately questioned, "Could it be that Yunxiang knows my identity?" Seeing this reaction, Yunxiang laughed it off, reassuring them not to be so tense. He said that Headmaster Ji Yu Ziting had asked him to come lend a hand. With that, Tianzihai relaxed and readily responded, saying that he was the second prince of the Tiandu kingdom. After a few greetings, Yunxiang introduced himself. Upon hearing that Yunxiang's surname was Song, and combined with that Xuanjia guard footwork, Tianzihai was suspicious. "Could it be that you have some connection to Song family's 9th Marquise Anne?" Tianzihai inquired, brushing aside the experience, thinking that Yunxiang was joking when he said that he was a student. Then, Tianzihai recalled that in a secret report from his dad's spies, it was mentioned that old Marquis of the Song family had pulled some strings to get a descendant with a flawed spirit vein into the Mecha Academy. Once things settled down, he would ask Ji Yu Ziting for more information about all that, as well as that Red Star Spirit General. A powerhouse like this, Tianzihai couldn't help but think about recruiting him as a helper. And he continued. Tianzihai believed that with Yunxiang's strength, there wasn't an instructor in the entire Mecha Academy who could beat him. This made Yunxiang awkward, and he quickly denied it, saying that his strength was only at the peak of the yellow rank, and he relied on luck to fight. Their conversation was interrupted by Commander Liu's choking cough, and Tianzihai immediately turned back anxiously. While asking Xiao Mai how long it would take for the doctor to arrive for examination, she reported that it would take about 3/4 of an hour. Tianzihai didn't think Liu could hold on that long. Hearing this, Yunxiang chimed in, offering to take a look. But as soon as he stepped forward, Xiao Mai blocked him. Seeing this, Tianzihai immediately stopped his subordinate. Thanks to that, Yunxiang jumped over to the injured person. Without hesitation, gently placed his fingers on Liu's chest to examine him. In just a few breaths, Yunxiang made his assessment. This is a penetrating wound caused by a heaven rank expert's released spirit energy. Although the internal organ damage isn't too severe, because the spirit meridian was severed, the injured person can't circulate spirit energy to heal themselves. As soon as he said that, Tianzihai got even more surprised and doubtful, asking if Yunxiang even knew medicine. Yunxiang replied that he only knew a little. "But we don't have the tools right now, so I'll just have to use some rejuvenation pills to keep him alive." Tianzihai then said that he had already used one just now, fearing that using more would be useless. Unexpectedly, Yunxiang directly poured the whole bottle of rejuvenation pills into Liu Tong's mouth, leaving Tianzihai gaping in utter shock. Holy crap, he used up the whole bottle of pills. Yunxiang tossed another bottle to Xiao Hong. "If one pill doesn't work, use a bunch," This should be enough to keep this general alive until the doctor gets here. In the East District, at the core of the Rift battlefield, the fighting was just as fierce as on Yunxiang's side. The Changqi in front of him was already quite injured, with more than half of its huge hands on its back already chopped off. Facing it was a golden mecha, holding a broken sword in its hand. Seeing that Changqi wanted to open a rift to escape, the old man chuckled. If that's the case, then I'll use this move to finish it. With that, the old man raised the broken sword high, condensing soul power, the third move of Myriad Miles' sword style. The sword suddenly shot out a massive beam of light straight ahead, the pressure spilling out to both sides, clearing the entire road. Seen from above, the beam of light was even more gigantic, carrying terrifying power. It directly struck Changqi, causing it to gradually dissipate. The endless stream of spirit light swept out even into the suburbs of the city. Inside, the fierce beast was soon reduced to tiny fragments. After a while, the light gradually dissipated, leaving behind a trace of apocalyptic destruction. The Changqi in front of the old man finally turned into an explosion, losing its life force. After this move, the sword in the old man's hand became even shorter. Everyone who witnessed it was so shocked that they couldn't speak, admiring the move just now, which was truly too powerful, actually obliterating the Changqi. One of them recognized it as the legendary one sword shatters mountains and rivers. No one dared to think that the old man could unleash this sword from such an old mecha. A heavenly realm expert is not to be underestimated. Unexpectedly, this statement was further refuted through rumors. Someone knew that the old man wasn't just an ordinary heavenly realm expert, but he was probably the closest to the saint realm among the soul spirit masters in Manhwa. This news terrified many people. A half-step saint realm is a figure of that level. While they were talking, Old Shu had already disassembled the mecha, but they couldn't find him at all, hurriedly looking around in confusion. Just like that, Old Shu disappeared without a trace in front of dozens of people. On the roof of a building in the city, a machine was emitting a strange red light. Based on their clothing, they were the black-clad people from Dilun country. The plan failed, and they immediately retreated. They didn't even care about the equipment, hastily leaving this place to rendezvous with another squad. But after taking a few steps, they were stopped by a voice. Want to leave? Have you asked for Lao Fu's, this old man, Slipper's permission? Seeing the dark figure in front of them, Jian Dilun cautiously questioned the other party's identity. Very quickly, one of them recognized the person in front of them as the old man who killed Changqi with one sword, and was shocked. Without hesitation, the leader quickly took out a soul seal, ordering his comrades, transform, kill Old Shu. Before the soul spirit incantation was finished, a slipper came flying and knocked the leader flat on his back. He slid a long way backward, crashing into the wall with a thud. Foaming at the mouth, he lost consciousness. The remaining people took a while to react, angrily cursing Old Shu for being despicable. You're already so strong, yet you still resort to sneak attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde was kicked to the ground by a skinny foot. The rest were no exception, knocked unconscious in a flash. While kicking the blondie's head, Old Shu scolded him. If you're gonna attack, just attack already. Why so chatty? Then, Old Shu walked over to the leader, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him away. Looking into the distance, he was a bit surprised. The last one is almost finished. Not bad progress. The leader, being dragged by the cheek, screamed like crazy. But it was useless. The old man coldly told him to follow along obediently for a trip. After speaking, the old man dashed across the roofs of buildings using his bare body. His speed was no different from the superheroes in movies. On another battlefield, the core rift of the South City District, Gu Sinting watched from above, arranging an ambush to encircle the ferocious beast. Finally, in the center, Changqi was covered in blood, both large arms already chopped off, and the remaining arm wasn't in much better shape, with a large hole punched through it. Under the siege of thousands of Wei Yuan units, it only had a sliver of life left. Even so, everyone was still extremely vigilant, not being careless. Shang-Chi's whole body trembled, growling ferociously. Around it, A series of mechas still held their formation, waiting. Sure enough, the next second, Chongqi fell, its last bit of life extinguished. Everyone was stunned for a moment, not daring to believe they had won. A heavenly, stage ferocious beast had been defeated just like that. Victory is certain. Everyone cheered in unison, their joyful shouts echoing through the area. A heavenly stage ferocious beast is just so-so. We could probably beat 10 more. Tiandu will win. Tiandu will win. The army's morale was instantly boosted. Ji sighting remained silent like a statue above, not showing any celebratory reaction different from the students and the guard army. A look of heavy fatigue flashed across Ji sighting's face, judging that heavenly stage ferocious beasts were indeed too strong. Even gathering the power of 1,000 profound stage individuals could only barely put up a fight, and they barely won at no small cost. Suddenly, a figure shot down from above. Old Shu, bringing Di Lun, the leader, landed in front of Ji Siting. Immediately, she dispelled her soul armor and stepped down, respectfully greeting Old Shu. Old Shu, as if accustomed to it, spoke to comfort Ji sighting, then threw Di Lun over to her, saying that he was captured at the rift in the East City district. It wasn't hard for Ji sighting to recognize him as the spy Di Lun. It should still be handed over to the guard army or the secret inspection division. But Old Shu interrupted, thinking that the city guard army and secret inspection division could very well have been infiltrated. So he wasn't at ease, and handed him over to Ji sighting. Quite a distance away, a light flashed on the roof of a building. The sniper slowly approached, aiming straight at Old Shu's head. But suddenly, he looked directly into the scope. This startled the assassin, realizing that he had been discovered. This was Di Lun's early, list-stage soul general of the Yufu Luo type, a low-level soul general. Looking in their direction, Old Shu softly asked Ji sighting if he needed help dealing with those brats. In response, Ji sighting already had arrangements. It wasn't necessary. On Di Lun's side, they frantically ordered to open fire and eliminate Old Shu and Ji sighting. Before he could finish speaking, the soul general was suddenly pierced through the chest. This scene made the leader's eyes widen in fear. What the heck? From above, a huge net is cast down, restraining him. No matter how he's equipped, he can't get away. The next second, a Wayfinder operative appears, pulling a dagger from the Di Lun mech's chest. This is a Secret Service type Wayfinder, a special ops unit responsible for carrying out covert missions. Explaining the situation, the Wayfinder leader says, "This is a soul binding net. It disrupts the flow of soul force. Once you're caught, forget about equipping anything." At this point, the roof of the building is under Wayfinder control. Retracting the crescent sword, reporting the situation. Target total, 5 individuals. All are restrained. Receiving the report, Ji sighting orders, "Bring all the captives back alive. She will personally interrogate them." Watching this unfold, Elder Shu realizes Ji sighting had discovered them long ago, ordinary cultivation realm, but their 7, soldier formation and tactical execution are truly excellent. Elder Shu praises without reservation. Remaining modest, Ji sighting conversely praises his cultivation. Able to slay a celestial stage cultivator with a single sword, the name 10,000-mile sword truly lives up to being the best sword in Nan province. My small tricks are not worth mentioning. With everything settled, Elder Shu turns to leave. No further problems here. He'll head over to the northern district to take a look, adding, "There's a kid over there who's piqued my interest." Watching Elder Shu's retreating figure, Ji sighting wonders to herself, "I wonder which kid could have caught his attention. Could it be second Prince Tian Zehai, or that mysterious song Yunxiang?" The battlefield scar, the core of the northern district. Holding the pill bottle in his hand, Tian Zehai is still in disbelief. Unbelievable. This is actually a rejuvenation pill. This remark makes Yunxiang suspicious. Could it be that he also researches pills? Responding, Tian Zehai admits he isn't an alchemist. "But as a prince, I once followed a rank 5 alchemist in the royal family to study alchemy knowledge. Although the quality of Yunxiang's pills reaches supreme grade, even saint grade, he feels like there's more to it. Judging from the pill cloud on these rejuvenation pills, They weren't made with the techniques and processes he knows at all. Which means, in terms of manufacturing technology, it's probably years ahead of the Heavenly Capital Kingdom. Thinking of the effects, Tian Zihai excitedly asks, "How does Liu Tong feel?" Before he can answer, Tian Zihai's eyes nearly pop out of his head, as the wounds on Liu Tong's body are visibly healing at an insane rate. Sitting down, Tian Zihai continues to ask, "Liu Tong, what are your sensations?" Hearing his name, Liu Tong slowly opens his eyes and replies, "I just had a dream. I dreamt that I was in the warm waters of the essence of all things, as if there was a seed. Ah, no. He is the seed, immersed in that ocean of light." Unconsciously, Liu Tong sits up, realizing that the injuries on his body are gone. In disbelief, could it have healed that quickly? Beside him, Tian Zihai's expression is even more stunned. This is too incredible. After checking himself again, Liu Tong is even more shocked, wondering if it's an illusion. The hidden ailment accumulated in his lower back from years of cultivation seems to be gone. Instantly, both Tian Zihai and Xiao Mai exclaim in shock, "What?" Xiao Mai's arm trembles as she points at Liu Tong and shouts, "Has Liu Tong gotten younger?" Without her saying so, Tian Zihai takes a closer look. And it's indeed as Xiao Mai said. The man, originally in his 40s, with a face in his 50s, even 70s, now looks only a little over 30. The gray hair on his temples is also gone. Looking at Yunxiang, Tian Zihai becomes even more serious, thoughts flashing in his mind. Could it be because of his pills? Originally, he thought Yunxiang was just a martial artist, with exceptional combat power, and even considered trying to recruit him to work for him. But if there's such a great alchemical master behind Yunxiang, he can only think of ways to befriend him. That thought flashed across Tian Zihai's mind. It wasn't about being friendly. It was about being forced to be friendly. "Song bro." Suddenly, a loud call grabbed Yunxiang's attention. Behind him, Shangguan's eyes were sparkling as she ran over, carrying a pile of crystals. She'd been scavenging the corpses of those baddies since they arrived, and this was all she'd found so far. Looking at the pile, Tian Zihai's jaw dropped. Whoops! He was so shocked that the elixir bottle in his hand slipped. Luckily, Chief Liu caught it just in time, dodging a bullet. Shangguan approached, but the royal guards stopped her. Counting them up, she'd managed to snag 9 nether crystals. No biggie, Shangguan didn't care about their value. She was just buzzing with anticipation, waiting for Yunxiang to give her props. Yunxiang thought to himself, "This crazy lady's actually kinda useful. Even if normal folks used my special corpse plundering technique, they wouldn't have this high of a success rate." Out loud, Yunxiang reluctantly praised, "Top-notch quality! Perfect extraction. Who knew a pampered miss like you was so good at this hands-on stuff?" Stoked by the praise, Shangguan clutched her face, excitedly spilling the beans. "I've always been good at dissecting bodies. Just holding a scalpel makes me feel all tingly inside." A second later, Tian Zihai strolled over and said, "Thanks for the elixir, Yunxiang. I've got another request. I'm hoping you'll let me have those crystals." Naturally, Yunxiang flat out refused. That just wouldn't sit right with him. Seeing the second prince, Shangguan was also surprised. Tian Zihai added, "I wouldn't expect you to give away your spoils for free, Yunxiang." Realizing that he was suggesting a trade, Yunxiang smirked mischievously. Then, Tian Zihai held up 3 fingers, indicating the amount of money he would give for all of the crystals, also mentioning that while Yunxiang was the one who killed these Taoties, the nether crystals were considered strategic materials controlled by the imperial court, making it difficult to take them out of here. "Not one to back down," Yunxiang hinted. "Perhaps the second prince isn't planning to buy these crystals through official channels? Considering that your highness is using personal funds, I'd still want a higher price. This transaction will be our little secret, and it could solve some long-term problems for us later." In the middle of their conversation, Shangguan suddenly stepped forward gracefully and greeted Tian Zihai, introducing herself. Hearing the name Shangguan Yingqin, Tian Zihai figured it out. "So you're Shangguan Hongqian's daughter, I guess that's the case." Yingqin responded that her older brother, Shangguan Lingshu, was working under Tian Zihai. Hearing that, Tian Zihai grinned even wider. If that's the case, then we're all family here. Out of respect for the Shangguan family, Tian Zihai upped his offer to 5. Just as Yunxiang was about to haggle, the second prince suddenly pointed at Yingqin. When he gets back, I'll promote your brother by 3 whole ranks. Needless to say, Shangguan was ecstatic. She quickly thanked Tian Zihai. Then, Tian Zihai leaned in close to Yunxiang and whispered, "That's all I've budgeted for now. Consider it a favor I owe you." Faced with Shangguan's pleading, Yunxiang reluctantly sighed and agreed to Tian Zihai's request. With that settled, the second prince stepped aside to take care of his own business. Watching him, Yunxiang mused, based on my memories from my past life and the current situation, the Shangguan family is definitely backing the second prince. Could Shangguan's betrayal in my past life be connected to the second prince's death? Still lost in thought, Yunxiang suddenly noticed Shangguan. She grabbed Yunxiang's sleeve. "Yingqin wants a nether crystal too. Yingqin will pay you back in full." This made Yunxiang a bit confused, asking her why she didn't just go find another one. Turns out Yunxiang had only killed 12 Taoies in total, and she'd tried all the other corpses, but it was hard to find complete crystals. As she spoke, Shangguan put on a pitiful face. At the same time, Tian Zihai turned back to discuss with the person next to him. Xiao Mai held the compression card in her hand, feeling heartbroken. Do we really have to spend so much money to buy the rending crystals? This is money she's worked hard to save for over a year. The more she thought about it, the more Xiao Mai set her sights on Shangguan Yingqin. That person knows how to mine crystals, and the Shangguan family is on the second prince's side. Just give an order and she can go mine a few more. This idea was immediately rejected by Commander Liu. That's too simplistic. Gluttons are not uncommon among fierce beasts, but the crystals are rare and precious. The difficulty isn't just in how to mine them, but also in how to kill the glutton. Tian Zihai also confirmed this point. Previously, crystal transactions were at a low rate and were obtained by luck. Moreover, Yunxiang and Shangguan mined a dozen or so at once, and each one was of perfect quality, so I'm afraid Song Yunxiang possesses a special way to kill them. Helplessly, Xiao Mai, with tears in her eyes, handed over her money to Tian Zihai. He recalled that the Song family of the Juan Marquis estate was one of the 4 great families of Tiandu City. In the past, the previous family head was even a saint, stage powerhouse, and 20 years ago, they even produced a peerless genius who suppressed an era. Unfortunately, rumor has it that it was because of some woman that not only was the entire family implicated, but the old saint stage ancestor was also seriously injured and died. In the end, they were exiled to a small city bordering the southeast, responsible for guarding the southern Great Wall. If his guess is true, and Song Yunxiang is really from that Song family, I'm afraid the Song family will make a strong return and rise again because of Song Yunxiang. A moment later, Tian Zihai handed Yunxiang a compression card containing 500 million in cash. The catch? It's in water notes. As soon as Yunxiang heard water notes, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but marvel. Tian Zihai had anticipated this reaction. He reckoned Yunxiang got quite a bargain. Currently, the exchange rate for water notes to Tiandu currency is more than 5%. Because Tiandu Nation and Dilun Nation are constantly at war, Yishui Nation has always maintained neutrality, so its economy is a bit more stable, and consequently, its currency is more valuable. Stashing the card in his coat, Yunxiang grinned, "How generous," praising Tian Zihai, while inwardly noting that he was even more cautious in his calculations when paying with foreign currency. Tian Zihai was also helpless about this point. Too many eyes were on him. Then he asked, "Didn't Yunxiang check it over? After all, it's such a large sum, given your background." Yunxiang chose to trust him. After the transaction was completed, Tian Zihai offered to have his soldiers transport the crystals. Suddenly, Yunxiang pulled out an object and activated it in front of them. "Since the second prince is so generous, your boy Yunxiang will throw in a packaging service." Before Tian Zihai could figure out what was going on, Yunxiang activated a formation over the pile of crystals. Rings of light overlapped, creating a mystical scene. At a glance, Commander Liu recognized it as a space formation. Xiao Mai's exclamation was no exception. According to Commander Liu, Because rending crystals have spatial properties, they cannot be stored in item talismans, but Yunxiang used a space formation to compress them. He had never heard of such an operation, and couldn't even imagine it. In just a blink of an eye, all of the rending crystals were stored by Yunxiang into a compact card in his hand. He then handed it to Tian Zehai, startling him. Rending crystals aren't easy to transport. Using spirit form generals is too eye-catching. This type of formation talisman is for one-time use. The decryption code is 6 6s, Yunxiang added. Remember to find a spacious place to activate it and grab it. Tian Zehai was still in shock, not expecting Yunxiang to have such sophisticated methods. With the business concluded, Yunxiang said goodbye and headed back. He reported that this exchange had established a pretty good relationship between the two sides. Yunxiang also got a favor from the second prince, returning the courtesy to the other party. Yunxiang chuckled inwardly, because he would soon have an opportunity to need Tian Zehai's help. Watching Yunxiang's departing figure, Tian Zehai was even more certain of his thoughts. He absolutely had to befriend this guy. Even if he couldn't pull him into his camp, he hoped that they definitely wouldn't become enemies. Song Yunxiang was the same. He walked along, lost in thought. The Beast-Tide event had ended just like that. He hadn't sensed Aitan's aura here, so he guessed she'd left Yuanding City safely. Now that it was over, Yunxiang wanted to go home and check things out. In his past life, both the Martial Academy and Yuanding City were destroyed in this Beast-Tide. He followed a group of refugees across the Death Desert, and it took him over 20 days just to get back to the Song family. But less than a month later, the Nanhuang border defense line, where the Song family was stationed, was swallowed up by a terrifying Beast-Tide. The Song family generals and the Yangtze City guards were almost completely wiped out. Old Man Song and all of Yunxiang's siblings died there. Back then, he didn't have the power to stop any of it. He escaped alone, then ran into the Swanjia guards who were rushing to provide reinforcements, and was saved by his female master. There were still 2 months until that time. Yunxiang was confident he could still make it. Suddenly, Yunxiang's eyes narrowed. Instinctively, he swung a kick hard behind him. Dust and smoke billowed up, slowly dissipating. Within the smoke, a figure easily blocked Yunxiang's kick, and then exclaimed with amusement, "You're really interesting." This scene immediately drew the second prince's attention, and they all became vigilant. Tian Zehai quickly sensed that the newcomer had a celestial stage aura, and it seemed stronger too. Liu Tong was no exception, and felt that the person was close to the saint stage. He was confused, wondering if the newcomer was a demi-saint. The smoke cleared, revealing old Shu in his aged form, smiling gleefully. It was clear the young man was only at the peak of the profound stage, yet he managed to detect him after hiding in the martial academy for more than a year. That was a deep level of hiding. Yunxiang's eyes lit up, recognizing the person as none other than the old gatekeeper from the martial academy. Undaunted, Yunxiang gave a similar cold smile. "Alright, you hid deep enough too." Who would have thought that a dignified Grand Master at the Celestial Stage would hide out as a gatekeeper at the Nanzhou Martial Academy? Shangguan gasped beside him, trying to cover her mouth, afraid to speak. Yunxiang continued. Among the 7 rumors of the Martial Academy, one of them says that the Academy head, Liu Shui, personally guards the gate with an iron rod. Guessing that's talking about you. After hearing that, Old Shu smiled mischievously, denying it, still only referring to himself as the chief gatekeeper. Then, Yunxiang cupped his fist to show respect to the man, already sure in his mind that he was that Celestial Stage Academy head. Liu Tong and the others froze in unison, exclaiming the name Shu Hemming. Xiao Mei curiously asked about it, and was immediately given an explanation. Liu Tong's eyes became serious, calling him a legendary demi-saint, 10,000-mile sword. Shu Hemming, the top of the Nanzhou 3 swords. He entered the celestial stage at 30 years old and made a name for himself with his famous technique. One sword smashes mountains and rivers, rampaging across the eastern continent. Just because of a promise, he unexpectedly launched a solo raid spanning thousands of miles, running to the northern border battlefield to rescue the Zhenbei army. With one move, he chopped down 3 airships and killed hundreds of enemy mechs, turning the tide of the war. It's said that he reached the peak of the celestial stage more than 20 years ago. In order to break the ancient prophecy that no contractee could become a saint, for the past 20 years, he's been constantly experiencing his original mind in the mortal world, surpassing himself, just to open a path to sainthood for the thousands upon thousands of ordinary spirit general contractees without the innate aptitude in the world. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Yunxiang's mind, feeling like something wasn't right. If this old Shu was an ace in the hole that the academy head could send, then if he hadn't shown up, would Jiyu Ziting have arranged for old Shu to come here and save the day? Old Shu is a demi-saint level expert, invincible below the saint stage, so why did the second prince die here last time? Could it be that the host is a chosen person from the primordial spirit generals, created by 108 gods? It's said that once a host awakens, as long as their cultivation is enough, they can reach the saint stage. But ordinary spirit masters who control artificial spirit generals are bound by the rules of the world. Not only is their cultivation growth several times slower than hosts, they are also suppressed by the realm barrier. From ancient times until thousands of years later, there hasn't been a single mortal spirit master who could break the chains to achieve sainthood. In Commander Liu's words, the celestial stage is already the limit for mortals, and reaching the peak of the celestial stage is an existence close to the saint stage, the ultimate limit that mortals can reach through effort and hard work. Half a step to the saint stage is also called the demi-saint. After explaining, Liu Tong stepped forward and performed a formal greeting before old Shu, showing his worship and respect for the expert. Not just him, even Tian Zehai, the prince, was no exception. A lightning bolt of thought struck Song Yunxiang's head. The eastern continent in this era hasn't even developed a system for mortals to break through the shackles of the saint stage. So, if he could train an army of saint stage badasses, wouldn't he be able to crush the entire era? The more Yunxiang thought about it, the more mischievous his grin became. Isn't this old man Shu right here a perfect guinea pig delivered right to his doorstep? Right then and there, Yunxiang decided he'd be the first test subject for his mortal saint stage army plan. Old Shu noticed Yunxiang's expression and asked, puzzled, why he looked so excited, like he'd found some rare ingredient. Was he plotting something? Busted! Yunxiang quickly scratched his head and explained that he only had endless respect for a legendary semi-saint like him. At least, that's what he said. In his head, Yunxiang was like, damn, no wonder he's a powerhouse who's been through the ringer for over 20 years. The old fox is sharp, but how could those flimsy words fool old Shu? He'd heard Jiyu Ziting say that he was a Calamity Seed host. As soon as he said that, everyone gasped in unison, their eyes wide. Xiao Mei couldn't help but ask, Calamity Seed host, didn't His Highness just say that the fiery red spirit general was Lu Bu? Beside them, Tian Zehai pondered, seemingly understanding everything. This information makes it all click. I heard that Zuo Si, the spirit general, can mimic the appearance of other spirit generals. Moreover, this legend is well known in the stories circulating throughout the 16 cities of the southern continent. So, that means the red color earlier was Yunxiang using it to trick people. Hearing this, Yunxiang chuckled internally. You guys can all think that way. Might as well let Zuo Xin take the blame for the Spirit Master system's screw up. And so, Yunxiang pretended to be awkward and talked about his situation, hoping they could help him keep it a secret. Immediately, Tian Zehai showed his sincerity. Yunxiang didn't hesitate to expose his identity to help him. He would never breathe a word about this secret. Only, old Shu's gaze was still lost in thought. A second later he spoke. If he wasn't mistaken, the heavenly tier ferocious beast in the core fissure was taken care of by you. Upon receiving confirmation, old Shu added, even if it's a spirit general of the Calamity Seed, relying on peak yellow tier cultivation shouldn't be enough to easily defeat a heavenly tier ferocious beast. He was very curious as to how Yunxiang managed to overcome 3 major realms to defeat an enemy like this. Old Shu raised his voice. Or are you saying that Yunxiang is hiding his strength, and his true cultivation isn't at the peak yellow tier? Could it be that the Song family has secrets that can't be shared? Xiao Mei was about to speak about the nullifier crystal when Tian Zehai stopped her. Yunxiang gestured that it was fine. Since old Shu had asked, there was no need to hide anything. After that, Yunxiang simply recounted the process of causing the nullifier crystal explosion and defeating Cheng Qi. Sure enough, this surprised old Shu. As far as he knew, nullifier crystals were important materials for crafting storage amulets, soul domains, and spirit souls. Even when dissolved and processed, he had never heard of the situation Yunxiang described. Yunxiang responded that triggering a nullifier crystal explosion wasn't as simple as it seemed. It also required special techniques. Immediately, everyone gathered around, listening intently. They were very willing for Yunxiang to tell them how he engraved formations on the crystal, used alchemic techniques to catalyze it, and reversed the original structural attributes of the nullifier crystal, leading to spatial collapse. Tian Zehai seemed enlightened. I never thought it would involve formations and alchemy. That means this method can't be replicated by others. Yunxiang also confirmed that the difficulty was indeed too high. While he was talking, Yunxiang suddenly glanced to the side. He loudly reminded everyone. Enemies. Old Shu remained calm as always. He said softly. So, we've been surrounded. The main thing that surprised old Shu was that Yunxiang had detected it a step faster than him. It was illogical. Upon receiving the warning, the royal guards immediately formed a defensive formation to protect the prince. Soon, countless mechs appeared on the rooftops of the tall buildings. The squad leader was a little surprised that they had been discovered. Looks like the newly tested stealth formation isn't perfect yet. Without exception, these mechs were all from Di-Lun country. Even though they were discovered, they didn't see it as a problem. The squad leader ordered his subordinates, deactivate stealth, target, kill second Prince Tian Zehai. Operation time, 15 minutes. The guards below started counting the enemies. Yunxiang was no exception. There were over 20 B rank mechs, 3 A rank mechs, 8 groups in total, and even a heavenly rank mech captain. Old Shu's evaluation of Song Yunxiang went through the roof. His perception speed was even faster than his, and the accuracy was unquestionable. After counting, Yunxiang turned to Tian Zehai and said, If it's just Di-Lun Nation trying to kill you, this is a bit overkill. Tian Zehai saw this point too. For so many Di-Lun experts to infiltrate the heart of Tiandu, I'm afraid the eldest prince from the Stability faction put in quite an effort. Just as he finished speaking, Yunxiang warned again. He sensed a heavenly rank aura sneaking over, which shocked old Shu to the core. Even he hadn't detected the hidden aura in the shadows. Above, the captain gave the order to target Tian Zehai. The mechs all pointed their cannons at one spot. This scene caught the eyes of the royal guards, and they reacted immediately. As instructed, Xiao Mai summoned a shield around Tian Zehai in the center. Yunxiang took out 2 cards and threw them into the air, creating 2 layers of barriers around Tian Zehai and Yunqin. These are defensive formations, Yunxiang explained. And without stopping, he activated another card, forming a barrier on the outside. Seeing this, old Shu was inwardly astonished. 3 level, 5 defensive formations, formed instantly, showed that Yunxiang's skills were deep and unfathomable. Not done yet, Yunxiang tossed something to old Shu, telling him to protect the 2. Yunqin and Tian Zehai. Catch! Old Shu looked at what was inside, and his expression immediately changed. He couldn't keep his composure. Following the captain's order, the subordinates simultaneously opened fire, bombarding the royal guard's defensive formation. After a long while, the rain of bullets finally stopped, and the thick smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the sturdy defense line. Xiao Mai anxiously turned back to ask about Tian Zehai's situation. He's inside the light. Safe and sound, I observed just now, and this formation can absorb the enemy's soul power attacks. It's amazing. At the same time, Yunxiang left the formation and activated his mech. Xiao Mai instinctively used her mech's head as a stepping stone, which made Xiao Mai pissed. Not giving her a chance to say anything, Yunxiang shouted, Old Shu, protect the VIPs, I'll take care of the trash. Yu Tongling, the heavenly, Rank mech is yours. Receiving the order, Liu Tong asked Tian Zihai for permission to attack. Without hesitation he agreed. With a half Gung Saint here, plus the formations Yunxiang set up, there was nothing to worry about. Tian Zihai even hoped Liu Tong would capture the leader alive. With that, Liu Tong rushed out. Copying Yunxiang, he stepped on Xiaomai's head, making her fume with anger. Yunxiang's one thing, but why Liu Tong too? Like, in mid-air, Liu Tong activated his Star Spirit construct, the awe-inspiring Guardian Army, solidifying them in an instant. They landed beside him, weapons in hand, looking like a combo of maces and halberds. In the leader's eyes, Liu Tong was just a badly injured heavenly stage dude. He thought, I'll take him out in 10 seconds flat. As he said that, he summoned a round, gear-edged shield and hurled it straight at Liu Tong with all his might. Not giving a damn about the attack, Liu Tong kept charging, just slightly dodging it. But guess what? The round shield came flying back. Seeing this, Xiao Mai yelled out a warning. Quick! Liu Tong's mace whizzed through the air, directly sending the gear-edged shield spinning off at an angle, shattering it near the leader. He then solidified a huge broadsword, sneering, Liu Tong's golden mech is way too flashy, with all those extra bits and pieces. Worthless. He jumped down, swinging the sword, yelling, It's Tiandu's obsession with fancy stuff that made them so corrupt. Die, you hear me? Liu Tong didn't dodge, choosing to meet the attack head. Karyan. They clashed violently, sparks flying like crazy, showing off their strength. Ugh, Liu Tong spat. You D-Lun barbarians wouldn't know real culture if it hit you in the face. Red crab shell and green? That's flashy, referencing Chinese slang for gaudy color combinations. Meanwhile, a D-Lun was searching for Yunxiang, but couldn't find him. I just saw someone else jump out. Where the heck did he go? Still searching. Suddenly, Lu Biyu appeared silently behind him. His phoenix halberd pierced through the Dianlun, taking him out instantly. Yunxiang said coldly, I'm right behind you, buddy. Yunxiang ambushed and eliminated one of them, but the sounds of fighting attracted the others behind them. He's behind us. Spotting Yunxiang, they immediately raised their guns and aimed. Shouts rang out per stop. But just as the soul energy was fired, Yunxiang jumped high to dodge, accidentally causing the D-Lun to shoot their own comrades. Seeing Yunxiang coming at them, one shouted to switch to close combat weapons. Before their long swords could even solidify, a fiery red figure was already in front of them. Too fast, the D-Lun barely had time to shout before Yunxiang swung his phoenix sky halberd, slicing right down their mechs. As he pulled it out, Yunxiang spun the spearhead quickly, sweeping it across in an arc, wiping out a bunch of the surrounding guys. Then, he stomped his foot and launched himself high, using the momentum to strike down. The D-Lun were terrified by the speed, their reactions totally off. Helpless, one could only raise his weapon to block, cursing, Damn it! What star spirit is this anyway? With that, Yunxiang shattered the longsword, slicing the D-Lun mech right in half. The guy inside barely managed to scream before dying. Even though it was badass, Yunxiang's soul energy was draining fast. As he took a soul-replenishing pill, he sized up the D-Lun's armor, thicker than the Guardian Army, and these guys are all Earth stage. Fighting them with my current power is too taxing. On the other side, Liu Tong and the D-Lun leader were still going at it. Meanwhile, the leader noticed Lu Bu's star spirit. He was confused. Why is he here? He had no idea that it was Yunxiang who replicated him. So he assumed that the second team failed to lure Lu Biyu in. Figures those mercs wouldn't amount to much, the leader thought, distracted in the middle of the fight. Spotting his opening, Liu Tongling seized the chance to strike, yelling, Eat this, you! Quill and tail sweep! Liu Tongling shouted, swinging his hammer upwards, launching the leader into the air. Despite taking a brutal hit, the leader managed to block with his arm, minimizing the damage. He cursed, Damn it, Song Yunxiang is still wrecking those D-Lun goons. One by one, they were impaled by the Feng Tian spear, pulled out, their mechs completely disintegrated. Feeling threatened, the remaining grunts hastily aimed their guns from afar, not wanting Yunxiang to get close. Flicking a D-Lun to the side, Yunxiang leaped away from the barrage, Yunxiang was keeping them alive to interrogate them later, hand them over to the second prince, Tian Zihai. Inside the barrier, Tian Zihai, who had been spectating the whole time, was amazed by Yunxiang's incredible skills. Able to pierce enemy mechs with minimal force and capture the pilots alive, maneuvering with the grace of a fish in water amidst the chaos of the spirit generals. Then, Tian Zihai ordered his men to switch from defense to offense, fully supporting Song Yunxiang. Receiving the order, the guards materialized light crossbows and simultaneously targeted the Dilun grunts, providing suppressive fire, and wow, they really work. The Dilun could only hide behind cover. Even stopping Lu Biyu, the spirit general, felt hopeless. Suddenly, someone pointed ahead, exclaiming that the spirit general Lu Biyu had circled around from behind. They saw Yunxiang spring into the air amidst a hail of bullets, closing in. Tian Zihai recognized it immediately. Xuanjia Guard's star. Treading 7 steps, he secretly mused, recalling how Yunxiang had used the same footwork to hover in mid-air during his fight with the Qilin. But star treading 7 steps was said to be a technique from the star treading sect, and only a select few elites in the Xuanjia Guard were qualified to learn it. Although the Xuanjia Guard has been in the army for hundreds of years, it is said that the Xuanjia 6 heroes 20 years ago were at the peak, including Song Lang, who was the leader of the Xuanjia 6 heroes, an 18-year-old genius of the heavenly rank, the third son of Juan Marquis Song Jingzhong. Song Yunxiang is also from the Song family. Tian Zihai guessed it might be related to him. Sadly, the Xuanjia 6 heroes were said to have perished in the Imperial Tomb battle 16 years ago. The position of general of the Xuanjia Guard remained vacant for 7 years, until the current general took over, General Yunxiang. The mission of the Xuanjia Guard, being a holy tier powerhouse and one of the 8 generals of Tiandu, was a woman. Following the path of submission for the past 10 years, he'd never heard of her having any connections with the Song family. From above, Yunxiang slashed down, his crescent-shaped soul power cleaving 2 Dilun in half. One of them was lucky enough to just be sent flying. He crashed into the roof of a nearby building, badly injured. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Yunxiang's too scary. When did Tiandu's spirit generals become such monsters?" As he struggled to get up, Yunxiang swooped in and pinned him to the ground with his spear, capturing him alive. Tian Zihai, watching intently, recognized the move Yunxiang had just used as Falling Moon Slash. He thought that the Xuanjia Guard no longer had anything to do with the Song family. But why does Yunxiang know the unique skill of martial D? Therefore Tian Zihai thought that if he could get the support of the Song family, the Xuanjia Guard might be possible, so he did not continue to maintain absolute neutrality. He actually thought that there was a huge force behind Yunxiang. Back in the fight, Yunxiang used a kick in the air, dodging the bullets, gradually closing in on the enemy, then taking them down in one hit. On the other hand, he's always been low on soul power. As he fought, Yunxiang kept an eye on his surroundings, waiting for the hidden expert, but they never showed. The royal guards were still harassing the Dilun to help Yunxiang breach their lines. Occasionally, rays of light would strike the barrier, but they were all blocked. Tian Zihai and Shang Guan inside were safe and sound, cause old Shu had already sussed out the secrets in the formation. The outer layer scatters and gathers light beams, then filters out a bit of soul energy to supply the defensive formation on the inner layer. That's seriously brilliant. I'm guessing Yunxiang learned from some big shot. This formation setup and way of thinking seems to have broken the limits of the current era. While the royal guards were distracted, 2 Dilun guys found an opening and ran towards the formation. They knew that shelling wasn't going to work on the shield, so they went for close combat. By the time Xiao Mai noticed, it was too late to turn back. Just then, Feng Tian swooped in and took down one of them. Ignoring that, the other dude was desperately trying to run. Yunxiang's gaping void strike was too far away, so he yelled for old Shu. In a blink, the Dinlun dude was right next to the formation, swinging his blade, planning to off the old geezer standing in front before the mecha could attack. But old Shu wasn't scared at all. Instead, he gave a slight smile. Boom! A cloud of dust spread, covering the whole area. Inside, The Dilun dude was gritting his teeth, straining, but something felt off. Xiao Mai's expression was twisted, looking intensely through the dust. The defensive formation was still intact, and the charging Dilun dude was sweating bullets, terrified, because in front of him, the old man blocked the blade with his bare hand, standing there like it was no big deal. After a moment, Old Shu finally spoke. Morality is dead these days. For a dignified Earth Realm powerhouse to control a soul companion to attack a defenseless old man. The whole crowd gasped at Old Shu's performance. No one could believe their eyes. The more he talked, the more the Dilun dude seemed to doubt his existence, never imagining that a regular person could block an attack from a mecha. Old Shu's entire body was bursting with dense soul energy. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, radiating an intense killing intent. Only then did the Dilun dude sense Old Shu's peak Heaven Realm aura, which scared him even more than a half-step Saint Realm aura. Ignoring the Qing blade, Old Shu leaped into the air, stomping on the mecha, cracking it. Just as he was level with the mecha's face, Old Shu started condensing soul energy into his arm, slashing down, cutting off the mecha's arm, then following up with a palm strike, knocking the Dilun dude to the ground. Under the rising smoke, Old Shu landed on the mecha's body like nothing had happened. But the guards weren't the same. They were all frozen, mouths agape. In their eyes, Old Shu was both terrifying and OP. Before, they thought a quasi-saint wasn't much stronger than normal. But now they've seen what a ridiculously strong powerhouse is like. Even Yunxiang was no exception, internally cursing that Old Shu was hamming it up way too much. Even so, Yunxiang still saw the trick in it, avoiding the heavy armor of the Wu Fu La, only attacking the weak connecting parts to create the effect of bare-handed mecha chop. Looks like he's putting on a show to draw out the strong guys hiding in the dark. At the same time, the battle between the leader and Commander Liu hadn't ended yet. In a beat, both of them charged forward, head to head. King. With a clang, the Dilun leader, after being knocked away by Liu Tong, crashed straight into the brick wall. Struggling to get up, the leader coughed violently. He couldn't understand how Liu Tong, who was injured, was so strong. Moreover, his strength was several times stronger than what was in the reports. Assessing the situation, he saw that his subordinates were almost wiped out. Lu Bu showing up was already bad enough, but now there's also a semi-sage master. This had pushed him to the edge. Suddenly, the leader clasped his hands together, knelt down, and shouted, "The enemy's masters are too strong. I beg Holy Envoy Lord to come and help." The two words Holy Envoy immediately attracted attention. A moment later, a figure appeared on the roof of a building not far away, radiating a powerful aura. It was a woman wearing a skull mask. She didn't hesitate to curse the Dilun group as a bunch of good-for-nothing trash. And she was the Mandala Patrol envoy of Ping Tian. Below, Tian Zeihai blurted out in shock, "The one with the mask is from the demonic sect." Zhao Mei, not knowing, hurriedly asked for clarification. Over at Zilao's side, he clicked his tongue softly. As expected of the demonic sect's enchantress, truly a sign of great misfortune. Yunxiang's expression turned serious, also blurting out, "Ping Tian Holy Sect." Ping Tian Holy Sect, otherwise known as the demonic sect. It is a super sect force that controls most of the military and political domains of the Dilun nation. Based on what he knew from his previous life, the peak combat power of the East continent were the two 400-year-old god-level ancestors, with Dilun nation and Yi Shui nation each having one station there. 400 years ago, the East Heaven Emperor disappeared without a trace. The Dilun king forced the illegitimate son of the immortal emperor to become a puppet, and stood behind him as regent. Huang Cheng, the Yi Shui princess, relied on the three eastern prefectures to build the Yi Shui nation, and declared herself empress. The illegitimate son, after growing up, joined forces with the Yi Shui nation to defeat the Dilun king, and established the Tiandu nation. Before his death, the Dilun king obtained the assistance of a god-level powerhouse. Under her help, he built the Dilun nation on the northern border. The once unified East Heaven Empire, located in the Central Plains, was then divided into 3. Although Tiandunashan did not have a god-level powerhouse stationed there, it relied on the number of holy families, more than the other 2 countries combined, to barely maintain a delicate balance, with the 3 forces restraining each other. The god-level powerhouse who saved the Dilun king was none other than the Ping Tian Old Ancestor, the founder of the Ping Tian Holy Sect, rumored to be an old monster who had lived for 400 years and still hadn't died. But Yunxiang felt that something was wrong. The Ping Tian Holy Sect seemed like a stable faction of the Tiandu Nation, always not supporting Dilun Nation in expanding its forces abroad. In his previous life, when he became the Tiandu champion, he didn't see that god-level ancestor take action. Looking at Manluo, Yunxiang wondered, could it be that there are some changes on Dilun Nation's side that he doesn't know about? Breaking free from his thoughts, Yunxiang spoke provocatively to Manluo. Don't you have the face to meet people? Standing up high is easy to get exposed. Do you want to come down and talk? Hearing this, Manluo snorted coldly, courting death. From her chest she took out a scarlet soul amulet and turned it into a shield. Today she will test the new mech on this group of useless Tiandu soldiers. Taking a light step, Manluo fell from the sky, simultaneously activating spirit soul construction. A blazing red light appeared, slowly solidifying into a mech suit. But after the light, Manluo suddenly disappeared without a trace. Immediately, a bad feeling welled up. Xiao Mei, it's dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion spread straight towards Liu Tong, knocking the weapon out of his hand. After the smoke cleared, Manlu was already stepping on Liu Tong's back, pressing him down hard. This is the experimental mech model, designed specifically to target the UYVN style. Inside, Manluo coldly finished off the person. Tian Zihai's eyes revealed a grave look, not expecting that even Liu Tong could not withstand a single blow from her, confirming that this person was not an ordinary heaven realm. As for Yunxiang, you fought against this type of mech in your past life? It's just showing up sooner than expected. Instantly, the whole battlefield went silent. Everyone was on high alert against the expert from the devil sect. A second later, Manluo slightly turned her head. Her eyes flashed with a fiery red glow as her hand lightly touched her weapon. Then suddenly, she darted away with incredible speed. Immediately, Yunxiang yelled out, calling for Old Shu. At the same time, Old Shu also broke out of the formation and started his configuration. In front, Manluo was already wielding dual swords, bracing herself to slash down. Die, she shouted loudly, making her chest shake. Felol. Just as the dual swords came slashing down, Old Shu managed to configure in time, raising his broadsword to block. The attack was fierce. Lightning crackled wildly, displaying overwhelming power. Everyone nearby was blown away by the storm from the 2 powerhouses. Just like when elephants fight, the ants die. Even Tian Zihai and Shangguan inside the formation were no exception, struggling to resist being blown away. What caught Tian Zihai's attention was that this enchantress could actually, with the support of the merc, fight on par with a half-saint, and even felt a little stronger than Old Shu. Gradually, cracks appeared in the formation, shocking Tian Zihai. Even so, he still ordered Xiao Mei to save Commander Liu first. Xiao Mei was also struggling to withstand the raging storm, finding herself in a very difficult situation. After a while longer, the golden formation outside shattered. Tian Zihai's expression became panicked as he shouted, "Crap!" Just as the formation completely collapsed, Yunxiang appeared in time to shield the 2 of them. He placed Tian Zihai and Shangguan on his hand and said, "Leave Old Shu to him. You can't help anyway, so I'll take you to a safe place." Continuing to observe, Old Shu was in a fierce battle and shouted, "Yunxiang, stop talking nonsense and go." The 2 sides were still locked in a stalemate, neither side giving way. Suddenly, Manlu coldly snorted and mocked. Old Shu's mech is some kind of ancient relic from hundreds of years ago, yet he dares to try to stop me. Hearing this, Old Shu grunted loudly, increasing the power under his feet, directly blasting Manluko away, but completely failing to inflict any damage on her. Unexpectedly, Manlu launched a surprise counterattack, flicking her hands and sending her dual swords skimming past Old Shu, shooting them out behind him. Realizing her intention, Old Shu quickly turned around to warn Yunxiang. Luckily, he relied on the starlit steps and successfully dodged while Old Shu was distracted. Man Lu had once again closed in. The moment he reacted, he took a direct hit of tremendous force, getting blasted away like a bullet. After flying several hundred meters, Old Shu finally used the broadsword in his hand to jam into the ground, maintaining his balance and stopping himself from falling. In an instant, one of Man Lu's swords flew right in front of him, only to be easily knocked away by Old Shu, and embedded itself into a nearby building. Thick black smoke filled the surrounding area, and Man Lu was nowhere to be seen. It was only now that Old Shu realized she had disappeared. Whiz! A dark shadow popped up behind Old Shu. Man Luo suddenly appeared, slashing at the dude's weak spot with her other sword. Old Shu immediately dodged a bit, while stabbing the broadsword behind him. This time, Old Shu successfully hit Man Lu, but she missed her slash because Old Shu leaned back just in time. These two went at it at lightning speed, and while Man Lu was still trying to get her bearings, he snuck in another hit. Poof! Man Luo vanished, then reappeared right next to him. Next, she jumped up and kicked Old Shu so hard he went flying, sending him skidding a long way. Up in Song Yunxiang's hand, Tian Zeihai was watching all this, surprised that Old Shu was getting pushed around by the demon woman. Song Yunxiang was like, yeah, Old Shu's cultivation is higher, but he's losing because his mecha's features sucks. Still, Old Shu hasn't used his ultimate move yet, so we can't say for sure. The twin swords stuck in the building slowly dissolved into energy, then reappeared in Man Luo's hands. She charged at Old Shu, ready to finish him off, but suddenly, Old Shu's whole body started crackling with crazy lightning. The aura he was giving off made Man Luo's face change and gasp. Song Yunxiang's eyes narrowed as he watched, knowing Old Shu was about to bring the heat. Inside, Old Shu said coldly, "Let's see how this demon woman dodges this." "Eat this, you demon woman!" Old Shu yelled, blasting out a massive sword beam straight up into the air, with power like never before. But Man Lu managed to dodge that attack just in the nick of time. At near point-blank range, Man Luo fired back triumphantly. "The power of this move is amazing, but if it doesn't hit, it doesn't mean anything." Shangguan yelled worriedly, not believing that Old Shu, a half-saint, had actually missed. Beside him, Tian Zeihai was shocked and shook his head. Old Shu, a dignified half-saint home, would not make a low-level operating mistake like this. Song Yunxiang agreed, reassuring them, Old Shu's move is not as simple as that. At the same time, Old Shu's entire body was emitting an illusionary mystical light, and the power of the sword beam continued to erupt endlessly, growing stronger and stronger. Originally, he prepared this move specifically for some Star Soul General Saint stage. This one move, speaking of which, the broken broadsword continued to shatter a portion. Already short was even shorter. But with that, the stream of sword light spewed out even more violently. Suddenly, the sword beam disappeared, revealing a clear sky, leaving only countless spots of sword light floating around. A second later, countless swarms of sword light shot down from above like meteorites. Man Lu ran. Wherever she ran, they chased after her, spreading out to the surroundings to create an encirclement. Instantly, Man Lu was locked in place. Even Jingyan was behind her. The largest beam of sword light suddenly locked onto Man Luo and shot down. Man Lu's whole body shook, unable to say a word, using all the reason she had left to create a defense. Just like that, the enormous light shot straight into the mecha suit, constantly ravaging it. This move of Old Shu's, called Tongji Divine Fire, boasted immense power, obliterating a corner of the city upon its descent. When it ended, the place had become a chaotic mess, with high, parnerized buildings tilted precariously, submerged in smoke and dust. Tian Zeihai's guards nearly popped their eyeballs out. The power from Old Shu couldn't be described with just a holy cow. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the Man Luo mech still standing firm, but its Yi armor had been damaged terribly, looking like skin and bones. Even so, Xiao Mei was shocked beyond belief. This enchantress hadn't died. The same went for Tian Zeihai's side. Old Shu's attack just now was like the end of the world, yet she withstood it. Inside, Lu Biyu Yunxiang was losing his composure. As expected, Yi Xie was the nation's next-gen mech. Not only did its mobility far surpass the Wei Yuan and Yufu Lu models, but its armor's endurance was also better than Yufu Lu, looking like it had a heavy shell. Inside the Man Lu mech, she chuckled gleefully. Not bad for a half-step saint stage. Using this broken mech, you could still unleash such a heavy move. I really didn't want to use this. As she spoke, Man Luo touched the phantom orb, muttering, "Activate!" Man Luo's eyes turned fiery red, shouting loudly, "Heavenly My form, disassemble!" A moment later, Yi Zhi's entire body radiated fierce, violent energy. Strands of light quickly healed the mech while transforming it into a new shape. Tian Zihai's eyes narrowed, completely disbelieving what was before him. This aura completely surpassed Old Shu's. Just now, it was even scarier than a quasi-saint. In the blink of an eye, Man Luo had fully entered heavenly demon mode, with countless twisting red tentacles radiating from her back. In this form, she was almost at the saint stage, more than a quasi-saint. You could call her a proto-saint. Yunxiang's eyes widened as he watched, understanding that this thing could forcibly boost combat power by a level through inverting soul force for a short period of time. The Peace Heaven sect installed this system so early. As for Old Shu's side, after that ultimate move, he had fallen into soul force depletion, constantly panting heavily. Suddenly, Man Lu radiated light and vanished from the spot. In a flash, she appeared before Old Shu, launching an attack. Old Shu was completely caught off guard. Before he could even exclaim, Man Luo kicked him flying into the air. Immediately after, she disappeared again, or rather, moved at an unimaginable speed, dashing behind Old Shu. Once again, she kicked Old Shu down to the ground. Her speed was terrifying. She appeared beside him again, adding another kick. Old Shu was like a ball, being kicked around by Man Lu at will. Inside the mech, he could only try his best to endure, gritting his teeth and racking his brains for a way to counterattack. As Man Luo swung her leg again, Old Shu managed to grab it in time. Simultaneously, he taunted, "No matter how fast she is, as long as I catch her." Before he could finish, Man Luo cursed, "Idiot!" Her other hand took a weapon and stabbed it through Old Shu's chest, severely injuring him. Even so, Old Shu didn't let go, infuriating Man Luo further. She grabbed the head of the mech with one hand, wielding a sword with the other. "Die for me." After this cry, Man Luo directly chopped off Old Shu's mech's head. The arm hugging Man Lu's leg slowly loosened. Losing his fighting power, Old Shu plummeted downwards. Meanwhile, Man Luo poured all her spirit energy into her legs, adding another strike that sent Old Shu rocketing down even faster. The mecha, pushed beyond its limits, broke apart, leaving just Old Shu's body to crash directly onto the ground, crushing everything around him, leaving him a mangled mess. Landing on the ground, Man Luo still clutched the mecha's head in her hand, then glared at it, yelling, "Trash!" and crushed Old Shu's mecha head to bits. Looking at her palm, Man Luo purred with pleasure. This kind of power was totally addicting. Just like that, she threw her head back and laughed. Now, she could not only kill semi-saints like chickens, but even face a true saint head-on and give them a run for their money. After the dust settled, Old Shu lay amongst the rubble, coughing up blood non-stop, barely clinging to life. His trembling hand reached into his pocket, pulling out Song Yunxiang's medicinal pill. This was a 6-star super realm pill. Those below Earth realm could temporarily boost their battle power by a whole major realm. It was one of the trump cards Yunxiang had prepared for himself. At this moment, Song Yunxiang was watching Old Shu's every move. With his half-step Grandmaster level, the pill's effect would definitely be reduced. Still, a temporary boost of one minor realm should be plenty. Earlier, just to be safe, Yunxiang had given Old Shu a pill. Now, he could see if the super realm pill had any effect on someone stuck at the bottleneck of half-step saint stage. Struggling to sit up, Old Shu examined the pill in his hand again, confirming it was indeed the super realm pill. 20 years ago, he'd only seen legends of 6, star pills and ancient texts. He never expected that kid Song Yunxiang would actually give him one. Without hesitation, Old Shu swallowed it, letting out a sigh. Considering it an act of grace he now owed Yunxiang. Setting that aside, Old Shu began to feel the super realm pill taking effect rapidly. A vibrant mystical light emanated from Old Shu's entire body, the medicinal power gradually dispersing throughout his body. Old Shu found himself in a vast, ethereal space. He wondered, could this be the spirit world? Below his feet, there was also a shadow image reflected. Old Shu thought it was himself, but he quickly disabused himself of the idea. Old Shu realized this was deep within his heart. His deepest obsession on the path to becoming a saint was slowly revealing itself. It was 30 years ago, beneath the 100-zhang high walls of Xuan City, Yishui Nation. Old Shu suffered a crushing defeat. He was beaten so badly he couldn't even fight back. His spirit armor completely shattered. Old Shu vented his frustration on the ground. At this time, he was only 33 years old, still at the mid-stage of celestial realm. Beside him were two companions, Zhu Kun and Ji Yu Ying. Old Shu was surprised that they came here. Ignoring his protests, Zhu Kun and Ji Yu Ying stepped forward, reminding him of the oath the three of them had sworn long ago. Weal and woe we share together. This deeply moved Old Shu, and he no longer tried to stop them. In front of the three of them stood the towering city walls of Shui Nation. Beyond that, there was the silhouette of an extraordinary mecha. In this mecha's hand, it was holding a barrier, trapping a young girl. Couldn't resist it. Ji Yu Ying even wanted Zhuo Kun to join in. With that, they both powered up at the same time, ready to rumble. Seeing this, Old Shu quickly stopped them, knowing that the Xinghun General Wei Zhong wasn't an opponent they could handle. Suddenly, from above, Wei Zhong yelled, "Nonsense!" and unleashed purple lightning bolts. Just that slight move blasted Zhuo Kun and Ji Yu Ying's Xinghun armor to bits. All three of them were flattened on the ground, under the pressure of someone that strong. Ji Yu Ying knew the Xinghun General Wei Zhong was Huang Yaoyin, one of the four great Saint Stage protectors of Yishui Nation. The Saint Stage's power was terrifying. The gap between it and the Celestial Stage was like heaven and earth. Ignoring that, Old Shu struggled to his feet, cursing that damn woman up there. Up above, Huang Yaoyin released herself from her armor, showing her face, and asked, has Xu Heming understood or not? So what if he's a genius who reached the Celestial Stage at 30? Below the Saint Stage, everyone's an ant. To her, killing a Famhan stage is as easy as blinking. Beside her, the young girl begged repeatedly to follow Huang Yaoyin back to Xuan City, that she wouldn't think about running away. She just wanted Huang Yaoyin to spare Xu Heming down below. Xu Heming shouted Sun Ni's name loudly. Helpless, the two looked at each other, heartbroken, crying and calling out to each other. Huang Yaoyin slowly spoke. Sun Ni is of the Huang family, and they also possess a naturally rare vessel that only appears once every 100 years, destined to reach the Saint Stage, a vital asset to Yishui Nation, and a guarantee of 100 years of prosperity for the Huang family. What's more, the lifespan of a natural vessel is super long. 100 or 200 years later, those ordinary ants would turn to dust. But Sun Ni could still maintain the beauty of her youth. Ignoring all of this, Sun Ni cried uncontrollably, begging Huang Yaoyin to spare Xu Heming. Huang Yaoyin's eyes flashed with rage. Xu Heming dared to lure away a daughter of the Huang family, a crime punishable by death. But because Sun Ni begged, she won't kill him. To avoid Sun Ni being left with a inner demon of attachment, but the other two ants are different, she could wipe them out with a flick of her wrist. So she offered a deal. If Xu Heming voluntarily left Tianduz and swore to never set foot in Yishui Nation again, she'd spare all three of them. Hearing this, Xu Heming gnashed his teeth in anger, pulling out a dagger, making Sun Ni and his friends worried, fearing he'd do something stupid. But then, Xu Heming raised the dagger to his hair and cut it off. Holding the lock of hair, he shouted, Xu Heming swears here, whether it's 30 years or 50 years, he will definitely find a way for ordinary people to reach the Saint Stage, and before reaching the Saint Stage, he will not set foot in Yishui Nation. The day he enters the Saint Stage is the day he comes here to teach Huang Yaoyin a lesson. Then he shouted to Suyanyi, promising that one day he would tear down this 100-monometer-high wall, leading her out of the Huang family's cage. Up above, Huang Yaoyin looked down. Suyanyi shed tears of happiness, agreeing to wait for that day with Xu Heming. Leaving his subconsciousness, Old Shu's eyes flashed with golden light. From him, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out, suppressing everything around. Even Man Lu had to cover her face and back away. A moment later, Old Shu stood tall, like a Super Saiyan who had just broken through, his power radiating all around. Man Lu felt an unprecedented threat. Like her whole body was being crushed. No doubt, this was the aura of the Saint Stage, she wondered. What the hell did this old geezer eat just now? Liu Tong's side was in even more of a sorry state, barely managing to hold on so he wasn't blown away. What he was concerned about was this pressure. Could it be that old Sina broke through to the Saint Stage? Tian Zehai was even more certain. This pressure that surpassed the life level was undoubtedly the aura of the Saint Stage. This made Shangguan even more interested, Song Yunxiang wondered. Could old Sin have broken through thanks to the pills Yunxiang gave him? Yunxiang's mind was completely focused on old Sin, just as he expected, although he wasn't sure how long it would last. If the Super Realm pill could allow old Sin to temporarily break through to the Saint Stage, then it proved that it wasn't that a Soul Master couldn't reach the Saint Stage. Rather, the long-held belief of the Eastern continent that it could be broken by external force was true. The difference of the Saint Stage wouldn't become a boundary line or the limit of a Soul Master anymore. Just relying on the short few minutes that a Super Realm pill provided, old Sin probably still couldn't grasp the threshold of breaking through to the Saint Stage. Later, when they got back, Yunxiang would impart to him some of the transcendent cultivation methods from the Central Continent. Yunxiang had collected quite a few of those. Turning back, old Xing was still feeling the surging power. Only at this moment did he understand why Huang Yaoyin had said that everything below the Saint Stage was just ants. Gently using his strength, old Sina brought back the soul talisman from the ground, his power unbelievably domineering. Looking at the card that was already cracked in countless places, old Sina softly apologized to it, because this power was about to exceed the limit the mecha could withstand. Opposite him, Man Luo unconsciously trembled, terrified, wanting to move but being bound in place by a feeling of suppression. The more she thought about it, the more hateful she felt. Clearly, she just needed to interrupt old Sina right now, but she couldn't move. Holding the soul talisman in his hand, old Sina quickly began to construct. A brilliant golden light appeared, enveloping his body. A spirit soul general, with a completely different appearance than before, appeared, his whole body covered in golden light, with flames of soul power behind him. Then lightning scattered in all directions, constructing outwards. However, old Sina was still in no hurry to attack, making Man Lucao feel even more pressure. Feeling this stream of power, old Sina finally understood why the Saint Stage was so extraordinary. It was truly too strong. No wonder Huang Yaoyin could be so high and mighty, looking down on all living things. So that was how she saw the three of them back then. At this moment, Man Luo was completely terrified, waving old Sin away, telling him not to come over, only to see old Sin reach out his hand in front of his chest. Remembering the scene of Huang Yaoyin casually suppressing him with a wave of her hand back then, old Sin also waved his hand, sending out an invisible force. Seeing this scene, Man Luo completely didn't understand what was going on. Old Sin still remembered vividly the scene of himself being blown away like an ant, and Man Luo was now experiencing the same thing. Bang, bang, bang. She shot away like a bullet, even emitting a sonic boom, piercing through hundreds of zang. Even when she landed, she still couldn't stop, continuing to slide for a long distance, slamming into the building behind, creating a huge tremor. And this was just old Sin's wave of the hand. Man Luo's whole body trembled, desperately getting up, activating the devil transformation mode to the extreme. As soon as she raised her head, Man Luo was stunned in place. In front of her, old Sin was like an immortal, having already appeared there, his hands clasped behind his back, completely at ease. She didn't need to use her sword. Old Sina said softly. Just at this moment, Song Yunxiang shouted loudly, stopping Old Sin, wanting him to keep her alive, only to see Old Sin gently wave his hand down. A heaven-shattering force erupted, slashing straight at the evil intent. The force was vast, reaching to the very skies, indescribably powerful. Inside, Manluo screamed in pain before falling silent. Her entire mech suit was utterly destroyed. Not even scraps remained. Directly disintegrated. Within the light, a circle enveloped Manluo, slowly lifting her. Unsurprisingly, this was Old Shu's trick to keep Manluo alive. Just as Old Shu was about to pull her back, the mech reached its limit and broke apart, falling to the ground. Old Shu gasped for breath. That last strike had consumed all the power provided by the Super Realm Pill. Beside him, the unconscious Manluo also fell into a crevice. The Dilun leader roared in anger. Even the Saint stage lost. Operation failed. He quickly told the survivors to split up and retreat. After leaving the battlefield, they were to hide and await orders. With that said, the leader had only one thought: gotta bail. But he'd barely taken a few steps before being intercepted by the Yuan army. His buddies didn't escape death either. They were all surrounded, forced to kneel under the sword's edge. Under the command of the Mecha Academy, the Tiandu army, led by the city guard, completely broke the encirclement. Here, the Tiandu army achieved a great victory in this battle. Above, Guan Yunxiang watched Ji Ziding, unabashedly calling her a fox spirit. Seems like the timing of her appearance was calculated pretty well. After the battle, Yuanding City was a complete mess, covered in smoke and fire everywhere. Refugee camps were gradually set up to treat the lucky survivors, the scene bustling with activity. After meeting, Tian Zeihai and Ji Ziding knelt in salute. Greetings. In response, Tian Zeihai was very polite to her, but Ji Ziding was still very solemn, apologizing for not being able to arrive in time to help. Tian Zeihai clearly didn't mind. Fortunately, this great battle was just a shock, not a catastrophe. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yunxiang, praising him. The powerhouse Ji Ziding scent is extraordinarily strong, with layers upon layers of improvisational skills, and even brought him an unexpected surprise. In response, Ji Ziding revealed Yunxiang's identity. He is the grandson of Marquis Zhu An, Song Jingzhong, the master of the evil intent. From all of this, Tian Zeihai already knew. He was instead wary of the power behind Yunxiang. Surely it wasn't just the Song family. Hearing these words, Ji Ziding was slightly startled, outwardly probing but inwardly thinking. Could it be that His Highness also suspects Song Yunxiang is related to the ancient civilization? But Tian Zeihai's next words dispelled this thought from Ji Ziding. He believed that behind Yunxiang, there was very likely a great alchemist or formation master. Walking up to Manlu, Yunxiang picked up her soul talisman, secretly hiding it in his clothes. Then he helped Old Shu up, asking about his condition. Thankfully, Old Shu was fine, Yunxiang added. The side effects of the Super Realm Pill will cause weakness for about an hour. Just rest a bit and you'll be fine. Old Shu sighed, feeling sorry for the Super Realm Pill. If he had used it in a better state, maybe he could have sensed a chance to break through his bottleneck. Hearing this, Yunxiang whispered, suggesting that he would give him another one later, so he could slowly find a place to seclude himself and comprehend. As soon as he said that, Old Shu exclaimed in shock, blurting out loudly, questioning what Yunxiang had just said. Realizing he was going a bit overboard, Old Shu quickly shut his mouth and looked around cautiously. Then, he leaned in close to Yunxiang to double-check. No way, you got 2 of these rank 6 pills. Yunxiang? Yunxiang forced a smile and confirmed. In his head he was like, seriously? Shun Ji could whip up a whole batch of these for him. He's treating this thing like it's the Holy Grail. But for Old Shu, it's a different story. He awkwardly sighed. Such a rare treasure, I don't even know how to repay Yunxiang for his kindness. While they were talking, Yunxiang saw the 2 guards and immediately ordered them to grab the female thief on the ground and hand her over to Gu Ziting. The two guards were caught off guard and hastily clasped their hands in acknowledgement. A second later, they realized something was off. That kid was clearly wearing the uniform of the martial arts academy, so why was he ordering them around? But looking at the enchantress in front of them, they were both willing to do anything. They couldn't help but sigh. She's so vicious, so cruel, and yet so developed. Looking at manhwa, Yunxiang fell into thought. He wondered if they could squeeze any valuable information out of that girl about the Bingchen holy sect. Just as he was thinking, Old Shu gave him a hard nudge. Making Yunxiang's eyes widen, Old Shu blurted out that Yunxiang wasn't the master of the evil sword. This surprised Yunxiang, and he quickly tried to gauge Old Shu's intentions. In response, Old Shu said that he had traveled all over the land, experiencing countless adventures over the decades. He had been to many secret realms, so you could say he was knowledgeable. Saying this, he reassured Yunxiang, saying he had already helped clean up all traces within the academy and other places. Just keep playing the part of the evil swordmaster, and he considered this as returning half of the favor. Hearing this, Yunxiang still acted as if he didn't understand what Old Shu was talking about, secretly assessing that Old Shu wasn't as simple as he appeared. Old Shu continued, saying Yunxiang probably obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter in the secret realm, but he wasn't interested in this secret. Suddenly, a woman walked up to them, likely to be Xiao Yue. Old Shu didn't hesitate to call her Gu Ziting's tail, and asked where they were. After that, Xiao Yue reported that, according to the location Old Shu provided in the Eastern District, they had found the fissure-generating device left behind by the Dilun Kingdom. This immediately caught Yunxiang's attention. Sure enough, the Dilun Kingdom had applied this method to military applications. According to Xiao Yue, the second prince and the dean had gone to receive the device. Currently, the road was severely damaged, and traffic was congested. If Old Shu and Yunxiang wanted to go there, she would arrange a sky ferry. Old Shu wasn't interested in this point. He just wanted to go home and get some sleep. Yunxiang felt the same way. Fighting all day had exhausted him. Although it had only been half a day since his breakthrough to the peak of the Huang stage, Yunxiang felt like it had been half a year. Hearing this, Xiao Yue immediately arranged for a sky ferry to take the two back to the academy. In addition, Gu Ziting sent word to Yunxiang, telling him not to run around these days. She was preparing to publicly announce his identity as the evil sword master at the victory celebration banquet. According to Old Shu, many people were killed or injured in this battle, but overall it was still a victory, and it was indeed necessary to hold a celebration to boost morale. Very quickly, the sky ferry arrived. It slowly landed in an open space and opened its doors to welcome the passengers. While boarding the ferry, Yunxiang still stood and looked into the distance. Old Shu was puzzled. Did Yunxiang forget something? Indeed, that was the case. Yunxiang felt like he had forgotten something but couldn't remember what. Helplessly, he put it aside and boarded the ferry to return. The ship zoomed through the sky and vanished in a flash. At the same time, Shangguan was frantically looking for Yunxiang but couldn't find him. She wondered, wait, did they ditch me? A shout interrupted Shangguan's thoughts. She was sobbing silently but got dragged off to help the medical team anyway. A few days later, the battle in Yuanding City left a lot of places in ruins, and they're fixing it up. Tons of mecha are being called in to help with the heavy lifting. These are Anyuan, Ieta-type spirit mechs, a mass, Fikr-produced model from Tiandu country, usually used for farming and industry. At the heart of the academy, tons of people were pissed that the Cthulhu statue was wrecked, but oh well, they couldn't find out who did it. At South Dorm 1, Yunxiang was in the underground training room, powered by a formation. A bunch of pill bottles were scattered all over the place. Yunxiang had used them all up. After training like crazy, Yunxiang was almost at his limit, but he was still a little short of the goal. Looking at the pile of pills on the floor, Yunxiang sighed and called it quits. Even with all those pills helping out, Yunxiang's willpower and hard work got him from profound stage to earth stage early phase in just 3 days. Not bad, not bad. Too bad he's all out of pills. Gotta hit up Hong, the shopkeeper, for more. Strapping on his watch, Yunxiang checked it and saw he'd missed a ton of calls and texts. And guess who was blowing up his phone? None other than his Sis Shengwan. Without a second thought, Yunxiang blocked her right away. Then there was Gu Ziting, and he wanted to see what she wants. After a few rings, Gu Ziting picked up. Yunxiang asked what she wanted, but Gu Ziting was pissed, yelling her head off. Song Yunxiang, why do you always have do not disturb on? Yunxiang just blamed it on her. It's a must with you around. Talking about a few days ago, at the celebration, Gu Ziting publicly announced Yunxiang was a Cthulhu, which got him a ton of attention, and now Yunxiang couldn't get a moment's peace for days, so he had to lock himself up in the dorm to train. Yunxiang was annoyed, but then it clicked. Gu Ziting must have joined back and changed the direction of the Star Observation Institute, supplementing a file that recognized Yunxiang as the host of Cthulhu. Her announcing it at the celebration was actually for Yunxiang's own good. Yunxiang still pretended to be annoyed, acting like Gu Ziting had ulterior motives, but deep down, he kinda liked it. He could use the Cthulhu title as advertising, and openly use the system to copy other people's spirit mechs. Gu Ziting said that going public would be better for Yunxiang's safety. Then, Gu Ziting told Yunxiang to hurry to the training ground next to the design factory. The factory finished the prototype of the design he gave them a few days ago. That speed made Yunxiang surprised. The Taishuan heavy industry factory in Yuanding City was destroyed in the beast tide, but the factory had a lot of skilled engineering masters who luckily escaped the disaster and are now being held by the Mecha Martial Academy. This time, mainly with their help, Yunxiang's complicated design map can be successfully implemented. Hearing that, Yunxiang confirmed and hung up, wondering, is Gu Ziting using me as bait, or am I the biggest fish here? Couldn't figure it out, so Yunxiang brushed it off, because he was sure he could reach Saint Stage in this East Continent within a year. So basically the only ones who can threaten you are those two old geezers from the divine rank. Even though the G Martial Institute and Chengyuan Peak took a serious hit this time, at least they managed to suppress the beast tide and foil Dinlun's conspiracy. Plus, you saved those instructors and classmates who were supposed to die in the previous timeline. Yunxiang basically changed the course of destiny. You already gave the loot from the assassin to the second prince. He can use it after he gets back to Tiandu. Oh right, last night, Tian Zeihai came to say goodbye to Yunxiang in the middle of the night, and you conveniently tossed him a bag of stuff, saying you got it from a Dailun squad outside the city. As for Lao Zi, you also threw him a bottle of pills. And then there's Shangguan Yingqin. She still owes Yunxiang money, but you accidentally bumped into her earlier. Not the smartest move. You're not getting that cash from selling spirit crystals anytime soon. Walking along, Yunxiang looked around and was drawn to two mechs erecting a memorial. Just like that, Yunxiang walked over and quietly looked at each name on it. You didn't expect that, even after trying your best, so many people still died. After going through so many life-death situations, Yunxiang thought you'd become numb to it all. Suddenly, a hand touched Yunxiang's shoulder. It was Instructor Cheng, who came over to comfort Yunxiang. Don't blame yourself. Even if you're the host of Zuoqi Shai, you're only at the peak of the yellow rank. Your abilities are limited, after all. Suddenly, everything went silent. Instructor Cheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yunxiang. Something felt off. He couldn't see through Yunxiang's cultivation level. This shocked him, he questioned. Could it be that Yunxiang surpassed me and broke through to the middle stage of the mysterious rank? Yunxiang didn't answer but laughed gleefully. Instructor Cheng's heart skipped a beat. A feeling of being violated rushed back. He couldn't help but repeatedly ask Yunxiang about their cultivation method, how they matched his 5 years of cultivation in just a few days. Obviously, Yunxiang wouldn't tell him, using effort and persistence as a shield. Unable to get an answer, Instructor Cheng assumed Yunxiang was hiding his cultivation level, that he was already at the middle stage of the mysterious rank, but was concealing it. Yunxiang was too lazy to explain, letting him think whatever he wanted. Then, an idea popped into your head. You suggested that Instructor Cheng go to the manufacturing plant to find the dean, and it just so happened that the female secretary he liked was there. Being seen through, Instructor Cheng hurriedly denied it, insisting that he didn't like Xiao Yue at all, saying that women only hindered his cultivation speed, and then quickly left. A moment later, In the back courtyard of the G Martial Institute, in the factory area, Yunxiang was with everyone at the training ground. Gu Ziting handed Yunxiang a prototype based on the design you provided. Taking it, Yunxiang was a little disappointed that there were only 3. Gu Ziting was helpless. The other 2 are having problems and haven't been completed yet. Then she introduced the person next to her, factory director Nan Guo, who is currently leading the Taishuan Chonggong mech engineers stationed at the Martial Mech factory. These experimental mechs were all built with their help. Next, Jiu Ziting introduced Yunxiang to the factory director, saying that they had contributed a lot during this beast tide, that they were the host of Zuotiai, and that Yunxiang had also provided the design for the experimental mechs. Finishing her words, Yunxiang respectfully clasped their fist in front of them. Nan Guo shuddered, hurriedly returning the greeting in a flustered and stuttering voice. And in the next second, he knelt down directly to pay respects to Yunxiang, causing everyone to be stunned, Yunxiang included, who immediately went over and awkwardly helped Nan Guo up. I really don't understand this guy. Why does he kneel at the slightest disagreement? No matter what Yunxiang said, he still kneeled. With that bow, he thanked Yunxiang for saving the lives of the people in the factory. He referred to himself as this old one. These words suddenly reminded Yunxiang of the great battle. Could it be that on that day, when running to the G Martial Institute, passing by the place where the ferocious beasts were slaughtering, he accidentally saved the factory? According to Nan Guo, his factory was surrounded by ferocious beasts at the time. They all relied on Yunxiang to kill the beasts and attract their attention, so they had a chance to escape. Although the factory was eventually destroyed, most of the mecha engineers survived. He couldn't repay the life, saving grace, so he could only kowtow on their behalf. After Yunxiang finished speaking, Nan Guo continued to prostrate on the ground to express his gratitude. Yunxiang was very embarrassed, and helplessly asked him to get up. After a moment of silence, Nan Guo continued to call Yunxiang. He also had an excessive request. These words made Yunxiang feel uneasy, hoping he wouldn't say it. But he still politely asked, only to see Nan Guo ask suspiciously, was this experimental mecha design done by Yunxiang? Yunxiang confirmed it to him, feeling surprised in his heart. He only added some ideas to the Wei Yuan armor in the form of armament. It shouldn't be this shocking. Nan Guo's eyes were filled with shock. Then he kowtowed again, begging Yunxiang to accept him as a disciple. This scene made Jiu Ziting and Zhao Yi speechless on the spot. They hurried over to tell Nan Guo not to joke around. Song Yunxiang is only a freshman at the Mecha Academy. With his status as a 4th-level mecha engineer, even the mecha engineering teachers at the Mecha Academy are not worthy of carrying his shoes. Unexpectedly, Nan Guo said seriously, Jiu Ziting doesn't understand mecha structure. With just a few of Yunxiang's designs, I'm afraid Yunxiang's skills have surpassed that of a 6th-level mecha engineer. A 6th-level mecha engineer is someone that Nan Guo is not worthy to carry shoes for. With that, Nan Guo sincerely wanted to recommend Yunxiang to Tiandu to represent the mecha engineers of Nanchao to participate in the 2nd-generation Star Spirit General Mass Production Design Conference in 3 months. Yunxiang was no stranger to this design conference. He remembered that in his previous life, the 2nd-generation Star Spirit General of Tiandu Hengyi died in the womb due to various problems and could not make it in time for the subsequent war. After thinking about it, Yunxiang stepped forward to help Nan Guo up, persuading him to talk about it later. Once again, Nan Guo pleaded with Yunxiang to accept him as a disciple and give him some guidance on the path of mecha structure. Yunxiang embarrassedly refused, thinking that his strength was still weak, telling him that they could discuss as equals. He would share and exchange ideas in the design as much as possible. Yunxiang refused also because Nan Guo's talent was not good. At this age, he was only a 4th-level mecha engineer. Following Yunxiang's words, Jiu Ziting also persuaded Nan Guo. She felt that Yunxiang's idea was quite suitable, and these 3 experimental models have not been tested yet. Let's see how it goes first. After thinking for a while, Nan Guo had to agree. In fact, he had learned a lot from the design when he made these 3 experimental models this time. Later, he would use the identity of Yunxiang's registered disciple to stay. These words left Yunxiang completely speechless. This old man is really too stubborn. Then, Yunxiang stepped forward and began to summon the spirit general, constructing the twin armor. The Wei Yuan form appeared. The first is the canon, Cepha-type experimental model of the Wei Yuan form. Yunxiang was full of expectations to see how powerful this shoulder cannon was. After starting, the muzzle emitted a dazzling light, then shot out, breaking through a target in front of it. A big explosion occurred. After the smoke, a large area turned into a sinkhole. Witnessing this scene, Jiyu Ziting was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Just one shot exploded a hole of more than 100 meters. This is almost the power of the airship's shipborne cannon. But Yunxiang reluctantly regarded it as expected. Next up, let's test the honeycomb cannon on the left. The cannon's barrel whirs to life, moving to his shoulder, locking onto targets. Yunxiang yells, "Fire everything!" As soon as he finishes, a barrage of projectiles slams into the beast target. Jiyu Sighting, confused, asks, "Why doesn't it explode right away when it hits?" Inside the mecha, Yunxiang gives the command, "Bloom." Immediately, all those projectiles detonate in a super powerful explosion. Watching this, Jiyu Sighting is sweating bullets. Exploding after piercing armor? This is seriously a killer weapon against heavily armored beasts. It's going to be a nightmare for Dilun Nation's heavy armored troops. After the test, Yunxiang starts evaluating. Even though I've boosted the soul power conversion rate, the ammo still drains too much from normal students. But hey, at least it doesn't need precise control. The soul power conversion is pretty good for people with tons of soul power and fast recovery. Then Yunxiang pulls out the second soul rune card. After deciphering it, he starts constructing the new Wei Yuan form. This time, no shooting tools on the mecha. Instead, 2 saw, gnaw blades attached to the arms. Wei Yuan form, flying sword type. At first glance, Yunxiang isn't thrilled. Only 8 small flying swords. Ignoring that, he activates his soul power to test its power with his mind. With a thought from Yunxiang, all 8 flying swords shoot off at once. Jiyu Sighting's eyes widen, realizing this is a weapon that uses soul power for remote control. Yunxiang brings his hands together, forming a hand seal. Instantly, the 8 flying swords attack in a flurry. Not a single gap, you could say it's a nearly unstoppable type of attack. The shockwave spreads hundreds of meters away. Jiyu Sighting watches with difficulty. This flying sword type mecha, if controlled by an elite, could fight one-on-one, even wipe out 2 or 3 squads of the same level. A real boost to combat power. When Yunxiang stops, the target dummy is totally wrecked. Nothing but scraps. He starts evaluating slowly. Flying weapons like these flying swords need a strong psychic sense and precise soul power control, plus a good understanding of the enemy's structure. If you can't one-shot them, pierce their defenses in a weak spot, then it's just a distraction, a way to harass the enemy. This flying sword type looks like it's only suitable for a few gifted elites. Yunxiang's thinking along the same lines as Jiyu Sighting, so he shelves it. Yunxiang continues to activate the final mecha. This mecha looks a bit heavy at first, but it's sturdy and powerful, a shield and gun type. This time, Jiyu Sighting is a bit disappointed, thinking this mecha is just a shield slapped on a shooting weapon. The weapon on this mecha is pretty standard. Nothing special about it. Then, Nan Guao comments, "The first 2 mecha designs shocked me mainly with their tech, but this mecha, technically speaking, isn't super advanced, but it shocks me with its tactics." At the same time, Yunxiang calls Jiyu Sighting, saying he wants to use the big array to bring out some live targets for testing. This leaves Jiyu Sighting confused. Yunxiang adds, "Just the small, fast kind of fierce beasts will do." Understanding Yunxiang's intentions, she immediately gets to it, asking, "Would 3 be okay?" But Yunxiang wants more, at least 10. Jiyu Sighting doesn't object, reminding Yunxiang, "These are after images condensed from soul power. Their attack isn't a solid thing, so don't be careless." Quickly, a bunch of fierce beast phantoms pour down from the sky, charging towards Yunxiang with extreme speed. Not hesitating at all, Song Yunxiang switched guns and at the same time activated his defense shield. Close combat mode engaged, immediately unleashing a barrage of crazy firepower. Explosions erupted within the horde of savage beasts, blasting them away. A few unlucky ones caught in the direct line of fire were instantly annihilated. Safe behind the shield, Yunxiang let loose, not caring about the ones that got close. Before long, the savage beasts were being blasted every which way, totally unable to fight back. The entire area in front of Yunxiang turned into a raging sea of fire. Jiyu Ziting was completely shaken, realizing this weapon was for defensive counterattacks against enemies with high speed, perfect for replacing the regular hand shields on the front lines of mecha. Yunxiang thought hard. This kind of shooting shield still needs multiple mechas to work together to maximize its value. The poor mobility of a single mecha is a fatal weakness. Suddenly, the communicator rang. It was the head steward calling, telling him that Mount Chengyuan spaceport was almost fully operational, and the flight path to Yongxian City had been opened. Yunxiang had asked him to arrange tickets earlier, and they were ready. Hearing this, Yunxiang thanked him happily, then continued to ask him to buy 100 million worth of various spirit herbs according to the list. This amount immediately shocked the head steward. In the past 2 days, Yunxiang had already bought 300 million worth of spirit herbs. He had bought up the entire Yiliu market in southern continent at high prices. Yunxiang didn't even blink an eye, and added another 50 million for urgent use, reminding the head steward to be sure to have it all done before the afternoon and delivered directly to the spaceport. Without another word, the head steward agreed to Yunxiang. Nan Guao, feeling pleased with himself, asked Jiyu Ziting if she understood why he was so insistent on becoming Yunxiang's student. Jiyu Ziting's expression was filled with shock, agreeing with factory director Nan Guao. If these experimental mechas could be mass-produced for the army, they could not only defend against the savage beasts, but even on the northern frontier battlefield against the Dingalund, the situation would likely change as a result. The next moment, Yunxiang landed in his exquisitely refined soul armor and returned the soul talisman to Nan Guao, judging that it was almost at the level he had predicted, hoping Nan Guao could lead the mecha engineers to manufacture more. Then, Yunxiang turned to Jiyu Ziting, telling her to do her best to select soul masters from among the instructors and outstanding students who were suitable for these mechas. Hearing this, Jiyu Ziting asked Yunxiang, "What do you mean by this?" Yunxiang cupped his fists respectfully, wanting to change the promise she had previously agreed to. In about a month, the Southern Wilderness Defense Line might need support, and he hoped that she could lead these elite forces to assist at that time. Hearing this, Jiyu Ziting was even more stunned and doubtful. The Southern Wilderness Defense Line was a joint line of the Southern Wilderness, Chengqing, and the Heavenly Capital Kingdom and Shui Kingdom were stationed there. Could it be that Yunxiang knew something? Yunxiang didn't answer this question, saying that he had his own sources of information, but it was still just speculation. He would inform her in time when he had accurate information. The reconstruction of the Martial Academy required a 2-month suspension of classes, so Yunxiang was going back to Yunxian first. Watching Yunxiang's departing figure, Nan Guao respectfully bowed to see him off, actually regarding himself as Yunxiang's disciple. Beside her, Jiyu Ziting couldn't figure out what Yunxiang wanted to do. Xiao Yue was the same, silently watching. At the spaceport of Mount Chengyuan, the place was extremely massive and magnificent. The interior of the port was noisy and bustling beyond description. Yunxiang silently walked along the corridor. Then, he was drawn to a quarrel. Some people were upset that their flight had been delayed until next week and were arguing fiercely with the port staff. What caught Yunxiang's attention was a little girl in a red dress. The moment he saw the little girl's face, Yunxiang's pupils contracted, and a thought flashed through his mind. It's that girl. Yunxiang was completely stunned, remembering the beast tide in his previous life, when he followed the stream of refugees fleeing Mount Chengyuan and encountered stray savage beasts several times. The refugee team was gradually forced southwards. They ventured into the desert of death. At the time, everyone thought that there was no civilization in the desert, and they wouldn't encounter any fierce beasts. But the desert was an extremely barren land of death. One time, Yunxiang was lying on a cliff taking a break. He was holding a soul talisman when a cute little girl excitedly ran up to him and asked, "Are you a soul master?" Before Yunxiang could even reply, the little girl jumped down, offering Yunxiang a steamed bun, her eyes sparkling as she thought that if Yunxiang ate it, he would have the strength to summon a soul general to protect everyone. Looking at the food in front of him, Yunxiang couldn't help but swallow his saliva, but he immediately turned away and refused, saying he wasn't hungry and telling her to keep it to share with her family. Yunxiang knew very well that a bit of food was precious right now. How could a useless person like him deserve to receive it? Just like that, Yunxiang's stomach rumbled. The little girls did too. They both looked at each other awkwardly, recognizing the other's thoughts. Under the scorching sun, the girl tore the bun in half and gave it to Yunxiang. She ate it casually, but Yunxiang silently stared at the piece of bun. A moment later, the little girl asked, "Are you from the Merrick Martial Academy?" She recognized the uniform. Just as he was about to eat the bun, Yunxiang stopped. The girl continued, "My big sister is a third-year student at the Merrick Martial Academy. To let me escape, she stayed behind with the instructor and the city guard uncles to stop the fierce beasts." As she finished speaking, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears, comforting herself, maybe they'll be okay, also comforting herself not to cry, because she was the daughter of a merc warrior. She proudly said to Yunxiang, "My dad is a merc warrior from the Taishuan Heavy Industries." Xiao Wen also wants to be like her dad in the future, creating even stronger soul generals to completely wipe out these fierce beasts. As she was talking, Xiao Wen's stomach continued to rumble, causing them both to freeze. Then Yunxiang said that he didn't like steamed buns with radish filling and asked her to eat the rest. Although she really wanted to, Xiao Wen refused loudly. "Yunxiang is a soul master. How can you be picky about food? You must quickly recover your strength to protect everyone." The more Xiao Wen spoke, the more determined she became, wanting to stand and wait for Yunxiang to finish eating. Having no choice, Yunxiang had to comply. At this moment, the little girl's mouth slightly curved upward. She stepped forward and patted Yunxiang on the shoulder happily. "If you eat my bun, then you're mine from now on. You have to protect your young mistress well." Song Yunxiang didn't even try to deny it after that half-assed admission. Xiao Wen continued, "Once the kid becomes a mech pilot and figures out a new spirit core type, then Song Yunxiang can be the spirit core examiner." Even though it was kinda awkward, Song Yunxiang still agreed. Hearing his answer, Xiao Wen almost asked for half a steamed bun as a birth gift, then realized that wasn't quite right, and scrambled for a better word. Screw it, Xiao Wen ditched the thought, and just told Song Yunxiang to hurry up and pinky swear. And so, the two of them forged a pact in the middle of the freaking desert. After that, Xiao Wen introduced herself as Sheng Xiao Wen, and Yunxiang followed suit. As soon as their pinkies unlocked, Xiao Wen's mom showed up. Hearing her mom, the little rascal hurriedly said goodbye to Yunxiang and booked it. Now, even though deserts don't usually spawn rifts because there's no civilization, beneath the sand lurked a bunch of seriously scary, hibernating beasts buried long ago. Just then, Yunxiang risked his life to stop a monstrous beast. Luckily, he managed to wipe it out, but the price. He was badly injured, his arm leaking blood as he dragged himself along. Out of nowhere, he spotted two severed hands clutching each other. A bad feeling washed over him, making Yunxiang's pupils shrink. He knelt before the hands, sobbing silently, furiously pounding the sand with his fist in utter helplessness. Yunxiang, absolutely heartbroken, looked up and roared. Back at the spaceport, Xiao Wen's dad was blowing a gasket, demanding why their tickets for today were bumped to next week. The staff were helpless. Now, the government was calling the shots. Xiao Wen's dad booked the tickets under his Shuantai Heavy Industries employee status, but turns out he quit, so no more employee VIP treatment. Oh, and by the way, Xiao Wen's dad is Tang Jinshui, a level 3 mech pilot. After arguing fruitlessly, Xiao Wen's mom hesitantly stopped her husband. Maybe let's just drop it. Just then, Shen Dai's younger sister strode in, flashing a spirit emblem and announcing she's a spirit master from the Mech Warrior Academy. She's Shen Ruowei, a yellow tier late-stage spirit master. Unbelievably, she was able to board the aircraft using her status, and they thought the whole family could get through. But no dice. Everyone except Shen Ruowei was stopped. The staff politely explained that only spirit masters were allowed. The whole family glanced at each other, totally clueless. That's when Song Yunxiang swaggered in and declared, "I can get them on board, no problem." His hand casually dove inside his coat, rummaging around. Two female staff members suspiciously asked for Yunxiang's name. Yunxiang boldly told them to quit wasting time and get these folks on his flight, brandishing a Hong Corporation Platinum card. Immediately, the two female staff members were stunned, recognizing Yunxiang as the master Song they were instructed to respectfully welcome. They even mentioned that Manager Hong had already made the proper arrangements. Their attitude towards Yunxiang became even more deferential. They watched Yunxiang walk away. Shen Dai asked her husband, puzzled, "Is that his friend?" Tang Jinshui looked both bewildered and shocked. He recognized the card in Yunxiang's hand as belonging to the Hongxi conglomerate's supreme tier. Even the director of the Taishuan Heavy Industries couldn't whip something like that out. How could he possibly know someone so high up? Shen Ruwei, on the other hand, knew exactly who he was. She explained to her. The guy next to the young man just now was Song Yunxiang, a student at the Jiwu Institute. Hearing this, Xiao Wen asked, could he be the one pursuing her? Shen Rui's brain short-circuited. She hurriedly denied it, but admitted that Yunxiang had once saved her. Tang Jinshui was utterly confused. Shen Dai just gave a little smirk. Thanks to Yunxiang, the staff welcomed them warmly, and the Tang Jinshui family didn't encounter any further hiccups. Soon after, Yunxiang was escorted to Cabin 1, the VIPest of VIP spots. The elevator doors opened. Yunxiang and the Tang Jinshui family followed the staff's guidance, each step of the way having staff ready to welcome them, all proper and impressive. Before long, they arrived at Yunxiang's cabin. According to the staff, Manager Hong was already inside, waiting. Looking at the surroundings, the whole Tang Jinshui family was blown away. This was a Tian-class suite. Only supreme-tier members of the Hongxi conglomerate were qualified to enter. Hong Feng spotted Yunxiang immediately. He quickly stood up and greeted him with cupped fists, his attitude super respectful. Yunxiang returned the gesture. Following his lead, the Tang Jinshui family bowed even lower to show their respect for the place. Yunxiang just casually commented, "Not bad." Hong Feng was taken aback, thinking that Yunxiang was indeed worthy of being the young master of the Juan Marquis estate. Then, Hong Feng asked about the people beside him. Yunxiang introduced them as his friends, while also introducing Hong Feng as the manager to them. Hearing that, Old Fang laughed heartily. Refreshing. But I've already been promoted to the general manager of the Chengyuan Ding branch, all thanks to Yunxiang. The words general manager instantly stunned Tang Jinshui, because general managers in each city's Hongxi conglomerate were basically on par with the city lord himself. As he invited Yunxiang into the room, Old Fang was secretly ecstatic. Just by offering his young miss 2 grade 5 pills, he got promoted to general manager. He's gonna cling to Yunxiang's thick thighs like his life depends on it. Yunxiang didn't forget to tell Xiao Wen's family to make themselves at home while he went inside to talk business. Although feeling a little awkward, they all agreed. Even Shen Ruaowei couldn't help but feel admiration for Yunxiang. He's 2 grades below her, but can chat and laugh comfortably with big shots. He's truly awesome. Yunxiang and Old Fang went into a private room. Xiao Yun playfully followed, but couldn't hear any sound from inside. According to Old Fang, it was a secret chamber with formations that blocked sound and soul power fluctuations. Only Cabin 1 on the entire airship had one. Hearing this, Yunxiang sighed. Just what I needed. The flight's probably gonna take a dozen hours, perfect for brewing some pills to kill time. Then, Old Fang presented a card containing all the spiritual herbs that Yunxiang requested. Yunxiang took it, ready to transfer the money, but Old Fang politely said there was no rush. He can pay whenever. There were still about 2 hours before the airship took off. Yunxiang could take a stroll in the central garden. After saying that, Old Fang quickly excused himself and went back out. He didn't forget to greet the Tang Jinshui family, being all courteous and such. This left Tang Jinshui completely flustered. After giving a few more instructions, Old Tang went down the elevator. A moment later, The elevator continued to go up. Stepping out was a girl with animal ears wearing a servant's uniform. This caught Yunxiang's attention. He wondered if she was a water monkey demon. She walked up to Yunxiang, knelt down, said a string of flowery words, and asked if Yunxiang needed any food or drinks. Looking at her, Yunxiang scanned her up and down, noticing the scarf on her neck, guessing it was covering a slave collar. Yunxiang's eyes flashed. It had been over 30 years since he'd seen a demon. In his previous life, after the disastrous defeat in Heavenly Capital City, he was trapped in the Emperor's Mausoleum secret realm and got caught in a spatial rift. The turbulent space currents carried him to the southern continent, a place where demons lived. Seeing Yunxiang lying motionless, two demon girls hurriedly ran over to examine him, finding Yunxiang very strange since he was neither a demon nor a spirit human. Races like demons and spirit humans, because of the innate balance in their spiritual souls, were very unlikely to become spiritual soul masters. The chances of them conjuring a spiritual soul general were extremely rare. The eastern continent was dominated by humans. They were considered low-level, weak races from long ago until now. They had been protected and enslaved by humans. But in the southern continent, a region where demons and spirit humans lived in harmony, humans were extremely rare. So rare that they only appeared sporadically in their documents. Unlike the eastern continent, this place had no spiritual soul general techniques. Accordingly, spatial rifts and demonic beasts were also rare. The most recent beast tide was 500 years ago. In the southern continent, Yunxiang learned a special inheritance, using spiritual soul power to refine the flesh of demons and the outstanding alchemy techniques of the spirit humans. Afterward, he even joined the Battle Peak lineage and was accepted as a direct disciple by the Battle Ancestor. The Battle Ancestor was originally one of the few demons to possess a spiritual soul general. It's a pity that his spiritual soul general was sealed by the five elements, sealing grand formation during the Great Battle 500 years ago. Yunxiang at that time was not proficient in formations, so he missed the opportunity to replicate the spiritual soul general. His stream of memories was interrupted by the call of the maid. Understanding, Yunxiang quickly reassured her, saying that seeing her reminded him of the past. Long ago, Yunxiang wondered if he could ever return to that continent, a place where he had many regrets and unsolved mysteries. Recovering himself, Yunxiang asked the maid to bring the menu. While opening the menu, Yunxiang asked the Xiaowen's family what they wanted to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaowen shouted out "Baozi," steamed buns, startling her parents. Embarrassed, they quickly covered Xiaowen's mouth and apologized to Yunxiang. Shendai pulled her daughter down and reminded her that she couldn't eat baozi in such a luxurious place, and that Xiaowen still had one in her bag. Behind them, Yunxiang unhesitatingly ordered 5 portions of baozi. This made the maid awkward because they weren't on the menu. Undeterred, Yunxiang pulled out a card containing money and told her if they didn't have any, to tell the chef to make them specially. He also said he wanted radish-filled baozi, and if they didn't have radish, to go down to the spaceship and buy some. Taking the money, the maid quickly went to work. As for Yunxiang, he leaned back and sighed. Suddenly, Xiaowen stepped forward, tugged on his shirt, and asked, "Do you like radish-filled baozi too?" For a moment, Yunxiang hesitated, then decided, "I really didn't like it before, but after eating it once, I thought it wasn't bad." Hearing this, Xiaowen was very pleased and said that radishes are very good for health, just like Yunxiang's past life. Watching the little girl, the whole family was shocked and wanted to stop her, but they couldn't. Then, Xiaowen took out a bun from her bag and gave it to Yunxiang. This was originally for her to eat on the way, but to thank Yunxiang, she would treat him. Holding the bun in his hand, Yunxiang fell into thought, offering to split it in half. Very innocently, Xiaowen said she was a little hungry too, just waiting for him to say that. Yunxiang released his soul power to cut the bun in half and handed it to Xiaowen. Only, the scene just now caught Qingdai's eye. She widened her eyes in surprise at Yunxiang's external soul power. It was so precise, Even a Earth stage cultivator might not be able to do it. For a moment they all suspected whether Song Yunxiang was from the Song family. Zhu Anhao felt that it was not good, and Qing Dai offered to go over and thank him. Tang Jinshui agreed, but he was full of trepidation. He suffered from social anxiety and didn't like interacting with young masters like Yunxiang. After eating, Xiao Wen hurriedly announced that eating her bun meant you were her person. Realizing that wasn't right, she changed it to friend, and then asked his name. Yunxiang was very happy. Yunxiang introduced his name. In his heart, he secretly apologized to Xiao Wen for not being able to protect her in his previous life. A second later, Xiao Wen's parents stepped forward, awkwardly introducing themselves, thanking Yunxiang for helping them get on the ship. While the three of them were talking, Xiao Wen was attracted by the scenery outside, ran to the glass window to look at the scenery, and exclaimed loudly for everyone to come and see. The garden outside is so beautiful. Seeing this, Yunxiang happily offered to take Xiao Wen to see it. Conveniently, Xiao Wen brought Shen Ruaowei along with her, and whispered that she was creating opportunities for the two of them. At this time, in the cabin opposite the garden, a girl was also admiring the scenery outside, and hurriedly told the person next to her that she wanted to go out for a walk. Sitting in the chair was a silver-haired teenager with a cold expression. He didn't want to move at all. Amid the noisy and bustling flying port, the airship slowly took off. Inside the central garden, the maid was chatting with another person, thanking her repeatedly. The guest in cabin 1 wants to eat radish buns, and the master chef of the kitchen said that the central garden has them, so Xiao Meng came here to trouble you with this matter. Lin Jinghua had absolutely no problem with this. On the contrary, she was curious about the guest in cabin 1, who had the strength to sit there, but specifically asked to eat such ordinary food as buns, and radish filling at that. What an interesting person. Without saying much more, Xiao Meng said goodbye and left. Lin Jinghua also said to use a seasoning water recipe from her hometown, guessing that the guest would be very satisfied. At the entrance to the central garden, 2 male and female teenagers were stopped by a waiter because the airship was about to take off. To ensure safety during this time, the central court will be closed. Please wait for it to stabilize before returning later. This got the silver-haired girl all riled up, and throwing a tantrum, she absolutely insisted on going to play in the central courtyard, saying she's Naila, and the guy beside her is Phage. Guess he had no choice. Phage stepped forward to pat her head and try to soothe her, but that didn't work at all. Naila just kept fussing and demanding to go outside. At the same time, Xiao Meng was heading back to the kitchen, arms full of radishes, mentally running through the menu so she wouldn't forget anything. While she was hurrying, she was thinking about Yunxiang, thinking he's got such a weird appetite. Just as Xiao Meng ran up, the door opened, and wouldn't you know it, Naila and Phage were standing right in front of it. Talk about bad timing. Xiao Meng plowed straight into Naila, sending radishes flying everywhere. After the collision, Xiao Meng fell to the side, groaning in pain. The radishes were all snapped into pieces too. Next to her, Naila was clutching her head, whimpering about how much it hurt. Seeing this, Phage rushed over and scooped Naila up, asking if she was okay, and calling her young miss. Looking at her clothes, Naila burst into even more tears when she saw they were covered in mud. To her, that was totally disgusting. Totally freaked out, Xiao Meng scrambled over and knelt down, frantically trying to brush off the dirt on the guest's clothes, apologizing like crazy. Suddenly, a foot swung out and kicked Xiao Meng square in the chest, sending her flying straight out into the central courtyard. After the cloud of dust settled, Xiao Meng was lying motionless on the ground, looking absolutely pathetic. The scarf around her neck had fallen off, revealing her slave collar. Seeing this, the guards immediately went on alert, grabbing the weapons from behind their backs. Phage's face was a mask of fury, coldly calling Xiao Meng a lowly demon-race slave. How could the prestigious Lin family's young miss from Sama even be touched by trash like Xiao Meng? Beside him, Naila worriedly asked, I hope that demon girl isn't dead from that kick. Demon race, go for at least 2 million lower realm credits. If we have to pay compensation, it will be a headache. Not even giving it a second thought, Phage stomped down, crushing the radishes on the ground. On the other side, Xiao Meng, even though injured, was struggling to stop him. Phage scoffed, continuing to yell at Zhao Meng, calling her lowly demon race trash. If you can't cultivate your spirit core, your dual channels, if you can't become a spirit core master, then you are all just garbage. You can only eke out a living under the protection of the human race. With that, he continued to stomp on the radishes on the floor. Ignoring the insults, Zhao Meng crawled over, begging him to stop stomping, tears streaming down her face as she clutched at Phage's clothes. This just made Phage even angrier. You dare to touch me. With that, Phage kicked Zhao Meng up into the air, then casually started kicking Zhao Meng on the ground like an animal. Seeing this, the guards quickly stepped forward to stop him. But Naila blocked them. She took out a money card and held it up in front of them. Xiao Fage's family was killed by a demon race rebellion. He can't control himself when he sees cat-eared demons. It's just a little demon race. If he accidentally kills her, we'll just pay the compensation. Every single word was spat out by Naila. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow had just flashed past her side. Phage was getting more and more into it as he kicked, roaring like a demon. Race in cultivation. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, Song Yunxiang appeared and blocked it. This immediately caught Phage's attention. He turned around, wondering who the heck dared to do this. Feeling the other guy's strength only made him more serious. Like, how could someone make him, a Xuan stage powerhouse, completely unable to move? All he saw was Yunxiang with a grimace on his face, saying, "This is a personal maid from Heavenly Character Room number 1. What the heck do you think you are?" "No way," Feige stammered in disbelief. Yunxiang gritted his teeth, demanding Feige to release his hand, otherwise he'd show no mercy. But Yunxiang just squeezed his hand even harder. Mocking him, Yunxiang said, "Oh, just a measly Xuan stage? What? Let's see what your no mercy looks like." Hearing this, Feige pulled out a soul talisman from his pocket. Just then, Naila rushed over, apologizing frantically to Yunxiang, explaining that her little Fei couldn't control himself around cat-eared demon kin. Plus, she offered 50,000 lower realm tea as compensation, hoping Yunxiang would forgive their behavior. "Take it." Yunxiang, feeling a bit less angry, let go of Feige. But Feige still didn't get why Naila was acting this way. Naila then angrily smacked Feige on the head, scolding, "You were about to form your astral projection here? Are you brainless?" Plus, she could sense that this big shot was a dying stage powerhouse or higher. Hearing this stage, Feige's eyes nearly popped out. The guy didn't even look 20. The Heavenly Capital Nation really is full of hidden talent. Without another word, Naila hurriedly reminded Wei Ge to apologize quickly. Even though he was reluctant, he still clasped his hands across his chest and apologized, calling Yunxiang senior. Yunxiang ignored him and went over to Zhao Meng to ask how she was. Even though she was injured, Zhao Meng said she was fine and thanked him. Yunxiang's expression darkened. The two people behind them figured the matter was over after hearing Zhao Meng's words and asked to take their leave. Even though Yunxiang was still angry, he agreed. Just waiting for that, the two young teenagers quickly scooted off. Watching them go, Yunxiang speculated to himself, based on their way of greeting and skin color, looks like they're from the Lower Realm Nation. The Lower Realm Nation is a small tribal alliance kingdom in the southwest of the Heavenly Capital. In my past life, Di Lun teamed up with the remnants of the Taihei and the Lower Realm Nation to attack the Heavenly Capital from both sides, while the Heavenly Capital, in a turn of events, teamed up with the Dragon Sea Nation, led by demonkin like the Mermen clan. The Fox clan of the Lower Realm Nation has an irreconcilable, age-old feud with the Lan family. The royal family of the Dragon Sea Nation, the astral projection that the two clans have passed down for generations, are even more like fire and water. Because of the Dragon Sea Nation's restraint in my past life, the army of the Lower Realm Nation wasn't seen until the final battle for the Heavenly Capital. The Lower Realm Nation, because it's close to where the demonkin live in the eastern continent, makes a significant part of its economy from enslaving demonkin and selling them to other countries. So in the eyes of the Lower Realm people, demon slaves are really just seen as goods, without any dignity. If Yunxiang hadn't had early and late contact with demonkin while in the southern continent, he probably wouldn't have cared about them so much either. Turning back, Yunxiang asked Xiaomeng if she could still open her mouth. Seeing Yunxiang take out a medicinal pill, Xiaomeng quickly waved her hand, refusing. She knew that such a valuable pill could buy several Xiaomengs. Then, she bragged to the demonkin that she had a long life, and that she was just pretending earlier and was already used to getting beaten to this degree since she was a child. Suddenly, Yunxiang pinched Xiaomeng's mouth. Without letting her say another word, he shoved a pill into her mouth. What Xiaomeng said was pretty clear to Yunxiang. Even though they couldn't cultivate, their physical bodies were stronger than normal people. Being forced to swallow it freaked Xiaomeng out. Even if she didn't know what kind of pill it was, Xiaomeng guessed it was worth a ton of money. She was scared that something terrible would happen. But thankfully, Song Yunxiang stood up and reassured Xiaomeng that it was just a rejuvenation pill, and he had plenty. But honestly, Song Yunxiang didn't have that many left. Luckily, he still had some medicinal herbs that old Feng had just bought. Song Yunxiang planned to refine some more when he got back. Inside the house, Zhao Wen and her mom were already waiting. After learning that Zhongting was closing, Song Yunxiang offered to take the little girl home. While still annoyed, Zhao Wen saw Xiaomeng picking radishes and immediately ran over to help. On the way back, Song Yunxiang was drawn in by a singing voice. This sound came from outside Zhongting, from a small building under an ancient tree. The singer was none other than Lin Jinghua. Seeing her, Song Yunxiang paused slightly, then closed his eyes to enjoy the music. Song Yunxiang realized that she would be one of the 4 big singers, Windflower Snow Moon, of Tiandu country in the future. The young lady, Lin Jinghua, was known as a singing prodigy. The more Song Yunxiang remembered, the more nostalgic he felt for his past life. During his time in the Black Armor Guard, he'd been a fan of Miss Jinghua for 3 years. Later, after she became a national treasure-level singer, so many of her works had deeply impressed Song Yunxiang. Now that he met her again, Song Yunxiang understood that the rumors of Jinghua working as a singer on the Hongxi transport ship were true. Thinking about it, Song Yunxiang even wanted to take this chance to ask for an autograph. Before sunset, transport ship number 82 was preparing to take off, and the announcement blared through the spaceport. The energy conduits were gradually disconnected. After a simple inspection, the transport ship's engine started up. Then it quickly left the port. When it first takes off, the transport ship would be a little bumpy. Xiao Wen's family sat in their room, trying their best to stay calm. Sure enough, the turbulence was unusually rough. In compartment 3, Wei Gei was trembling with unease. Naila next to him was already used to this, and knew that he was very afraid of the feeling of losing gravity. In the secret room of compartment 1, Song Yunxiang was operating the alchemy formation, creating a sphere of light. Countless alchemical pills had been neatly placed on the table. Sensing the change, Song Yunxiang realized they had taken off. Fortunately, he had used a formation to reinforce this place, so it wouldn't be affected too much by the turbulence. The pills were soon finished. He had already prepared some for the old man and the people in Song Yunxiang's family. Activating his soul power, Song Yunxiang collected all the pills in the bottles. With his current Earth Realm cultivation, it was still a little difficult for him to refine 8 Maxstar pills. Outside, the transport ship's power gradually increased, and the engines instantly shot off at an extremely fast speed. Even though it had only just started, the transport ship was already in a supersonic state, making it incredibly bumpy inside. Xiao Wen's whole family sat on their seats, enduring the uncomfortable sensation. Xiao Wen was still glued to Yunxiang's table, waiting, wanting to sit with him. A moment later, the door opened. Yunxiang strolled out cool as a cucumber, even though the airship was still shaking like crazy. Spotting him, Zhao Wen yelled for him to come sit next to her. More than happy to, Yunxiang headed over, unintentionally shocking Xiao Wen's mom. She couldn't believe Yunxiang could keep his balance on the rocking airship like it was nothing. This kid ain't normal, she thought to herself. Standing nearby, Shen Ruwei also watched with wide eyes. As she could see, Yunxiang was adjusting his body movements to neutralize the vibrations from the airship. She initially thought it was some kind of movement technique, but then realized it was just pure control over his own body. Unbelievable! How old is Yunxiang anyway? Meanwhile, Sheng Jinshui was already green around the gills from all the shaking. Once Yunxiang sat down, Xiao Wen made sure to remind him to buckle up, and then asked what he had been doing. Yunxiang replied that he was texting his family to let them know he was coming home, then buckled his seatbelt as Xiao Wen told him, even though he did not really need to. That phrase, going home, was something Yunxiang really had not said in a very long time. The airship zoomed through the sky, heading straight for the horizon. In Yunyan City, at the Song family's Jiwan Marquis estate, the head butler got Yunxiang's message and immediately went to report. He estimated Yunxiang would arrive around noon tomorrow. This butler was Song Mu, head butler of the East Compound in the Song Manor. Hearing this, Song Jingjong was so excited he wanted to personally welcome Yunxiang. He told the butler to inform all members of the Song family to return to the estate for a meal tomorrow. Additionally, he had Yunjin transfer 2 battleships from the army to protect Yunxiang's airship. At the same time, the monitor was displaying news of the host for the evil entities. But Song Mu felt that using battleships for personal use was not really appropriate. Before he could finish, Song Jingjong snapped. Figure out a reason. Do I really have to spell everything out for you? Don't you dare say anything more. Song Mu immediately excused himself. After Song Mu left, Song Jingjong sighed. Looking at the photo on his desk, he got even more excited. Not only did Yunxiang suddenly recover from his damaged soul channels, but he also seems to have gained a powerful strength. Song Jingjong wondered, was this something Yunxiang's mother, his daughter, Xian, Law foresaw? Meanwhile, the airship had gradually stabilized, and an announcement informed all passengers that there would be a singing and dancing performance in the central hall later. Regular passengers could watch it on screens in their cabins, but VIP passengers could go to the central hall to enjoy it live. In suite number 1, Heaven, Zhao Meng had brought back some food. While eating a bun, Zhao Wen asked about her injuries. Xiao Meng's face lit up. Thanking Yunxiang's elixir and praising that it was no different from a miracle drug, she recovered completely after using it, and her body even became healthier than before. Hearing this, Shen Ruaowei couldn't help but blush, guessing that Yunxiang had given her the same elixir back then. Seeing that Xiao Meng was alright, Xiao Wen felt relieved. She couldn't help but curse those bastards from the lower regions for being so cruel. Furthermore, Yunxiang was too tolerant. If it was her, she would have beaten them to a pulp a long time ago. While she was still talking, Zhao Wen suddenly stopped. Yunxiang thought she was choking, but suddenly Xiao Wen exclaimed. She felt that the buns were too tasty. Yunxiang, not sure if she was for real, picked up a bun to try it. He tasted a subtle sweetness in the filling, and a special sauce. He guessed it was soy sauce and honey, a special recipe combining the styles of the Ling family in Central Yu and the Bishui Kingdom. A feeling of nostalgia washed over him. The last time he tasted this was in Yunxiang's previous life, when he was still at the Xuanjia Guard headquarters in Lin City. Seeing everyone's reactions were so good, Xiao Meng finally revealed that this was Miss Jinghua's special method. Speaking of her, Xiao Meng also announced to Yunxiang that the mid-court performance was about to begin, hinting at whether everyone wanted to go there to enjoy it directly. In the night, the airship flew swiftly past strips of river. Inside, the Miao court radiated a sparkling light. That was the stage for the singing and dancing performance. Jinghua's singing echoed, melodious like birdsong. On the stands, there weren't many viewers watching directly. It could be said that it was sparse. Following Xiao Meng's guidance, Yunxiang and the Xiao Wen family also came to watch directly. Seeing Yunxiang sitting in the most central seat, Zhang Da, Tegi next to him, was immediately attracted. VIP section. Even a second young master of the Zhang family like him didn't have the qualifications to sit there. He wondered what these people's backgrounds were to receive such honor. Besides Zhang Da, Zhangyi, Naila also noticed Yunxiang's appearance. She whispered, notifying Shi Gan next to her. That young man is actually sitting in the Supreme Diamond VIP section. Xin Ged, who was engrossed in watching the dance, suddenly startled and turned around, his mood both angry and fearful. Even as someone from the outer territories, Naila knew quite well that this Supreme Diamond area belonged to the Heaven section of Bay No. 1. Only distinguished guests, highly valued by the Hongxi Trading Company, were qualified to be there. Just as she predicted, this young man wasn't an ordinary Earth grade, but wanted to find a chance to befriend Yunxiang. Hearing these words, Xingge didn't reply, expressing displeasure with a cold snort. Xiao Meng, who was standing idly by, saw Xingge and involuntarily felt her hackles rise. This caught Yunxiang's eye, and his heart stirred. After returning, he'd see if these two Sea Territory guys had any value to exploit. Not seeing Xiao Meng's mood, Yunxiang didn't hesitate to ask her to sit next to him to reassure her. Don't be afraid. After the first act passed, an old MC stepped onto the stage to introduce the next act, one of the acts of the Great War of Chengyuanding, adapted from the true story of a hero single-handedly turning the tide in the Beast Tide War, called Single Rider Slays the Demonic Horde. Immediately, Yunxiang had a bad feeling. His expression turned grim and speechless. Hopefully it's not what I think it is. The play opened with a man playing a citizen in a sea of fire, screaming in fear, "Help!" Then, 3 fierce beast coyotes came out and started attacking. Xiao Wen became more and more immersed in the play, sighing in admiration non-stop. Following that, 3 people wearing Wei Yuan, Sinotype mecha came out, engaging in fierce battle with the fierce beasts. The two sides fought extremely intensely. After a while, all 3 Wei Yuan, Sinotypes, were sent flying. The horde of fierce beasts, wanting to eat the Wei Yuan, Chepotypes made Zhao Wen afraid to watch. Then, another mecha appeared, cursing the fierce beasts. According to the caption, this was the elite soul general Zuo Si. The audience above the stage began to buzz. The good news spread quickly, and the news of Zuo Sin's reversal of the battle quickly spread. Everyone marveled at how OP he was. On the stage, Zuo Sin covered his face with a scarf, and then began to transform. The audience all widened their eyes to watch. Obviously, Xiao Wen was no exception. In an instant, the actor changed into a different costume, turning into the Scarlet Zuo Si mecha. An audience member couldn't help but exclaim, "Confirmed. That's Zuo Sick." He saw it with his own eyes in the city back then. Following Zuo Sin's lead, 2 people in black brought out the Fengtian Huaji, Phoenix Sky Halberd, followed by the Scarlet Flame Fire Dragon Orb, and just like that, Zuo Sin chased the fierce beasts around the stage. Watching this scene, Zhang Degui unknowingly admired the soul armor Zuo Si, considering him to be a role model for soul masters. Xiao Wen excitedly cheered for Zuo Qi, with eyes as bright as stars. Only Song Yunxiang was silently crying, embarrassed to the point of wanting to bury himself. This play was nothing short of a punishment for him. It didn't stop there. The play continued, and the plot even included a situation where Zuo Sin rescued a princess in danger. At this point, Yunxiang was completely speechless. Where did this second princess come from? Yunxiang couldn't help but think of the second prince, Tian Zeihai. If he knew about this, he would definitely hack these people to death. Gradually, the play moved to the scene of fighting the heaven, rank fierce beast, Chongqi. The two sides fought a world-shaking battle that excited the audience, especially Zhang Degui. He watched to the point of tears streaming down his face, his blood and flesh boiling, feeling that Zuo Si was truly a great man. After winning the battle, the princess offered to repay him with her body, but was rejected. Zuo Sin replied, "My ambition lies in the world. I don't care about women." Shen Rue watched with tears in her eyes, touched, as she recalled that time. Could it be that the person who saved her was also like this? When the play came to this point, Yunxiang completely lost it, his whole body twitching as he cursed. "The writing for this play is way too much. This is ridiculous." These words inadvertently reached the ears of the people next to him. They angrily stood up and questioned Yunxiang. Just now, while watching the play, Yunxiang had repeatedly said strange things, not only disrespecting Miss Jinghua, but also showing disrespect to the seniors in the play, so they needed Yunxiang to say an apology. Zhang Degui led the group, putting immense pressure on Yunxiang. Zhang Degui, flanked by 2 hulking bodyguards, stepped up to Yunxiang, his face red with anger. "Apologize." The 2 bodyguards echoed, their voices booming. Yunxiang cursed inwardly. What a psycho. But outwardly he repeatedly apologized, admitting he misspoke. Seeing this, Naila happily turned to Binjie, wanting to go help Yunxiang and maybe even strike up a romance while she was at it. Binjie, hearing this, looked awkward, thinking Naila just wanted to join the drama. Naila laughed it off and insisted she was good at judging people. She felt this Yunxiang definitely had a powerful background. Meanwhile, even though Yunxiang had apologized, Zhang Degi's group wouldn't let it go, saying the apology was too half-hearted and demanding a more sincere attitude. At this point, Zhao Wen couldn't take it anymore and snapped, calling Zhang Degi a fatso. She pointed out that he'd already apologized, so why couldn't they just let it go? Hearing that, Zhang Degui blew his top and started yelling back at Xiao Wen. Without missing a beat, Naila and Biye jumped in, mocking Zhang Degui, fatso, lame fatso. Although annoyed, Zhang Degi held back, warning the occupants of box number 3 not to go looking for trouble where it didn't concern them. In his head, he scoffed, thinking of these lower realm people as uncivilized barbarians. Already quick-tempered, Bingjie directly pulled out his soul weapon, saying Zhang Dagi was being too noisy and disturbing them, so he was going to put on a show for him. Seeing that, the bodyguard next to the fatty immediately stepped forward, directly calling them lower realm barbarians. Hearing this, Big's expression turned even angrier, retorting, "Your old man's mouth is running wild, I could kill him in minutes." Unable to restrain himself, the old bodyguard also took out his soul weapon, but luckily, Zhang Degui stopped him. Just as the conflict reached fever pitch, a voice rang out from the stage. "Please, everyone, show some respect for her." Seeing that it was Jinghua, everyone was a little surprised. At this moment, Lin Jinghua was no longer hiding, revealing herself on stage with the MC. In front of her, Zhang Degui hurriedly and respectfully bowed. As for Bijie, he was completely mesmerized by Jinghua. It was all lovey-dovey stuff. Over by Yunxiang, he remained comfortably seated, thinking that, although Jinghua wasn't famous yet, she had the faint air of a big star. Little did she know, she would soon become famous worldwide, with one song, becoming one of the 4 famous singers of the Tiandu nation. On stage, Jinghua continued, "I heard the earlier argument from backstage and came specifically to mediate, so I hope everyone will listen to a few words." Before she could finish, Zhang Degi rubbed his head and smiled obsequiously, more than willing to listen. First off, Jinghua would like to thank Zhang Degi for their love of her work. What she wants to say is that the story in her lyrics is actually based on rumors, and she's added a lot of artistic flair, so it's not exactly the truth. Also, she suspects that Yunxiang participated in that great battle, and as someone who experienced it firsthand, he'd have a different perspective on the contents. Considering the commercial aspects of the adaptation, some exaggeration was unavoidable. She hopes Yunxiang will forgive her for that. Hearing this, Yunxiang forced a smile, praising the stage play as pretty good. Seeing that the situation was under control, Jinghua steered the conversation elsewhere, inviting the audience to enjoy the next performance, where Zhijiang would play and sing. With Jinghua's words, Zhang Degi didn't object at all, even admitting he was a bit too excited earlier and apologizing to those around him. Beside him, Xiao Wen was still angry, provoking others with great effort, including Shi Ji. Xin Ji ran a finger across his neck, expressing hostility towards the bald old man. On Zhang Degi's side, although the latter was angry, he just temporarily suppressed it, snorting coldly and turning away. Afterwards, the show continued. The host excitedly introduced Jinghua's original song and personal performance, Stele of Souls General. As she finished, a clear, melodious sound came from the instrument. Jinghua sat in the center of the stage, raising her voice in song, silencing the entire space. Not even a tiny sound could be heard. At this moment, Yunxiang listened attentively to the lyrics. He remembered this song as one of Jinghua's pre-fame compositions, written after she left Dongdalu. It had been more than 10 years since he'd heard it, making him nostalgic. Back then, Yunxiang was a true fan of Jinghua, and many of her songs, even after many years, Yunxiang still remembered them as if they were brand new, especially those hits from her album, Investiture of the Gods War. Right now, Yunxiang didn't know yet if it had been written already. Ending the song, Jinghua bowed to the audience, expressing her sincerity. The entire theater applauded warmly, wanting her to sing another one. Receiving such a response, Jinghua happily agreed to another song, this time chosen by the audience. Immediately, Zhang Degui shouted, "I heard Jinghua recently wrote a song called Burning Star. I wonder if we could hear it." As soon as he finished, Jinghua declined, because the song was still in the writing process. But even so, the audience all shouted the name Burning Star, determined to hear it. Remaining silent, Jinghua had no choice but to agree. In her heart, she thought, although I haven't figured out how to handle the ending of this song, maybe I can find some inspiration from performing it live. Down below, Yunxiang really knew about Burning Star. Back then, Jinghua became famous because of this song, becoming one of the 4 popular singers. So this song was written so early. Under the trees, Jinghua sang her song gracefully. The lyrics as sweet as sugarcane, even Jay Chou couldn't compare. Halfway through the song, Yunxiang unconsciously sang along. Jinghua recalled countless life and death battles from his previous life. Unconsciously, Yunxiang immersed himself in it, raising his voice in song. When he woke up, the whole place was dead silent, including Jinghua on stage. This made Yunxiang confused. He looked around, not understanding what had just happened to make everyone like this. All he saw was Jinghua on stage, her head lowered, her body trembled slightly. Xiao Meng leaned close to Yunxiang and said, "Jinghua hasn't finished writing the ending of this song, but just now Yunxiang hummed the last part." As she finished, Yunxiang's pupils contracted. An unprecedented feeling of helplessness arose. He understood that he had just done something he shouldn't have. But little did he expect that Jinghua on stage wasn't bothered at all. But instead, she was moved by Yunxiang's line, "You returning will be me." This final part of the song had been giving her a lot of trouble. But now it's finally clicked. She asked Yunxiang to accept a bow from her. Jinghua felt even more emotional, wanting to, just like in the Lin family's song, return honorably one day. For a moment, Yunxiang didn't know what to say, completely speechless. Seconds later, Jinghua's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. After hearing Yunxiang's pointers, the knot in her heart had been untied. She really didn't expect to find a kindred spirit here. Jinghua was even more surprised that this man in front of her actually understood her. Yunxiang's embarrassed expression only grew more flustered. He reluctantly accepted the praise, feeling like he'd cheated on an exam and shouldn't have at all. Suddenly, Jinghua's body radiated a type of mystical light formed by soul power. It took a while for Jinghua to realize that her realm was breaking through. She'd been stuck at the peak of the Huang stage for so long. Unexpectedly, just hearing Yunxiang hum a bit caused her bottleneck to waver. A feeling of fullness overwhelmed Jinghua, leaving her jaw dropped and unable to control her expression. It felt like soul power from the heavens and earth was constantly pouring in and being absorbed by her body. A beam of light suddenly shot straight up from the airship. Seeing this scene, Zhang Da, Shugi was stunned and fell backwards, never expecting Jinghua to also be a soul master, and about to break through to the Xuan stage. Yunxiang, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. An idea that reached the heart, knowing to let go, would naturally affect the bottleneck. Suddenly, dark clouds swirled in the sky, emitting fierce lightning. As soon as Yunxiang looked up, his face showed worry. If he wasn't mistaken, this fluctuation was a sky rift, and the clear sky was quickly covered by dark clouds. On stage, Jinghua was sprawled out, panting tiredly. Just then, Zhang Da, Gagi stood up and respectfully congratulated Jinghua on breaking through to the Xuan stage. Following him, a bunch of others also stood up to offer their congratulations. Yunxiang was the only exception, reluctantly sitting up. Jinghua softly said thank you. Then, she asked Yunxiang if he was free. If he could come to her room and give her a little more guidance, that would be great. Without even thinking, Yunxiang refused, thinking it wasn't good. This made Jinghua puzzled and confused. At the same time, the airship had flown into a dark area, like a huge storm was about to hit. In the control room, shouts rang out, "Report! A fissure has been detected in the airspace." Upon hearing this, The commanding officer immediately ordered the crew, "Accelerate! Get out of this area!" But as soon as he said it, the captain retracted it. "Hold the acceleration for now, and activate the highest level defense formation." Quickly, a sturdy protective layer surrounded the airship. Announcement: ferocious beasts was then transmitted, requesting passengers to quickly return to their cabins so the airship could accelerate and escape. As soon as the announcement ended, a giant rift appeared in the sky. Bi-fang ferocious beasts, flying types as numerous as ants, burst through the sky and poured down. They opened their mouths and fired blinding attacks, aimed directly at the airship. Luckily, thanks to the grand formation, the airship wasn't damaged at all. Even so, there were still a lot of vibrations inside, causing everyone to tumble around. On stage, Jinghua wasn't ready and lost her balance, falling to the side. Just then, Yunxiang dashed over and scooped her up, then took her somewhere else. Seeing that the enemies were Bianfangs, Yunxiang knew they weren't super strong, but their sheer numbers meant the ship's defenses probably wouldn't hold for long. In the command room, the comms officer panicked, not knowing what to do now that the ship was surrounded. Next to him, the captain was no exception, cursing loudly. As long as they kept the defenses up, the ship couldn't escape. With no other choice, he gathered his forces to fight back, while also sending a distress signal to the nearest stronghold. Soon, the ship's troops were mobilized, firing back at the fierce beasts. The exchange of fire created a super intense rain of bullets. The only goal wasn't victory, but to hold on to the defensive formation. Countless blasts from the fierce beasts slammed into the formation, gradually weakening it. The most urgent warning sounded inside the ship. Zhang Degi was carried by 2 bodyguards and quickly moved to safety. This made Zhang Degi feel super humiliated. He's a Soul Master Emperor, for crying out loud. He should be out there fighting. He insisted on grabbing a soul talisman and fighting to the death with the ship. Otherwise, he was afraid no one would survive. On the side, Fei tentatively asked Nai if they should step in. After a moment of silence, Nai admitted that the fatty had a point. The defensive formation wasn't going to hold for much longer. Once the ship was breached, no one would survive. At the same time, Yunxiang pulled a soul talisman out of his clothes. Shen Rui accidentally saw it and was shocked. She recognized it as her soul talisman. She thought she'd lost it in battle, but it turned out Yunxiang had taken it. A wave of thoughts washed over her, and Shen Rui's face flushed red. She wondered, has Yunxiang been carrying it around with him this whole time? Outside the ship, the fierce beasts relentlessly attacked, but luckily the protective formation blocked all direct damage, though they couldn't avoid the shaking. Streams of purple light fired continuously. But with this kind of intense assault, the formation was already hanging by a thread, cold as ice. Suddenly, a crew member frantically shouted, "The fierce beasts have found a weak spot in the energy field above the lounge area." Immediately, the captain ordered the Bao-An security team to defend it. But then, the crew member reported back with different news. "The battle at the bow is intense. The Bao-An team is already engaged and can't be pulled back." Hearing this, the captain gritted his teeth and cursed, sweat pouring down his face. All he could do now was hope the passengers, that some strong person would step up to face the enemy. Otherwise, they were doomed. Meanwhile, in Zhengting, the passengers were scrambling to evacuate, trying to reach a safe shelter. Jinghua didn't panic in the crisis. She worked hard to guide the passengers and reassure them, directing them to the deck, where the armor was the strongest. A huge number of passengers ran around like headless chickens, desperate to save their lives. Outside, the fierce beasts suddenly stopped their attack, then simultaneously started charging up energy blasts. With a loud bang, they all fired at the same spot, creating a powerful beam of energy. The whole ship shook violently, sending people tumbling. Cracks gradually appeared and spread across the protective shield. Beams of energy began to pierce through, shooting straight inside. One accidentally hit the roof of the central lounge, sending debris crashing down. Several dancers who had fallen and couldn't get up were in danger. Seeing this, Jinghua was stunned, then shouted a warning, but it was too late. Countless huge rocks were falling straight towards their heads. These girls absolutely couldn't escape with their strength. Just then, a spirit card shot out instantly, creating a shield to protect them. The dancers inside screamed, covering their faces and ducking down, clueless. A moment later, everyone looked up, dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. On the other side, Jinghua quickly turned to look and saw that the teenager had made a move. She couldn't help but be shocked that Yunxiang could instantly create a formation. Conversely, Yunxiang didn't pay attention to her. He looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Following Yunxiang's gaze, a group of ferocious beasts started to penetrate the formation through the cracks, making squawking sounds like vultures. Zhang Da, Zhongyi, and the others also saw this scene. He shouted loudly, calling out the name of the person next to him. Understanding the intent, the bodyguard named Wu immediately leaped into the air, throwing Zhang Da, Gaigi a soul talisman, and instructing him to protect himself carefully. Take it, Zhang Da. Kanegi also anxiously instructed the bodyguard. In mid-air, bodyguard Wu began to construct his spirit body. After a moment, the spirit body's form began to solidify, forming a physical body. Before the rampaging beast could react, bodyguard Wu aggressively closed in. The two sides engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle in the sky, neither willing to back down. Relying on his agility, bodyguard Wu gradually gained the upper hand, forcefully attacking the beast's belly. Below, Yunxiang was still contemplating the situation when the system issued a notification. It detected a super-level threat that Yunxiang couldn't contend with, requesting Yunxiang to leave the area immediately. Yunxiang remained unfazed, pondering to himself. To be considered a super-level threat by the Star-Lord system, it definitely won't just be those few ferocious beasts. What is this Bifang? Could there even be sacred stage ferocious beasts appearing? But at this altitude, he simply can't lead so many people to escape. Thinking this, Yunxiang looked towards Xiaowen's family. Right now, besides Liu Biyu, who's already replicated, he only has 2 Spirit General cards he picked up on him. If only he had Spirit General Cao Ren or Bai Qi, who possessed the ability to fly. Just then, bodyguard Wu was attacked by the ferocious beast, smashing face first into the ground. Nilai and Fei Gei haven't acted yet. According to their assessment, the bodyguard's civilian mecha is too weak, not a match for the Bifang, so they have no choice but to help out together. Fei Gei's eyes flashed with disdain, cursing, "That old bodyguard Wu is useless." The next second, Nilai had already constructed his spirit body. This mecha is mass, produced with simple technology. The market price isn't high. As for bodyguard Wu, he collapsed on the ground, utterly disheveled, barely managing to curse out, "Damn it!" Above, the ferocious beast had started to condense a burst of light, intending to wipe him out. Just then, a ray of light shot out, hitting the beast's mouth directly, stopping it from releasing its attack. Seeing this, bodyguard Wu exclaimed in surprise. Looking to the side, Nilai, in his mecha, having just fired a spirit power shot, looked at the old bodyguard and recognized that this was the Spirit General Nilai Bata of the lower domain. Immediately he stood up, rekindling his fighting spirit. "Can't let that lower domain brat look down on me." Just like that, Nilai and bodyguard Wu teamed up, cooperating in ranged attacks and close combat. In an instant, bodyguard Wu bounced high, swinging his axe to attack. Meanwhile, Yunxiang was stabilizing the people around him. This place will be affected by the battle soon, but the bottom deck might not be completely safe either soon, so Yunxiang let them decide for themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Jinshui had chosen to go down to the lower deck. Xiao Meng also confirmed that was the safest place on the airship. After hearing this, Yunxiang entrusted Xiaowen's family to Xiao Meng and asked if there was a small escape pod on the airship. In response, Xiao Meng said there was only one small pod dedicated to the staff, while holding Xiao Wen in her arms, but Xiao Wen insisted on staying. She, along with her family, believed that since Yunxiang was a soul master, he could definitely protect them. They felt safest by his side. Seeing this, Shen Dai stepped forward to persuade her, saying that they would only cause trouble for Yunxiang here and couldn't help at all. Seeing that Xiao Vi was still hesitant, Shen Dai urged her, "Hurry up and go!" But Ruo Wei told them to evacuate first, as she was also a soul master and could fight. In her heart, Ruo Wei was determined to fight alongside Yunxiang this time. On the rooftop, Naila and the bodyguard Wu Yun were wrestling with the ferocious beast, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Naila shouted, "Wu, hold the beast in place. Find an opportunity for a fatal blow." Without hesitation, the bodyguard Wu agreed, inwardly admitting that the kid really had an advantage in speed. Then, Naila used her speed to attract the beast's attention, making it chase after her. Spotting an opening, she yelled to bodyguard Wu, just waiting for it. The old man swung his axe with all his might, thinking he could eliminate the beast's fang. Suddenly another one appeared, ramming into the bodyguard Wu and sending him crashing to the ground. Inside the airship, a second enemy had now appeared. Below, Zhang Degui was stunned and shouted, but choked on his words as he was about to say there were two Bin Fang. Following his gaze, countless other Bin Fang had begun to flood in, their numbers increasing dramatically. Soon they began to condense light cannons. Seeing the danger, both Jinghua and Ruo Wei shouted warnings. The light cannons fired down into the atrium, posing a threat. At that moment, Zhang Degui's remaining bodyguard jumped up and formed. With a bang, the entire area was swept by light cannons, engulfed in a sea of flames. As the smoke cleared, the old bodyguard was still standing firmly on the ground, having managed to take out a shield to block the attack just in time. He turned back, worried about Zhang Degui. The attack just now had scared him so much that he fell backwards onto the ground, stuttering and unable to speak. On Jinghua's side, she had also got formed to protect the three dancers. Ruo Wei was no exception. The two of them spread out to support each other. Looking closely, Ruo Wei saw Xiao Wen and her parents were in a protective formation. Puzzled, could this be a formation set up by Yunxiang? She quickly searched around for Yunxiang. After the cloud of dust, Yunxiang appeared inside a shield, holding the girl Naila by the collar in his hand. Being grabbed like that, Naila wasn't uncomfortable at all, and she couldn't help but marvel at Yunxiang's strength. To be able to block the beast's attack with bare hands is too terrifying. A second later, Yunxiang let go and disappeared, leaving her gaping, totally floored. Not far away, Zhang Degui was in the midst of an ideological struggle, reassuring himself, "It'll be okay. Just gotta do what the heroes at Yuan Peak City did, and turn the tide with all my might. As long as you have courage, you can overcome anything." His face was covered in terror, sweating profusely as he stuttered and formed. A moment later, Zhang Degui managed to get his soul armor on and just kinda collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, the old bodyguard yelled out his name. Zhang Degui was shaking like a leaf, muttering to himself to calm down. "I can do this." Up in the sky, a few of those beasties started heading down. The old bodyguard, totally unfazed, immediately got ready to throw down. Behind him, Zhang Degui was still freaking out and couldn't even find his weapon. The beast came crashing down, but the old bodyguard blocked it with his shield, giving it his all to protect Zhang Degui. Seriously, it was intense. Zhang Degui, not giving a damn what it was, grabbed something and jumped up, whacking the beast on the head. Meanwhile, Yunxiang had already zipped over to Xiao Wen's family, telling them not to go below deck, and that sticking with him was actually the safer bet. Xiao Wen and Shen Dai were cool with it, but Tang Jinshui, being all confused, asked, "There's a crazy battle going on. Wouldn't it be safer below deck?" Yunxiang explained, "Stronger beasts are going to show up. Let's just see how things go and play it by ear. If things went south, he'd figure out a way to get them out." Hearing this, Shen Dai was all suspicious. Does Yunxiang have some kind of flying trick up his sleeve? Which made Tang Jinshui start, "Stronger beasts are going to show up. With the defense of this ship, I don't want to think about this." The next second, he remembered the people on the ship and asked Yunxiang, "Are you just going to let them die? You should try talking to the captain." Before he could even finish, Shen Dai kicked him and snapped, "Drop that savior complex. You can barely take care of yourself, and you want to worry about everyone else." Right then, in the courtyard, the beasts were relentlessly attacking. Waves of unbelievably powerful light cannons rained down like a storm. Suddenly, a Big Fang saw an opening and pounced. Ruo Wei saw it and quickly warned Jinghua to be careful. In a flash, the beast closed in, shooting straight for Jinghua, but she managed to roll back and dodge it. Though it was still super rough, Jinghua's merc slid back. She immediately got into a fighting stance, not daring to waste a single second. Neither Jinghua nor Ruo Wei were pushovers. They quickly counterattacked the beast. Over by Shen Dai, she awkwardly apologized for her husband, saying he was a total bookworm. Xiao Wen did the same, mortified, and confirmed they'd listen to whatever Yunxiang said. Yunxiang didn't mind it. Yunxiang took responsibility for protecting them. Since he brought them onto the ship and got them into this mess, he'd prioritized their safety no matter what. Over with bodyguard Wu, he was forced to the ground by a beast, only able to hold it off temporarily with his weapon. Covered in injuries, he coughed violently, struggling to curse. Just then, a mech jumped up from behind the beast at lightning speed. Before the beast could even react, it took a slash to the back, blood gushing out and splattering onto bodyguard Wu's mech below. Ambushed, the beast roared in fury and turned to counterattack. Xing'er wouldn't let it. The blade in Xing'er's hand pierced the Bifang's head, taking it down instantly. Waiting for this moment, bodyguard Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief, putting aside their previous grudges and thanking Xing'er. Very quickly, another Bifang saw the spot where its comrade had just died and fiercely charged towards the two of them. While defending, Xing'er responded to bodyguard Wu, asserting that he owed him one. Just like that, Xing'er and the old bodyguard fought back, feedback, creating an impenetrable two-way defense. Below, Zhang Da, Zhuge, and the others were still tangled up with a Bifang. Taking an attack head, Hexion, bodyguard Makola was sent flying, even with his shield in hand. Seeing this, Zhang Da, Nagi hurriedly ran over in concern, forgetting about the opening on the beast, and the beast immediately pounced, slamming Zhang Dai, Nogi face, first into the ground. At the same time, Jinghua, who was grabbed by a Bianfeng and lifted high into the air, was in danger with even the slightest carelessness. Below, the three dancers could only anxiously cry out in helplessness, praying for Jinghua's safety. The Bifang beast lifted Jinghua high before throwing her straight towards Ruo Wei. Both of them didn't have time to dodge and crashed into each other, falling to the ground and slamming into the barrier wall. At that moment, the Big Fang concentrated a light cannon, hoping to wipe them both out. Jinghua and Ruo Wei hadn't even had time to stand up, helplessly watching, thinking to themselves, "This is it for us." Suddenly, a hand grabbed the Binfang's tail and yanked it down forcefully. Song Yunxiang in his Lu Biyu spirit armor slammed the Binfang fiercely into the ground. This scene caused everyone to freeze and stare in awe. Jinghua's eyes widened, and she stammered, "Who is that person?" Ruwei, on the other hand, showed a look of joy, recognizing that it was Yunxiang. The Binfang, still reeling from being thrown, was immediately pierced to death by Feng Tian. Lu Bu's entire body glowed red, wielding his spear in battle, tearing apart the ferocious beast, his eyes shooting out dangerous sparks. Above, the flock of ferocious beasts filled the sky, descending one after another. Zhang Da, Segi, covering his face, lay prone on the ground, letting the Biafang relentlessly tear at him with its sharp beak. He was terrified and kept shouting for help. Seeing this scene, Yunxiang shifted his gaze over, sensing the threat. The Bifang that was pecking at him also stopped, opening its mouth wide and yelling at Yunxiang, only to see Song Yunxiang shout loudly, "Shut up!" At the same time, the flying Feng Tian in his hand shot straight at the ferocious beast, creating an explosion. The Bifang instantly turned into fragments that scattered everywhere. After a while, Zhang Da Nagi dared to look up, and as soon as he saw Lu Biyu, he vaguely recognized that this wasn't the spirit general from the play just now. This surprise made Zhang Da, Draghi, think he was seeing things. Looking up at the sky, Yunxiang began to count the number of enemies. There were already 7 that had entered the inner part of the formation. With the battle power of the spaceship's security squad, even with the passengers added, I'm afraid it would be difficult to hold out for long against their attacks. Originally, Song Yunxiang planned to conserve his strength to deal with the hidden threat the system warned about, but now he's out of options. Then, Yunxiang commanded the system. Activate Lubu's Earth. Rank armament. Ding. The system began retrieving data and unlocked the shattering sky cloud, piercing bow armament. After unlocking it, Yunxiang began a comprehensive check. The shattering sky cloud-piercing bow is Lu Bu's most powerful long-range weapon. Although its power is terrifying, it consumes a lot of energy, so he really didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. As time passed, the mecha yin started showing signs of collapsing. The Bixi were like a storm, constantly surging forward. Wei Ge's and the old bodyguard's moods were solemn, terrified, and they didn't know what to do. Suddenly in the air, a series of flower wheels appeared, attacking the ferocious beasts. Seeing this scene, everyone was puzzled and exclaimed in surprise. Wei Ge quickly recognized that these were Nyla's flying wheels, an armament still in testing. Wei Ge wasn't happy at all and secretly cursed in his heart, because this was their trump card. Following Nyla's command, the moon wheels returned. Her mecha revolved around her. Nyla looked like countless orbs of light inside. Nyla giggled mischievously and asked, "Wasn't I just in time?" In front, 3 Bixi were roaring madly, attacking, until bodyguard Wu and Wei Ge simultaneously gathered next to Nyla, cooperating in battle. Looking at the ferocious beasts, Wei Ge gestured, asking Nyla what to do. Even in a 3-on-3 fight, they weren't confident of winning, but the opponents didn't seem to dare to act rashly. Finally, Wei Ge wanted to rush in for a desperate gamble. If they kept stalling, another one might show up. In response, Nile estimated that she could use the flying wheels to briefly restrain 2 of them, so Wei Ge and the old bodyguard had to take the opportunity to deal with one. Hearing the instructions, Wei Ge immediately agreed, telling the old bodyguard to target the one that looked the weakest and work together to kill it. Although hesitant, the old bodyguard agreed. He would attract attention so Wei Ge could sneak around from behind. Just like that, Nyla activated the bell-tailed lure formation. It's just that the old bodyguard had no idea what it was. Seeing this, Wei Ge quickly explained, "It's the defender responsible for luring and restraining the vanguard." Before he could finish, he skipped it, because there was no time. At the same time, Nyla had counted to 3. As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of light shot through, directly annihilating all 3 Bixi in front of them. All 3 of them froze on the spot. The beam of light didn't stop, shooting straight through the gap in the Great Formation and out. Any Bixi that were hit by it were torn into small pieces. This one strike wiped out an unknown number of enemies. By the time it dissipated, the number of ferocious beasts had decreased significantly. On the ground, Song Yunxiang was covered in electric light, holding Lu Bu's newly connected weapon, extremely imposing. The 3 of Wei Ge simultaneously tilted their heads in confusion. They had no idea what just happened. They were just about to set up a formation. In one corner, Yunxiang was rampaging and massacring the demonic beasts inside the Great Formation. The others were all bewildered and confused. In the blink of an eye, the monsters they were fighting were gone. The old bodyguard Wu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wondering, "Could it be that I'm so old that I'm hallucinating?" Next to him, Wei Ge was no exception, questioning Nyla, "Was there a beam of light that just flashed past?" In response, Nyla quickly confirmed it. The enemies seemed to just, poof, disappeared. In one corner, Yunxiang silently drew his bow and shot arrows. After a while, Zhang Degi finally realized and exclaimed in shock and doubt, "Isn't that the spirit soul general from the play just now? The hero of the Battle of Yuanding City?" These words immediately attracted everyone around. They all looked over, repeating the words just now. What? The hero of Yuanding City? Before their eyes, Yunxiang was still silently manipulating the weapon. Inside, Yunxiang looked kind of flustered, like he'd used a little too much power. Whoops! Accidentally punched a hole in the VIP cabin ceiling. Hopefully, nobody got hurt. Suddenly, Jinghua yelled, "Yunxiang, heads up!" Hearing that, Yunxiang got all alert in the direction Jinghua pointed. A whole swarm of Bifang birds was coming at him, crazy fast. Yunxiang, cool as a cucumber, wasn't fazed at all. He ordered the system to unlock the Heaven-Piercing Claw. BOM. Heaven-Piercing Claw unlocked. Next thing you know, the old heaven-piercing cloud bow started morphing, slowly turning into a claw with 3 talons that attached to Lu Bu's arm. New weapon, sweet. Yunxiang aimed right at the charging Bin Fang. One swing and the lead Bin Fang was sliced clean in half. The other 2 slammed on the brakes, trying to put some distance between them. Yunxiang just gave him a cold snort. Then he blasted the heaven-piercing claw straight through the beasts, taking him out. The last one took the chance to bolt, squawking like it was about to wet itself. But Yunxiang wasn't letting it get away. He shot straight up above it. The poor beast freaked and sped up. Too late. The heaven-piercing claw in Yunxiang's hand plunged right down. Yunxiang's arm suddenly overflowed with spirit energy, lifting the Bifang way up high. Everyone gawked, thinking this guy was seriously OP, like unrealistically strong. Even Jinghua was blushing, super impressed. He took out several profound tier beasts in a flash. If this guy could help her. Next to her, Ruaowei was speechless. She thought Yunxiang was way stronger than last time. Zhang Dagui's eyes lit up, his jaw dropped, and he yelled with total admiration, "That's freaking awesome! No wonder he stirred things up so much in the Yuanding City battle." Standing up high, Yunxiang held up the Bifang's corpse, taunting Wu Yang. Then, without a second thought, he flung the beast down to the ground. His expression was still frozen, lightning around him, waiting for the final boss to appear. At the same time, Xingye was asking Naila, all confused, "Is that the senior from cabin number 1? Word." Naila confirmed without hesitation. That made Xingye's heart skip a beat. He felt so lucky he didn't try to fight him. Naila's eyes were full of mockery. In celestial language, next week is Xingyen's Memorial Week. If you keep fighting, the old guard chimed in, scaring Xingyen with, "So, you can say the anniversary of your death this year, eat sticky rice on the altar." Xingye admitted to himself that he could absolutely see it happening. Barely had time to relax when Naila was telling them to get ready again. More monsters were coming. In front of them, a whole bunch of Binfang were slowly closing in, way more than they could handle. The command center was no exception, swarming with ferocious beasts all around. "We're screwed, Captain," a crew member yelled in a panic. "The defense array can't hold anymore. It'll fail in 10 seconds. Slumped in the captain's chair, the captain's mood hit rock bottom. He gritted out, struggling to understand why reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. Damn it, helpless. He could only keep ordering the crew to send signals on every channel, hoping for a rescue. Suddenly, a ferocious beast's face popped up right in front of the camera, scaring the living crap out of the entire crew. They all screamed as the beast finally spotted them. Outside, a ferocious beast was using its sharp beak to constantly stab at the glass screen, trying to break in. Even though the glass was super strong, cracks soon appeared. The captain couldn't stay seated anymore and immediately stood up, ordering everyone to retreat to the back. Suddenly, the Big Fang attacking the glass started chirping loudly, drawing the old captain's attention. ZZZT. The sharp tip of a spear pierced through its body, tearing a clean line through it. Song Yunxiang had arrived just in time to reinforce, taking out the ferocious beast attacking the command center. Yunxiang casually grabbed the Binfang by the neck and tossed it aside, like it was just a normal little bird. This scene froze the old captain and everyone around him. They couldn't believe there was a powerhouse like this among the passengers. The crew member beside him stared with wide eyes, muttering as he recognized the Red Spirit General. After a moment, he was completely sure. Based on the red-gray glaive, he confirmed that this was the hero who saved Yuanding City. As soon as he finished speaking, the old captain's blood surged, and he excitedly shouted, "So it's that big shot! What an honor that he's on this ship. Both my daughters are fans of the Red Spirit General." For a moment, the old captain forgot all about the danger outside, and turned to tell the crew member to help him get 2 autographs from the hero when things were safe. Before the crew member could even process it, the old captain was already planning. One for my eldest daughter, one for my youngest, and was even debating whether to get one for each of his wives. The old captain pondered deeply, thinking about asking for 6, but then stopped himself. He felt he should go himself. Who knows, he might even get a photo with the hero. Hearing this, the crew member's jaw dropped. How many wives did this captain have? The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. He held back tears, vowing to work hard, get promoted to captain, and then marry 8 wives when he became captain himself. Outside the formation, the ferocious beasts kept swarming in, entering the great defense array, protecting the spaceship one after another. They fought, feeling helpless. There were just too many beasts. The defense team suffered serious losses. All they could do was retreat and protect their lives. Even so, the team leader resolutely stood his ground, reminding his teammates, "We're the Hongxi security. The safety of the passengers is more important than anything." But his words had no effect. The soldier next to him was terrified, feeling hopeless and on the verge of collapse. He blurted out that he still had an 80-year-old mother and young children to take care of. Before he could finish, the team leader interrupted. "Who here isn't the same? But Hongxi's relief money is a lot. So much that his family of 3 could spend a lifetime and not finish it." After these words, the man next to him suddenly froze, trembling slightly, and swallowed hard. A moment later, his fighting spirit boiled over, and he attacked with all his might, cursing and blasting the beasts. Since that's how it was, he'd fight them to the death. Anyway, his wife and kids would get a huge payout if he died here. But their attacks weren't doing much damage to the beasts. One beast ignored the barrage of attacks and charged straight towards the 2 of them. Seeing this, the team leader didn't hesitate to push the man next to him out of the way, taking the hit himself. Boom! The team leader was sent flying backward by the beast. The security guard he saved cried out in worry, but it was too late to help. All around them, Bifang and Dongrujun were spinning and combining. The team leader took a brutal hit and couldn't get up. At that moment, the beasts swarmed in, tearing at him with their sharp beaks. The mech suit was gradually torn apart piece by piece, causing him unbearable pain. Soon, the head of the mech suit was torn off the body. Inside, the team leader had lost all hope of survival. Calmly accepting his death, even though he was unwilling, he smiled slightly. Because, after he died, there would be financial assistance, and his family's debts would no longer be a problem. Just then, Fengtian, a type of weapons technique, rushed in and stabbed straight into the ferocious beast, making it scream in pain. The captain was startled, quickly turning his head to scan the area. The security guard next to him was no exception, his heart filled with astonishment. Before their eyes, the tall and sturdy Song Yunxiang impaled the ferocious beast, lifting it up. After it completely died, he gently flicked the corpse to the ground, the technique extremely skilled. It took the captain a moment to calm down and sit up to express his gratitude. Song Yunxiang didn't pay attention and turned his gaze to the sky, deep in thought. He felt that it would be great if Cao Ren or Io Bing were here right now. Beside him, both the captain and his comrade knelt down to express their thanks. Song Yunxiang was already used to this, and leisurely told them to retreat first. There's no need to stay and risk their lives. Having said that, he continued to look up, counting the number of enemies, 13 on the left, 90 on the right. After counting, Song Yunxiang faced the Fengtian clan behind him, selecting a technique to use. All of a sudden, Song Yunxiang violently spun on his heel, creating a whirlwind blade surrounding his body. In an instant, he transformed into a stream of light, charging straight into the center, piercing through the ferocious beast's encirclement. Underneath the rooftop, the security association was gathered in one place, and everyone was seriously injured. Some people were in a critical, life-threatening condition. The more they thought about it, the more they hated that they couldn't even beat a single one. These ferocious beasts were just too agile. At the same time, Song Yunxiang transformed his weapon into the Longshe bow, drawing it with both hands and aiming. The tip of the arrow sparkled, exuding a terrifying and raging aura. Song Yunxiang fired, creating a stream of light that shot away. Just as it was about to touch the enemy, the arrow suddenly scattered into countless other streams of light, unleashing a barrage attack on the horde of monsters in the sky. The speed was so fast that they had no time to avoid it at all. As soon as they were touched by the stream of light, the ferocious beasts immediately exploded. In an instant, the entire sky resembled exploding fireworks, overwhelming even the sounds of battle. With just this one move, Song Yunxiang successfully wiped out 2 ferocious beasts. The captain and the person next to him could only stare in awe. They didn't think there was such a way to fight, lamenting how terrifying it was to defeat such a large number of ferocious beasts with one blow. The ferocious beasts exploded and rained down, creating a dazzling scene, attracting the attention of everyone around. Suddenly, the surviving ones cried out in unison, sounding frantic. The entire security guard became serious, realizing they were calling for reinforcements. Following the ferocious beast's call, a series of others gradually came, making up for the number that had just been lost. Even so, Yunxiang wasn't flustered at all. Considering the situation, he guessed that those larger ones were probably Earth-stage powerhouses, and this made him wonder, could the system's warning be about them? Before long, the Bifang flock had gathered into a large swarm. They didn't continue attacking individually, but instead condensed light cannons at the same time. The whole sky was filled with deadly purple light. Seeing this, the two security guards couldn't help but panic, urging Yunxiang to continue using his previous move. But Yunxiang's expression turned apprehensive. He considered this a really big threat. The dense barrage of laser-like blasts might be avoidable for him, but the ship below wouldn't be able to withstand it. As time passed, the light cannons in the ferocious beasts' mouths grew larger, just waiting to be fired. Suddenly, many cannons fired at the same time. The cannonballs shot out, forming golden beams of light, aiming directly at the ferocious beasts. Their power was no less than Yunxiang's arrows. After the barrage, only a few high-level Bifang survived, but the light cannons in their mouths had been blocked. Not far from the transport spaceship, two battleships were flying towards them at high speeds. Some people recognized them and couldn't help but shout, "Those are Ruhu-class battleships! Reinforcements must have arrived!" Realizing the new threat, the ferocious beasts hurriedly turned around, aggressively aiming at the warships. Waiting for them was a barrage of heavy artillery. Round after round of bullets were fired from the ship, accurately targeting the Bifang beasts, creating a series of explosions. In mid-center, the humans quickly gained the upper hand, and this was the Tiger, Kara-class warship, the Song family's Crimson Luhian army, the main battleship of the armies in Tiandu Nation. In the command room, a male crew member was stunned, overjoyed to confirm that this was truly reinforcements. Without hesitation, he connected to the two warships. The screen in the command room slowly lit up, revealing a female general in battle armor, exuding heroic spirit, next to a cold, expressionless old man. The female general said sternly, "Announcement. They are the Crimson Luotian army of the Song family, from Zhujian City, here to provide support." Hearing this, the entire transport ship erupted in cheers. Crimson Luotian army. The male crew member contacting them cried tears of joy. The reinforcements had finally arrived. He wouldn't have to die here. In contrast, the old captain didn't show any joy, seriously pondering about the two warships. He found it strange that the Song family's Crimson Luotian army would come to rescue them from so far away. The others weren't as insightful as him, and just thought the captain was overthinking it. Perhaps the Crimson Luotian army was on a mission and just happened to pass by. The old captain put aside other concerns, firmly issuing orders. Disable the defensive formation. All forces move to the power core and focus on rendezvous with the Crimson Luotian army warships at full speed. Immediately, the transport ship's defensive formation dissipated, replaced by two engines on the rear, suddenly accelerating. The people on the ship didn't have time to react, and fell down. A few quick-witted people realized what was happening and warned the others, "Quick! Find something to hold on to!" Only Yunxiang remained upright, seemingly unaffected. Thanks to this speed, the transport ship was soon not far from the two warships. Yunxiang gazed over, somewhat doubtful, Crimson Luotian army. If I'm not mistaken, that's the military branch founded by your big sis Song Yunjin, isn't it? Opposite them, the two warships fought valiantly against the numerous Bifang beasts, constantly shooting them down, turning the tide of the battle. Inside the main ship, Song Yunjin and the person next to her quietly observed the giant transport ship. After a moment, Song Yunjin spoke, questioning the old man next to her, calling him Instructor De Mu, asking if he was sure their little Marquis was on that crappy civilian transport ship across from them. You know that Marquis is the leader of the 4 notorious young masters of Jujian City. Since when did he become so humble? The old man beside her frowned slightly, a little hesitant, thinking that people would eventually grow up. And now he was only the steward of the east courtyard of the Song residence, asking Song Yunjin not to call him by the wrong title. Hearing this, Song Yunjin apologized, as if she had misspoke, not taking it to heart. The old man directed Yunjin to the red spirit armor. With just one look, Yunjin had an answer in her heart. If I'm not mistaken, that's the powerhouse who appeared in Yuanding City and saved the second prince's group. This person's appearance made Yunjin even more emotional about Yunxiang. Although her younger brother was trash, it seemed his luck was very good. If that powerhouse hadn't been there, this transport ship probably wouldn't have lasted until now. Hearing this, the old man beside her pondered silently. When Song Yunjin found out that powerhouse was the trash Yunxiang, she would probably be even more shocked. At the same time, the outside of the transport ship had entered the protection range of the 2 warships, temporarily escaping danger. Compared to them, the 2 warships were like giants, their front lines firm, unafraid of the Bifang beasts. Even so, the beasts continued their relentless attack, rushing down in droves. The warship received the information, and Yunjin continued to issue orders. Target both sides of the warship. Heavy artillery fire. A rain of bullets with indescribable power instantly engulfed the Bifang beasts in a sea of fire, leaving them with no power to resist. On Yunxiang's side, he told Baoan to find a safe place and adjust their strength. Just as he finished speaking, the system suddenly issued a warning. It detected a super energy crack reaction and told Yunxiang to leave the area within 5 seconds. The notification was repeated continuously, emphasizing the severity. Yunxiang's expression froze, totally blanking on what to do. By now, the transport ship was seriously messed up, with holes everywhere. Inside the central hall, everyone was slowly gathering, deactivating their Star Soul armor. Zhang Da. Guy was sweating bullets, panting like crazy, but he had to give it to Phage, impressed that he actually had some skills back there. Zhang Da, Craigie scoffed, calling Phage a low, realm trash, but still acknowledging his strength. Ignoring the chatter, Nyla's eyes were sparkling, already calculating the insurance payout from Hongxi, figuring they'd be paying out the nose. She felt super smug for choosing the most expensive coverage earlier. Not far away, Qinghua clasped her fist in thanks to Ruo Wei for fighting, sighed, Nulbi, sighed, and invited her for a water break. Taking the cup, Ruo Wei admired Jinghua, realizing she's not just a good singer, but also a Xuan, Menigrade Star Soulmaster. The two chatted amiably, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, Yunxiang dropped down from above, startling everyone, making them jump back. Chugging down a medicinal pill, Yunxiang urgently told them there was no time to talk. Holding out his hand and telling Xiao Wen's family to hop on, they needed to get out of here, now. This left Tang Jinshui totally puzzled, wondering what the heck was going on. In the sky, the ferocious beasts had stopped attacking, and were now acting confused and agitated. Looking at them, Yunxiang's face darkened even more, gritting his teeth and saying, "They don't have much time left." Just then, the sky tore open with a massive rift, making the earlier one look like a mosquito bite compared to an elephant's. From inside the darkness, 3 glaring red lights spilled out, bringing with them a super intense sense of dread. Under the gaze of everyone, something huge slowly squeezed through the spatial rift. Compared to this thing, the 2 warships looked like gnats, pathetically tiny. Yunxiang's pupils shrank to pinpricks, his expression stunned as he recognized it as a Kunpeng, not believing his eyes. A god-tier ferocious beast? What's it doing here? Before long, the Kunpeng's entire body had passed through the rift and entered the human world, its whole body pitch black with razor-sharp wings, each one bigger than a mountain. At the same time, the Star-Lord system announced, "Host missed the departure window. Initiating contingency plan." The Kunpeng was so ridiculously huge that even the mecha, let alone the two warships, were like a speck of dust on it. It radiated a blazing red light, along with a terrifying aura that suppressed everything. Inside the command room, a male crew member's eyes bugged out, unable to speak, asking the old captain, What is that thing?" Next to him, the old captain was just as bad, his face a mix of shock and terror. Staring up at the Kunpeng, even Yunjin was startled, asking the person next to her, "What's that thing blocking out the sky?" The old butler, although surprised, was strangely calm, musing. Perhaps that's what the third madam was talking about, the god-tier ferocious beast Kunpeng from the floating city. A moment later, the Star-Lord system finished calculating the contingency plan. Yunxiang stood motionless, watching the Kunpeng glide overhead, thinking to himself, "Something about this Kunpeng feels off. It's like there's another, strange force fluctuating inside its belly." Suddenly, the Kunpeng opened its massive maw, sucking in a huge gulp of air, instantly creating a windstorm, raging like a hurricane. Seeing this, Yunxiang felt a sense of foreboding, yelling for everyone to cover their ears, while also taking out his soul-sealing formation. Sure enough, immediately after, the Kunpeng roared, unleashing a devastating sonic wave that filled the space. Everyone on the ship, including those inside the mecha, simultaneously covered their ears and collapsed, screaming in agony and begging for help, then started bleeding from all 7 orifices, creating a horrific pain. No one could withstand the Kunpeng's sound, and just like that, their star soul armor was shattered. Xiao Wen's family and everyone else were protected by the formation, but they weren't doing much better. Kneeling down, covering their ears, trying to hold on. Yunxiang was covering his ears while trying to maintain the protection for them. He knew Kunpeng was unbelievably powerful before, but it's still unreal that it could do this just with sound waves. Even though he was struggling, he tried to calm everyone down. "Xiaoan, just hold on a little longer." From within the formation came screams of indescribable pain. The old captain was roaring and trying to resist. Blood was streaming from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Beside him, that crew member was in even worse shape, his mouth wide open in a scream like he was being bled dry. Some of the guards managed to hold on, keeping their mechs up, and opening an escape route for others to go down to the ship's deck, not caring that it hurt. At the same time, the old steward was creating a barrier against the sound waves, protecting Yunjin. Even though he was struggling, Yunjin still recognized it as Tier 10 Qi energy. Finally, the sound waves gradually weakened. Yunjin got rid of the burden, quickly relieved a breath, wondering, what kind of freaky ability is this? It's too scary. Dazed, echoing the old steward's words. This is just Kunpeng's normal roar. It's not even an attack. This made Yunjin unable to stop being stunned and dared not believe. This world-destroying sonic boom is just a normal roar? I'm afraid if it roars a few more times, everyone here will die. The old steward was showing signs of fatigue, with veins popping out on his face. Even the Tier 10 Qi barrier couldn't block these sound waves. If it happened again, he would have difficulty continuing to resist. With a serious expression, he told Yunjin to find a way to stop the Kunpeng from inhaling air and not let it roar again. Receiving the instruction, Yunjin quickly ordered all the warships to prepare their cannons and aim at the giant beast. Immediately, 2 warships simultaneously changed direction. All the cannons were opened, aiming straight at the Kunpeng, locking onto the target. After the shout of preparation, intense light burst from Kunpeng's eyes. Just as they were about to fire, Yunxiang hastily stopped them, asking them to hold their fire. This made the old steward and Yunjin stare in surprise. Then, Yunxiang no longer appeared as a spirit soul, but directly connected communications internally, urgently requesting Qiluanjun to listen to him. First, he introduced himself as Yunxiang. As soon as he saw him, Yunjin blurted out, "Young lord," then realized her mistake, covered her mouth, and changed it to "Young master." On the other side, Yunxiang also recognized Uncle Damu and couldn't help but wonder why he was here. In response, The old steward explained that he was ordered by the old lord to come and bring him home. Beside him, Yunjin's pupils constricted to needlepoints, her head filled with countless questions about why the good, nothing young master was inside a red spirit soul mech. How could this be? Hearing the words "go home," Song Yunxiang chuckled with nostalgia. He didn't know how long it had been since he'd heard that phrase. Putting it aside, he thanked both warships and asked them to please listen to him. Immediately close the cannon ports. Next, Song Yunxiang began to explain, "This is a peak divine tier Kunpeng beast. It's absolutely not an enemy you can face, but according to its habits, as long as you don't show any hostile intent, in the Kunpeng's eyes, everyone is just tiny bugs, like grains of sand. It won't specifically hunt you down. But if a tiny flying bug pokes it, it might be different." After explaining, he ordered the warships to shut down all power sources and release all spirit soul mechs so the ships could maintain a free, kinfall state downwards. Hearing these words, Yunjin thought she misheard. Shut down all power sources. Wouldn't that? Before she could finish, Song Yunxiang understood her meaning and reassured them. "The moment we escape the Kunpeng's alert range, I'll immediately tell you to restart and accelerate away from this area." The old captain Hong Shi didn't even dare to think that this was a height of 3,300 zhang. A slight mistake would result in being smashed to pieces. Even so, Song Yunxiang firmly told them to follow his instructions. This is the only chance for everyone to survive together. I've seen Kunpeng suck up half a city in one breath. If it actively attacks, there's no way to escape. Hearing this, the old captain was completely speechless and couldn't say another word. As for the old steward, he didn't hesitate any longer and told Yunjin to immediately carry out Song Yunxiang's orders. Yunjin didn't hesitate and agreed. Just waiting for that, Song Yunxiang began to speak again. "When I count to 3, all the ships shut down their power sources at the same time and release their spirit soul mechs." After Song Yunxiang's countdown, all 3 ships indeed did as instructed, plummeting straight down. The falling speed just kept getting faster, and the people inside were screaming their heads off. The Hong Corporation's passenger cabin was a total mess. People inside weren't ready for this, floating all over the place, totally clueless about what was happening. The bridge wasn't any better. The captain and crew were tumbling around like crazy. Only Yunxiang was still standing firm as a rock, casually lifting a formation that was shielding Xiaowen, Naila, and Zhanggi. The lives of everyone on all 3 ships were now in Yunxiang's hands. He closed his eyes, calculating like mad. The altitude was dropping fast, which meant they were getting further away from the Kunpeng. Seeing this, those Binfang bastards rushed to chase after them, and there must have been like 10,000 of them. Thanks to their flying speed, they quickly closed in on the 3 ships. Yunxiang knew it, but he kept calculating, holding off for the right moment. "Now," he yelled. "All 3 ships, full power to the engines. Get the heck out of here towards the 316 position." Just like that, the 3 ships that were falling suddenly jerked to a stop. The engines went full throttle and blasted off, immediately putting some distance between them and the vicious beasts. The situation was looking a whole lot better. All resources were being poured into the engines, totally neglecting defense. Suddenly, the transport ship ran into a major problem. The ship's energy is almost gone. Speed is dropping. This news made the old captain's face go pale. His hope had just sparked, and now it was gone. Maintaining the defensive formation had wasted too much energy. "This is it," he thought. Sure enough, after a while the transport ship fell behind. The warship picked up on this quickly and reported it to Yunjin. The old steward's expression turned serious, figuring that Yunxiang and the others must have just been through a major fight, and their power wasn't enough anymore. Without hesitating, Yunjin ordered ship number 3 to aim at both sides of the transport ship and fire the cables. With that, a bunch of grappling hooks were launched. They pierced through the transport ship's hull. The entire ship shook, making the people inside freak out again. The old captain didn't know what was going on and assumed that the beasts were attacking the ship. He ordered everyone, "Even if we can't escape, we're not going down without a fight. Fight those beasts to the death." A second later, the crew reported that the ship was speeding up. Looking closer, They realized that the Crimson Phoenix Army's warship was pulling them along with cables. A smile spread across the old captain's face. He was overjoyed, never expecting to be saved in such a dire situation. But then came more bad news from the warship. Because of the speed reduction, some of the high-level beasts are catching up. The alert was constantly going off, warning of the danger. Even Yunjin felt like this was going to be a tough situation. He turned to the crew and asked if they could fire the cannons, but all the power was being used for the engines. Firing the cannons would cause a massive drop in speed. With no other choice, Yunjin sent out the Ui Vien squad to meet them head Kuchan. Upon receiving the order, a bunch of soldiers quickly gathered and rushed out to provide support. Before long, all three squads were assembled. They lined up neatly, taking out their soul talismans and soul essences. Behind them, the ship's loading bay slowly opened, revealing a row of spirit generals on platforms, all with the characteristic orange-dared color of the Qiniluan army, holding long swords. The female captains sternly rallied the troops. Prepare for an all-out firing assault. With that, the entire army roared in unison, full of spirit, and in an instant they split up, forming battle formations on the left and right flanks. The swarm of fierce beasts rushed forward, immediately entering the attack range. Just waiting for this, a rain of bullets poured out from the two warships, blasting into them. Hit, the Binfangs let out cries of pain, desperately trying to reach the warships. But the Wei Yuan shooters didn't want to let a single one slip through. Following Yunjin's order, they fiercely maintained the firing density, not letting the formation get disrupted. As time went on, the firing on the left flank showed signs of weakening due to being too thin, creating an opportunity for a Bifang to rush in with suicidal intent. This made Yunjin extremely angry. She yelled at the left flank squad, "What the hell are you doing?" The next second, the beast used its body to slam into the ship, where the Wei Yuan shooters were positioned, disrupting the defensive formation of both flanks. Following that, the remaining beasts immediately fired light cannons, sweeping through the Wei Yuan squads, forcing them to scatter and dodge. Realizing the critical situation, Yunxiang didn't hesitate to divert half of his firepower to support the second ship, while reassuring them, "Don't panic, switch to Bai-Ren weapons to deal with the enemy." Accordingly, the Wei Yuans gradually engaged in close quarters combat. Just as the third ship was about to be pushed back, a barrage of shots fired into the swarm of fierce beasts. The survivors were overjoyed, realizing it was the sisters from the first ship providing support. Morale instantly soared from rock bottom. The captain brandished her longsword, urging her comrades to eliminate the enemy and reorganize the firing formation. Just like that, she led the entire army in a desperate charge. The Bifangs thought that the situation was about to be salvaged. But unexpectedly, another swarm of fierce beasts appeared above. The female captain's whole body jolted. She hastily called out to her comrades to prepare for defense. But suddenly, a huge beam of light swept across the sky, directly wiping out the entire new swarm of beasts. The charred beasts fell down like rain before everyone's eyes. The female captain was utterly astonished. She quickly scanned to see who it was, only to see Yunxiang on the roof of the transport ship's central pavilion, his slightly tilted bow not yet lowered. After that one strike, his soul power was rapidly depleted. He was panting heavily, extremely fatigued. Ignoring that, Yunxiang continued to consume a large amount of elixirs. Although the power of the Polation arrow was great, it really consumed too much soul power. He couldn't do anything about this. The beasts, after reacting, switched targets, heading towards Yunxiang. They were so numerous they blotted out the sky, forming an inescapable net. After replenishing his soul power, Yunxiang continued to fire a series of arrows, filling the entire sky with explosions. Not a single Biofang was lucky enough to get close to Yunxiang. The old steward and Yunjin were both fully aware of the situation just now. Yunjin froze, staring at the big screen in disbelief. Each strike can explode several fierce beasts. She couldn't believe this was the lecherous trash, Yunxiang. During the chaotic battle, Zhang Dequi wasn't sitting idle either. He loudly announced to those around him, Focus on protecting the ship's tail. We can't rely on that one heroic spirit general forever. And just like that, those who could still fight quickly spread out in all directions, no one objecting, and instead cooperating really well. Nyla and Shige's coordination went without saying. Shige was in charge of forcing the enemies into the range of the Golden Moon Wheel, and then leaving it to Nyla to finish them off. From Shinge's hand shot countless rays of light, making the savage beasts struggle to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, he yelled to call Nyla. Understanding his intention, Nyla launched the moonwheel to fly out and kill, but unexpectedly, this perfect plan failed at the last moment. Nyla's moonwheel missed, leaving her completely confused. The others also stopped their attacks, noticing that the savage beasts had stopped attacking too, only to see in the sky, the swarm of savage beasts simultaneously stopped. A few of them used their beaks to signal and chirp. In the distance, the Kunpeng roared straight at them, and the spaceships. After the roar, the swarm of savage beasts suddenly turned around and flew away, letting the 3 spaceships go. Many people who saw this couldn't believe their eyes, wondering, are they signaling a retreat? The female crew member looked joyful and reported this to Yunjin. Hearing this, she finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. The burden finally lifted. At the same time, Song Yunxiang also had a similar assessment, feeling a bit puzzled by the sudden retreat of the savage beasts. While panting, he continued to replenish his soul power. Looks like we've completely escaped the Kunpeng's territory this time. On the battleship, the female crew members couldn't believe they had won for a moment and cheered happily, without caring about their image. The transport spaceship was also in the same excited and incredulous mood that they had actually escaped these savage beasts. Cheers echoed everywhere. The old butler remained as calm as ever, feeling that this time they had completely relied on Song Yunxiang to escape from the giant savage beast's mouth. Yunjin also had to admit this, wondering why Song Yunxiang knew the Kunpeng's habits. Just as she was about to ask, Song Yunxiang made an excuse and disconnected the communication, leaving the rest to them. And so, the transport spaceship was towed by the 2 battleships and returned leisurely. On Song Yunxiang's side, he wearily walked towards his family. Xiao Wen soon lost consciousness and had to be carried by Ruo Wei. Arriving in front of the room, everyone respectfully bowed to Song Yunxiang, even though he was unconscious and unaware. 4 hours later, the battleship and transport spaceship were not far from Yunxiang City. The landing announcement rang out, unintentionally waking Song Yunxiang. He groggily sat up and saw Ruo Wei sleeping next to him. Song Yunxiang couldn't help but rush to the window to look out, finally returning to this place. Yunxiang City. Yunxiang City is located in the southeast corner of the Tiandu Nation's map, a bunker city built according to dangerous terrain. It borders the Shui Nation to the east, and Yongyan Mountain at the end of the Southern Wilderness Mountain Range to the west. This place is an important route for entering and exiting the Southern Wilderness region of the Central Plains, and also an important military base for defending against the Southern Wilderness Beast Tide. For nearly 20 years, the Tiandu Nation and the Shui Nation have signed a joint border defense agreement. The 2 sides rely on the Southern Wilderness Great Wall, connecting the Zhikong Mountain Range and the Southern Wilderness Mountain Range to build a joint defense line. Because of this, it indirectly promoted the population and economic development of Yunxiang City. At Yunxiang City's airport, the 2 warships didn't stop, but continued further inside. The Hong family's transport ship was wrecked in countless places after the Great War, turning it into a tattered, broken, crashed-down airship. As soon as it docked, the old captain rushed to Song Yunxiang to thank him, and even asked for autographs for his daughter and all the old ladies. Seeing the number of autographs he was asking for, Yunxiang was speechless. Did he have that many daughters? Old Ma walked over to Yunxiang and asked how he was doing. As soon as he saw him, Yunxiang grinned from ear to ear. He ran over and hugged Old Ma tightly, exclaiming, "It's been way too long." Old Ma, though awkward with the gesture, didn't avoid it, just thinking Yunxiang was being a bit dramatic. It had only been a few months, after all. Little did he know, for Yunxiang it had been decades. Yunxiang saying this made Old Mu completely confused. After the laughter, Yunxiang became pensive, realizing with surprise that old Mu was suppressing his cultivation. On the surface, he was only late-stage profound realm, but in reality, he was mid-stage celestial realm. This made Yunxiang freeze on the spot. He secretly gritted his teeth. In his past life, he was too weak and thought the entire Song family only had one celestial realm expert, the Old Master. He never expected that Old Mook, who had always taken care of him since he was a child, had even higher cultivation than the Old Master. Looking toward Zhao Wen's family, Old Mu spoke up and asked, in response. Yunxiang said that this was Ruo Wei and her family. At the same time, he introduced Old Muda to them. After he finished speaking, Zhao Wen's whole family bowed their heads in unison, showing their respect. Shen Dai's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as she guessed, it really was the Song family. As expected of a noble family from Tiandu City, even their housekeeper is stronger than Ruo Wei. Facing Old Mu's question, he asked what Shenhua was to them. According to Shen Dai, that was her father. Hearing this answer, Old Mu became even more cordial, offering to arrange an airship to take them back to the manor. With a hesitant look, Shen Dai politely refused. Turning to Yunxiang, she extended an invitation for him to visit their home when he was free. Yunxiang was happy to accept. Yunxiang asked if Zhao Wen had saved his contact information yet. The girl patted her backpack brightly and replied that she had already done everything. Yunxiang was always particularly affectionate with her and even wanted to take her out to eat. Hearing this, Zhao Wen was overjoyed and asked if she could bring her big sister Ruo Wei along. As soon as she heard this, Ruo Wei looked flustered, but didn't object. While patting the girl's head, Yunxiang nodded in agreement, saying that as long as Zhao Wen wanted to bring someone, anyone was welcome. After this, Old Mu reminded Yunxiang that the airship had arrived. The two sides quickly said goodbye and left. Yunxiang watched Zhao Wen's family for a while, before following Old Mu to move. Just as they were about to enter the tunnel, there was an urgent call. Jinghua ran over breathlessly, leaving Yunxiang stunned for a moment. Not letting him react, she shoved a piece of paper into his hand, telling Yunxiang that she'd be in Yongxiang for half a month and asking him to find her if he had time, looking all shy and eager to please. Then, she bolted, not giving Yunxiang a chance to say a word. Holding the thing in his hand, Yunxiang was totally clueless. Behind him, Old Musi gave a little nudge. Tonight, the old man's arranged a family dinner, and Yunxiang's fiancée is invited too. The name Kong Xingxin popped into Yunxiang's head. He didn't have a single good impression of that woman. Last life, he'd barely escaped death in the desert of death, and had just gotten back to Yangtian when she showed up with a heaven-stage powerhouse to break off the engagement. With Old Mu urging him on, Yunxiang was even more stoked for the family dinner tonight. All those uncles, cousins, and brothers who used to think he was a waste of space, Song Yunxiang's gonna show them what a real genius looks like. At the runway behind the Yanglaoan airport, the spot where private small spacecrafts land, right in the middle of the landing pad, a spacecraft was already waiting for someone. The blindfolded driver lazily puffed out a cloud of smoke, chilling on his brake. That was Xia Beizhen, the Song family's East Compound's personal driver. Daydreaming and chilling in the meantime, Xia Beizhen suddenly noticed someone approaching. Yunxiang greeted him warmly, asking about his health and well-being. Facing Yunxiang, Xia Beizhen snapped to attention, replied properly, and invited him onto the spacecraft. Getting closer, Yunxiang suddenly noticed something. Seeing Yunxiang's reaction, Xia Beizhen was a bit puzzled and spoke up, asking what was up. Yunxiang didn't answer, but his expression was clearly shocked. Then he stepped onto the ship. As they were about to take off, Xia Beizhen suddenly turned back, asking Yunxiang with a surprised look, "Could it be that you have broken through to the Earth stage, and your flawed spirit veins have been cured?" Before he could finish, Old Mu reminded Xia Beizhen, "Hey, focus on driving, understanding." He laughed sheepishly and apologized. Behind them, Yunxiang was quietly thinking, "Didn't expect Uncle A, Bei, the driver, to also be a stage heaven, stage powerhouse. Yunxiang figured this out because he'd been briefly stunned by his own breakthrough and accidentally blurted it out. Only someone of a higher realm can see the realm of someone lower. Besides, old Mu reminding Xia Beijie probably meant he knew even more. At the same time, a transport spacecraft was slowly moving into the maintenance area inside. Zhang Dagi was still sound asleep and only woke up after his bodyguard called him multiple times. He sat up, all hazy, headed, not remembering anything. This made the old bodyguard uneasy and worried, and he hurriedly asked about his condition. After a moment, Zhang Da, Kargi's eyes widened. Remembering what happened yesterday, he and that legendary hero had fought side by side. Without thinking twice, he jumped up, wanting to find Yunxiang to treat him to a meal and maybe become bros. Hearing that, the old bodyguard said that they'd already disembarked and left a long time ago. This news made Zhang Da Shogi not dare to believe his ears. 2 eyes overflowing with tears, his sadness turned into annoyance. Yelling at the bodyguard to find a way to investigate, he absolutely had to cling to this big shot. At the same time, on the spacecraft, Yunxiang brought up Si Kunpeng. Understanding, old Mu recounted it. To avoid causing a panic, he'd used military secrecy to silence Hong's transport and passengers. Afterwards, Yunxiang asked old Mu for another favor. He'd met 2 people from the lower realms on the spacecraft, and there'd been a disagreement. He asked old Mukul to investigate their backgrounds, based on the cards they'd used as compensation. Seeing the card's design, Lao Mu kinda recognized it as the type used by the 6 major noble clans of Xia regions. Seeing that Lao Mu Care was so knowledgeable, Yunxiang didn't mind asking more. Turns out, the Xia region is controlled by the royal court, with the Man King at the top. The 6 big noble clans are split into 3 factions that support each other. The Stability faction, led by the Lin family and Sa Man, holds 70% of the Xia region's tech and economy. The Expansion faction, led by the Mulu family, controls half of Xia region's military power. The Neutral faction, consisting of old nobles, is led by the Su Ku family, whose influence runs deep within the political system. While listening to the explanation, Yunxiang casually took out the note from Jinghua. It had an address in Yangyan City written on it, which Lao Mu happened to catch a glimpse of. He subtly reminded Yunxiang about his fiancée, Kong Xin. Yunxiang had no choice but to agree, telling Lao Mu he'd be careful. Next, he asked Lao Mu if there was a chance the Xia region and Dilun Nation were secretly teaming up to sandwich Tiandu Nation from behind. Lao Mu didn't deny it, but thought the possibility wasn't high, because starting a war with Tiandu Nation didn't align with the interests of the Stability and Neutral factions. At the outskirts of the city, in the eastern courtyard of the Juan Marquis estate, the Song family's airship slowly landed on a wide landing pad. As the dust settled, from in front of the estate's gate, a bunch of people were noisily gambling, surrounded by a group of servants with an old man in a wheelchair in the middle. From their conversation, it seemed the old dude in the wheelchair was no pushover, constantly winning big bucks from the servants. A second later, they all simultaneously noticed something next to them. Yunxiang stepped out of the airship, surprising many of them, who even thought their gambling losses were because of Yunxiang's return. They quickly packed up their stuff, trying to avoid Yunxiang coming over and causing trouble. Right after, the servants had tidied up and were standing there to welcome him. The old man in the wheelchair cheerfully greeted Yunxiang. He was Ma San, the gatekeeper of the Song estate's eastern courtyard. Seeing him, Yunxiang also replied with warmth. As he spoke, Ma San leaned on his crutch and stood up to ask Yunxiang, "Did you have fun at the Martial Academy this past year? Did you bring back a granddaughter-in-law for the old marquis?" Not letting Ma San say more, Yunxiang jumped in to cut him off. Actually, he was trying to probe Tam Lao's cultivation level. He didn't expect that he's also a heaven stage mid-level cultivator. Before Tam Lao could continue, he was already signaling Yunxiang to rest at his place and sit down for a few rounds. Hearing this, Lao Mu subtly reminded Yunxiang from behind, "The marquis is waiting in the central courtyard's main hall." Just like that, Yunxiang awkwardly refused Tam Lao. "Maybe another time, we'll have a few drinks together." Not finished yet, Tam Lao also brought up Chun Xiaoha and Hong Xiu, teasing that there's new tea lately, and he's just been waiting for Yunxiang to come back so they can enjoy it together. Obviously the tea here was the tea with skin and bones, and Yunxiang awkwardly avoided it, leaving them behind. Xia Beiti, who had died last, spoke up mockingly at Tam Lao. He said that even though he's crippled, he can still go out to play with the women, without any courtesy. Tam Lao countered, "My legs are crippled, but the leg in the middle is not useless." After Yunxiang had gone far away, the two of them began to transmit their voices. Xia Beiti mentioned that Yunxiang had broken through to the Earth stage. Tam Lao had also noticed this. Yunxiang not only restored his soul veins, but also seemed to have probed his true realm just now. As soon as the words fell, both Tam Lao and Xia Beiti fell into deep thought, without anyone saying what they were thinking. Following Lao Mu's steps, Yunxiang strode through the estate. As he walked, he pondered. Uncle Ma-san, I remember he's been the gatekeeper in the Eastern Courtyard since I was little, because he's such an interesting guy. I used to hang out with him a lot when I was young. He not only taught me all kinds of gambling, but even lockpicking and how to unlock things were taught to me by him. I didn't expect Tam Lao to be hiding his true cultivation. On the surface, he's using the profound stage to show others, hiding his heavenly stage middle-level cultivation. Very quickly, Yunxiang and Lao Mu arrived in front of the main hall. Before Yunxiang, an old man with snowy white hair had already stood up, exuding an extremely imposing aura. And this was Song Jingzhong, the head of the Song family. He looked at Yunxiang and let out a gentle, cheerful laugh. In front of Yunxiang, he greeted, "Grandpa, I'm back." In a blink, the old man appeared before Yunxiang, checking Yunxiang's cultivation, noticing it was already at the Earth stage, making him even more delighted. Then he told Yunxiang to follow him to the study. They'd spar and chat, and he had to tell him about the past year. Looking at his grandfather, Yunxiang showed a serious expression. Initially, he thought he was at the peak of the heaven stage, but no, this was definitely a half-saint. He was afraid his strength was even greater than old Shu's. Yunxiang felt that his strength in his previous life was too low, unable to detect their true realms. He didn't expect the Song family to be hiding so many cards, but Yunxiang didn't feel happy at all. If the Song family had a half-saint and 3 mid-heaven stage experts, yet were still wiped out in the southern wasteland beast tide in his previous life, didn't that mean his current preparations were basically not enough to change the situation? Suddenly, Yunxiang turned to look behind him. Vaguely, he sensed the aura of a saint stage expert. Although it was extremely faint in the wind, it was definitely there. Yunxiang wondered, could the Song family be hiding a genuine saint stage expert? This added to Yunxiang's confusion. The Song family had so many hidden cards. His preparations were like mere embellishments. Yunxiang cursed inwardly. Could it be that the only way was to make them all become saints? Inside the study, Yunxiang and Old Song sat together at a chessboard. In the first game, Yunxiang easily won, making Old Song somewhat sentimental. "Looks like I can't go easy on you next time." Yunxiang laughed heartily, saying he was just lucky. In fact, he had tried to control his skill to 30. How could he be seen through? After the game, Old Song told Old Mu to leave, waiting for the door to close. Old Song slowly cleared the board, indicating he wanted to play another game. A thought flashed through Yunxiang's mind. Then he asked if he had received news of Yuanding City. Old Song confirmed this, then praised Yunxiang for obtaining so many classics in such a short time, and even becoming the host of the evil child. Yunxiang's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought that if he said directly that he was reborn from 60 years in the future, it would be too shocking. It would be better to explain it as accidentally entering a secret realm and experiencing 60 years of the future in an illusion array. Having thought it through, Yunxiang recounted it accordingly. After he finished, Old Song was still unfazed, instead focusing on the chessboard. After a series of moves, Old Song continued to clear the pieces, during which he suddenly said, "All the pieces on the board are following the same pattern, but what if a piece accidentally jumps out of the board?" With those words, a thought struck Yunxiang, shocking him. At the same time, in another place, at the Yong'an City Lord's Manor, inside the mansion, Kong Xingxin resolutely refused to marry Yunxiang. She would absolutely not marry a man with a deficient soul vein. Hearing this, Kong Fan, Kong Xingxin's father, angrily roared, Without the support back then, there would be no Kong family today. Furthermore, the marriage contract was set 20 years ago. Moreover, he heard that Song Yunxiang had achieved great merit in the Battle of Yuanding City, becoming the host of the evil child. That's why today, before he could finish, Kong Xingxin showed her disdain. So what if Song Yunxiang has achievements? How can he compare to Xunxia? These words further enraged Kong Fan. He loudly scolded Kong Xingxin. In his eyes, Xunxia was just an orphan who roamed the streets, amounting to nothing. No way, Kong Xingxin retorted. Xunxia was now the leader of the White Dragon Gang, and he also told her that he was about to become the host of Kaio Ren in at most a month. Even if Song Yunxiang was the host of the evil child, based on his playboy personality, he definitely couldn't catch up to Xunxia. At this point, Kong Fan was speechless. Just then, a thunderous voice, accompanied by loud laughter. The moment he opened his mouth, he looked down on the Song family. Hearing the voice, both Kong Fan and Kong Xingxin were like, "Whoa, is that?" and looked super surprised. They both bolted outside. Bam! A figure zoomed into view like lightning. Kong Fan was a little freaked out that his old man was out of seclusion, while Kong Xingxin was just gawking like a fish at the sight of him floating in mid-air. Facing them was an old geezer, with a bit of a belly, kinda clumsy looking, waving at Kong Xingxin. Little did he know that floating in the air thing was a divine stage trick. He'd only just broken through to the heaven stage, and could barely manage a clumsy mid-air shuffle. And this dude was Kong Zheng, the head of the Kong family. As soon as they heard the old guy had broken through to the heaven stage, both father and daughter were stunned, speechless. Seeing their reaction, old Zheng got even more smug, grinning from ear to ear, then told the father-daughter duo to come inside to talk. In front of old Kong, both Kong Fan and his daughter were all respectful and polite, helping him along. Kong Xingxin couldn't help but ask, "How does he compare to that old marquee song from the Song family?" Old Zhang scoffed, full of arrogance. He figured Song Jingzong was stuck at the early heaven stage for years, probably hit his limit. Old Zhang, fresh off his heaven stage breakthrough, was confident he could go toe-to-toe. Hearing this, Kong Xingxin was bouncing with excitement. She wanted old Zhang to drag her to the Song family to break off the engagement and beat up anyone who disagreed, but Kong Fan immediately stopped her, telling Kong Xingxin not to be reckless. The Song family was once a powerful clan from Tiandu, after all. Before he could finish, old Zhang cut him off. He'd overheard their conversation earlier and actually thought Xingxin and Xunxia were a great match, which would be beneficial to the Kong family too. This made Kong Fan argue Xunxia was clearly just a freeloader, and the Song family. Old Zhang cut him off again. The Kong family only had Kong Xingxin in the younger generation. Marrying her into the Song family would only guarantee a few decades of prosperity. But if they could snag Cao Ren's host as a live-in son-in-law for 3 years, forget 100 years of wealth. They could even go back to the Kong family and be recognized as direct descendants. Kong Fan had no comeback. He hadn't really thought about it that way. Old Zheng continued, "Now that I've broken through to the heaven stage, we're on par with the Song family. An alliance marriage would just be icing on the cake. As for Xunxia being an orphan, we can just bring him in as a live-in son-in-law and pour resources into cultivating him." With that, Kong Fan had an epiphany. He thought, damn, that's actually a brilliant idea. Then, old Zheng turned to Kong Xingxin and asked if she was sure that Xunxia was Cao Ren's host. Kong Xingxin gave a firm nod, saying Xunxia wouldn't lie to her. Not stopping there, old Zheng pressed on. "Are you confident you can get him to be alive? Jin's son, Jin law for the Kong family?" Kong Xingxin's face went bright red. Embarrassed, she said, We've already, sealed the deal. It's practically a given." Hearing that answer, old Zheng burst out laughing. "Fantastic!" He slammed the table and shouted, "Great! We're going to the Song family to break off the engagement right now." Suddenly, Kong Fan paused, feeling like they needed a good reason to break off the engagement. Something legitimate and justifiable. Kong Xingxin hadn't thought of that. She'd originally planned to use the excuse that the family wouldn't allow her to marry someone with a deficient spirit vein. But Song Yunxiang had been cured. Old Zhang, filled with bluster, told them to use whatever reason they wanted. He was a heaven-stage powerhouse now, looking at the world with half-closed eyes. The fist of a strong man is the truth. Scared of those Song dogs? Not one bit. Even so, Kongfan still felt uneasy. The old marquise of the Song family also has an early heaven-stage cultivation level, old Jiang's battle-intent sword. If Song Jingzhong wanted to throw down, he wouldn't mind smashing the Song family to bits. He'd come prepared. As he spoke, old Jiang pulled out a pill. I didn't hesitate to pay 5 times the auction price for this beauty from the Hong family, a 3-star strengthening pill. At the Song family's central courtyard, Yunxiang, confused, asked old Song, "What does it mean to jump off the chessboard?" Old Song smiled enigmatically but said, "It's nothing, just wanting to take back a move." Then he shifted the topic to the mystic realm and asked if Yunxiang had any special encounters there. Yunxiang's eyes were focused on the chessboard, but his mind was elsewhere, sensing that the old man definitely knew something. Hesitating for a few seconds, Yunxiang continued to recount the story of getting lost in an ultra-polyancient mystic realm, and how he'd obtained some kind of opportunity there, knowing that, not long after, Nanhuang would erupt with a beast tide unprecedented in history. The walled city of Nanhuang would be destroyed, the Song family generals would be wiped out, and the beast tide would swallow Yongyan City and even head north. Later, the Dilun kingdom invaded and they had a decisive battle in Tiandu City, and after that, he was exiled to Bishui Kingdom and got protection from the female emperor. Song Yunxiang recounted all the events that happened over the years in one go. Outside the study, Lao Mu was still waiting. Time slipped by. Suddenly, a loud shout grabbed his attention. Song Jin, the head steward of the central courtyard, rushed over looking for old Master Song. In contrast to Song Jin, old Mu calmly asked, "What's wrong?" Song Jin, still catching his breath, reported, "That person's condition isn't too good." Hearing this, old Muse finally showed a hint of panic, confirming with doubt, "You mean that person?" Before Lao Mu could finish speaking, Song Jin wanted to see old Master Song directly, but Lao Mu raised a hand to stop him. Faced with Song Jin's question, Lao Mu sternly explained, "The Lord and the young master are discussing something important and can't be disturbed." Inside, Yunxiang had gotten to the part where he self-destructed and then woke up from the illusionary realm. After finishing, he chuckled awkwardly, "I bet Grandpa Song will find this hard to believe." Just as he was about to say more, old Master Song suddenly cursed, "Damn it, 60 years, a full cycle. No wonder not telling me earlier took so damn long." Hearing the muttering, Yunxiang asked, confused. Setting that aside, old Master Song asked about the Star-Lord system. "Is it really true that you can replicate other people's star spirit generals?" He understood everything in his heart, so the insurance was what his daughter-in-law was talking about. But he was afraid that he did not expect that the kid Yunxiang could die 60 years later. Yunxiang confirmed, and also mentioned the misunderstanding at Yuanding City. They thought he was Zuo Si's host, but in reality, Zuo Si's soul jade had been taken by him. Yunxiang felt relieved. If there was anyone who truly believed him right now, it was probably his grandpa. Old Song instructed Yunxiang to keep the Star-Lord system a secret. Ditch Zuo Sin's identity. On the contrary, it's great. Just keep using this identity to hide the system. In his previous life, Yunxiang didn't deliberately hide the system. But the first time he replicated a Star Spirit General was 3 years later, so at that time, he thought the system was only capable of warning of danger in formations. Suddenly, old Master Song stood up and said, "There are some things I need to give you now, Yunxiang." Yunxiang's eyes were filled with doubt as he replied with his question. Old Master Song said, "It's something your mother left behind. Everything I know also comes from your mother. She once prophesied that one day you would become strong. Either your soul meridian would heal on its own, or you would transmigrate yourself." The more Yunxiang listened, the more questions he had. According to old Master Song, Yunxiang's mother told him not to be surprised by this, and to believe whatever Yunxiang said. As he spoke, old Master Song handed Yunxiang a wooden box. In addition, Yunxiang's mother also left behind a sentence. The laws of time are not something human power can defy. Everything under the star net is a chessboard. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunxiang was completely stunned. His mother actually knew about the star net. Who the heck was she? At this point, Old Master Song also admitted that the game of Go just now was imitating Yunxiang's mother. He couldn't comprehend anything and could only rely on Yunxiang. Suddenly, intense fluctuations of aura spread across the sky. Instantly, both Old Master Song and Yunxiang sensed it. This wasn't the first time Yunxiang had sensed it, but this weakened holy stage aura was definitely the most noticeable yet. No sooner had he said that than he saw Grandpa burst out the door in a flurry, yelling as he ran, "Yunxiang, let's go!" Dude was hurrying, no joke. Right after, Yunxiang and the two old stewards were hot on their heels, with Song Jin filling them in on how the old guy was in seriously bad shape. While all this was happening, Yunxiang couldn't help but sneak a peek at Song Jin's cultivation level. The result kind of puzzled him. Was the East Courtyard the only special place in the entire Song Mansion, or what? A sec later, Song Jin finally noticed Yunxiang was there. He was about to say something, but Old Song stopped him, waving it off like, "It's cool, Yunxiang's gotta know, sooner or later." Once they got to the central courtyard, all four of them piled into the elevator. In the middle of the lake, Yunxiang, being there for the first time, couldn't help but be curious. He kind of figured it was an elevator, down to some secret cultivation chamber. As time passed, the elevator kept going deeper and deeper, even past the chamber. Now that was what blew Yunxiang's mind. After a while, the elevator finally stopped. Stepping out, it was like another world, as big and detailed as the surface, with the same scenery and environment. Yunxiang quickly realized they were still underground, just using artificial light. No way Song Mansion has a place this cool. The four of them followed the path, slowly heading deeper. There were tons of maids around, taking care of everything. Soon enough, they were standing in front of the main hall. Old Song told the two old stewards to stand guard outside, while he took Yunxiang inside. As soon as he stepped in, Yunxiang's jaw dropped. There was an old dude with snow, white hair, looking super weak, sprawled out on a bed. Old Song rushed over, looking worried, and called out, "Third uncle!" The old man slowly opened his eyes, coughing a few times before replying, "You came just in time." Then Old Song helped his uncle sit up, asking how he was doing. Yunxiang stood off to the side, quietly observing. He confirmed that the aura from before belonged to this old guy. He'd never met him in his past life. If he was a holy stage cultivator, Yunxiang guessed he was probably the host of some star soul general. Lying on the bed, the old man was totally beat, feeling his time was almost up. He was scared he only had less than a month left. After saying that, he finally noticed Yunxiang. Old Song quickly explained, "This is my grandson." The old man vaguely remembered Yunxiang as the grandson with the crippled spirit vein. Then, Old Song introduced him as his third uncle, meaning Yunxiang had to call him great-grandpa. With that, Yunxiang kneeled down and bowed. Seeing that Yunxiang was already at the early Earth stage, the old man kept praising, "Not bad." A second later, he realized the crippled spirit vein had been healed, and he got even happier. Suddenly, Yunxiang grabbed his great-grandpa's hand and activated the system with his mind. "Quick! Copy his star, Soul General." But after a while, nothing happened. This totally freaked Yunxiang out. Why wasn't the system responding? Before he knew it, a wave of pain washed over his great-grandpa. While Old Song was still worried, his great-grandpa's whole body suddenly released an intense, holy Kefa stage aura. Caught off guard for a sec, both Old Song and Yunxiang got pushed back a bit. Luckily, Old Song, with his semi-trilly saint cultivation, easily put up a barrier, while Yunxiang was lifted off his feet but managed to steady himself, avoiding a tumble. Seeing this, Old Song couldn't help but praise Yunxiang. Even the shockwave of a saint stage attack didn't hurt him. By now, Yunxiang was totally sure this aura was the same one he'd felt before, so he asked Old Song, puzzled, could he be a hidden saint-level powerhouse of the Song family? Gradually, the aura faded, and the old geezer started coughing like crazy again, which made Old Song rush over, all worried. After the coughing fit, the old man explained what had just happened. As my lifespan runs out, this old body of mine is like a cracked leather ball, and my stage soul power just leaks out. Realizing Yunxiang wasn't hurt by the saint stage shockwave surprised him a bit. He chuckled, pleased, and praised. Not bad, Yunxiang, to be the kid. He figured Songjiang brought Yunxiang here, hoping to nurture him as a key figure, which turned out to be true. Old Song chimed in, saying Yunxiang had a lucky encounter outside, not only recovering his soul power but also getting a big boost in strength. In the mystic realm, he saw a glimpse of a tragic future, that in just over a month, the southern wilderness beast tide would swallow Yongadian city whole. Hearing this, the old man pondered, then asked, Yunxiang, did you see anyone from the Song family surviving? Without hesitation, Yunxiang answered, almost completely wiped out. This result shocked both old men, making them gasp at the same time. But Songjiang quickly composed himself. Even if what Yunxiang experienced in the illusion array was hard to believe, it was better than nothing. He felt they should prepare. Some secrets are ready to be revealed. Hearing that, the old man understood and wanted Songjiang to tell Yunxiang himself. Nearby, Yunxiang sat cross-legged, waiting attentively. According to his great-grandpa, he was Song Pingchuan, one of the 8 great generals of Tiandu back in the day, and the host of the Soul General star Cao Ren. Before he could even finish, Yunxiang exclaimed in shock, finding it impossible to believe. This doesn't match what I went through in my past life. Plus, the Star-Lord system didn't react at all when I met Great-Grandpa. Even if it was hard to believe, Old Song confirmed it firmly. His reaction made him wonder. Could it be that Yunxiang didn't see his great-grandpa in a month? Without needing an answer, Grandpa Chuan knew he wouldn't last that long. Replying to Yunxiang, Grandpa Chuan confirmed that was right and added, moreover, the host of Cao Ren is a young man named Shun Xia. This didn't confuse Grandpa Chuan. My lifespan is running out, so Cao Ren will break away and recondense into a soul jade to find the next host. Maybe that young man is the next generation host. The more he thought about it, the more Old Song wished there was a way to cure his third uncle. Grandpa Chuan sighed, accepting his impending demise, and Songjiang, recalling Yunxiang's story, asked, Yunxiang, are there any lifespan extending pills in the south? If we could get one, the Song family wouldn't hesitate to go bankrupt. After thinking for a moment, Yunxiang replied, there's the 7-star life extension pill, which can add 3 to 5 years of life. 8-star pills add 5 to 10 years, and 9-star pills can add 30 years or more. This news gave Old Song some hope, and he inquired if Yunxiang had a way. He remembered Yunxiang had saved that prince, so maybe he could ask for help. With a sly grin, Yunxiang denied Old Song's suggestion. No need to bother the royals. As it happens, I know how to refine all 3 types of pills. This statement immediately shocked Old Song, who loudly confirmed with Yunxiang, overly excited. He couldn't help but grab Yunxiang's shoulders and ask, since when did this grandson of mine learn alchemy and lifespan, extending alchemy at that? Gently removing his grandpa's hands, Yunxiang calmly explained, longevity pills and eternal life pills are still a bit beyond my current level, but I can definitely make the 7-star life extension pill. Even though Yunxiang said it himself, Grandpa Song still couldn't believe it. You gotta know, the imperial alchemists of the royal family can only make 6-star pills, and even then, they only have a 10% success rate. Yunxiang didn't reply, just reached into his robe and pulled out a pill. The medicinal power radiating off it was insanely strong. At this point, even Grandpa's eyes bugged out, his mouth stammered, unable to form words. Just from the feeling, he knew it was at least a 7-star pill. Grandpa Song was even more flabbergasted in front of him, wanting to say something but unable to get a word out. But before he could, Yunxiang just casually mentioned that it was an 8-star pill, a heavenly spirit pill, which he made on the way here. It can raise a heavenly realm cultivator by 1 minor level, with no side effects. But it only works the first time you use it. The 3 words heavenly spirit pill made both old guys shrink back, their pupils turning needle. Fifth in as they exclaimed in shock. Then, Yunxiang handed it over to his grandpa without hesitation. Before, Yunxiang thought he was just a regular Heavenly Realm guy, but now it seems like he can definitely use it. Still, he left it up to his grandpa to decide what to do with it. Grandpa Song's eyes were glued to the pill. Holding it in his hand, Grandpa Song trembled with excitement. He immediately declared that from this moment on, Yunxiang would have the same authority as the family head in the Song family, with all resources and manpower at his disposal. He begged Yunxiang to find a way to refine pills that could extend Great-Grandpa's life. Looking calm, Yunxiang reassured his grandpa, "Don't rush, I'll check Great-Grandpa's body first." Yunxiang went over, planning to take his pulse, but Great-Grandpa pulled his hand back. Then he held out his right hand and explained, "This arm is a bio-engineered replacement." Yunxiang was confused. So Great-Grandpa pulled up his clothes to reveal stitching marks. During the Great War years ago, he lost half of his right side, nearly died, and faked his death because of it. He's been hiding under the Song family ever since. Looking at the arm, old Chuan chuckled sentimentally. "It really does look real." Thanks to this, Yunxiang finally understood what was going on. No wonder the Star-Lord system didn't react. I should have noticed sooner. Looking at the arm, Yunxiang sensed something was off. He guessed it wasn't a product of this era, but rather technology from an ancient civilization found in some ruins. The moment he touched Great-Grandpa's hand, the Star-Lord system notified him that it had detected someone with a Star Spirit General. Then, it continued scanning, and finally identified Cao Ren. A smile dawned on Yunxiang's lips. But suddenly, the system warned of an error. It detected a 7 deviation in the Cao Ren Star Spirit General, and began correcting it. Yunxiang exclaimed in surprise, alarming the two old men. Calming down, Yunxiang shifted his focus to Great-Grandpa's condition. He figured it was probably because Great-Grandpa's physical body was incomplete, which was affecting the 2 Star Spirit channels in his body. At this point, he asked Great-Grandpa if his cultivation level had stopped improving after his serious injuries. Old Chuan confirmed this. Not only has it not improved, but all these years, using spiritual medicines has only been able to slow down the decline of my cultivation level as much as possible. That's all I need to know. Yunxiang understood clearly now. I'll find the materials to refine a life-extending pill first, and then slowly figure out how to regrow the lost part of his body. Hearing that, old Chuan was shocked once again, not daring to believe his ears. This lost body part can still be regrown. Yunxiang calmly confirmed, "Time is precious. I'll go find the materials to refine the life-extending pill first, and we can talk about it later." Then, he took out a bottle of 5-star spring returning pills, which were an upgraded version of the returning spring pill. While they couldn't increase lifespan, they had a very strong healing effect and could alleviate Great-Grandpa's pain. Holding it in his hands, old Chuan couldn't help but feel touched. Grandpa Song patted Yunxiang on the shoulder and told him to go ahead, that he would instruct Song Jin and Song Mu to let Yunxiang freely use all the resources of the Song family. Outside, the 2 old stewards were still on guard, sitting cross-legged. Seeing Yunxiang come out, old Moose asked if he wanted to return to the east courtyard. Yunxiang replied, telling them to stay here and listen to orders. They didn't need to escort him back. After saying that, Yunxiang went back to the elevator the way he came. On his way up, he started looking into the error. The system reported that, due to an unknown reason, the spirit soul stats were corrupted. It was marking the corrupted area and slowly fixing it. With about 1400 Lino. Just a seconds left. Meanwhile, back at Song Mansion's east courtyard, in the main building, Yunxiang's residence, a bunch of maids were rushing around cleaning Yunxiang's bedroom. Super hurried. After a while, Lian Yi finally finished and let out a relieved sigh, guessing that young Master Yunxiang would be pretty happy. Hearing this, Song Lan scoffed, rudely calling Yunxiang a jerk, asking Lian Yi if she'd forgotten how he used to bully her. Lian Yi's expression flushed red, flustered, and she defended Yunxiang even though he wasn't there. Looking at the Agastache rugosa, Song Lan got even more annoyed, mocking Lian Yi for being so considerate of that horndog. At this, Lian Yi made her point, saying that Yunxiang wasn't a good for nothing anymore. He could cultivate normally now. The more she talked, the more Songlan chuckled. So what if he's not a good reef or nothing? Calling him a horn dog is still right, which made Lianyi mad. The two of them argued back and forth for a while like that. Seeing this, Qingdai got annoyed and reminded Lianyi and Songlan not to be too disrespectful in front of Yunxiang when he got back. Qingdai, they both obediently agreed, not a word of disagreement. Beside them, Shu Su stretched out tiredly, complaining that she was hungry. But this didn't escape Qingdai's notice, who immediately reminded her not to think she didn't see her slacking off with a mischievous look. Shu Su apologized cheekily, but full of teasing. Song Lan couldn't stand looking at her, scolding Shu Su for being a lazy bum. Lazy bum got into Qingdai's ears and was immediately reminded with a serious look. Qingdai asked them if they had forgotten that manner requires you to not say crude things like those gatekeepers. Suddenly, Shu Su jumped up, wanting to go to the bathroom. Having no choice, Qingdai told her to go and come back soon. Just waiting for that, Shu Su skipped out cheerfully. Her real goal was to sneak food from the dining hall. When she got outside, Shu Su ran into Su Yun and immediately pointed at Su Yun and told her not to be lazy. Compared to age, Su Yun was even younger than Shu Su. Before Shu Su's mischief, Su Yun still didn't have any expression. Softly and turned to leave. Being ignored made Shu Su angry that she could not release. Following behind Su Yun and lecturing her in Qingdai's tone. No matter what she said, Su Yun would only softly say, "Oh." With no other choice, Shu Su ran in front of her and scolded her loudly. If she didn't listen to her, she would be transferred elsewhere, sent back to the outer courtyard to carry dung every day. Just then, a hand landed on Shu Su's head, asking who she was telling to carry dung every day. Shu Su wondered and quickly turned her head around. Suddenly, Shu Su's eyes widened, brimming with tears. Standing right in front of her was none other than Yunxiang. Shu Su's mouth stammered, unable to form words for a moment there. A second later, she excitedly hugged Yunxiang tightly, overjoyed. As she pulled away from him, Yunxiang reminded her not to get her snot all over him. Ha ha. On the side, Su Yun remained expressionless, secretly thinking, so this is Song Yunxiang, the host of the evil entity Netherworld Zisu? Yunxiang stepped forward, face to face with Su Yun. He noticed her eyes were really cold. In his past life memories, he had never met this person. As Yunxiang was wondering about this, Zisu butted in, answering irritably, "This is a trainee maid. She was just transferred from the outer courtyard a few days ago." What followed was a string of ruthless criticisms. Yunxiang remained silent though. His eyes gleamed sharply, activating the system to scan the person in front of him. One look, and Yunxiang immediately recognized that Su Yun was a spy from the Dilun Kingdom, with a cultivation of mid-stage Huang realm. She was using a mini-chip implanted in her body to conceal her cultivation, making her appear like a normal person. Seeing Yunxiang staring so intently, Zisu stepped forward and waved her hand, teasing, "What's there to look at? Su Yun is as flat as a board." Without hesitation, she showed off her own assets, leaving Yunxiang speechless. Also hearing the familiar voice, Lianyi also came running out to see. Sure enough, it was as she had guessed. Yunxiang had returned. She happily shouted out to Yunxiang. In response, Yunxiang cheerfully waved back. Following behind Lianyi were Qingdai and Songlan. Qingdai looked at Yunxiang, surprised but not showing it. To break through from the Huang realm to the Dai realm in just 1 year was truly unbelievable. Facing her, Yunxiang secretly scanned Qingdai again, discovering she was at the early stage of the Dai realm. Not simple at all. In his memories, she appeared beside Zikusu very early on. He wondered if she was someone Grandpa had secretly arranged to be by her side. In a secret chamber underground, Master Song finally left after a while. On the way back, he called for Old Mu. Starting today, all of the Song family's personnel and resources will be under Yunxiang's command. All of Yunxiang's instructions are to be treated as the head of the family's orders. No need to ask for my opinion. Execute immediately, without question. Old Mu nodded in compliance. In addition, Master Song also summoned AA and Jin, the Song Manor's shadow guards, to protect Yunxiang's safety at all costs. At this point, Old Moose finally showed shock. Before he could even ask, Master Song confirmed that the command of the Song Manor's shadow guards was entirely handed over to Yunxiang. Master Song thought that the shadow guards in Yunxiang's hands would certainly be able to play out the greatest value. At the same time, Yunxiang had already returned inside the house, being lavishly attended to by the maids. Feeling this luxurious lifestyle, Yunxiang couldn't help but sigh at how carefree he was before. It really made him a little nostalgic. Zissou blew on a cup of tea, offering it to Yunxiang. Taking it, Yunxiang took a sip, while also observing the people around him. Then he called out to Zissou, giving her a mission. He leaned close to Yunxiang, whispering to tell her to keep a closer eye on the maid named Su Yun, but to be careful. After hearing that, Zissou also voiced her thoughts. She'd felt something was off about that one for a while now. Then, Yunxiang dismissed all the maids so she could rest. The maids in front of Yunxiang listened obediently, treating Yunxiang like their own little queen. Qingdai was the last to leave, reminding Yunxiang that she was just downstairs, and to call her any time if anything came up. As the door closed, Yunxiang turned her gaze to the wooden box. After looking it over, he thought the wood of the box looked pretty normal. He was about to open it when he noticed it had a level 3 security formation. Grandpa hadn't mentioned a password. Without panicking, Yunxiang told the system to hack right in. While waiting, he remembered his grandpa's last words. Beneath the star net, all is a chessboard. What the heck that meant, he wasn't sure yet. Quickly, the formation was broken by the system. The correct password combination had 12 possibilities. Yunxiang randomly picked one to enter, feeling like the sequence was kinda familiar. And wouldn't you know it, he got the right one on the first try. The moment he saw what was inside, Yunxiang's expression changed drastically. He recognized one item as the star-trampling gate. Back in his previous life, after joining the Black-Scale Guard, he'd heard those words before. Rumor was, many of the Black-Scale Guard's secret combat techniques were linked to the star-trampling gate. But those 3 words were basically forbidden in the Black-Scale Guard. Nobody dared to mention them. Next, he moved on to a jade ornament. The craftsmanship was pretty delicate, but who knew what it did? Then came the mask. As soon as he picked it up, it activated on its own, with the words, "All beings are without form" on the front. The back had the words, "Form arises from the mind." Yunxiang didn't get what it meant. What he was wondering about was, how could he see with no eye holes? Out of curiosity, Yunxiang put it on. Surprisingly, even though the mask had no holes, he could still see. Plus, when he looked in the mirror, he couldn't see the mask on his face. After a moment, Yunxiang felt like something was off. He looked in the mirror again, breaking out in a cold sweat. In that instant, his eyes nearly popped out, as he suddenly had the appearance of his previous life, a middle-aged old man of 60. Hearing the scream, Qingdai curiously pushed the door open. Yunxiang couldn't find a solution right away. The moment Qingdai saw Yunxiang's appearance, she froze. Immediately, she drew a dagger from her leg, warily questioning who Yunxiang was. Faced with this, Yunxiang nervously began to explain. At that moment, Old Mu led 2 assassins to find Yunxiang, got their orders. Qingdai told them to wait here while she went upstairs to report. Behind her were Lao Mu and 2 young guys. The brown-haired one is Gao Gaixia, always looking serious, cold as ice, while the white-haired one, Ma Jinhua, is the opposite, all chill and playful. Qingdai heads up to Yunxiang's room, walks in, and sees this weird old dude, instantly on high alert. She immediately grills him, asking where Yunxiang is. Misunderstood. Yunxiang tries to explain himself real quick, but before he can even finish, Qingdai throws a punch. Luckily, Yunxiang's got mad skills and easily blocks her. One move to restrain her, and she's stunned. Just as he's about to say something, Qingdai starts yelling, but only gets half a word out. Yunxiang quickly covers her mouth. While explaining, Yunxiang remembers the saying, "Appearance is born from the heart," and wonders if it can change your looks based on what you think. He figures, what the heck? Might as well try it. In a flash, he turns into Qingdai. This freaks her out even more. She tries to scream but can't. Yunxiang looks mischievous, totally impressed with his ability. No wonder I went straight to monster form earlier. Turns out this is the true image of me inside your heart. Just then, Everyone outside comes running up after hearing the commotion. The moment Lao Song and the others barge in, Yunxiang changes back to normal just in time. But the position he's in with Qingdai looks super awkward. Super embarrassed, Yunxiang tries to explain that he was just playing around with Qingdai. From the back, Ma Jinhua butts in, saying Yunxiang really knows how to have fun, a role model to them all. Lao Mu clears his throat and reminds Yunxiang about the dinner party tonight, bringing up Kong Xingxin, his fiancée, again. Having heard this a million times already, Yunxiang waves it off. Beside him, Qingdai realizes she totally misunderstood everything. Before she can say anything, Yunxiang shushes her. Even though it was a misunderstanding, Qingdai still feels bad and steps aside to fix her clothes. Yunxiang then asks Lao Mu why they came. Without answering immediately, Lao Mu invites Yunxiang to the study. As for Qingdai, Yunxiang tells her to clear the stuff off the desk and put it in the bedroom. Later, in the study, as soon as he's in, Yunxiang asks if Qingdai was arranged by his grandpa. With no other choice, Lao Mu admits that this was supposed to be kept secret from Yunxiang. She's a Din, stage master from the Song Mansion's Shadow Guard Team 2, basically one of his subordinates. Remembering the Song Mansion's Shadow Guards, Yunxiang can't help but think of those guys from his past life who risked everything to get him out of Yongxian City. According to Old Mu, the Song Manor's Shadow Guards, Group 1 is in charge of operations, Group 2 handles intelligence, and Group 3 is responsible for protecting him. Following the old Marquis's orders, they've come here to organize things. From now on, the Song Manor's Shadow Guards will all follow Song Yunxiang's orders. He's the sole master of all the Shadow Guards. Then, Old Mu introduced the two Shadow Guards beside him, the leaders of Group 1 and Group 2. Only, Yunxiang was speechless when he heard their names. Exia, Jin, what kind of weird names are those? As soon as he said that, Gao Gaixia and Ma Jinhua knelt down in unison to greet Yunxiang. After hearing their introductions, Yunxiang was even more impressed, blurting out, "Those are indeed interesting names." Immediately, Old Mu reminded Yunxiang to watch his words. They were both orphans, and their names were given by Yunxiang's mother, the third madam. As soon as Yunxiang's mother was mentioned, Gao Gaixia showed gratitude. According to him, his name was the name of a hero from an ancient civilization. As for Ma Jinhua, it was actually the name of a demon god from some super ancient civilization legend. The two of them were orphans with no names. If they hadn't been lucky enough to meet the third madam, they would have starved to death in some slum long ago. Super ancient civilization. Yunxiang pondered. What's the background of my mother, who I don't remember at all, regarding my parents? In his previous life, Yunxiang didn't have too many memories related to them. As far as he remembered, his grandfather once said that Yunxiang's parents had gone missing 16 years ago, and they publicly announced that his parents had died unexpectedly. When his parents disappeared, Yunxiang was only 2 years old and couldn't remember anything. In his youth, Yunxiang indulged in wild pleasures and didn't care about these things at all. Later, he was too tired of wandering and didn't care either. After decades of life and death battles, time passed and he had long forgotten his parents. Yunxiang wondered, could I have missed something? After thinking for a while, Yunxiang turned to Old Mu and asked if he was sure that his parents weren't related to the events of 16 years ago. Faced with this question, Old Mu seemed a little hesitant and couldn't confirm it immediately. Yunxiang wasn't surprised. In his previous life's impression, they all kept secrets about his parents. Since they wouldn't say, Yunxiang didn't make it difficult for Old Mu. Instead, he asked them to prepare to go to the Song family's mausoleum. He would pay his respects to his parents. Back in the room, Yunxiang glanced at Qingdai. He turned back to ask Old Mu, "Can I command her now too?" In response, Old Mu took it for granted and asked Qingdai to come over and greet the young master. "Yunxiang, you are now the sole master of the Shadow Guards." Immediately, Qingdai stepped forward and knelt down before Yunxiang to pay her respects. Nodding slightly, Yunxiang felt grateful that she had silently protected him for so many years. Not easy, so Yunxiang took out a pill as a reward. At the sight of the pill, Qingdai was completely stunned. Among the crowd beside her, Old Mu was no exception, jumping in surprise. With Old Mu's experience, He knew at a glance that this was a 6-star elixir, which would cost millions on the market. Before their questions, Yunxiang explained, "This is a 5-star Earth Spirit pill. It has no side effects, and can raise a small realm of the Earth stage, but it only has an effect the first time it's used." After hearing this, both Gao Gaixia and manhwa widened their eyes, shocked and unable to believe their ears that this elixir was actually 5-star and could also increase a small realm of the Earth stage. Holding this in her hands, Qingdai was so excited that she was sweating profusely. Even in the royal heavenly capital, this would be a priceless treasure. Yunxiang's words were even more shocking, calling it a 5-star elixir and saying he had plenty more. He thought to himself, "Now is the time to use people. I'll try to choose trustworthy people and increase their strength." As for Gao Gaixia and Jinhua, Yunxiang encouraged them to work hard. No one would be without this. After he finished speaking, the two of them knelt down in unison, sincerely willing to die for Yunxiang, pointing their sword tips at a single point on their armor, leaving no gap. Yunxiang asked Old Moon to arrange a carriage to the mausoleum. In addition, he also asked Group 2, in charge of intelligence, to investigate a person. A moment later, in the sky above heavenly capital, Gao Gaixia and Ma Jinhua zoomed by on their flying cars, in charge of escorting the Dong Manor's airship out. Inside the ship, Xia Bei, completely baffled, asked, "Third Master, young master is going to the mausoleum for ancestral worship. What's the point of bringing a cripple like you, Third Master?" Third Master chuckled slyly, talking about the difference in Song Yunxiang since he came back. At the same time, they both turned to look at Yunxiang. Meanwhile, Yunxiang was sorting out the list of medicinal herbs he needed to buy, and sending it back to Hongxi's head clerk for a quick look. The old head clerk was a little flustered. He hadn't even heard of many of the herbs. But that wasn't a problem. He could just find an expert to investigate later. Done with that, the two hung up. The old head clerk thoughtfully walked down the aisle to the center of the hall. Then, he clasped his hands and bowed to the person opposite him. Before him was Hong Yuxiao, the direct successor of the Hong family, in charge of all the Hongxi Trading Company's business in Nanchao. Right now, she was looking at information about Yunxiang. She couldn't help but sigh. Interesting. Seeing the old head clerk, she immediately told him to arrange a trip. She wanted to personally meet this marquis from the Song family, somewhere in a bone valley, with rolling mountains and countless small islands floating in the air. This desolate place actually had someone cruising around on a mini motorcycle. Taking a closer look, the person was A. Tan. After riding for a while, she contacted someone, reported her identification number, and asked for permission to enter. After a round of ID verification, she passed the check. Just waiting for that, A. Tan suddenly changed direction and crashed straight into a huge waterfall. Unexpectedly, a massive base existed behind the waterfall. The entrance opened, and A. Tan drove straight in, slamming on the brakes, causing the bike to skid for a long distance. Taking off her helmet, A. Tan sighed in relief. Finally back. After parking, A. Tan strutted down the path, heading deeper inside. At the same time, a little girl was running anxiously. Her face showed signs of sobbing. As soon as she saw A. Tan, she couldn't hold back and burst into tears. The little girl hugged A. Tan tightly, unable to speak. This made A. Tan feel confused and asked Sinan, "Didn't she go to Beijing with Master?" Sinan stuttered and recounted everything. Maester was ambushed by the Dilan kingdom while saving her. Upon hearing this news, A. Tan was shocked in place, dropping the helmet in her hand. She hurriedly followed Sinan to find Master. According to the little girl, Master was in medical area number 3. Inside the treatment room, 2 staff members were actively preparing an antidote, but they still hadn't had any results. A total of 12 failures. Even so, they didn't give up, trying every means to save her. A. Tan hurriedly opened the door and shouted. Hearing the familiar voice, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes, her face showing obvious signs of weakness and exhaustion. A. Tan ran over worriedly and asked, "Huh?" She couldn't believe that her master was a heavenly realm powerhouse who ended up like this. The woman's voice was so weak it was almost gone. She squeezed out each word, replying to A. Tan that she was Zhua Nukong, the ace assassin of Taiyuan. Seeing the weird changes in Zhua Nuong's hand, Abba, Tan quickly realized she was poisoned. The healer chimed in. Zhua Nuong's external injuries are nothing to worry about, but there's this strange toxin eating away at her life force. This situation made Tan even more serious. He couldn't figure out what kind of toxin it was. Seriously, even Taiyuan's tech couldn't whip up an antidote. The healer sighed helplessly. We've tried like 12 different formulas, but no luck. Right now, we can only try to stop the toxin from spreading to her brain. Even then, Zhua Nuong's got like no time left. As he spoke, the healer showed Tan the toxin chart. It's crazy, this toxin is brand spanking new. From this era, we can't find anything about how to cure it in Taiyuan's database. After some digging, we saw that chemical substances are using soul force to cross-link, and then become a single toxin unit. It feels kinda like the alchemist's methods from the ancient civilizations. Hearing alchemy, a thought sparked in Tan's head. He asked to make sure, so you're saying an alchemist could have a way to detox her? Yeah, that's right, the healer said, clearly not holding his breath. Alchemy in the Eastern continent is barely developed, and the alchemy process is practically all based on the individual alchemist. They use their experience and intuition to make judgments, which is impossible for Taiyuan's medical system to use. Tan's eyes darkened as he thought about Yunxiang, who left some pills for him earlier, saying that he would need them. Snapping out of it, Tan immediately pulled out Yunxiang's compression card, saying they should see if this stuff would work. And just like that, Tan took out all the pills inside. There were so many that the two healers were totally gobsmacked. They hurriedly picked them up, looking at each vial. Rejuvenation pilly, mostly 3-star pills. There are a few that we don't recognize, but it looks like it can speed up cultivation. And there is also this type that enhances power during combat. A second later, the healer suddenly noticed the white pill vials. He opened the lid, took a sniff, and suddenly got super excited. He shouted to the other guy, "Quick, analyze this vial, I'm betting it can detox her." At this point, Sinan asked Tan timidly, "How do you have so many pills? Did you rob the Hongxi Trade Company or something?" Hearing that, Tan stammered, denying it, and saying that a strange person gave it to him. In no time, the results popped up on the screen. The unit structure of the pill matches the basic structure of the toxin. It actually detoxes her. The white pill powder can neutralize the toxin we pulled from Zhua Nuong. Hearing this, Sinan was ecstatic. After calculating, the healer figured out that they would need 2.5 pills to detox her, and there were exactly 3 pills in the vial. The two of them hurried to give Zhua Nuong the antidote. On the side, Tan was deep in thought about Yunxiang, wondering if this was just a coincidence. This whole thing is making me more curious about him. At Taiyuan HQ, in the medical corridor, a mysterious, hooded figure walked along the path to the Grand Hall, then knelt down to pay their respects. They called the person standing up high the High Priest. The person was wearing some kind of weird ancient garb, oozing mystery and power. On the screen, a series of Yunxiang's battles were playing. She asked in a low voice about Zhua Nuong's situation. The person below reported everything that happened. The doctor said the pills that Tan got from Target 691 detoxified her. Hearing the code name, the High Priest recognized it right away. It was Yunxiang. Gently tapping in front of her, a new screen appeared. She saw the replicated soul force construct. Only the Great One knows this. So she suspects that Yunxiang's body might have been taken over by someone else. But if that's the case, the High Priestess wonders why they didn't use the container she prepared. For a moment, the entire hall was silent, filled with the High Priestess's thoughts. At the Song family's mausoleum, it was incredibly quiet, with lush greenery casting shadows, radiating freshness. Yunxiang was in front of a tomb, burning paper money as a memorial offering. He unexpectedly sneezed, making him wonder, who the heck is bad-mouthing me? Ma Jinghua, who was beside him, chimed in. Maybe some girl is missing Yunxiang. After saying that, Old Mu coughed, reminding him to shut up, causing Ma Jinghua to quickly change the subject. Yunxiang's purpose for coming here was definitely not just to pay respects. He used the system to scan the area, but didn't find any remains. So it really is a grave hiding artifacts. Could it be that the old man wanted to deceive the world? From the mask of all beings, Yunxiang received a piece of information. His parents were definitely not ordinary people here. This made him wonder, what secrets did his parents disappear with? Suddenly, Ma Jinghua's watch received a message. After reading it, he immediately reported back to Yunxiang. Turns out Xunxia is a street thug from the rat hole district in Yongxian City. He even went to jail for tomb raiding. Recently, he formed a gang called the White Dragon Gang, declared himself the gang leader, and makes a living by robbing tombs. Also, Yunxiang asked for his location, and found out that this guy is in an abandoned house at number 13 Blind Alley in the North District, and the second team of the Shadow Guard is keeping watch on that area. Having gotten this info, Yunxiang immediately wanted to head there. Outside the mausoleum, the two old men were still waiting as always. At this time, Old San was talking about Kong Xinqing. He felt that this woman was no good. Now that Yunxiang has received a lucky encounter, there's no need to marry that kind of person for the sake of the Song family's wealth. Hearing this, Xiaobei was suspicious, clarifying if Old San was advising Yunxiang to break off the engagement. But such a faithless act, the old marquis is unlikely to agree. Letting out a sigh, Old San continued, Yun Rui from the second master's side has always had a crush on Kong Xinqing. At most, we'll push this engagement onto them, and let that idiot take the blame. What's more, speaking of the engagement back then, the third madam engaged Yunxiang to a girl much older than him. As they were talking, Yunxiang and the group were faintly returning to the airship. Yunxiang then told them to go to Blind Alley in the North District. Just like that, the Song Manor's private airship flew quickly in the sky. In a dilapidated area of the North District, the abandoned house at number 13 was indeed as its name suggested, clearly showing signs of desolation. A buck-toothed guy excitedly dragged a large bag in from the gate, reporting to his boss. This time's harvest is super rich. This trip earned us monkeys a lot of treasures. Xunxia sat up and scolded his subordinate, telling him to change his address to gang leader. Flattering with a smile, the buck-toothed guy opened the bag, then he neatly laid out each item in front of Xunxia. After finishing, he still asked Xunxia with a flattering expression which ones he should keep. Outside, the monkeys were still waiting at the gate. Looking at the pile of stuff, Xunxia pondered in his heart, continuously murmuring, Old dumb, please help me appraise which ones are worth money. Unexpectedly, a voice responded, the second and third items in the top row counting from the left, and the first, third, and fifth items in the bottom row. After hearing that, Xunxia put on a knowledgeable appearance, pointing to each item that old Du had just mentioned. The subordinate was both happy and doubtful, and hurriedly asked again to confirm. Following that, Xunxia told the buck-toothed guy to tell his monkey gang that he would sell them on their behalf, with a 70% cut, and they would cover all the transportation fees and bribes. Such an outrageous way of doing things made the buck-toothed guy hesitant, but Xunxia didn't care at all. The sales channels were in his hands. His words were the law. Just like that, Xunxia told his subordinate to tell those outside to leave the goods, and they can come back for the money in a month. Dare they not? Now he's going to hold their money for another month. And that's not all. Xunxia even told his goons to return the worthless stuff. Little did he know, not far away, two people were watching his every move, none other than Song Yunxiang and Ma Jinhua. Inside the stealth formation, Ma Jinhua couldn't help but marvel. It not only distorts light, but also blocks sound and hides soul power fluctuations. It's a super weapon, perfect for assassinations. Suddenly, Song Yunxiang called A Jin closer to observe. This made him a little awkward. Getting any closer and they might get discovered. Song Yunxiang reassured him and told him to follow. Then the two of them quietly approached Xunxia's house, successfully climbed onto the roof, and secretly observed. At this time, Xunxia was alone, But he still started talking. He asked old Dunye, "Are there any items here that can increase cultivation?" A voice replied, "No, Yunxia was just asking on a whim." He knew he couldn't get lucky every time like before. Exchanging these things for over 100,000 tea was really great. With that, Yunxia mentioned Cao Ren, asking if he was sure he would become its host. The voice from the ring was very certain. As long as they work together, he can feel the flame of life of the host, Cao Ren, is about to ignite. On Song Yunxiang's side, he pondered, "This Yunxia isn't quite the same as the Yunxia I met in my past life." Looking at the soul power fluctuations, Song Yunxiang was even more certain. A moment later, he noticed the ring on Yunxia's hand. The fluctuations emanating from that ring were from someone he recognized. At the Merc Arsenal Academy, the person inside was contacting Tang Jinshui, talking very harmoniously. Tang Jinshui recounted the dangers on his trip, but everyone was safe and sound, asking about the people at the Merc Arsenal Academy, only to learn they were swamped. At this time, Teacher Nangguo was leading them through a batch of goods, and hearing Tang Jinshui curiously asking about it, he learned it was a commission from the Merrick Arsenal Dean. Now Nangguo and Xiao Yu were observing the mech manufacturing process. Nangguo reassured her that within 3 days, he would overcome the technical difficulties, and then they could start mass production. Xiao Ye went on to ask about the manufacturing and output. Nangguo was very confident on this point. As long as the material supply doesn't have any problems, we can definitely deliver the full quantity before Grandmaster Song's deadline. Moreover, he planned to give the master a big surprise. As Nangguo spoke, he entered the data. Last night, he stayed up all night, thinking about a work that could make Grandmaster Song's eyes light up, with both defensive power like armor and shields, and destructive power like exploding cannons and flying swords, plus the mobility of a jump pack. A model of a colossal, unimaginable mech gradually appeared on the screen. Nangguo called this the final form of the mighty far-reaching type. Waiting for Grandmaster Song to see it, he'll definitely be willing to take him as a direct disciple. Faced with Nangguo's excitement, Xiao Yue reluctantly praised, "Amazing," secretly thinking, "Isn't this just combining all the equipment? Even if this thing is created, the soul power consumption would be unacceptable." After listening to the workshop director's explanation, the people behind him couldn't help but awkwardly refuse to reveal it to Tang Jinshui. After all, the workshop has its own rules. Very readily, Tang Jinshui didn't ask further, instead mentioning forging materials. His wife's family runs a mineral and metal materials business. As long as they have needs, he will definitely find a way to prioritize supplying materials. In response, the person from the workshop happily accepted, but still had to report it to Nangguo. Finishing his words, he hung up the phone without letting Tang Jinshui say more, as if implying refusal before Shendai's worries. Tang Jinshui hurriedly sought out his old classmate at the Heavenly Forging Academy. No matter what, he had to get an order so that his in-laws would recognize his business abilities. At the same time, Song Yunxiang and Ma Jinhua were still watching Yunxia. Suddenly, Ma Jinhua received news from Team 2 that Kong Xingxin was on her way here. Yunxiang's mind was completely focused on Yunxia's ring. The soul energy radiating from it was definitely from someone he knew. Wondering who this unfamiliar Yunxia was, Yunxiang absent-mindedly asked, "Which Miss Kong?" Ma Jinhua replied, "It's Kong Xingxin of the Kong family, Yunxiang's fiancée." Remembering now, Yunxiang was puzzled. Why is she coming here? Checking the map, Ma Jinhua saw that she was only 2 gates away from arriving. But even so, Yunxiang wasn't sure she was coming to find him. Ma Jinhua was a little hesitant, but still said, he previously heard rumors that Kong Xingxin had some private dealings with the White Dragon gang leader. Afraid that Yunxiang would get angry, Ma Jinhua quickly reassured him, saying it was all unconfirmed gossip. But Yunxiang didn't even bat an eye. He then told Jin to fall back. The only thing on Yunxiang's mind was the weird ring on Yunxia's hand. On the way back, Yunxiang didn't forget to tell his men to keep watch around here. He even took out 200 stealth talismans and gave them to Jin to distribute. Taking them, Jin was stunned. 200 stealth talismans? Isn't that the exact stealth technique he used just now? Unlike Jin, Yunxiang didn't think much of them, calling them a weakened version, only slightly effective in concealing aura. Consider it extra insurance for the guards. Holding them in his hands, Jinhua was thrilled, feeling like he'd struck gold. He quickly took his leave from Yunxiang and went to make arrangements. Seeing that it was getting late, Yunxiang figured he should head back to the manor to get ready for the dinner party tonight. Looks like it'll be quite the show. At the Song family's outer courtyard banquet hall, a small warship slowly landed. Stepping down was a woman in a striking red robe. Waiting in front were Song Yunxiu and her son, Song Yunrui, who immediately started mocking her. Yunjin, so busy with military affairs, yet you have time to come back for a simple dinner party? Did you run out of money and have to come home for a meal? Yunjin walked past her with a cold expression and a hot bod, glancing sideways and scoffing. On Yunxiang's side, he was heading out with Qingdai and Lian Yi. Their outfits had been changed to something more presentable. Greeting him were Lao Mu and Gao Gaixia. Once everything was ready, Yunxiang told them to set off. Inside the banquet hall, Song Jingzhong and some others had arrived early. Looking around, he asked, "Why hasn't the eldest son arrived, madam?" He softly explained. Song Qing said he's busy with military duties and can't make it. He'll come back at the end of the month when he gets leave. Hearing this, old Song didn't react, but asked about the second son. Madam Cheng replied, "Song Ba has a social engagement today." Old Song took a sip of his tea. The more he asked for details, the more flustered Madam Cheng became, muttering, unable to speak. Before she could answer, Old Song slammed the teacup down, angrily scolding, "Socializing my ass. Tell him to get his ass back here." Seeing this, Dinyang quickly intervened, recounting how her husband said the Zhang family from Zhongzhou had sent an envoy with a big business deal. Only then did Old Song's anger subside a little, while still verbally abusing the Zhang family of Zhongzhou as nouveau riche. Just then, Yunxiang and Lao Mu entered. Old Song's attitude instantly softened. Happily telling him to sit down, Dinyang also got up and attentively pulled out a chair for Yunxiang, asking about the academy. In Yunxiang's memories, Dinyang was different from the others, always treating him well and genuinely so. He heard that she used to be a maid in the east courtyard of the Song Manor in Tiandu City. Maybe that's why. Suddenly, Old Song told Yunxiang to sit next to him, drawing everyone's attention. Yunxiang felt a little awkward but still followed his grandfather's words. As he walked past Aunt Zhao, she smelled a strong medicinal scent. Aunt Zhao laughed and asked, "Does Yunxiang have something good? The medicinal scent is so strong." "Probably 3-star or higher," Yunxiang politely replied. He remembered her as his second uncle's concubine, a former secretary with a background in medicine, responsible for managing the Song family's pharmaceutical business. Reaching his grandfather, Yunxiang asked about second uncle. Madam Cheng answered for him, saying he was busy and couldn't make it. As he sat down, Yunxiang recalled his second uncle Song Ba, who was in charge of all the Song family's secular businesses. He was a man who put profit first, and always looked down on him in his past life, because he was useless. Madam Cheng also had the disposition of a businesswoman, only valuing profit. But thankfully, they had their limits. Even when destitute, they could put the collective interests and reputation of the Song family first. Looking towards his first uncle's position, Yunxiang also wondered, and Madam He explained his first uncle's predicament. He's in charge of the military garrison at the southern wasteland Great Wall, and can't leave easily. In his past life, Yunxiang understood his first uncle quite well. He was a stubborn and upright soldier who also used to despise Yunxiang for being a playboy. In his past life's impression, he was a Ding, stage Ting Feng. Now that he thought about it, that was probably just a smokescreen. After some conversation, a loud voice echoed in. The newcomers were Song Yongqi and Lao Tu, the northern courtyard steward. Seeing her son dressed improperly, Madam He immediately reminded him, telling him to go change clothes. Not caring, Song Yongqi walked over to flatter his mother, saying he had just come from school and didn't have time to change. Helpless Madam, he was too lazy to say more. Old Song waved his hand, indicating it didn't matter. A family welcome feast for Yunxiang didn't need to be too formal. Spotting Yunxiang, Yunqi didn't hesitate to call him kid. Yunxiang's mood sank slightly. He said he had no respect for seniority and should call him brother. In Yunxiang's memory, Song Yunqi was the only son of first uncle, a talented youth with exceptional aptitude. Without even trying, he broke through to the DS stage at 16. This made him arrogant and disrespectful. But he was a good son. During the Beast Tide, he resolutely defended the city to cover the people's retreat, ultimately dying from exhaustion. Turning back, Song Yunqi arrogantly challenged Yunxiang, saying that as long as his cultivation was higher, he would call him brother, while he was currently at the early Dian stage, chuckling softly. Yunxiang pushed back his chair and stood up, facing Song Yunqi and taunting him relentlessly, saying after so many years, Yunxiang was still stuck at the early Huang stage, and guessed reaching the middle Huang stage in a year at Martial Academy would be his limit, only to see Yunxiang's aura slowly emanate out. Then it expanded outwards, leaving Song Yunqi flabbergasted, unable to believe that Yunxiang possessed earth, rank qi. Even Madame He and Madame Cheng were no exception, blurting out in shock, "Die." Finiang couldn't help but stand up in bewildered surprise, wondering if it was the medicinal fragrance from earlier. Beside Dijang, she was endlessly sentimental, feeling incredibly good. Deep down, she had believed all along that Yunxiang was worthy of being that person's son. On Song Yunqi's side, he still couldn't accept the truth, even more astonished that Yunxiang's soul meridian had been healed. Facing him, Yunxiang chuckled, telling him to call him bro and let him hear it. Song Yunqi was annoyed and unconvinced. He figured Yunxiang couldn't be stronger than him. Right now, he's Earth, rank beginner stage, just like him. So, the Song family's #1 genius is still Yunqi. He's not backing down. Yunxiang took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. Suddenly, a dazzling halo radiated from Yunxiang, illuminating the entire room. Sensing the aura of a breakthrough, Yunqi couldn't even stand steady and gasped loudly. In a blink, Yunxiang went from Earth, rank beginner stage, to intermediate stage, arrogantly asking him, "What about now?" He's convinced. Song Yunqi did a complete 180, prostrating himself and hugging Yunxiang's leg, flattering him and declaring that Yunxiang was his big bro from now on, which left Yunxiang speechless, mocking him for how quickly he acknowledged relatives. Looking at the pill in Yunxiang's hand, Yunqi's eyes widened like crazy. "Don't even mention calling you big bro. Even if you told me to call you grandpa, we could talk about it." Before he could even finish, Song Lao smacked him on the head, scolding him for talking nonsense. Ignoring that, Song Yunqi was now like a clingy puppy, desperately sticking to Yunxiang and begging for a pill to try. This scene was too much for the madams beside them to stomach. A moment later, Shenyang spoke up, asking about the pill in Yunxiang's hand. She excitedly asked if it was the legendary 5-star Earth Spirit pill. As soon as the words left her mouth, everyone in the room except Song Lao was shocked. This kind of treasure was so rare that even the royal family of Tiandu Da probably couldn't produce many. Seeing this, Song Lao chuckled inwardly, thinking, so this is how to shock them, truly ignorant. Madame He's gaze was fixed on Yunxiang. She'd heard that even the Wei Ting Marquis residence only had one 5-star pill, and it was a legacy passed down every generation from 400 years ago. Madame Cheng also had her own thoughts. She'd heard that the Hongxi Trading Association had recently caught the eye of a cultivation master. They'd sold a batch of 3-star pills a few days ago and made a supermassive profit, so the value of the pill in Yunxiang's hand was truly incalculable. Then, Yunxiang confirmed that it was indeed a 5-star pill, the Earth Spirit pill, which Dinyang recounted that she had seen in ancient books. That a 5-star Earth Spirit pill could directly raise an Earth rank cultivator by 1 minor level without any side effects. Indeed, Yunxiang only slightly regretted that it was only effective on the first use. Song Lao had been silent from the beginning. He sighed deeply. Just that Earth Spirit pill alone could raise the Song family's strength by a whole level. It was clear that he had prepared a solid mindset with his third uncle, but now he could only try to suppress his excitement as he looked at Yunxiang. Madame He was restless. Elixir pills were all 5-star but only assisted cultivation. If it was a combat-type pill, it could become a treasure of the clan. She felt that if she could ask for one for Jing'er and Sheer, what would be the big deal for her, as a mother, to lower herself a bit? But although she hadn't treated Yunxiang badly these past years, she hadn't exactly cherished him either. If she showed too much enthusiasm now, she was afraid of being seen as a petty person who only cared about benefits and being looked down upon. While she was still thinking, Madame Zihe, in front of Madame He, had already started to make a move first. On the surface, Madame He remained calm, but inside, she was annoyed. Unwilling to be stolen first, as she thought, she told her son to quickly pour tea. Sorry, Yunxiang. Song Lao was still enjoying his tea. Suddenly, the tea set below was gone, only to see Song Yunqi somersault, dragging Song Lao's tea set in the air, demonstrating a fine tea-pouring act. By the time he landed, he was already holding a cup of tea on a tray, offering it to Yunxiang. This made Song Lao angry, but he could only hold it back. My undisciplined descendants. Yunqi's mentality was extremely obsequious, respecting Yunxiang like his own grandfather while offering tea, apologizing over and over for his previous faults, leaving Yunxiang in an awkward situation without any way to reject. So he just told the kid to try his best to perform well, and he wouldn't hold it against him later. With a push, Yunxiang planned to add that kid to the team, but he quickly dismissed the thought. That kid has decent talent, so just giving him some training and solidifying his foundation would be enough to help him break through to the celestial stage, just for fun. A moment later, Song Yunxiu and Yunjin arrived. As for Yunxiu and her son, they both politely greeted Grandpa Song upon entering. Seeing Yunxiang sitting in the head seat, Yunxiu paused slightly. She smiled happily on the surface, but inwardly she was wondering why that good-for-nothing was sitting in her father's seat. Even if Grandpa Song favored Yunxiang, it shouldn't have changed her mother's attitude this much. Based on her mother's profit-driven personality, Yunxiang was being so polite to Yunxiang that it bordered on fawning. Her thoughts were interrupted by Song Yunrui's loud reprimand, who brazenly pointed out that Yunxiang didn't deserve to sit there, demanding that Yunxiang get up quickly. Seeing her son acting like that, Yunxiu could only curse inwardly. What an idiot who can't read the room, then hurriedly covered her son's mouth and made excuses. As he greeted them, Yunxiang recalled that Song Yunxiu didn't like cultivating, but she was intelligent. Although a bit greedy, she knew how to read situations. She's like Dean Gu Zaiting, a sly fox, unlike that idiot Song Yunrui. His talent is below Yunqi's, but he's very arrogant, always trying hard to maintain his genius image. Unfortunately, he's always sucking up to Kong Xingxin, so he never got along with Yunxiang. Besides, he was the only member of the Song family who was lucky enough to survive the decisive Beast-Tide battle in Tiandu City. 3 years later, the Xuanjia guards were completely wiped out. Tan died. Yunxiang was protected by the Empress and drifted to the Bishui Kingdom in Chengdu, where he met Song Yunrui again. He seemed to be chasing someone at the time. They unexpectedly ran into each other and quickly parted ways. As time passed, Yunxiang suddenly thought back to those years. Could the wild species that Song Yunrui was chasing be related to this beast-tide? Could there be an internal mole in the Song family's direct bloodline? At the same time, Yunjin walked in and greeted everyone. Her attitude towards Yunxiang had changed a lot. She looked at him with a profound gaze. If she hadn't seen the Qinluqian army's report, she wouldn't have believed that the Yuancheng peak hero was actually Yunxiang. Be able to remain calm when facing a god-stage beast and lead them to retreat safely, she really couldn't see through him. Seeing her, Yunxiang quickly clasped his fist in greeting. In his mind, Yunjin was a capable female general, just always worried about funding. Yunxiang didn't forget to thank her for sending a spaceship to pick him up. Realizing that Yunxiang didn't know anything, Yunjin then said that it was all Grandpa's idea. This way of speaking pleased Grandpa Song a lot, praising Yunjin and offering to pay for all the expenses of this trip. However, Song Yunxiu used this point to mock Yunjin. So what could make our female general abandon her military duties and come home for dinner? Turns out it's just asking Grandpa for reimbursement. After finishing speaking, Song Yingxiu thought to herself that her older sister had always looked down on Yunxiang's style in the past, but this time she was being so polite. This made her even more certain that Yunxiang had accomplished something. Suddenly, Yunxiang stood up and offered to pay for the Qiluan army's expenses on behalf of Grandpa. Without objecting, Grandpa Song mentioned that Yunxiang had recently earned a large sum of several million yuan, adding, "I guess you don't even care about that little amount." In response, Yunxiang humbly said that making money is what counts. Relying on physical labor doesn't count. Thinking about it, Yunxiang felt that making money was still not as fast as spending it. He only had tens of millions left. Suddenly, Yunxiang's eyes flickered slightly, noticing that someone else was coming. Sure enough, a second later, Song Shang led Song Shi and Song Huo in. Seeing them, Yunxiang happily greeted fourth uncle and little aunt. Seeing Yunxiang, Song Shang immediately walked over, patted his shoulder, and laughed heartily. With an extremely friendly attitude, he whispered to Yunxiang, "Let's go out for a few drinks later." As he shook hands with Yunxiang and sensed the genuine early, mini-stage profound realm cultivation, Yunxiang realized he'd been overthinking things, assuming Uncle Tu was hiding his skills. Looking around, he saw that everyone from the Song family had arrived. Grandpa Song then told his subordinates to call for Yunzhao and Yunhua. Over on Yunxiang's side, Song Cheng was really pushing him to come sit next to him, but Yunxiang politely declined, telling him they could chat later in private. In his memory, there were rumors that this uncle was born to Grandpa's second wife and was much less talented than his three older brothers. Approaching for Seke, and still in the early profound realm, his status in the Song family was probably even lower than Yunxiang's. In his previous life, Song Xin also greeted Yunxiang, but suddenly her pupils constricted. She made small talk about Yunxiang's height, but inwardly she was shocked by his cultivation level, wondering, could he have surpassed even me? Replying to her greetings, Yunxiang recalled his previous life, only knowing that little aunt Song Jin was a teacher in the preparatory class, recently promoted to manager, and her cultivation was also in the early earth realm. To have this level before turning 30 wasn't bad at all. At least she was much stronger than many of the instructors at the martial arts academy. However, Yunxiang saw no problem with either of them. So could the traitor that Yun Rui mentioned that year be referring to someone else? Unable to figure it out, Yunxiang focused his attention on him, deciding to create an opportunity to probe him. Suddenly, Yunxiang's name was called. As soon as he looked over, a little girl had launched herself into his arms. She whined and complained that Yunxiang never stayed home, and no one took her out for good food. Yunxiang playfully teased her about never growing up. Unexpectedly, she didn't want to grow up, because adults have to follow too many rules. Yunhua was the youngest in the family, and was probably Yunxiang's favorite younger sibling among all the Song family kids. A second later, another little girl stood before Yunxiang, leaving him stunned. This was Yunzhao, the second daughter of his second uncle, Song Ba, born to his concubine, Zhao Shi. Returning her greeting, Yunxiang was a bit flustered. In his memories, Yunzhao and he didn't talk much. She was quiet and reserved, the kind of person he wasn't good at dealing with. At Grandpa Song's prompting, everyone gradually sat down at the table. Yunxiang suggested that Yunhua sit next to him, but she shyly refused, claiming that this wasn't a good spot. Every time someone sat here, they'd get a lecture from Grandpa. Hearing this, Yunxiang couldn't help but find her a clever little devil. Looking around once more, Grandpa Song hummed approvingly, telling the servants to bring up the wine for a celebratory toast. Before Grandpa Song could finish speaking, Song Yunqi butted in, shocking everyone around him. He eagerly wanted to pour wine for Yunxiang. This was unheard of. Those who didn't know the situation were all curious and speculative, wondering why this arrogant kid who used to look down on Yunxiang and Yun Rui was suddenly sucking up to Yunxiang. Just as Grandpa Song was about to start the feast, Old Mu spoke up, reminding him that Grandpa Song had also invited guests from the Kong family. Thanks to this, Grandpa Song remembered it, then raised his glass and drank it, as if punishing himself. Old Mu was about to go urge the Kongs out, but Grandpa Song stopped him. Calling Kong Fan a kid, even though he's the city lord of a whole city, gotta show some respect to the imperial dog, right? Just wait a sec. As soon as Song Yunrui heard the Kong family was coming, his eyes practically popped out. He grilled Yunxiu. "Is Kong Xinchong coming tonight too?" Seeing his reaction, Yunxiu was not impressed. She told her little bro to chill, cause Kong Xinchong's practically engaged to Yunxiang, like, your future sister, Min Law. But Song Yunrui just got even more cocky. He was all, "Nah, Kong Xinchong's never gonna be into the good-for-nothing Yunxiang. Once I break through to the Earth realm and prove I'm the Song family genius, I'll ask Grandpa to change the engagement." Yunxiu just kept cringing harder and harder. She didn't get why everyone was obsessed with Kong Xinchong. She could tell at a glance that girl was a total green tea BTCH. Even so, Song Yunrui defended Kong Xinchong like crazy, telling Yunxiu not to be so prejudiced. Then Yunrui narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering if Yunxiu was just jealous that Xinchong was more popular. I mean, Xinchong's got that it factor. She's gentle, and her figure's way better than yours. And while saying that, Song Yunrui glanced down at Yunxiu's flat chest. Yunxiu instantly went ballistic, roaring at Song Yunrui like a wild animal. She wanted to grind him into a million pieces. Good thing someone nearby held her back. Not sticking around any longer, Song Yunrui eagerly dashed outside to greet the Kong family crew. No matter what Madam Cheng said, he wouldn't listen. Old Song was too lazy to care either, letting his grandson do whatever. A little later, Qing Dai told Yunxiang that Ma Jinhua was back, and wanted to report to Yunxiang and the Marquis. Before Yunxiang could even say anything, Old Song gave the thumbs up. Then he stood up, and told everyone to hang tight, while he took Yunxiang and the crew to the next room. Song Yunqi chased after them, but Qing Dai slammed the door in his face. This cold shoulder left him frozen on the spot. Once inside, A Jin and A Xia immediately clasped their fists in salute. Keeping it brief, Old Song told them to get down to business. With that, Ma Jinhua pulled out a bunch of photos he'd secretly snapped. Yunxiang immediately broke out in a cold sweat, cause they were all pics of Kong Xinchong getting cozy with Shun Xia. According to Ma Jinhua, based on intel from the Dark Guard spies in the Kong household, the old man of the Kong family was breaking through to the Heaven Realm and planned to take Shun Xia in as a live-in son-in-law. They were planning to use tonight's banquet to call off the engagement in front of everyone. The Kong family elder even talked about making a move against the Song family. Just now, Kong Xinchong led the Kong City Lord and the Kong Elder to secretly check out Shun Xia. The whole conversation was recorded. After that, Ma Jinhua played the recording of Kong Xinchong and Shun Xia, chatting all lovey-dovey, leaving Yunxiang's crew totally speechless. Seriously, just wow. So Yunxiang now had the full picture. Looks like their confidence came from the Kong family elder breaking through to the Heaven Realm. Next to him, Old Song had a knowing look on his face, wondering what the heck the Kong family was playing at. Did they really want to mess with him? They'll laugh themselves to death, they will. Then, Old Song told Yunxiang to decide what to do about it. If he wanted to keep the engagement, the Song family could definitely reveal a few trump cards. Without even thinking, Yunxiang said no way, just cancel it already. And no need to show off the Song family's trump cards either. Yunxiang said that, but Old Song didn't think it was right. They were practically spitting in their faces. They had to show something. What Yunxiang really meant was, don't reveal the trump cards, but new cards are fair game. Hearing Yunxiang call their names, A Jin, A Xia, and Qing Dai, all stared in confusion. Even so, they completely followed Yunxiang's orders. Yunxiang pulled out 2 bottles of elixirs and said, "We're gonna have all 3 of you break through to the Heaven Realm right now. Let's see how tough that old Kong fart really is." Outside the hall, Song Yunqi pressed his ear to the door, trying to eavesdrop. But no matter how hard he strained, he couldn't hear a thing. Not even a ripple of soul energy. He wondered if Grandpa was just loaded and had set up some super high-level formation for the side hall. As he was pondering, a hand grabbed his ear and dragged him away. Yunjin scolded Yunqi in annoyance, berating him for not sitting properly at the table and acting like a fool. As soon as she finished speaking, a surge of soul force rippled out, causing everyone to freeze in place, like a jolt of electricity running through their minds. Although the 2 sounds were very faint, Yunjin sensed it. It was the fluctuation of a heaven stage breakthrough. This, Yanshui. Yunqi felt the same. He was about to say something when Yunjin clamped her hand over his mouth. Behind them, Yunshu also noticed the door. She faintly sensed the soul force fluctuations, but due to her lower cultivation level, she couldn't grasp it clearly, only able to guess based on Yunjin and Yunqi's expressions. On the contrary, Yunshu smelled money in it. Meanwhile, Songshi also sensed the fluctuation earlier, his face sweating with gravity, which confused Songshang. Calming down, Songshi chose not to say anything. On Yanqi's side, he was completely thrilled, convinced that Yunxiang still had good stuff, and the commotion just now must have been caused by Yunxiang. Hearing this, Yunjin was completely confused. Then Yunqi recounted everything that happened before. Yunxiang, in front of them, ate an earth spirit pill and directly broke through from earth, stage initial to earth, stage mid. As soon as she heard earth spirit pill, Yunjin was stunned. She didn't expect Yunxiang to have such treasures. Recalling it, Yunqi even felt proud because he had been quick-witted enough to kneel down and call him Big Bro, and Yunxiang promised that if he behaved well these few days, he'd give him one. After speaking, he turned to Yunjin and urged her to acknowledge Yunxiang as her Big Bro too, saying she might get some benefits and save herself 2 or 3 years of arduous cultivation. At this moment, Yunjin was deep in thought, not paying attention to Yunqi. She felt Yunxiang was too reckless. She had originally thought that his return would bring great improvement, but unexpectedly, he still had the temperament of a young master. Just to compete with his younger brother, he actually ate such a precious treasure himself. If he had sold that pill, it would at least cover the expenses of the Crimson Swan army for several months. Suddenly, Yunjin remembered Yunqi's words and turned to ask, unable to resist grabbing Yunqi's collar and questioning him. Did he just say that Yunxiang had more than one of that kind of pill? Yunqi, shaken until his head was spinning, recounted that Yunxiang had taken out about a dozen of them at the time. Receiving the answer, Yunjin's expression turned extremely stunned, her mouth stammering, unable to form words. On Yunshu's side, she had been watching the two siblings from the beginning, vaguely suspecting that they had discovered something. She would find her mother later to ask about it. Realizing that she was overreacting, Yunjin covered her face to calm herself down, inwardly reminding herself that she was the commander of 800 female generals of the Crimson Swan army. It was just over 10 5-star pills, okay? She absolutely couldn't reveal an inexperienced appearance in front of the girls. Just as Yunjin breathed a sigh of relief, another surge of soul force emanated out. This time, even more powerful than the previous one, it directly caused the wine jug on the table to crack and shatter. Even Yunjin was knocked to her knees by it. Yunjin's expression was bewildered and disbelieving. In such a short time, 2 people had broken through to the heaven stage. Beside her, Yunqi, without exception, was pale and dizzy, thinking that if he had shamelessly gone in earlier, he might already be a heaven stage cultivator by now. Inside the room, Yunxiang and Old Song were sitting cross-legged, observing Qingdai, who had collapsed to the ground, constantly emitting strange tremors. Looking at the formation in the room, Yunxiang looked down on it a bit. It's only 3 heaven stage breakthroughs, and it's already collapsing. His words unintentionally made Old Song even more horrified. He didn't expect Yunxiang's skill in formations to be no less than his skill in alchemy, and it could only withstand 3 times? Is this even human language? Doesn't he know that he spent a lot of money to have a formation master set up a one-time use grand formation? As for Old Mu, he wasn't doing much better. His horizons broadened when Yunxiang could use external force to help 3 people break through to the heaven stage like this. The old geezers, who were always secretly hiding their strength, felt a little devalued. After a while, Yunxiang finally stepped forward to ask about Qingdai's condition. Qingdai was drenched in sweat, in disbelief that she had broken through to the celestial stage just like that. But guess what? Yunxiang was actually complaining that she was too slow, saying she'd wasted a lot of his effort. A Jin and A Xia were at the peak Earth stage, needing only a single pill. But Qingdai was at the initial Earth stage, and pushing her to the celestial stage had drained his funds. Truth is, it was only like 5% of Yunxiang's stash. Talk about a huge debt. Qingdai, feeling super grateful, pledged herself as a death-sworn warrior of the Song family, promising to obey any order and become Yunxiang's blade, slicing down all enemies. Next up, Yunxiang whipped out a talisman to purify Qingdai's potential. Seeing as her potential was limited, Yunxiang figured forcing her to the celestial stage with external power wouldn't be a loss. After activating the purification talisman, Qingdai was enveloped in a bubble of water, quickly scrubbing away every impurity on her body. When it was all over, Qingdai was sparkling clean, with no sign that she had just broken through. Then, Yunxiang turned to Jin and Ixia, asking if they had stabilized themselves. As soon as he finished, both of them stood up, completely stable, feeling the celestial stage power in their bodies. Ixia just wanted to quickly assemble his soul armor and get into a fight, while Shin couldn't resist taking a step into the air. He'd wanted to try this for ages. It was so awesome. Seeing this, Yunxiang gently reminded them not to show off so much, thinking to himself, celestial stage is just kindergarten. The saint stage is where it really begins. Their potential was definitely enough to reach the saint stage. They just needed to train steadily. Suddenly, manhwa sensed his soul power connecting to something in the sky. Hearing this, Gao Gaichia was surprised. He was also at the celestial stage, but he couldn't sense anything. Little did they know, Yunxiang was shocked by this. Immediately, the name Star Network popped into Yunxiang's head. He hadn't expected Jin to be able to sense its existence. Seems he has a talent for divine sense perception. Maybe he should get him a mech with enhanced sensing abilities later on. Adding to that, Old Song called it a celestial omen. Ma Jinhua was stunned beyond words. Like he'd just learned something earth-shattering. He'd vaguely suspected something before, and now he knew for sure. Soul power originates from the will of the heavenly Tao. After saying that, Old Song winked at Yunxiang. Yunxiang easily understood the hidden meaning. Grandpa was afraid he'd blurt out Star Network, and Heavenly Tao was a term used across all continents. After all, most Saint Stage cultivators and a few Celestial Stage ones could sense it. Gao Gaichia was already itching for action, asking Yunxiang what they should do now. Should they go capture a Celestial Stage cultivator from the Kong family for a beatdown, and then figure things out? Clearly, Yunxiang didn't want that. It wasn't necessary to clash with the Kong family just yet. Yunxiang's initial idea was to have the three of them act as deterrents, hoping Old Man Kong would resolve this peacefully and humbly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Jinhua had an idea. How about he and Jin change into the doorkeeper's outfits at the East Courtyard, and then Qingdai acts as the head maid to welcome the Kong family? After a moment of silence, Yunxiang burst out laughing, patting Ma Jinhua on the shoulder and showering him with praise. That's a brilliant idea, and it's totally up my alley. Beside them, Old Song and Old Mu watched the mischievous youngsters in silence. Old Mu was a little hesitant about revealing their strength like this, but Old Song didn't see any problems. This was a good thing. The Song family had been in the doldrums for over a decade. It was time to show those guys a few tricks. If they didn't drop their pants, how would anyone know who could pee the farthest? As he spoke, Old Song put on a profound and enigmatic expression, but his words just made Old Mu feel a little uneasy, and he coughed lightly to remind Old Song to watch his language. At the main gate of the Song residence's outer courtyard, a group of servants was already kneeling to form a pathway, with Song Yun Rui and the steward of the central courtyard in the middle. Before long, the Kong family's airship gradually arrived. Song Yun Rui's spirit was filled with anticipation. To him, the Kong family was an unparalleled and esteemed guest. Suddenly, countless streaks of light appeared in the sky, creating a strange phenomenon. This sight immediately caused Song Yun Rui and those around him to become cautious, and, on alert, Song Yun Rui's expression was one of bewildered shock and confusion, but he saw someone stepping into the air. And only Celestial Stage experts or higher could do that. The old steward of the central courtyard was shocked and stammered. The attire of the people who came, seems to be from the east courtyard. Not long before, the Kong family had already set off for the Song family. Sitting in the airship, Kong Xingxin kept mentioning Sun Xia, asking old Kong what he thought of him. Compared to those lazy, good-for-nothing spoiled brats, he's definitely more outstanding. Across from her, old Kong nodded in agreement. Just now, while Kong Xingxin and Sun Xia were talking, he and Kong Xingxin's father took the opportunity to observe him. Although Sun Xia comes from a poor background, there's an extraordinary spirit between his brows. He's truly a good prospect. As for Song Yunxiang, he had met him a few times. Not only is his soul meridian flawed, but he's not even as good a person as Sun Xia. From this, he felt that Kong Xingxin's judgment wasn't bad. Having received this praise, Kong Xingxin was even happier. On the contrary, she didn't think Grandpa Kong was exaggerating. He thinks Sun Xia only has mysterious rank cultivation, and that little bit of strength isn't even as good as the city lord's manners guards. At this point, old Kong finally spoke, revealing the special point. He sensed an extraordinary aura from Sun Xia. It's likely he truly is, as he said, the host of the Star Soul General Cao Ren. Having said that, Kong fans still couldn't believe it. But old Kong, relying on his celestial rank cultivation, had a divine sense that was far stronger than earth rank. Moreover, he had once served that great person. He couldn't mistake this kind of extraordinary aura. In his heart, Kong Fan was still full of hesitation. What if Sun Xia used some kind of unorthodox trick to deceive them? He felt they still couldn't put all their eggs in Sun Xia's basket. At this point, Kong Xingxin couldn't hold back. She didn't hesitate to scold her father and defend Sun Xia. In her opinion, Song Yunxiang was the one using some kind of trick to pretend to be the host of Zuoqin to deceive others. Although Kong Fan was angry and wanted to explode, he was stopped by Grandpa Kong, who told the two of them not to argue. This banquet at the Song family can be used as an opportunity to act. If Song Yunxiang is too terrible, we'll directly call off the engagement. Old Song boldly said the word. He just happened to be able to use the excuse to get angry. On the other hand, if Song Yunxiang is the host of Xixia, he'll even tell his granddaughter to play both sides. First secretly continue to nurture Sun Xia, and slowly find an opportunity to devour the Song family's assets. This point was very much in line with Kong fans' thinking, and they finally found common ground. As for Kong Xingxin, she didn't care what her grandpa and father did. No matter what, she had to cancel this engagement. She would stir up the Song family later. At the main entrance of the Song residence's outer courtyard, Song Yunrui and the old steward both retreated in fear. Song Yunrui questioned in bewilderment, asking if the person in front of him wasn't the head maid of the east courtyard. Across from him, Qingdai lightly bowed her head in confirmation, and at the same time said that they were ordered by Yunxiang to come out and welcome the Kong family's guests. With just a glance at the old steward of the central courtyard, he reminded Song Yunrui to be careful. The aura of these three people was unusual. He was afraid their cultivation had already reached the celestial rank. Needless to say, Song Yunrui also knew. He hadn't missed the fact that they had just floated through the air. While probing, the old steward explained that the two people wearing gatekeeper's attire he had seen before. They were definitely not ordinary gatekeepers. They might be a group secretly nurtured by the Marquis. In his mind, Song Yunrui vaguely thought of the shadow guards. Immediately, the old steward reminded him to be careful with his words. Shadow guards were among the most secret of the Song family's secrets. The old Marquis probably wouldn't use them for such a small matter. Hearing these words, Song Yunrui also felt it made sense. While he was still thinking, the Kong family's airship arrived in front of him. The airship slowly landed in the wide courtyard in front of Song Yunrui, and he hurriedly told his subordinates to prepare in a fluster. The airship door opened. Kong Xingxin stepped down first. Without exception, she received Song Yunrui's respectful welcome. Seeing him, she was a little surprised, and asked, "Who is Song Yunxiang?" Across from her, Song Yunrui still solemnly introduced himself. Outwardly, Kong Xingxin expressed surprise at him, even mentioning that Song Yunrui cultivated diligently, and was unexpectedly also a humble young master of a wealthy family. In her heart she was disgusted to the point of nausea, secretly cursing Song Yunrui as an idiot. To her, Song Yunxiang was a piece of trash, and she guessed his cousin wasn't a good thing either. Song Yunrui, being the total airhead that he is, didn't see through any of it, and just grinned like an idiot, thinking he was actually being complimented. Kong Xinhin took one look and knew he was a creep. This whole situation was making her want to puke. A second later, Kong Fan and Old Master Kong also got out of the car, immediately asking about the person in front of them. Putting on a show for the outsiders, Kong Xinxin pretended to be super close to her dad and heaped praises on Song Yunrui. In front of the Kong family, Song Yunrui was trying even harder to show off just how amazing he was. Kong Fan walked up and patted Song Yunrui on the shoulder, showering him with compliments. He totally thought this guy was a real talent, something special. If he wasn't mistaken, Song Yunrui was Song Ye, the business whiz of the Song family. Song Yunrui casually dropped a line about his dad, shamelessly claiming he was the biggest success story in Nanzhao. Old Master Kong, meanwhile, was silently scoffing. He could tell Song Yunrui was just full of hot air, a clueless businessman trying too hard. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. He thought to himself, "Fine then, I'll just release my celestial, stage aura, and shut everyone up." With that thought, Old Master Kong instantly unleashed his powerful aura, sending everyone around him stumbling backward. And of course, Old Master Kong was just loving it, going all out to show off. Song Yunrui and the old steward were struggling to stay on their feet, finally realizing this guy was also a celestial stage powerhouse. Even Kong Fan and Kong Xinxin were affected. Not knowing what side to take, Kong Fan understood. This was his dad trying to smack the Song family down. In his heart, Old Master Kong was full of disdain. Feeling sorry for Yunxiang, he can't blame him for showing off. If the Song family only had a boorish old head of the family to blame. Everyone around them collapsed to the ground, except for Qing Dai, Jin, and Jiri, who stood tall without even budging. After a moment, Qing Dai quietly asked, "Hey, Jin, is it time?" Getting the reply, the three of them simultaneously released a wave of overwhelming pressure. In an instant, Old Master Kong's aura completely vanished. Kong Fan's face showed total disbelief. He didn't understand how a celestial stage aura could be suppressed. Could it be those three tiny figures? Kong Xinxin was no exception. Blankly asked her grandfather, "Why have you taken your aura away?" The old steward in the central courtyard was just about to voice his doubts when Song Yunrui shut him up. He continued to observe the people in front of him, getting a clear picture of the situation. Kong Fan respectfully clasped his fist and asked for the names of the three people. Qing Dai slightly turned her body, introduced Jin and Ji as guards of the Song mansion, and herself as the head maid of the eastern courtyard. They were here on young Master Yunxiang's orders to specially welcome the honored guests of the Kong family. Silence fell over the entire area. As for Old Master Kong, he stood frozen in place, mouth agape, sweating bullets. He couldn't believe this was real. How could the Song family have three celestial stage cultivators? That was the question in his mind. Back in the banquet hall, Song Yunxiu was extremely shocked when she heard her mother, Madame Cheng, say that Song Yunxiang had the Earth Spirit pill. The two whispered together. The more they talked, the more surprised Song Yunxiu became. She couldn't believe that Yunxiang would have such a treasure. The consort was both annoyed and sure. With her daughter, Song Yunxiang used one directly in front of them. It was so exaggerated that Song Yongqi knelt down. Remembering that, Song Yunxiu thought it was right. She had long seen that the reactions of the two Yinjin sisters were not quite right. Speaking of this, Madame Cheng's intention Yunxiu had understood. If there are more than a dozen Earth Spirit pills, I am afraid that there is really a great alchemist behind Yunxiang, and at least from the 5th level or higher. The excitement became more and more apparent on Song Yunxiu's face. She comforted Madame Cheng. This deal must be for their west courtyard. Hearing this, Madame Cheng glanced to the side, looking embarrassed. Song Yunxiu immediately understood, guessing that her mother was afraid of concubines stealing it. While coughing, Madame Cheng nodded to her daughter. Received the answer, Song Yunxiu started to feel anxious. All the medicinal business of the Song family was managed by that Ji Zhao. Looks like she needed to plan things out in detail. The door to the study opened. Old Man Song led everyone out, leaving everyone speechless. Just one glance was enough for Yunxiang to grasp the situation outside. The two Yunjin sisters both had Earth Realm cultivation, guessing they must have sensed the breakthrough fluctuations in the hall earlier. Sure enough, Song Yunqi sidled up, whispering, "Is Yunxiang experimenting with something cool?" Yunxiang didn't deny it, just mumbled a soft "oh" like, confirming the suspicion. This made Song Yunqi even more eager to brown Frunos, asking if there was anything he could contribute. "If you want to test any pills, I wouldn't mind being a guinea pig." As he approached his seat, Song Yunxiu politely stood up, pulling out the chair for Yunxiang, her attitude making a complete 180. Yunxiang didn't refuse, calmly sat down, and thanked her. At the same time, a servant came in to announce that the Kong family's airship had arrived. Yunrui and some of the east courtyards were welcoming them. Hearing this, Old Man Song gave a slight "oh," showing a bit of anticipation, his face emotionless but full of meaning. Then, Old Man Song beckoned the housekeeper over, whispering, "Tell Old Mun to arrange things a little." After saying that, Old Man Song and Yunxiang exchanged knowing smiles, leaving everyone else totally confused. Song Yunxiu had been paying attention the whole time, clearly sensing that Yunxiang and Old Man Song were having a good show-coming vibe, questioning, could it be they've dug a pit for the Kong family? At the main gate of the Song residence, after stabilizing the situation, Qing Dai politely invited the Kong family inside, acting like nothing had happened. In front of Song Yunrui, Kong Xinxin walked arrogantly, but after a few steps, she realized that her grandma and grandpa were still standing there dumbfounded. Hearing the question, Kong Fan awkwardly nodded, turning to look at Old Master Kong for his opinion, only to see Kong Chuan's eyes wide with shock, full of terror. Still unable to believe it was true, the Song family actually had 3 celestial realm cultivators, and they looked so young. Taking a closer look, he noticed they were all wearing servants' clothes. This realization was like a slap that calmed Old Master Kong down, making him think the Song family had just used some kind of heretical magic trick to fool him. The more he thought about it, the more believable it sounded. Even if these young people had reached the celestial realm, why would they willingly be servants in the Song family? Regaining his superior attitude, Old Master Kong coldly told his son to go, huffing internally, wanting to see what tricks the Song family was trying to pull. Just like that, the Kong family followed Qing Dai's lead down the path. Reaching a turn in the road, Old Master Kong suddenly pulled his son back, handing Kong Fan a Soul General token with a gentleman's sword. He told his son that if anything bad happened, to immediately take Xinxin and run. Taking it, Kong Fan worriedly asked about Old Master Kong. "There's only one of these. If I give it to him, what about you?" In response, Old Master Kong took out another spare soul talisman. As he spoke, Kong Chuan surveyed his surroundings, accidentally seeing the black shadow not far away. This immediately made Old Master Kong stand up straight, carefully scrutinizing it for a moment. The black shadow suddenly glanced over, glaring. A powerful wave of pressure slammed into Old Master Kong's legs, causing him to kneel in agony. The soul talisman in his hand slipped, falling to the ground. When Kong Fan saw this, he was understandably confused. He quickly helped Old Man Kong up and asked what was wrong. All he saw was Old Kong's face twisted in agony as he asked in a strained voice who it was. But by the time he looked back at that shadowy spot, there wasn't a single soul there. For a moment, Old Kong wondered if he was just getting old and seeing things. But as that thought ended, Old Kong's expression became even more shocked, his face covered in cold sweat, because there was still an unburnt cigarette butt where the shadow had been. Meaning, he wasn't just imagining things. At the same time, Kong Xinxin turned around and asked what was going on. Kong Fan chose to hide the truth from his daughter and told her to go on ahead. Old Kong collapsed to the ground, shaking so hard he couldn't stand up. It took his son a while to help him get back on his feet. The air on the road was eerily silent. Old Kong's heart sank. He kept denying it, saying this wasn't possible. How could the Song family have such a powerful expert? Suddenly, Old Kong sensed something, and glanced to the side. In a hidden corner, he saw a figure in a wheelchair staring back at him. Old Kong's eyes widened in extreme fear. He almost threw up. The mysterious person frowned slightly, releasing a wave of power far beyond imagination, causing Old Kong's heart to seize up. He immediately coughed up blood and collapsed backward. Seeing this, the Kong family and Song Yunrui were all surprised, and quickly turned around to ask what was wrong. Old Song sat slumped on the ground, repeatedly saying he was fine, making excuses that he had tripped. Kong Xinqian didn't believe him, and asked about the blood on his mouth, but Old Kong said he had accidentally bitten his tongue. The tension made Old Kong pant heavily, daring only to glance at where the mysterious person had been, but there was no one there now, making him even more confused. Qingdai and the others watched quietly, without saying anything. Qingdai hadn't been informed about this, but she guessed those two had made their move. Back in the east courtyard, she had sensed those two were a bit unfathomable, but she didn't expect them to be heavenly realm experts and know these strange tricks. On the roof of a building, two figures stood tall under the moonlight. A moment later, Lao Mu appeared next to Xiaobo, Si Wang, and Mo San. Lao Mu reminded them that Master Hao had only asked the two of them to lock onto Old Man Kong alone, without alarming anyone else. This kind of move was too ruthless. Lao San snorted coldly, venting his annoyance. They dared to cause trouble at the Kong family's place. I didn't crush Kong Chuan's balls only out of respect for the imperial court. This left Lao Mu speechless, reminding Lao San to watch his words. At the same time, the Kong family had been led to the entrance of the banquet hall. As for Kong Chuan, he was still shaken by what had just happened. Now he truly believed the Song family had strong experts, and they were hiding so many of them. They're really asking for it. This time he would definitely report to the imperial court that the Song family was hiding ulterior motives and deserved to be charged with treason. Suddenly, Old Kong felt something was wrong, his hand clenching tighter on his chest. Although the two experts had only locked onto him, without alarming anyone else, but revealing such strength like that, Old Kong wondered if the Song family didn't want him to return alive. Thinking of this, Old Kong's eyes widened, and he desperately felt like he was about to die. Old Kong's steps became difficult. Trembling, his face was constantly covered in cold sweat. He realized he had underestimated the heroes of the world. This banquet was a trap. As he thought this, Old Kong withdrew his hand from his son. Taking out a pill from his sleeve, Old Kong felt that he couldn't just sit and wait for death like this. As long as he used this strength-enhancing pill and formed his astral soul and left, even the Song family's experts wouldn't be able to stop him. As for his son and granddaughter, he could only secretly apologize. Just as Kong Lao was about to use the pill, Lao Mu suddenly appeared behind him, coldly speaking up, causing Kong Lao's whole body to jolt. The pill in his hand directly dropped to the ground. Seeing nothing amiss, Lao Muti politely invited him inside, saying that Hao, Ye, and the others had been waiting. Kong Lao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He sensed that this guy was even stronger than those two ghosts from before. Responding to Kong Lao's questions, Lao Mu introduced himself as the East Courtyard's manager, still politely inviting him in. Faced with such a powerful expert, Kong Chuan could only stammer an agreement, not daring to argue even half a word. Qingdai led the way. She entered the hall and reported in. Just as she set down the teacup, Song Lao boomed out. With a sharp look on his face, he said, "Have the musicians play to welcome our distinguished guest, and make sure it's some funeral music." Hearing this, Qingdai couldn't believe it, and quickly asked for confirmation. Luckily, Song Lao was just joking. Soon, the Kong family entered the hall. As soon as she saw Song Lao, Kong Xinqian immediately spread her skirt and respectfully greeted him. Beside her, Kong Fan also clasped his fist in a polite greeting. Everyone in the Song family except Song Shulao stood up to return the greeting. On the surface, Song Lao was still impeccably polite, exchanging a few social pleasantries, and then told his daughter, Kalala, to step back and offer the opposite seat. Song Yunrui was sticking to Kong Xinqian like glue, inviting her to sit next to him. Looking around, Song Lao asked about Kong Lao. Weren't you supposed to come together? With that said, Kong Lao reluctantly shuffled in, his attitude very humble. This display made Song Fan reconsider. Dad, he's been acting strange ever since he arrived at the Song family. Could it be that Kong Lao relied on his keen spiritual sense to detect something special about the Song family? As he hurried in, Kong Lao warmly called Song Lao Big Brother, identifying himself as just a younger bro, and profusely apologized for being late. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Lao suddenly glared. Kong Lao's expression looked like he was about to explode, so startled that he stumbled and knelt down on both knees. Seeing this scene, the entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned to Kong Lao. Kong Xingxin's mood became even more awful. This was how many times her grandpa had acted like this now, and he was even a heavenly stage expert. It was so embarrassing. Suddenly, Yunxiang spoke up, breaking the silence. Although he was indeed late, I don't think old man Kong needs to punish himself like this. These words made the entire Song family couldn't help laughing, forcing out giggles with clenched mouths. As for Song Lao, he suppressed his emotions, asked a few questions, and then told someone to help Kong Lao up. As for Kong Lao, he could only blame it on seeing Song Lao and getting too excited, and accidentally stumbled. It's good if you're okay. Take your seat, Song Lao said coldly, sounding like giving an order, completely putting his seniority above everything else. Even so, Kong Lao could only obediently obey. Before all that, the old guy turned to Lao Mu, all meek and mild, explaining how he'd accidentally dropped a precious treasure and was in such a rush to see the marquee that he didn't have time to look for it. He asked Lao Mu to arrange for people to help find it, saying he'd be super grateful. Lao Mu just reassured him, saying something like, anything that falls inside the Song family's estate ain't gonna just vanish into thin air. Then Lao Mua turned around and yelled at the servants, repeating Kong Lao's words about a big reward for whoever finds the treasure. Immediately, the servants roared their acknowledgement, creating a booming atmosphere. Song Lao gave Yunxiang a thumbs up, showing his approval. If he wasn't mistaken, Kong Lao tripped because of some formation Yunxiang set up. Naughty boy. Yunxiang just smiled faintly and asked, weren't you also making moves, Grandpa? We're even. After saying that, he turned towards the outside and ordered the servants to bring up the food. A long line of maids walked in, one by one, setting down countless delicacies and fine wines. Even with the bustling scene, Kong Lao couldn't enjoy any of it. His heart was afluttered with unease. Beside him, Kong Xingxin kept examining her father and grandfather. They had clearly said they were going to come in strong and demand the cancellation of the engagement. Now they were actually sitting down to eat. She had no choice but to choose to speak herself. After thinking, Kong Xingxin stood up and spoke without hesitating. But she only said half of what she wanted before Kong Lao cut her off, scolding her for being disrespectful. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse his granddaughter. Does she want to leave her grandfather with no way out? Kong Fan was no exception, telling Kong Xingxin to listen to her grandfather and observe for a while before speaking. This left Kong Xingxin utterly bewildered and confused. Just as she sat down, Kong Lao and Kong Fan both stood up and bowed with clasped hands to apologize to Song Lao, blaming Kong Xingxin for being spoiled at home. Song Lao just laughed heartily and cheerfully, waving it off and even praising Kong Xingxin for being so outstanding, saying she must be the apple of the Kong family's eye. The entire banquet followed Song Lao's lead and raised their glasses together, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Kong Xingxin's mood got more and more agitated, wanting to figure out a way to handle this herself. If her grandfather and father wouldn't let her speak, she would borrow the name of that somewhat slow Song Yunrui. Seeing Kong Xingxin look at him, Song Yunrui's heart bloomed like a flower, and he quickly whispered to Yunshu about this, showing off. At the same time, Yunxiang got a text message. He immediately stood up to excuse himself from his grandfather for a moment, then entered the side hall, where Yunxiang answered the call. The caller was the Hongxi store's manager. The 4 medicinal ingredients that Yunxiang tasked him to find had been inquired about, and they had a way to get one of them, currently using the Lingyan City branch to transfer the goods from the North Continent. The other two were only available in the lower realms, and they could find them, but it would take some time. The real trouble was the final main ingredient, the witherless flower, which was extremely rare. They had only found traces of one in the hands of the Mu family of Sand Dune City. Sand Dune City of the lower realm state is surrounded by the Desert of Death. It is an important military stronghold of the lower realm state, defending against the fierce beasts of southern wastelands and suppressing the Bujolo tribe of monster races. With the rapid expansion of the lower realm state to the east of the desert, a large number of people have gathered here. The city has been built in less than 100 years. Sand Dune City has undergone several expansions. Within the 100 Shanghai walls, 4 areas have gradually formed. Noble families lived in the inner city, receiving layers of protection from the high walls and enjoying a luxurious life. 90% of the military force in Sand Dune City is stationed in the West City. Although it is independent outside the 3 layers of the city and only connected to the outer walls, the West City is, on the contrary, the place with the highest defense of the entire city. The Middle City, built around the inner city, is where the commerce, auction houses, slave markets, food and entertainment services of Sand Dune City are concentrated. The outer city, on the outermost layer, is for refugees, slaves, and Pellant wanderers. According to the shopkeeper, the Mu family, who owns the witherless flower, is in the west city of Sand Dune. They belong to the G expansion faction, hold over 60% of the military power of the West City, and are one of the 3 major powers in the open in Sand Dune City. If it were the expansion or stabilization faction, they could talk using the relationship of the Hongxi Chamber of Commerce. But the expansion faction is extremely hostile to the merchants of Tiandu, so it would be a bit difficult. This news made Yunxiang frown slightly, so he asked, "Besides the witherless flower, when can the others be delivered to Yunxiang City?" Doing some quick math, Grand Steward Ang said it'd take about 10 days, give or take. Something's up. Yunxiang's eyes narrowed slightly. He pressed for details. According to Grand Steward Ang, the other 2, the Celestial Balance and the Purple Sand Egg, are in the hands of researchers Do-sama Lin and under the control of the Xia Yu Nation. They're not taking cash, only trading for ferocious beast materials. Yunxiang had to admit, they were playing the game smart with that tactic. He continued, Grand Steward said that the stuff they want, Hongxi, only buys from the southern wastelands and the Desert of Death. We're gonna need a lot of luck, so the time frame's kinda up in the air. Getting the full picture, Yunxiang told him to send over the list of ferocious beast materials. He'd handle it himself. Perfect timing, actually. Yunxiang needs real combat to stabilize his Earth realm cultivation anyway, and he's got to hit up the Desert of Death to find the Star-Lord's hidden realm. Thinking about it, he accidentally stumbled into that realm about 4 months after he first crossed the Desert of Death in his past life. If he sets off for the southern wastelands tomorrow to grab those ferocious beast materials, he'll have plenty of time. Yunxiang taking over the ferocious beast material hunt was a huge relief for the Grand Steward, who was confident that the rest would be taken care of in 10 days. With that settled, Yunxiang made up his mind. He's gonna personally head to Sand Sculpture City and see if he can snag that limitless flower from the Mo family. Before hanging up, the Grand Steward chimed in with a word of caution. The Mo family and Sand Sculpture City's got serious muscle. Peaceful trade is the best outcome. Don't do anything too reckless. Yunxiang reassured him with a, I'll keep it in check. Meanwhile, back at the banquet hall, Kong Xinxin had gotten up and went to Song Yunrui to offer a toast. Her words of praise were making Song Yunrui's cheeks flush crimson. He lapped up every flattering word Kong Xinxin was spewing. She went on about how he was the most talented guy in the Song family, but it was such a shame that Grandpa Song favored Song Yunxiang. She really felt bad for him. Over with Grandpa Kong, he was bowing and scraping, offering Song Grandpa a drink. As he sipped, he prayed to his ancestors, hoping Kong Xinxin wouldn't stir up any trouble at the Song's place. He just broke through to the celestial realm, and he's still got some earthly pleasures to enjoy, wants to live it up for a few more years. Yunshu overheard Kong Xinxin's sweet talk and didn't hold back. calling her a green tea BTCH. She warned her not to cause any drama at the Song residence, or things would end badly. Hearing that, Kong Xingxin immediately toned it down and started showering Song Yunrui with compliments. Brown, menacing him to the heavens. Yunshu's expression darkened, and she doubled down on her warning. Don't think she doesn't know anything. If you don't want to see girl in green found dead in the streets on tomorrow's headlines, try it. Yunshu was definitely giving off killer vibes. Trying to use her little bro as a pawn over her dead body. Kong Xingxin casually laughed it off like nothing was wrong at first, then whispered, Yunshu's in charge of business management now. Taxes are bound to have some hiccups. All she needs to do is give the word, and the tax department will sort it out. Immediately, Yunshu knew that was a threat, and her hostility toward Kong Xingxin shot up. Only Song Yunrui had no clue, thinking Kong Xingxin genuinely wanted to help Yunshu with the business. Yunshu facepalmed. She couldn't believe how clueless her little bro was. On the other side, Yunqi had been watching the whole time, whispering to Yunjin, those two are at each other's throats like stray dogs, and that idiot Yunrui's actually helping the Kong girl? It's hilarious. A second later, Yunxiang strolled out of the side room. The moment she saw him, Kong Xingxin flashed a bright smile and greeted him. Expressionless, Yunxiang just glanced at her, making Grandpa Kong curse under his breath, hoping his granddaughter wasn't looking for trouble. Kong Fan, on the other hand, was confused. Wasn't his daughter supposed to hate Song Yunxiang? Grandpa Song was also keeping an eye on things, sensing Yunxiang was about to stir something up. Wonder who he's gonna swindle this time. All anyone saw was Yunxiang and Kong Xingxin chatting and laughing like old friends. No hint of any dislike. Sure enough, Song Yunrui saw that and blew a fuse. He huffed to himself, wondering what Yunxiang could possibly have to say that would make Xingxin act so friendly. His grip tightened on his wine glass like he wanted to crush it. This wasn't gonna fly. He was gonna embarrass Song Yunxiang in front of everyone. That idea was starting to solidify in Song Yunrui's mind. He's an Earthrealm powerhouse, and in front of a girl, strength is a man's greatest charm. So, Song Yunrui slams the table and shouts, Hey, you Song Yunxiang, you gonna help extract the soul talisman? Want a soul duel, huh? At the same time, both Yunxiang and Kong Xingxin are thinking, dude, he took the bait. Song Yunrui's challenge is, whoever wins gets rights. Before he could even finish, Yunqi just straight up kicks him like a bolt from the blue, sending him sprawling on the floor, which totally catches Yunxiang off guard. Scrambling to his feet, Song Yunrui starts yelling at Yunqi, asking him if he's got a screw loose. Yunqi just puffs out his chest and shouts back that Yunrui's being disrespectful to his older brother, being a total punk. Relying on his strength, Yunqi challenges Yunrui in front of everyone, making him whine like a little kid, asking what this has to do with Yunqi. Yunrui's mood tanks big time. No matter what happens today, he's got to make Yunxiang look bad in front of Song Xingxin. After thinking for a while, Song Yunrui gets up and acts all reasonable. He's saying he didn't mean anything by it, it's just the bros haven't seen each other in ages. Why not have a little spirit clash to liven up the party? He even says Yunxiang's probably learned a lot in the academy this year. Might as well show Grandpa and the elders a few moves. He remembers Yunxiang was only Huang stage mid-phase when he left last year, and he doubts Yun has broken through Xuan stage, but he'll suppress his cultivation to the same level. So it's a fair fight. After this declaration, everyone at the party is speechless, secretly thinking what an arrogant idiot Yunrui is, and he's probably going to get wrecked even worse. Yunqi wants to step in, but Yunxiang stops him, willing to have a bit of a clash with Yunrui. Lady Cheng wants to stop her son, but Yunshu stops her, explaining that Yunju thinks it's a good chance to see Yunxiang's real strength. Plus, if Yunxiang can teach dumbass Yunrui a lesson, that might not be a bad thing. At least the family won't go too hard on him. Otherwise, a scheming bitch like Song Xingxin will probably get screwed by society later. Getting Yunxiang's agreement, Yunrui gets all excited and forgets to manage setting up the training ground. Suddenly, Old Man Song waves his hand, saying no need, tells the two to just fight on the open ground outside the party hall, then turns to Old Man Kong, hinting that he should throw in something too. Old Man Kong nods. Then a split second later, realizes something's wrong. Just seeing Old Man Song beckoning. Explaining to Old Man Kong that since he's come all the way here, might as well cough up some bling as a reward for the winner. Even though he doesn't want to, Old Man Kong reluctantly agrees, fuming inside. Just because he's visiting doesn't mean he can spend his money. Seeing Old Man Kong's thoughts, Old Man Song doesn't give him a chance to refuse, throwing in some provoking barbs. No choice left, Old Man Kong has to take out the rejuvenation pill he won at the Hong auction. This thing was hard-earned. Since the two young men are putting on a show, he'll bite the bullet and use this as the prize for the winner. Immediately, Kong Fan tells him not to use it, because it can save his life during an emergency. Still, Kong Lao insists to put out the pill, since he knows if he doesn't bleed a little for the Song family today, he might not even live long enough to need the pill. As for Kong Xingxin, he'll give her a scolding when they get home. Seeing this, Yunxiang is shocked and can't believe Old Man Kong would put up something like that. Plus, it's one thing for her elder brother to do it, but why are her mom and aunt so calm? Seeing the huge reward, Song Yunrui gets even more hyped, clasping his hands to thank Old Man Kong like it's already his. As far as he knows, rejuvenation pills are top tier, can even save someone on their deathbed. On the battlefield, that's like an extra half-life. Can't buy it with money. Just thinking about it makes Song Yunrui drool. This time, not only can he make that brat Yunxiang lose face, but he can also get a treasure. When they return, he will use the excuse of giving rejuvenation Dan to his father, and he believed that his father would value Kong Xingxin. When that time comes, asking Grandpa to change the marriage contract will be natural. At the same time, Song Xingxin saw Grandpa Kong looking kinda pissed and freaked out, feeling like she'd just majorly screwed up. Still, Song Xingxin believed she could salvage the situation. After that dumbass Yunrui wins the elixir, she'd find a way to trick him into giving it back and return it to her grandpa. By the time Song Yunrui was done daydreaming, Yunxiang was already gone. According to the butler, he'd been waiting outside in the open space for ages. Buzzing with excitement, Song Yunrui hurried after him. Before that, he even suggested Kong Xingxin come out and see it for herself. For a moment, Kong Xingxin didn't know if she should go out or not, so she looked to Grandpa Kong for his opinion. Understanding his granddaughter's thoughts, Grandpa Kong turned to Grandpa Song and suggested he go out too, since he's got nothing to do anyway. Replying, Grandpa Song said he was good, and told a maid to bring over a panoramic display. Soon enough, the maid set up a watch on her wrist, and a screen appeared in the banquet hall, showing the scene outside in the open space. Yunxiang was standing there all cool, showing off his exceptional style. Looking at him, Song Yunrui was a bit surprised, thinking Yunxiang looked kinda badass with one hand in his pocket, acting like he didn't give a damn about anyone. Just wait till he's stomped under his feet. Then, only Yunrui will have that cool look. With that thought, Yunrui pointed at Yunxiang and yelled, "Don't blame me for not warning you first. People are different when they know their place," implying Yunxiang didn't deserve Kong Xingxin. Facing him, Yunxiang didn't even flinch. He told Song Yunrui to stop yapping and get on with it. Scowling, Song Yunrui wanted to see how long Yunxiang could keep up that tough guy act. A moment later, Song Yunrui already conjured his spirit form A mecha based on the Wu Wai Vian type. On the other hand, Yunxiang casually picked up his sword. Song Yunrui pointed right at Yunxiang's face and questioned why he hadn't conjured his spirit form yet. After asking, he figured Yunxiang was stalling for time. Duh? After all, with his flawed spirit channels, he can only maintain his form for 3 minutes. Hearing this, Yunxiang smirked mischievously and threw out a spirit talisman, creating a dazzling phenomenon. In a blink, the open space was set up with a barrier. Song Yunrui was both shocked and pissed, thinking Yunxiang was trying to pull some dirty trick on him, never expecting that good, for nothing Yunxiang would be so prepared. After the smoke cleared, Yunxiang slowly conjured his spirit form. A terrifying figure dimly appeared, its aura making Song Yunrui cover his face and stumble back, completely stunned, not believing Yunxiang's level was even higher than his. Before he could recover, a beam of light shot out, slicing straight through Yunrui's wrist. He screamed in pain and fell backward. As soon as he looked up, Yunxiang's Huang Tian was right at his throat. Inside, Yunxiang said with a mocking tone that Yunrui looked better with just one hand. Looking defeated, Song Yunrui stuttered in disbelief that the person in front of him was Yunxiang, his pupils shrinking, filled with anger, certain the other guy wasn't Yunxiang because he's too damn strong. In response to his question, Yunxiang actually admitted to being Song Yunxiang. An idea flashed in his mind, and he continued, "But I'm the Song Yunxiang from 60 years in the future." At the same time, hundreds of miles away, in Shadiao City, a group of people were setting out on camels. Their destination, of course, was Shadiao City. The reason for choosing camels was because they were relatively safe, although a bit slow, but not likely to encounter fierce beasts. While the old leader was drinking water, suddenly a subordinate looked up at the sky and exclaimed. The old leader wondered why, and reminded the subordinate to speak properly. "What is it? Spit it out." Only to hear him struggling to get the words out. Pointing at the sky, he said, "There's a huge fish up there." Back at the Song Manor, Yunxiang casually lopped off Yunrui's arm with a single move. Everyone who saw the red mecha was stunned, wondering what kind of spirit soul general it was to be so majestic and imposing. A chorus of gasps filled the hall, everyone feeling that Yunxiang was too OP, crippling Mecha Academy's Yunrui with just one hit. Kong Fan observed, thinking to himself, "The rumors are true. Song Yunxiang, the guy who used to be trash, really is the Tazi master." Beside him, Old Man Kong asked, puzzled, because the Tazi's appearance in Legends wasn't quite like this one. Kong Fan explained, guessing that Old Man Kong had been in seclusion for the past 5 years and didn't know the gossip circulating in Nanzhao. They say Tazi can transform into other spirit soul generals and also use their abilities. Hearing this, Old Man Kong was so shocked his jaw dropped. If that's the case, that's way too broken. Gradually, everyone in the hall started accepting the truth. Madame Cheng and the person next to her were skeptical, asking, "Old Man Song, is that really Song Yunxiang?" With a carefree look, Old Man Song laughed heartily. He asked them if they had heard of the battle at Changyuan Peak. Yun Shu chimed in, "I heard that in that battle, there was a red spirit soul general holding a 10-zang-long heavenly painted halberd, like a god of war, single-handedly turning the tide." Song Shi also said, "I heard at the school assembly that the red spirit soul general that reversed the battle was the mecha from the Daiji Martial Academy of Nanzhao branch. The mecha's master was the top male student, hailed by everyone as a hero. Who knew it was Yunxiang at the celebration party?" Hearing this, everyone looked up at the mecha on the screen in even more surprise. As for Old Man Song, he burst out laughing, confirming that what everyone said was true, that the hero of the great battle at Changyuan Peak was indeed his grandson, Song Jingzhao. After he said that, Madame Cheng and the kingdom were truly jaw-dropped into silence. But Madame He spoke up and asked Old Man Song, "Did you already know this?" Old Man Song replied that the people from Tianxing Pavilion thought for Yunxiang's safety, so the Tagazi information was all covered up. Now they know, is too late. He planned to announce this at tonight's dinner party. After thinking it through, "Madam," he exclaimed in shock, "if Yunxiang is the Tazi master, doesn't that mean the Jujuan Marquis Mansion is about to have another Saint Stage powerhouse?" This news excited Madame Cheng so much she broke out in a sweat. If the Song family returns to its peak period, her words at her mother's house will have more weight. For Yunxi and Ruitir, she also wanted to fight for a share for the Song family enterprise, only it was a pity the relationship between her and Yunxiang weren't good. At all cost, she will try to get close. What kind of integrity at this point? Su Yun cried with joy. Suddenly, Old Man Song laughed loudly and asked Old Man Kong what he thought, causing him to jump. Immediately, he stood up and gave his best wishes to the Song family. Forced to say that Yunxiang's talent was outstanding, he was not only the honor of the Song family, but also the honor of the Kong family, saying that he turned to ask Kong Hinhin for her opinion, causing her to freeze. On the surface, Kong Hinhin expressed sympathy, but in her heart she was upset and disgusted, feeling that Tazi was just so-so, and definitely not as good as Cao Ren of Xunxia. In fact, it was the Song old man who refuted the Kong family's words that the glory of the Song family was due to the merits of the ancestors, while the glory or misfortune of the Kong family had nothing to do with it. But Kong Lao didn't dare to reply, so he reluctantly accepted. Songshang had tears in his eyes. He secretly cursed Yunxiang for not keeping his promise. In the Song family, he and Yunxiang were known as trash. He promised to drink and hang out together. Now that Yunxiang is so outstanding, it seems that he is the only trash left in the Song family. Suddenly, Song Jin patted Song Shang on the shoulder. With an expectant face, she said, "Song Yunrui is starting to fight back outside." Song Yunrui stood up and came back. The missing arm was now constantly emitting electricity. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it, thinking that Yunxiang had used some kind of illusion. Now he was going to expose this trick for everyone to see. He saw Song Yunrui use segmented armor reconstruction, and the severed arm gradually solidified again. This was a bit unexpected for Yunxiang. He sighed inwardly that it was a little interesting that this kid had such an advanced combat technique, because this move required complex calculation ability, and the structure technique must be accurate to succeed, but once it failed, the soul power would be consumed a lot. It would be better to construct it again, which meant that only hard-working students can practice to the point of hitting 100/100ths. Song Yunrui being able to do that, on the other hand, is considered a talent. If that's the case, Yunxiang will test his ability with the same stage cultivation. Suddenly, Yunxiang deconstructed his soul armor, shocking Yunrui. After a moment, Yunxiang took out the Academy Soul Talisman and constructed it into UYVN mode. The viewers couldn't help but be surprised and wondered, could this be Tazi's ability? Song Yunrui was also confused when Yunxiang's aura changed again, becoming peak profound stage, just like him. He rushed up to attack Song Rui, and felt that his thoughts were right, that the Earth stage aura and mecha appearance just now were an eye-covering trick, his momentum soaring. Song Yunrui stomped and jumped high, using a killer move. Only when he slashed down did Yunxiang move to the side. Avoiding attacks nimbly, Yunrui glanced over again and swung his sword. Yunxiang jumped up calmly, continuing to dodge, causing Song Yunrui to change his expression with anger. He frantically attacked Yunxiang, who wasn't far away. Xia Beizhe and Lao Sun were watching the battle. After a while, Xia Beizhe changed his expression and asked, "San Lao, did you teach Yunxiang this Xuanjia guard footwork?" Unexpectedly, Lao San had the same thought. Assuming Xia Beizhe taught him, the two vaguely guessed it was Qing Dai. Probably she had secretly contacted Yunxiang without them knowing. Inside the barrier, Song Yunrui chased Yunxiang relentlessly. After a while, Yunxiang suddenly somersaulted to create distance while summoning his longsword. Just as Song Yunrui managed to steady himself, Yunxiang jumped high and counterattacked. Yunrui followed with his eyes, realizing that Yunxiang was imitating his moves. Just as he was about to break the technique, Yunxiang's figure suddenly appeared beside him, with such speed that Yunrui couldn't react in time, only to see Yunxiang circle behind him, suddenly kicking Yunrui away. In an instant, Yunxiang commented, "Yunrui's combat skills are alright, but his actual combat is still too weak," taking a kick without being prepared. Yunrui fell on his butt, angrily shouting that Yunxiang used despicable tricks to deceive him. Yunxiang looked down from above, mocking that Song Yunrui's incompetent appearance was really unsightly. Finishing his words, Yunxiang gave a sly smile. Good opportunity to probe him. Let me trick Song Yunrui a bit first, and see what happens. After thinking that, Yunxiang continued to put on a superior appearance, lecturing Yunrui, saying that he had put too much effort into empty theories. No wonder his second uncle had always looked down on him. He was indeed much worse than that bastard child. Every word pierced Song Yunrui's heart. He was both angry and confused that Yunxiang knew about those people. Could Yunxiu's guess be true? In the hall, everyone exclaimed at Yunxiang's strength, not expecting him to be so strong, beating Song Yunrui into submission. Like a cat playing with a mouse in an open space, Yunxiang's momentum overwhelmed the audience, making those around him couldn't help but admire him. Yunqi's eyes lit up, praising that Yunxiang's move just now was really awesome. Beside her, Yunjin couldn't help but feel that Yunxiang's combat experience was unbelievably rich. She wondered what Yunxiang had gone through in the past year. Qingdai blushed unconsciously, filled with admiration in her heart. Yunxiang is so amazing. When she turned to the side, Lao Mu was nowhere to be seen. With a whoosh, Lao Mu appeared beside Xia Beizhe and Lao San, scaring them. Startled, Lao San reminded Lao Mu not to appear like a ghost like that. Before he could finish, Lao Muxia interrupted them with a question. Lao Mu's expression was unusually serious, as he questioned why Yunxiang knew how to use the movement technique of the Xuanjia guards. When exactly did those two teach him? Before this question, the three elders immediately denied it. They had been living in seclusion for so long, precisely because they feared that the higher-ups would think the Song family was too powerful or still had ties to the Xuanjia guards. Hearing this, Lao Mu didn't doubt it but fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Lao San voiced his suspicion. Could this be related to Dilan Lan? This slight hesitation. It's a flag of the Xuanjia guards, above and below board. A lot of effort has been put in. Letting out a sigh, Xiaobo's death wasn't a big deal, and the family's movement technique wasn't exactly top secret. Yunxiang is the son of the third master. What's wrong with him knowing some combat skills his father created? After this, no one asked anything further, as if they had an answer. Within the barrier, Song Yunrui slowly got up. He didn't understand what Yunxiang had said, but he was full of doubt. This reaction caught Yunxiang off guard. He thought the mole was related to that playboy's second uncle Bo, so he tricked Song Yunrui to test him out. Regaining his fighting spirit, Song Yunrui was sure he wouldn't be fooled again. He used all his strength to suddenly rush towards Yunxiang. The speed made Yunxiang praise him. This explosive power isn't bad. The moment he got close, Song Yunrui leapt up. Unleashing his combat skill, he aimed his dual swords straight at Yunxiang's mech, trying to pierce through it. Just when he thought victory was assured, Yunxiang's mech suddenly dispersed, revealing its original form as the leftover San Ying. Just as Song Yunrui realized this, Yunxiang appeared in mid-air behind him. He grabbed the head of Yunrui's mech, taking control of the whole situation. This scene made Lao Mu and the others exclaim in unison, "The 7-star step." Lao San's expression became extremely bewildered. If it were just the movement technique and soul power to float around, that would be easier to explain, but the 7-star step is not easy to explain at all. As the three hesitated about whether to contact Di Xuan, Lao Musi quickly went to report to the old marquis. In the banquet hall, everyone was amazed by Yunxiang's movement technique. He could borrow strength in the air. His movement was truly bizarre. Kong Fan's face was stunned in disbelief, feeling that Yunxiang had the aura of Ying Lang back then. Beside him, Kong Lao was even more shocked. He knew very well that the 7-star step belonged to the Xuanjia guards, and began to suspect. What relationship does Yunxiang have with that woman? An ominous premonition washed over him, making him feel that the waters in the Song family were too deep. As for Song Lao, he looked full of pride, smirking with satisfaction at Yunxiang's performance. Only Kong Xingxin was restless. This was completely the opposite of her expectations. If Song Yunxiang won this time, her grandfather's elixir would be lost. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come up with this idea. However, Kong Xingxin felt that Yunxiang was still no match for Xunxia. Later, she would ask Xunxia to bring the White Dragon Gang to help get it back, and teach Yunxiang a lesson along the way. While grabbing Song Yunrui's head, Yunxiang sternly asked, "If someone is called a bastard by Yunrui, who is it?" Song Yunrui's mech was damaged, and couldn't withstand it. After a moment of blankness, he said without hesitation, "It's Yunxiang." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunxiang unleashed a palm strike, destroying his mech. Song Yunrui's face planted into the formation, falling straight to the ground, looking utterly miserable. After a moment, Yunxiang pulled him up and asked again, not forgetting to remind Song Yunrui to think carefully before speaking. Elsewhere in Shahedi City, where sand and dust obscured the sky, suddenly, a few heads popped up from the ground. They had all been knocked down by the sandstorm and that gigantic beast. Having no other choice, they could only burrow into the sand, hoping to survive. Recalling the thing that the monster had spat out earlier, the old leader composed himself and told his subordinates to go check it out. Not far from them, a giant pit had just been formed in the sand. Two merchants cautiously peered into the bottom of the pit. A massive, blazing red crystal was what greeted their eyes. Both were stunned by the sight. They hurriedly rushed off to report it to the Mai family in Shanti City. The old leader had no idea what it was, but since it came from a divine stage beast, it definitely wasn't something simple. At the same time, Yunxiang was stepping on Song Yunrui while interrogating him. Lying on the ground, Song Yunrui was much more obedient, denying that he knew what Yunxiang was talking about. In his heart, he wondered why Yunxiang cared about this issue. After this was over, he would discuss it with Yunxiu. Yunxiang saw right through Yunrui's act. It seemed this guy knew something but wouldn't say. Not forcing the issue, Yunxiang decided to have his shadow guards tail him to investigate. Retracting his foot, Yunxiang coldly told Yunrui to admit defeat. This caught Song Yunrui off guard. Yunxiang was just gonna let it go that easily. After a snap of Yunxiang's fingers, the surrounding formation slowly dissipated. The people in the banquet hall cheered with joy, hardly believing that Yunxiang had won so easily. Old Song thoughtfully mused that after a battle like this, even without taking out those pills, probably no one in the Song family would look down on Yunxiang anymore. As the formation unraveled, Lao Mu quietly returned to his spot next to Qing Dai. Upon seeing him, Qing Dai sought his opinion. Should we deal with that sneaky maid? Casting a sidelong glance, Lao Mujai recognized her as a trainee maid transferred from the outer courtyard. No need to rush. Lao Mujia instructed Qing Dai not to make a fuss. He guessed that Yunxiang probably already had plans, just as Lao Mu predicted. In the bushes, Su Yun was secretly observing and recording the battle. Unbeknownst to her, in another building, Shu Su was also watching her, recording everything in a notebook. In the banquet hall, Old Song took the pill from Old Kong, leaving him filled with regret. He playfully asked him if the battle just now was spectacular or not. Despite being at a disadvantage, Old Kong could only play along, praising Yunxiang's strength to the heavens, a dragon among men, worlds apart from his own daughter, Xinhui. Just as he finished speaking, Yunxiang walked over and interrupted, telling Old Kong there was no need to be so humble. Seeing Yunxiang, Kong Xinhui immediately changed her attitude, showering him with praises of his strength, while inwardly gnashing her teeth and cursing Song Yunrui for being a useless piece of trash, forcing her to have Xin Xia make a move. Holding the rejuvenation pill in his hand, Old Song was reluctant to let go. He figured Yunxiang probably wouldn't need it anyway, so he might as well keep it safe for him. In response, Yunxiang didn't give it a second thought, calling it a low, sunograde pill that would leave behind toxins. He had much better stuff. With that, Yunxiang tossed Old Song a whole bottle of pills, dozens of them. As Old Song raised the bottle to take a look, Old Kong was already stunned, unable to help but shout out, recognizing them as high-grade rejuvenation pills, and a whole bottle full no less. These words shocked all the ladies in the banquet hall, their eyes widening as they looked over. A few people, disregarding their dignity, started to flatter Old Song. Seeing this, Old Song quickly put them away, telling them not to even dream about it. This was Yunxiang's gift to him. At the same time, a maid entered, offering a pill to Lao Mu. According to her, they found this thing in the courtyard. Hearing that, Old Kong hurriedly ran over and picked it up. He confirmed it was the pill he dropped. It's just that he had just seen the top inequality rejuvenation pill, and now looking at this tranquil completion pill, he feels it's not that great anymore. With his task completed, Old Mule kept his promise and told a maid to go to the treasury for a reward. Unexpectedly, Yunxiang directly wanted to reward the maid himself. Seeing that she had no cultivation, probably not enough talent, taking out 2 pills, Yunxiang explained. The pink one is a 4-star jade complexion pill, and the blue one is a 4-star spirit seed pill. Choose one. The jade complexion pill could make her skin as white and beautiful as jade, and the spirit seed pill could give her the potential for cultivation. These 2 things made everyone in the hall feel like they were seeing super treasures. No one could suppress their emotions. not even old Song. Seeing the maid hesitant and unable to choose, Yunxiang offered cash as a reward. Before he could finish, the maid excitedly knelt down, decisively choosing strength. Hearing this choice, Yunxiang smiled slightly and gave her the blue pill. At this time, Song Yunxiang didn't know that this time, in a moment of excitement, he took out a tiny pill, and in the future, the Eastern continent would have one more fierce, legendary female general. At the table, many people continued eating and drinking, ending the awkwardness. Still eating and drinking heartily in many rounds, only Song Yunrui didn't show up again. Although everyone had different thoughts, they all looked very happy on the surface. Kong Xingxin excused herself due to feeling unwell and left early. Neither side mentioned the engagement until Old Master Song announced the end of the family banquet, and everyone dispersed to go home. While Yunxiang was leading everyone back, he accidentally saw a shadowy figure lurking in the residence. Without the slightest surprise, Yunxiang ordered Ah Jin and Ah Jie to take action. They acted quickly, ambushing the shadowy figure, beating him half to death. And that person was none other than Old Kong. Even though he was beaten, he was still cheerful in front of Yunxiang. Yunxiang acted as if he didn't know anything and asked why he came back after leaving. Completely unarmed, Old Kong pondered solemnly, his mind constantly struggling with his thoughts. After a moment, he knelt down in front of Yunxiang, disregarding his reputation, and vowed to be Yunxiang's dog from now on. Not long before that, after the end of the banquet at the Song residence, Old Kong thought more and felt uneasy. Kong Fan, seeing this, couldn't help but be puzzled, since they had already safely left the Song residence, only to see Old Kong with a contemplative face, admitting that he was careless, and didn't expect the Song family's foundation to be so profound. Song Yunxiang's East Courtyard servants already have several Heaven Realm cultivators. Only at this point did Kong Fan learn about this and was shocked. Kong Lao didn't hide anything anymore, spilling all the tea they knew about the Song family. Probably none of it the real deal. Rumor has it, back in the day, the late emperor suddenly kicked the bucket, and the Grand Preceptor launched the 8 generals to select the emperor's show. In the end, during the battle at the Imperial Tomb, all the big families took a major hit. 2 saint-level guys from the Zhang and Song families bit the dust. Then the Zhenbei king, aka the current emperor, played the fisherman's prophet and swooped in. The Zhang family failed to usurp the throne, and the Song family got stuck with the blame for slaughtering the royal family, exiled to the frontier. So Kong Lao was thinking, the Song family's been playing the long game since day one, hiding in the boonies to recover their strength, especially if that old saint-level ancestor is still kicking. And now there's Song Yunxiang in the mix. Hearing all this, Kong Fan already figured out the rest. Totally speechless. A person only gets a few big choices in their entire life. With that, Kong Lao hopped off the airship and headed back to the Song family. Meanwhile, in the fanciest entertainment district of Yangxian City, Zhang Dagi and his crew were having a serious toasting session. After downing a glass, Zhang Dagi was feeling extra good, facing the Song family's Song Ba-er-ye, second master Song, who was showering Zhang Dagi with praise. Even though he was stoked, Zhang Dagi played it humble, but his face was totally giving him away. Putting that aside, he even wanted to buy some Song family booze to take back and honor his ancestors. But Song Ba waved it off. This wine's called Heavenly Brew. Back when the Song family was in Tiandu, they brewed it themselves. But now the recipe's ancient history. They've only got a little bit left, and they only crack it open for true heroes. Hearing that, Zhang Dagi had to admit he was impressed, and eagerly toasted Song Ba. While they were enjoying the wine, a subordinate rushed in with news that the madam wanted Song Ba to hurry back, and Chief Zhao also sent a message saying there was something they needed to discuss with him. Hearing this, Zhang Dagui cheerfully told Song Ba to head back, so Song Bao politely excused himself, grabbing the wine jug. Zhang Dagi didn't care about anything else, immediately poured himself another drink, ignoring the Song family's departure. On the way out, Song Ba told Mei Dai to do everything to protect Zhang Dagui, afraid that eldest brother Zhang Dagui's demonic cult will find someone to launch an attack within the Song family's territory. With that, Mei Dai immediately went to make arrangements. At this point, only Zhang Chao was left with Song Ba. Song Ba asked, with a look of disdain on his face, if the welcoming banquet for Song Yunxiang had ended. In response, Zhang Chao recounted the outcome of the battle between Song Yunxiang and Yun Rui. The result was obviously a miserable defeat. This made Song Ba unexpectedly surprised, then found out that the madam asked him to see if he should go to the east courtyard to apologize to Yunxiang. Based on his intuition, Song Ba felt that things were not that simple. With his wife's personality, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be that Song Yunxiang had a great opportunity when he came back? With that, Song Ba and his subordinates came out from the back door of the hotel. While talking, Song Ba was still feeling that it would be great if his son was even a fraction as good as Zhang Chao. Hearing this, Zhang Chao quickly backed away, making a show of distancing himself, only to see Song Ba wave his hand, indicating that it wasn't necessary. Nobody asked Zhang Chao to learn from him. Song Ba would slowly figure out a way to get him back to the Song family to acknowledge his ancestors. Zhang Chao's eyes sharpened. He performed a grand salute, expressing that they had no other desires, only hoping to fulfill their mother's last wish. With a sigh, Song Ba tacitly acknowledged that the Song family had failed her. In the wilderness, south of the Great Wall, inside the Iron Wall Army's camp, Captain Zhang sought out the commander, Chief. At this moment, the commander, Bin Chief, was intently watching a video recording of the Kun Peng, casually telling his subordinate to let the person in. And this was Song Qing, Song Yunxiang's uncle. Zhang Mu entered, kneeling on one knee to report to General Liu. The Shi Shui Feng had contacted them for a practical combat test of the new type of spirit soul general, requiring passage through the Iron Wall Army's camp. As he finished speaking, the chef in the room rushed over with a letter. After seeing that the conditions met the standards, Song Qing approved it. Furthermore, Song Qing instructed his subordinate to arrange for 2 squads to secretly escort them. Receiving the order, Zhang Mu immediately went to work. While holding a bowl of soup, the head chef curiously asked why the women from Shishui Nation were coming to Tiandu Nation's territory to test new armor. Weren't they afraid of revealing mech secrets? Song Qing found this perfectly normal. The allied relationships between countries are very delicate. Maintaining strength at the same level as allies is the way to maintain long-term peace. Hearing this, the old chef seemed to understand. Shishui Nation probably wanted to show them. Song Qing didn't reply, instead telling him to get more salt. At the Song Manor's east courtyard, Kong Lao knelt on the ground before Yunxiang, admitting that he'd been blind before, and from now on was willing to be his loyal dog. He, Kong Zhang, was willing to work himself to the bone to atone for his offense. Facing him, Yunxiang wasn't surprised, said telling him to work himself to the bone was too much. It seemed Kong Lao had weighed the pros and cons, and made a decision. In his heart, Kong Lao cursed. Like hell he was. What was there to even consider? If he hadn't made a timely decision, those heavenly stage experts would have offed him in his sleep. Thinking so much, but it was only in a flash, Kong Lao continued to clasp his hands. Expressing his sincerity, he never considered the pros and cons. The Kong family had always seen the Song family as their leader, and would continue to do so. If Yunxiang didn't mind, Kong Zhang was willing to become a servant at the Song Manor. Kong Lao's mentality was in total panic. He hadn't imagined Song Yunxiang had reached this level. Even the gatekeeper maids and servants were heavenly stage. And he, a dignified early-stage heavenly expert, couldn't even find a position in Song's eastern courtyard that would save his face. The more Kong Lao thought, the more he motivated himself to see if he had any more competitive advantages. Suddenly, Kong Lao's eyes widened as he came up with an idea. Then he asked Yunxiang if the eastern courtyard needed a chef, remembering he'd once served that person in Zhongzhou. Yunxiang chuckled and told Kong Lao to stand up. As he finished speaking, Kong Lao stood up as if a dog had heard its master's command. His expression was a bit exaggerated. Continuing, Yunxiang said that seeing Kong Lao's sincerity in contributing, he happened to have a task for him. Once again, Kong Lao prostrated himself to receive the order, saying he would never refuse, even in the face of 10,000 deaths. Seeing him kneeling so much, Yunxiang was speechless. As he told him to stand up, he took out a bottle of pills. From what he knew, other families probably still had 4 peak Earth stage old ancestors. Kung Lao confirmed that it was true. Originally, there were 5 first quadrate families in Yong'an City. Besides him, the others were all stuck at half, Caudal Step Heavenly, Caudal Stage. In the second, Tecorate families, the Shen and Zhao families each had a late, Teco Stage Earth, Teco Stage Expert as well. Looking at the bottle of pills before him, Kung Lao didn't dare to guess. He hadn't expected Yunxiang to give this to him, telling Kung Lao to take a trip for him and let all those old geezers break through to Heavenly Stage. Kung Lao's hands trembled as he took it, tears uncontrollably flowing. He recognized it as Breakthrough Pill, a pill he'd only heard about in legends. In his heart, Kung Lao was sobbing. He'd painfully secluded himself for 5 years to break through to Heavenly Stage, thinking he'd widen the gap with the others, and before he could even enjoy the gloating, he was about to be caught up by those old fogies. Yunxiang softly asked Kung Lao if he understood. In response, Kung Lao questioned back with a doubtful voice. Did Yunxiang want to subdue them? Yunxiang gave a slight nod. Old Kong was already transparent. Yunxiang wanted to start with the ancestors of those families and bring their forces under control for his own use. Finishing his thought, Yunxiang mused, not a bad understanding at all. Do a good job, and that Tianling pill will be his reward. Receiving the pill, Old Kong showed even more zeal, wanting to work his butt off to repay this great kindness. However, Yunxiang dismissed him. Just as Old Kong was about to levitate across the corridor, Yunxiang called him back, which made him jump out of his skin. Immediately, Old Kong put on a subservient look, waiting. Yunxiang, with a cold expression, mentioned the engagement. The moment he heard this, Old Kong prostrated himself on the ground, assuming that Kong Xingxin's previous actions had angered Yunxiang. He immediately tried to appease Yunxiang, saying he'd bring her over right away. He also claimed Kong Xingxin wasn't worthy of Yunxiang, suggesting she could even be a concubine if he didn't mind. Cutting him off, Yunxiang said directly that he had no interest in Kong Xingxin. What he meant was to find a decent reason to call off the engagement, and he couldn't care less what Kong Xingxin thought. Hearing this, Old Kong's eyes almost popped out of his head. He couldn't believe his ears. Then he saw Yunxiang give him a slight glare, praising Old Kong as a smart guy, and implying that he didn't need to be told how to handle things. Getting the hint, Old Kong didn't dare say a word, acknowledging that he would do this matter well. Only after saying this did the old man turn around to leave. Afraid Yunxiang would change his mind, he even asked again cautiously. In response, Yunxiang told him not to jump over the wall again, just to walk out the main door. Once he left, Yunxiang let out a sigh of relief. Although the direction of development was a bit unexpected, he had basically resolved the matter of the engagement. Suddenly, Lao Mu spoke up, calling Yunxiang. Responding to his doubts, he said that Kong Zheng wasn't truly submitting to him, probably just seeing the strength Song family displayed, being afraid of retaliation, or trying to gamble on the Song family. Ma Jinhua agreed, seeing that Kong Xingxin immediately went to Xunxia after returning. He felt that Muka Lao was right. Keeping the Kong family around might lead to them secretly causing trouble. Better to wipe them out completely when it's dark. Hearing this suggestion, Yunxiang immediately rejected it. It's not that bad. Then he told them that Yong'an City would soon face a great war. Millions of ferocious beasts would break through the walls, and countless common people would suffer separation and death in the flames of war. At that time, more strength would be able to preserve a glimmer of hope for the Tiandu kingdom and the human race. National crisis, the hope of the nation, should prioritize the overall situation. No need to waste strength on meaningless things. Hearing these words, Qing Dai was deeply moved. Lao Mu was no exception, moved by Yunxiang's tolerance and his ability to put aside his face and dignity for the greater good. Yunxiang's growth made him look at him in a different light. Only, Yunxiang's thoughts were completely different from their feelings. Yunxiang was not lacking in scheming. First, he uses both soft and hard tactics to control and teach them to use everything that can be used. The more strength the better for this beast tide war. Remembering this, Yunxiang immediately asked Lao Mu to arrange a shuttle. He would be taking a trip far away tomorrow. At the same time, inside the southern Great Wall, 10 miles outside the Iron Wall Army's camp in the deserted area, a transport ship from the Zhishui nation landed. The mecha of the Zhishui nation is called Su-Nu. Its entire body is covered in slender white armor, truly resembling the style of this nation, full of women. While on guard duty, suddenly a figure rushed over from afar. It was a jet black mecha running at an extremely fast speed. Immediately, two Zhishui nation mechas took a defensive stance. After a moment, the black mecha jumped high into the air, landing in front of the blue-haired woman, then revealing its combat tier. The person inside, Zhangmu, saluted. "Greetings, General Liu. As per the commander's orders, I've brought the approval documents." Taking it, Liu Ning politely thanked him. After finishing, Zhangmu quickly bid farewell and left, not staying even for a second inside the transport ship containing 3 experimental Xuan-Nu mechas. Receiving the documents, Liu Ning went inside to inform the princess and asked about the timing of the operation. "Lift you." Liang Huang responded by ordering the operation to start immediately. She had been waiting for a long time and wanted to test these 3 new mechas on those ferocious beasts. At the Song Manor's east courtyard, Yunxiang had changed his clothes, waiting for the shuttle Lao Mu brought. From inside the iron box, a small shuttle slowly appeared, looking extremely modern. Getting on the shuttle, Yunxiang was very satisfied and praised. "Not bad. Xiaobei wants to adjust it a bit more," but Yunxiang refused. He figured he could just do it himself when he got back. Finishing his words, Yunxiang started the shuttle and took off, causing Xiaobei to exclaim in shock. "Could it be that you're setting off right now?" He felt that this wasn't very stable. Lao Mu felt the same way, advising Yunxiang not to go alone, and at least take a few shadow guards to protect him. Qing Dai worriedly wanted to go with him, but Yunxiang was steadfast. He could come and go as he pleased on his own, and it would be more convenient to act. Afterwards, he threw 2 space compression cards to Lao Mu and Qing Dai, saying that the storage items in the manor were medicinal pills, and he wanted them to choose some good seedlings and do their best to cultivate some high-level combatants, not even leaving out the maids in the inner and outer courtyards, and do everything to increase their combat power. Accepting their orders, Lao Mu and Qing Dai both complied. The hatch slowly opened. Yunxiang gradually moved upwards, instructing them. "My trip will take about 3 to 5 days, or 7 to 8 days, but I'll definitely be back within 10 days. Finishing his words, Yunxiang controlled the shuttle to zoom away at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a streak of light like a thread. In mid-air, inside the side hall, Song Ba heard the sound and was a bit puzzled. It sounds like the sound of a shuttle with extremely powerful capabilities. Continuing the conversation, Madame Cheng guessed that Yunxiang was out playing again, and because of this, she scolded Song Ba. She told him to go find Yunxiang yesterday, but he only ran to Old Master today. Being reasonable, Song Ba was still calm as usual, feeling that it would be better to talk to his father first. Otherwise, even if they searched for Yunxiang, they might not be able to get those treasures, even with 2 more old faces. Just then, Old Man Song walked in, having heard the entire conversation, and asked what treasures they were talking about. Instantly, everyone in the room stood up and paid their respects. Song Lao leisurely walked to the seat in the middle, while asking what Song Ba and the others were there for. "Just waiting for the cue," Song Ba blurted out. He was busy with official duties yesterday and couldn't perform the cleansing ritual for Yunxiang, so he wants to ask you, Song Lao, to take charge. He's also hosting a banquet at Yong'an restaurant tonight. Before he could finish, Song Lao sighed and interrupted. He thought I couldn't see through his little scheme. He's still after Yunxiang's elixirs, all right. Hearing this, Song Ba awkwardly denied it. He feels that Yunxiang is part of the Song family. These treasures are useless in Yunxiang's hands, so it's better to give them to the Song family to control the Shui Mu Corporation, using a new business model to maximize profits. Just then, Lao Mu Xia and Qing Dai entered. Song Lao cheerfully asked, "Was that Yunxiang making all that commotion just now?" Lao Mu confirmed, adding that Yunxiang went to Nanhuang to hunt fierce beasts, and then took a trip to the lower realm of Chadiao City. Song Lao acted like nothing had happened, telling them to leave. But Song Ba and the others were shocked, questioning Lao Mu if he had misheard. They were afraid Yunxiang had just gone there to become beast fodder. Before Lao Mu left, Song Lao wondered when Yunxiang would be back, and got his answer. Song Lao pondered slightly, nodding, but Song Bao panicked, telling them to wait a moment. Nanhuang is full of fierce beasts. Even Tai Bijun struggles to enter. Yunxiang going there alone is clearly suicide. Ignoring him, Lao Mu and Qing Dai calmly left. After a while, Song Lao calmed his son down and projected Yunxiang's footage in front of them to see if they would still have designs on the kid. The room filled with gasps. No one dared to believe this was the useless Yunxiang from before. At the same time, Yunxiang was zooming through the sky. The shuttle's performance surprised even him. It was indeed top-notch. Along the way, Yunxiang unintentionally bumped into a transport ship going in the same direction. Inside, Liang Huang also saw Yunxiang. At a glance, Yunxiang recognized the ship as belonging to the Shishui Kingdom, wondering why they were in the Tai Bijun area. Conversely, Liang Huang was also curious about Tiandu Kingdom's shuttle. Not only did it maintain the same altitude and speed as their ship, but it also had a pilot. The technique and ability were top-notch. Suddenly, the shuttle burst forward, overtaking the transport ship, shocking Liang Huang. She noticed the person inside wasn't affected by the high-altitude winds, indicating a formation array was in place. To casually meet someone so strong, it further impressed Liang Huang, with Tiandu Kingdom being truly full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Unfortunately, all their Shishui Kingdom soldiers were women. Otherwise, she'd really want to capture that person from before to test their mecha. 4 days after Song Yunxiang set out for Nanhuang, at Song Mansion's landing pad in Yong'an City, a small spaceship slowly landed. Elder Shu stepped out, gazing at Yong'an City with emotion. The last time he passed by here was over 30 years ago. Following him was instructor Cheng Yi, who was immediately stunned by the scenery. I didn't expect Yunxiang's home to be so luxurious and magnificent. He was truly blown away by how rich it was. Below, Qing Dai had already greeted them. Elder Shu greeted Qing Dai while sizing her up, recognizing her cultivation level. He further valued the Yong'an Marquis' mansion. Even Yunxiang's maid had such a high cultivation level. On the other hand, Cheng Yi, due to his low cultivation, didn't notice at all. He just stared lecherously at Qing Dai, admiring her great figure in his heart. Then, Elder Shu spoke, assuming Yunxiang had already told them. They brought the stuff according to Yunxiang's instructions to confirm the matter. Qing Dai offered to lead them into the mansion. While walking, Cheng Yi kept exclaiming, "So Yunxiang has so many beautiful younger sisters at home." So much envy and admiration as Yunxiang was so blissfully happy. The Song Manor's outer courtyard, where honored guests were received. Inside, Old Song and Old Mu were already waiting. Upon receiving the news, Old Song summoned Yunjin. After the maidservant left, Old Mu relayed Yunxiang's instructions, that the G Martial Institute was bringing a prototype mech, and he felt that he and Qing Dai were sufficient to receive them, without Old Song needing to personally come. Old Song responded that he suspected that the arriving guest was Yunxiang's teacher, and since they came from afar, he should show at least minimal respect. Soon, Qing Dai led them to the entrance. Every time Cheng Yi saw a maidservant here, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration, regretting not decisively quitting earlier to work at the Yunxiang's household. Even though he didn't know if the Song family hired door guards, with his mysterious stage cultivation, he was confident that he could more than handle being the captain of the security team. At that time, he would try his best to hide his cultivation and reveal it at a critical moment, instantly capturing the heart of a beautiful lady here. Seeing Cheng Yi's expression, Old Shu was speechless, reminding him to restrain himself a little, lest the words, "I'm thirsty," be written all over his face. Entering the courtyard, Qing Dai was a little surprised that Old Song was also present. With politeness, Old Song considerately invited Old Shu and the others to sit. Seeing this, Old Shu burst out laughing, so forthright, feeling a bit alarmed by Old Song personally showing up like this. Recognizing that Old Shu was a semi-saint, Old Song's attitude became even more respectful, mentioning Old Shu's background in front of everyone as an honor. Opposite him, Old Shu also tried his best to be modest, Feeling that he was not worthy of mention before Lord Song, the two sides spoke in perfect harmony. Sitting down, old Song even reproached Yunxiang for daring to trouble a semi-saint to make a trip, saying that he would definitely remind him of it later. Old Shu replied that this was his own shamelessness to follow along to deliver the goods, and had nothing to do with Yunxiang at all. Not long after, Yunjin stepped in to greet Old Shu. Old Song introduced her as Yunxiang's older cousin. He also introduced Old Shu and his companion as honored guests from the Ji Martial Institute. After hearing this, Yunjin greeted them respectfully. According to Old Song, Yunxiang had the Ji Martial Institute's factory create a batch of special mechs a few days ago, some of which belonged to the Scarlet Oriole Army. Today, Old Shu and his companion are here. Before he could finish, Old Shu was rendered speechless by Cheng Yi's expression. Cheng Yi momentarily forgot everything around him, staring intently at Yunjin in front of him. He truly wanted to willingly be trampled under her feet now. After Old Shu spoke up to remind him, Cheng Yi was startled and restrained himself, flusteredly opening the suitcase, revealing a series of soul rune constructs, a total of 30 specially modified Wei Yuan, Yunxiang provided. At this moment, in the barren southern wastelands, the carcasses of horned beasts on the ground had turned into a chaotic mess, stained everywhere with purple blood. The person who caused this scene was none other than Yunxiang. Phoenix heaven swept across, cutting the bodies of the beasts in half like cutting tofu. Every time he finished killing one, Yunxiang would bend down and rummage for Likong crystals, mostly of the top grade. Just like that, Yunxiang casually threw them to one side, where the Likong crystals had already piled up into a small hill. Seeing so many colors, Yunxiang felt a little basic. After eliminating the beasts, Yunxiang dissipated his soul armor and walked to the spoils. Thinking about it, Yunxiang felt that he had killed a bit too much. Taking out a portion now should be enough to exchange for medicine. A portion will be kept to upgrade and enhance his mechs, and the rest can be sold for money. Killing monsters non-stop for days really solidified Yunxiang's cultivation level. Before hitting up Sand Dune City, he was planning to break through to the late Earth Realm stage beforehand anyway. Then, a whole bunch of ferocious beasts, attracted by the battle, started flooding in. Right in the middle of it all, Yunxiang set up a ton of barriers and started his breakthrough. Inside, the beasts were going ham trying to break through, but couldn't even scratch his defenses, which were solid as bronze. Next thing you know, Yunxiang's totally encased in a layer of ice, floating in mid-air, hands covering his face like he's a fetus all curled up. Suddenly, he clenches his fists. Lightning crackles around Yunxiang, and his aura starts going through the roof. A sec later, Yunxiang throws his head back and shatters the ice around him, his intimidating aura flooding the whole area. The barriers around him turn into pillars of light, and then poof, gone. From way up high, Yunxiang slowly floats back down to the ground, feeling the power surging through him. His soul force is flowing like crazy, totally late-stage Earthrealm vibes. He's probably 3 times stronger than he was in his past life now. At this rate, when he hits the Saint Realm, he might be able to unleash 5, maybe even 10 times the battle power compared to before. The freaky phenomenon just makes the beasts even angrier, roaring and smashing at the barriers like crazy. Taking a look around, Yunxiang cracks a little smile, like there's a ton of beasts here, but they can't even break through a basic Heaven Realm defense formation. He went way overboard setting up 3 layers of defense, and they haven't even gotten through the first one yet. Yunxiang thinks he might be a bit too cautious. The 4 symbols formation, east, west, north, south, is rock solid. No matter how much the beasts claw at it, it ain't budging. As far as Yunxiang is concerned, these beasts are just bringing themselves to him on a silver platter, so he's not going to say no. With a flick of his fingers, Yunxiang starts dissolving the barriers, bit by bit. Instantly, the beasts are frozen in place, watching the formation crumble piece by piece. Once they realize they aren't blocked anymore, they all charge at Yunxiang in the middle. The growling and roaring are deafening, enough to make anyone else wet their pants. Before you know it, the beasts are all huddled together, focusing their attacks on Yunxiang. Suddenly, a crazy amount of light beams shoot through the beasts and out the other side. An explosion happens right in the middle of the pack, creating a pillar of light that blasts straight into the sky. Yunxiang's voice booms out. Soul armament. Lu Bu. The beasts are blasted backwards in all directions, instantly feeling the danger and backing away. Their eyes are glued to Yunxiang, who's now rocking Lu Bu's soul armament. Right then and there, Yunxiang tells the system to equip the sky-piercing claws. Time for some close combat. He wonders if he can pull off Heaven Realm battle skills yet. No time to think. He'll just have to find out the hard way. Combine Lu Bu's armament and a Heaven Realm skill? Let's go! Lu Bu's eyes flash a crazy red light, and the sky-piercing claws scrunch up and cross in front of his chest. Double sky-piercing strike. Heaven Realm skill. Sky-piercing frenzy dance. Yunxiang shouts, unleashing the claws, creating a storm that blankets everything. In a flash, a whole section of the beasts are wiped clean off the map, turning into dust in the wind. Even so, Yunxiang isn't all that surprised. He was actually thinking about copying another set of sky-piercing claws. But this is pretty sweet on its own. No stopping now. Yunxiang wants to try another Heaven Realm skill, like the Profound Armor Guard's 7-layer wave. With that in mind, Yunxiang fuses the double sky-piercing strike and the space-time 7-layer wave together. The battle skill isn't even released yet, but the storm is already starting to condense. The mecha suit yells out. Yunxiang shoots forward super fast, throwing a barrage of punches with insane power, spraying beast blood across the sky. Crystallized essences fly out, and Yunxiang snags them all. After that one move, Yunxiang is surrounded by beast corpses. Not a single one survived. To avoid damaging the core essence, he held back about 70% of his power, and it still kicked ass. A second later, Yunxiang flicks his wrist, unleashing his soul force. A whole bunch of soul force strands shoot out, enveloping the raging void crystal. The entire battlefield was compressed into one spot. Yunxiang actually managed to snag a bunch more treasures. What's useful, Yunxiang kept for himself first. The useless stuff? Maybe sell it to that second prince for a few billion yuan. But nah, scratch that. He remembers that guy's broke. Gotta find someone richer. While he was scheming, he glanced at a heavenly rank fierce beast. In the end, Yunxiang didn't even give it a second thought, still calmly figuring out how to make money. He wondered if the Hong Merchant Guild could swallow this whole batch of goods, so he temporarily stored them in the system space to figure out later. After sizing it up, the Chongqi went straight for Yunxiang, its roar emitting a wave of pressure, just as he'd stashed the crystal. Yunxiang was soothing the fierce beast. Keep roaring, it won't do you any good, 'cause you're about to be in a pot. From the cliff, the Chongqi leaped high, pouncing. At the same time, Yunxiang braced his feet on the ground, body hunched over, concentrating streams of soul force that spilled out all around him. With a bang, Yunxiang unleashed a dazzling beam of light, obliterating the heavenly, rank fierce beast, turning it into an explosion in mid-air. This move was so powerful that Yunxiang was sent sliding backward. The heavenly, rank fierce beast took the full hit, turning into tiny fragments that rained down. Only the raging void crystal inside was still safe and sound. Not letting it fall, Yunxiang quickly used his soul force to levitate it. Not long ago, he had to use sneaky tactics to struggle against heavenly rank fierce beasts. Now, under his full power state, he could fight a proper head-on battle. Holding the crystal of the heavenly rank fierce beast, Yunxiang couldn't help but be happy. This stuff is good stuff, can be used to enhance the mass production machine. If he has the chance, he will find some more. Checking his watch, Yunxiang suddenly sighed. This place is always outside the signal area. He also doesn't know if Headmaster Gu followed his instructions and gave the mass production machine to the Song family. After assessing the situation, Yunxiang saw that 5 days had passed. Time wasn't exactly leisurely. First, he'd go to Shadi City for a trip to deal with the main thing. It was quite far from here. He also remembered Kaleo Ren. If he used it for flight, it would be several times faster than the shuttle. Once again, Yunxiang asked about Kaleo Ren's repair progress. But the system didn't respond. 100 miles away from Shadi City, the restricted area of the different regression divine stage soon turned into a temporary base. Barricades were erected to protect the items inside. Not far from the sand lake, a spaceship was parked. The people inside all stared at the base in front of them. Now, one of them sensed the aura of the divine stage there. Hearing this, the old man with the stubble next to him asked suspiciously, "Wouldn't that mean there's hope for our ancestor to break through?" The young man next to him confirmed, "With the different regression divine stage item, the Mo family must have it." He felt that this trip to Shadi City was not in vain. This young man was Huoyan Heng, the young master of the Huoyan clan in the Xiaoyu country. Now, next to him was Huoyan Fa, one of the elders of Huoyan. Seeing that the other party was not very interested in trading Hmong gold, he directly faked it. Their Hmong family was not short of money, and they were not satisfied. Huoyan Heng assured that he would not let the Jin family suffer losses. After saying this, Mo Jin smiled slightly and politely said that he was looking forward to it. At the same time, in another place in Shadi City, the city area was in the middle of the desert, but the atmosphere was extremely bustling and lively. There were not many people walking on the street. In addition, the trade of slaves was very popular here. Obviously, the slaves were all captured demon races. In the streets, markets, and taverns, a young man was watching the slave trade with an angry mood. The wine glass in his hand was squeezed tightly until it trembled. A few steps away, a mysterious person in a cloak slowly walked up. This person came here because she sensed the aura of a half-demon. Seeing that the young man was just a mixed-blood earth rank, and the other belonged to the Jioran, the woman was a little dismissive. She was a little surprised that even an ant from the Longhai Kingdom had appeared here. The girl's lips curled slightly when she thought of the different regression divine stage. Thanks to that thing, this time Shadi City will be a gathering place for the world, and the things to come will be very interesting. Outside the tavern is a street market, a square for auctioning demon slaves. In a hidden corner, two people dressed like the young half-demon man sneaked into the tavern. They were speaking in the Jioran language. These two had just noticed the girl who went ahead. Lan Lai couldn't see through the other person's realm at all, so he asked the person next to him, hoping that this person with earth rank cultivation would be different. Lan Jian judged in response that, based on his experience, the girl might be a normal heavenly rank character. Maybe she came to Shadi City to try her luck because of the different regression divine stage. After hearing that, Lan Li was even more impressed. As for Lan Jian, no wonder he's the top-notch warrior among the Wang family's guards. It's just that when going up the stairs, Lan Li didn't see that girl from earlier anywhere. Lan Jian was too lazy to care, assuming she's just some small fry not worth bothering about. Two Jioran stepped towards that young man, cupping their fists in greeting. According to them, this guy's a prince. He's Lan Kun, a prince from the Dragon Sea Kingdom, a mixed mocha blood between a Jioran and a human. Seeing the two Jioran arrive, Lan Kun wasn't surprised at all. He was already waiting for them to discuss things and asked for the results. Got it. Lan Kun told his subordinates to speak in the common language, not to draw too much attention. Immediately, Lan Li reported that the trader who stole the god Jade is currently in the West District, Shandiao. They've pinpointed his exact location. Hearing this, Lan Kun was a bit confused. The West District is a military-controlled area. How did that guy get in? At this moment, Lan Jian spoke up profoundly. According to his investigation, the trader Lan Zhu, taking advantage of Wang Jioran's birthday celebration, used the guise of presenting a treasure to steal the Jioran clan's god Jade. After being wanted by the Dragon Sea Kingdom, he fled to Tiandu. Wang Jioran dispatched princes to give chase via many different routes, but according to Lan Jian's calculations, this treacherous dude obviously didn't take the sea route to Tiandu. He deliberately set up a diversion to lure the princes, and then came ashore from Xiaoyu Kingdom, and Xiaoyu Kingdom is the mortal enemy of the Dragon Sea Kingdom. From there, he fled all the way to Shandiao City, and used their air transport to go to Central Continent, Tiandu. Originally, logically speaking, he should be on a spaceship by now, and Lan Jian and Lan Li would be tailing him. But because a few days ago, the legendary Otherworld Divine Stairway suddenly appeared outside Shandiao City. Shandiao City entered a state of high alert, trapping Lan Zhao here, messing up his escape plan. Lan Kun knew all this already, reminding Lan Jian to get to the point. Continuing, Lan Jian guessed that Lan Zhu is a member of the Dragon Sea royal family, so he would definitely know some secrets about the god Jade. He's been stuck at the heaven stage for decades. Lan Jian suspects Lan Zhu stole the god Jade to break through his bottleneck. Now that the Otherworld Divine Stairway has appeared, Lan Zhu is trapped here and directly relies on the Mai family, trying to get a little shard of enlightenment from the opportunity to break through. Hearing this, Lan Kun felt like something wasn't right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Even so, he understood a lot. Now he's curious whether the god Jade is still on Lan Zhu. Lan Lai replied that they're afraid of stirring up trouble, so they didn't dare to get too close. Continuing, Lan Jian asked Lan Kun if he's worried that the wanted crook will trade the god Jade for the Otherworld Divine Stairway. He doesn't think so. The god Jade is either being carried on his person or hidden somewhere by Lan Zhu. Lan Kun always felt like things were going too smoothly, but he was out of options. The Aobing Legacy Star Soul is too important, he can only go along with it. But with that thing in hand, he believes he can deal with Lan Zhao. Afterwards, Lan Kun led his subordinates to the West District. They left, completely unaware that at the next table, someone had been hiding from beginning to end, clearly hearing their entire conversation. The girl pondered deeply. The Jiaoran clan's god Jade is probably what that old geezer Lan An, the previous Aobing Legacy host, left behind. Not far from Shandiao City, Yunxiang is moving quickly. By the time he realized it, the shuttle had entered a signal area. Just in time, Lao Mu was calling. Knowing that Yunxiang was still safe and sound made him very happy. Yunxiang also explained that there was no signal in the southern wilderness. At this time, Lao Mu was at the Scarlet Oriole Army's training ground. He wondered, that place has no signal. Did Yunxiang went deep into the central region's southern wilderness? Putting it aside, Lao Mu reported that the Mech Academy has arranged delivery of the mech for testing. Hearing this, Yunxiang lightly "oh"'d and asked what their impressions were, only to find out that the Scarlet Oriole Army is still testing the new mech. There are no final results yet. At the training ground, a series of orange mechs are unleashing firepower. Everywhere is full of fire. Each mech has its own responsibility, coordinating with other mechs to fight. All simultaneously followed Yunjin's orders, combining to form a seamless battle formation. All aspects are being compensated. Before long, a group of simulated ferocious beasts had been annihilated under the rain of bombs and bullets. But this is not the end. A second later, a whole bunch of flying, savage beasts were deployed. Without hesitation, the mechs immediately launched an aerial assault. The horde of beasts screamed as they plunged down like a rain of arrows. Below, the mechs, following Yunjin's orders, switched to machine guns. Using these weapons, a barrage of bullets unleashed a storm-like suppression on every enemy. Towards the very end, only a few wounded savage beasts remained, their combat power hitting rock bottom. Just waiting for this moment, two aerial mechs soared upwards, closing in on the savage beasts for close quarters combat. From below, the flying, sword, Fensa-type mechs also launched a ranged attack. A series of throwing stars were shot rapidly into the air, directly blasting the savage beasts into pieces. Quickly, the experimental mech squad once again completed the operation. The savage beasts, swept away, fell down like bugs. Even though the savage beasts were eliminated, the imposing formation was maintained, worried that there might still be some that weren't completely dead. Sure enough, a second later, a savage beast broke through the smokescreen and attacked. Already prepared, two defensive mechs immediately swung their blades, dispersing the enemy. With this, the simulated test finally ended. All the stats were maxed out, and the completion rate of the subjugation was no exception. Everyone who observed was stunned in place, unable to believe the result before their eyes. Yunjin smiled slightly, asking those around her what they thought. After the dust settled, the experimental merc squad suffered no losses. Following Yunjin's command, they all disengaged. Inside were all young and vibrant girls. After the battle just now, everyone's faces were excited and happy, even feeling like they hadn't fought enough. One of them thoughtfully looked at the soul charm in her hand and evaluated it, feeling that this type of mech not only increased output and intensity, but the consumption during construction was reduced. Moreover, the efficiency of soul power conversion was also optimized. These words made the onlookers couldn't help but want to try it themselves, their excitement unprecedented. Conversely, Yunjin and Xinfu were happy but didn't show it too much. As for Song Xiao, she exclaimed in admiration that this mech was too strong, completely exceeding their expectations. Shen Ying thoughtfully checked the data again and evaluated it. If the entire Chiluqian army could switch to this new type of mech, the combat power of the entire army could increase by at least 3 times. Hearing this, I was even more impressed. Turning to Yunjin and asking where she got such a good thing, she hadn't heard that Taishuan Heavy Industries had any new products. Continuing the thought, Bai Su also thought so, believing that Taishuan Heavy Industries did not have the technical strength to research and develop this level of mech. Faced with these questions, Yunjin smiled slightly, then said that this mech was made by the Southern Continent Martial Arts Academy, based on the design made by her cousin. Of course, the masters at Taishuan Heavy Industries also put in a lot of effort. After saying that, everyone exclaimed the name Song Yunxiang in unison. A few people laughed out loud in disbelief, mocking and doubting if it was the same Song Yunxiang waste they knew. Remembering 2 years ago, Song Yunxiang flirted with new female soldiers in the Qiluan army and was reprimanded by the commander-in-chief. That playboy who's also an idiot could create this level of mech? For a moment, they couldn't believe it. Zifu remained silent, because she had witnessed Yunxiang's strength on the Hengxi airship before. With such great combat power and also being a manufacturing master, she was afraid that these people would be even more shocked after seeing it.